the Melchizedek News Hour. Shalom, shalom, family, and aloha from Maui, Hawaii. This is your sister Chaya on this Monday, April 27th. I pray that you are all well with so much that's going on in the world. Family, I've been giving you information about this tornado outbreak that has been forecasted. Good word, right? For today in the Midwest. We've been having just an outbreak of tornadoes all over the heartland and in the Midwest. And I'm going to live stream with max velocity so that you can peek in and out and get these alerts, and also so that you can share this stream with your family and friends if they are in any of the states that are in this warning, which include Missouri, Illinois, Kansas, Indiana, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, even Wisconsin. So I'm going to bring this information forth, share the stream, and for those in the eye of these storms, please take these storm alerts very serious. Have a plan. That's the most important thing. Have a plan to take shelter. And also with the high winds that are anticipated with these storms and tornadoes today, anticipate power going out, and it could be out for a significant amount of time. You never know. We're living in some very uncertain times. Hallelujah. So with that being said, I'm going to join the live stream over with max velocity, and this will probably be on and be live for the duration of these storms so that people are aware. As always, here on the Melchizedek Network, peace, love, unity, and respect for all people. And please pray for all. This is a time of true prayer. Pray for all. Shalom, family.
Has responded to us.
Storm's trying to get a defined base, but there's a few areas of rotation that we're watching right now.
We got this large area of just like, there's a lot of spinning areas that we're looking at on this tornado, like this tornado warning cell. None of them are like condensing into one area. There's one on the right there. There might be one in the middle somewhere. I don't know. I didn't see the one in the middle. That's the more definitive one I see, is having the curvature edge of this storm. So, point it out right here.
Should we keep going?
Right
on this
there is where I'm looking.
Which way, north?
Yeah.
Give it a little bit of time.
I think Gorman would make a great pilot, by the way. He kind of has that voice for it.
Doing this, it may not need much time.
We're 10,000 feet in the air altitude.
The one's going this way.
We'll be arriving to Orlando, Florida in about 30 minutes.
So we'd be in the RFD here to see where it could be wrapping. So the one's going the correct direction.
Our rotation right now is located right over I-70 and 270. We go right towards Marine and Highland. Does Max pay chasers? We do. Almost all these guys are paid full time. We have a lot of chasers. So yeah, that's what we're looking at right now on radar. The storm has been struggling to latch this hook echo, but it's been trying. And so that's what Nick Gorman's been looking at. We also have storm chaser John McKinney, who's on the same storm too. I don't think he has connection, but he's also right along I-55, so we're keeping an eye on him as well. Third back off to the west, we are watching that storm that's trying to come into St. Louis right now, just north of Pacific. It's very hard to tell if it's really rotating right now or not, but it is going to go right into the St. Louis area here soon. So if you live in St. Louis, again, we are not done with severe weather. We really got to be watching this storm closely in case it does decide to produce a tornado as it continues to move east-northeast. Eric Fox is looking at the storm over here near Pacific, Missouri, which is the one that we're basically trying to watch and see, hey, is this thing going to produce something? Well, it's going right towards St. Louis, so we got to keep an eye on that one. Gas prices there at $3.79 in case you're going to get gas there. This is live from Nick Gorman.
It's like a beginning up right there.
Which, again, very low clouds. We're looking at basically this base here for something to try to spin up. There have been cases, too, where we've seen quick tornadoes on these outflow boundaries. And that almost feels like what might happen here is that we could get a quick hitting tornado that develops right underneath that very low cloud deck, going directly towards Marine and Highland. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. Is not sleeping part of being a meteorologist? Yes. Yeah, we don't sleep. Thank you, Natalie, for the $25 Venmo donation. Thanks for all of you folks, too. I appreciate you tuning in. Max, you need to have your own T-shirts and coffee cups and stuff. I do have my own T-shirts and coffee cups. I just don't wear or use any of them. I wear the Hook Echo T-shirts.
Can we turn around?
Yeah.
Maybe this is a curse in disguise. Maybe having a Hook Echo T-shirt leads to more tornadoes.
We're still good in positioning.
What do we think?
All right, turn around here.
Yeah. Give it 1 second. Holy crap.
Not seeing a tornado as of right now, but that's the area of interest.
Yep. All right, car coming.
We're going to continue to keep an eye there on storm chaser Nick Gorman. And I think John McKinney has come back. He's currently, I think, at a gas station over here just to the south of that area of rotation. He's basically looking at the same thing. He's parked, probably getting gas or something like that. Might be getting a little snack at the gas station, but that's the area of interest right here that we are looking at for, again, a potential tornado threat. The rotation is right along the outflow boundary, going right over I-55, and it's going to be tracking the Marine, Highland, and then Pocahontas, Illinois. You guys are going to be in the path of this. So if you live in this tornado warning, again, we got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, because if a tornado drops, there is a risk also of a strong tornado. We got a lot more storms going up right now directly to the west of St. Louis. We're watching this one that is directly west of St. Louis near Pacific. No new updates right now, but it is trying to rotate. And if it does begin to rotate, there could be a more legit tornado risk. Got a few live cameras over here on the Radar Omega app west of St. Louis. The one that's loading, I think, would have the view of the storm. But it's getting windy out here over Merrimack Bluffs. There you go. So that's a live shot of the storm. I think the wall cloud are lowering, though, would be off to the right. This is the leading edge of the shelf cloud that's basically south of the interstate. But a very beautiful live shot there. About 69 degrees right now in Merrimack Bluffs, and we are watching this little storm here near Wildwood for a possible risk of a tornado down the line. Again, not for certain, but it is possible that it could try to do something. So we got to continue to watch that one closely. Thank you, Kevin, for the super chat. Also, thank you to Will for the super chat. Will Lynn, Missouri have bad weather later? You could have bad weather anywhere in this tornado watch. You could really have bad weather anywhere in the severe risk area. Again, I have a lot of people asking me, like, am I going to see bad weather? Am I going to see a tornado? Am I going to see Bigfoot today? Doesn't matter what it is. Like, I mean, guys, there's a risk anywhere here today of seeing significant severe weather all across the Midwest, all the way across the Mississippi Valley. If you live in the risk area, there's a risk of bad weather. And saying bad weather, that's subjective. Bad weather could be having 4 raindrops in your backyard. It could be having a EF4 tornado. Like it's so subjective. So, but bad weather is possible anywhere. If you're just talking about severe weather being bad, there's a risk everywhere today in the Midwest and also back to the Mississippi River Valley. And today's risk of severe weather is a moderate risk. This is a closer look at it. So St. Louis, Taylorville, Illinois, Mount Vernon, Marion, just west of Paducah, back into Poplar Bluff, also Rolla, Farmington, Jackson. This is where our highest tornado threat is going to be today. This is a tornado-driven moderate risk of severe weather that we have in place. So several tornadoes are going to be possible here. There's also a risk of, very large hail and damaging winds. All that's on the table. But one of the things I'm the most concerned about is that we have a legit risk here of EF3 plus tornadoes. So St. Louis, St. Charles, Farmington, Paducah, Paragould, Dyersburg, even down into Jonesboro, Arkansas. There's a risk of an intense EF3 plus tornado today. But zooming out a little bit, our tornado threat does go from Milwaukee and Rochester all the way back into Tyler and Shreveport. Though the tornado risk isn't as high, let's just say in Wisconsin, for example, there is still a risk of tornadoes. There's still a risk of damaging winds, and I don't think hail's really much of a risk up there, to be honest. And even down into Texas. Very large hail and damaging winds are also concerns. As a reminder, the 45% wind risk on its own does not classify as a moderate risk. So what we're looking at here is actually an enhanced risk of damaging winds, but this does indicate basically widespread damaging winds are likely this afternoon and evening in Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and back into Missouri. So there's a 45% chance within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds. Hey, Anthony, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We have one tornado warning as of right now. The main area of rotation currently is located right over I-70. Going right towards Highland and Grant Fork and Pocahontas. We have several storm chasers on that storm right now, so we're still watching that one. We're also keeping an eye on the storm near Wildwood. Wow, look at this, guys. This kind of looks sketchy. This is the storm going, this is the one that's going to St. Louis right now. That looks sketchy. It's right behind the hill there. So there's one of the Radar Omega cyclone ports. You can watch these inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. This storm, again, could get tornadic as it goes towards St. Louis. That's kind of what we're watching to see what happens here, because the hook is going right here towards Kurtwood. We have Storm Chaser Tornado TRX, who's over on the west side of St. Louis, just north of Oakville. So we might be looking at it too. Even though it's behind the main boundary, it's trying to latch onto a separate boundary, which could produce a tornado threat. How much do one of those houses cost? Let me know, because I need one. Bro, I'm not a real estate agent, and I don't know. They do look nice, though. I ain't gonna lie. This is in Merrimack Bluffs. This large, like, whale little thing here, that right there is the shelf cloud. Looking back in here to the left for something. Be like a lowering. Max Realty? Max Velocity does real estate. Yes. We're going to start our own real estate company. Absolutely. Specifically only for Tornado Alley. What we're going to advertise as real estate agents is that you live in Tornado Alley. So you probably shouldn't live here. Hey, Samara for the sewer chat. What's Dyersburg looking like today? We're looking at all hazards. The higher end tornado threat does exist down there too. So I think what's going to happen here in a few hours, if we go through the future radar, what's going to happen in a few hours is that we are going to have supercells developing right along the Mississippi River Valley. And these are going to be leading to significant tornadoes, along with all the other storms over here in Missouri and Illinois that are also going to lead to that same hazard. There will also be increasing storm activity in the Midwest that could also lead to damaging winds and tornadoes. There will be increasing storm activity near Dallas, Fort Worth. That will lead to large hail, damaging winds and tornadoes. I mean, there's going to be storms everywhere. Like literally by 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, storms are going to be widespread. But over the next several hours, they will be scattered to numerous, and any supercells that are out there will have an elevated chance at producing tornadoes. And I think those supercells right along the Mississippi River Valley will get going within the next 90 to 120 minutes. And once these get going, we're also looking at an elevated risk of tornadoes. So this is kind of a separate threat, but this is also a threat. Like, I mean, there's several areas, but these are the two main tornado corridors that I'm looking at over the next 3 to 4 hours. The storm definitely looks sus right now here in Merrimack Bluffs. This is live just west of St. Louis. Also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning there in Kansas and Missouri. Got a severe warning in Kansas. Kansas doesn't even have that much of a threat of severe weather today. It definitely looks sus. That is a lowering. It's not rotating much, but it is very low. It's right along the south low boundary. When do you sleep, man? Never. Never sleep. How many chasers do you have on your team? We got 10 main chasers. We work with a lot more than that, but work with 10 chasers right now. We're probably going to be adding 2 more here soon. Does look like it's spinning a little bit there on the back left. They just added a tornado possible for the severe warning, guys. That is an area of rotation that we are looking at in real time in the middle of your screen. This is going to be heading right towards St. Louis. They just added a tornado possible tag for this. And there's a pretty clear reason why. That is an area of rotation that's going right towards St. Louis. They just added a tornado possible severe warning west of St. Louis. So if you guys have friends or family in St. Louis and they're not for some reason tuning into our stream right now, share the stream with them. It's pretty important that they're aware of this. Some people right now in St. Louis might have no clue that there's a second storm coming that could have a tornado potential. This one also has one. It's going directly into St. Louis here in about 10, 15 minutes. It is broadly rotating. We got two different hooks that we're looking at, two different outflow boundaries, and they're kind of trying to latch onto them right now. We're also watching the tornadic storm over here near I-70. That one's been struggling. We're still watching it. Yeah, this camera, the Radar Omega Cyclone port here, has had a phenomenal view of the storm rolling in for the last several minutes. It does look like there's something developing right there, guys. You see that? Looks like a little wall cloud right there. And it is spinning. Like, you can see the motion. It definitely has more of an RFD surge, like a rear flank downdraft that's spinning it more than the inflow. The inflow is not strong enough yet, but if it gets more of an inflow, this thing's going to drop a tornado. Huge shout out to Dirty with a $100 super chat. I finally found time to say thank you, Max, for saving myself and many others after that tornado came through. Lena, Illinois, longtime follower and subscriber. I love Max Alert, and you saved many people that day last week. Well, I'm glad I could help, man. That was a pretty scary rain-wrapped tornado that happened. And this is live right now, just west of St. Louis. We got a rotating wall cloud. Rotation is not strong enough, in my opinion, on radar to prompt a tornado warning, but there is a convergence signature trying to come together here just east of Wildwood, and that's going to go right towards St. Louis. Very, very suspicious. That looks sus. It is sus. This is a live camera from Merrimack Bluffs. If you guys want to watch this camera, you can go into the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description and look at it. Looks like they're actually zooming the camera in. So they're actually controlling it right here. Look at that. We got control. We got a camera control person doing it. That's the area of interest right there. Do it a little bit right and a little bit up and it'll be perfect. Hey, Margaret, for becoming a member. Huge shout out to all the camera control people in the world. Doesn't matter where they're at. They make our lives easier here on these streams, being able to see stuff. We had an incredible camera control guy last night over in Missouri. Some random traffic cam guy controlled the camera and was able to show us people that were out there in the rain during like a baseball-sized hail warning. Is there any way to shift the camera up? I don't know if there is, but if there's a way to shift it up, that'd be perfect. So again, this is going right towards St. Louis. We got a little wall cloud there that we're looking at. So again, this is going right towards St. Louis. We got a new radar scan coming. I'm going to keep that camera on the bottom right side of your screen. Hey, Amber, for the $10 super chat. My husband and I have been watching you a lot recently, and you've helped keep us safe. Any idea when Bloomington normal might get hit? There will be another round, I think, in a few hours. It'll probably be sometime around, like, if I had to guess, maybe 6 to 8 in that time frame. Here's the latest scan. The hook echo's got a little bit more defined near Kirkwood, waiting to see if the velocities match up with it. It is the storm rolling into St. Louis right now. Not tornado warned, but does have a tornado possible. The velocities are not super strong right now. They're still not converging very much. So it's definitely not strong rotation, but it is trying. The supercell, the only issue it has really is it's not latched onto the outflow boundary. It's kind of the same issue that the other storm has near I-70. They have continued this as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So they just continued it. Thank you, Jaxie, for becoming a member. Thank you, Humble, for becoming a member. Thank you, Hank, for the super chat. Huge shout out to John with the $200 super chat. Spam W's in the chat for John. He says, what do you think about Milwaukee, Wisconsin for issues later on? It should be mainly an isolated wind threat. There could be a brief tornado threat over there. I don't think it's a very significant one today with all the convection that's been out there this morning. Huge W's in the chat there for John. Really appreciate that. I'm going to continue to have that camera on the bottom right side of your screen so you guys can see it. Again, that is live right there west of St. Louis. This storm, it looks pretty nasty. Looks like a nasty, nasty storm that we're looking at here. So we're going to continue to watch this really closely. One thing I do want to point out is our significant tornado parameter values. This is the latest meso analysis. What this means is that this is real-time data that we are looking at where our highest tornado threat is currently located. And it is basically setting up, at least for the exact moment, in these contours here. So near St. Louis, off towards the south there of Kansas City, north of Joplin, back over here into Memphis, all the way down into Texas. So any storms that start firing up in this area will be capable of strong, intense, maybe even long-track tornadoes. Same thing with St. Louis right now. There isn't much right now over in Arkansas or even North Texas, but this area will start to get more favorable later today. It's just kind of a matter of time, really, until something happens there. It's wild that this camera can still see this storm here. This camera is still looking at the one here that's going into St. Louis. We've been looking at a lowering that's been just turning a little bit on the left. Looks like it's becoming a big shelf. Hey, Dirty, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Appreciate that. Did the Hail Master get his windshield replaced? He did, guys. Mr. Ryan Schull, he has a new windshield. This is his new windshield. His windshield, the Hailinator, lost his windshield yesterday. He got a new one. I don't know how in the world he got a windshield that quickly, but that's pretty impressive. He was in Springfield last night. He got it first thing this morning. Got a brand new windshield. Maybe the guy knew him. I don't know. But yeah, he destroyed his windshield on our stream yesterday as he drove into a baseball-sized hailstorm. I don't know how many windshields he's gone through in his lifetime, but we definitely need a counter. We need like a counter of how many windshields he's gone through. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. We actually got two. We have one that just came in for those in Indiana and Kentucky. This will be mainly near Louisville and back towards Indianapolis. Large hail and locally damaging wind threat will continue across west central and southwestern Indiana. Most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is up to 110 miles per hour. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And then up to golf ball sized hail is possible. And we also just got a new one, which is a lot higher end. So we'll talk about that here in a second. There's a high end mesoscale discussion that just came in, and we'll be talking about that here in a moment. Again, this is a live shot from Merrimack Bluffs, Missouri, looking at a tornado possible severe warning. There's an area of rotation on the far left, kind of where you see that little slanted shaft. The velocities on radar have remained broad, but this storm has kind of merged. So what we've seen over the last several minutes is that this storm here was two supercells. It's now merged into one. So if this merges into one, it could become more dangerous as it moves towards St. Louis and Collinsville. All right, this is a higher end one. We'll talk about it in a second. I guess Riley's going to come on. Never mind. Thank you, Riley, for the super chat. What do you think of eastern Iowa today? Will we see tornadoes? Eastern Iowa, I think the tornado risk is low because of the morning convection that came through. Just so I can draw on this camera. This is looking at the storm right now that's going into St. Louis. Got quite a bit of vertical motion. There's not a whole lot of horizontal motion. Hey, Judy and Holly for becoming members. Guys, it's Dalton with the Venmo donation. This is the best weather channel. Thank you for all you do. I really appreciate that, Dalton. Thank you. What about South County, St. Louis? What is South County, St. Louis? I've seen a couple people say that. Is that like right here or something? Really the one big problem that we have right now for like St. Louis and anywhere near this is that this boundary here that is set up, any storms that fire along it are going to be tornadic. I mean, we have a giant, wall that is developed here west of St. Louis. Like, this is the reason why we are concerned for the next really hour or two with the St. Louis area. Granted, again, it has not produced a tornado yet from what we've seen, but it has been rotating to some extent, not strong rotation, but it is organizing. And it just looks scary in general. Just looks sus. Not a whole lot else to it. Just looks suspicious. Thank you, Emmy, for the super chat. Oakville, yeah. So if you're down here, I mean, we got to watch for any storms that form off to the west. That's mainly what we're looking for right now. We have this large boundary that is set up here. And so any storms that form along it, they're going to try to hook to the outflow boundary and produce a more significant tornado threat. And a lot of storm chasers right now, like Connor Croft, for example, they're kind of south of it right now. And there's a reason why. I mean, most chasers are trying to stay south of that boundary. North of the boundary, there is still a risk of tornadoes and stuff. It's just not as high. Specifically St. Louis, though, like this storm's trying to latch to the boundary. And if it does, there could be a tornado risk. We got a large wall that's developed right here near Kirkwood. And that's what we're seeing right now in this camera, is that exact same thing. Hey, Carpenter for the super chat. Can you talk about how favorable the atmosphere is to support a derecho straight line wind threat? I'll talk about that in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so that, or the SPC did just update that mesoscale discussion. This includes places like Jonesboro, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, Poplar Bluff, Cape Girardeau, Paducah. This is a very high-end mesoscale discussion. We're talking about hail up to 3.5 inches in diameter and tornadoes up to 170 miles per hour in strength. This is probably going to be one of those upper-end watches. I'd not be surprised if we saw a 95, 80 watch or something like that, or maybe even a PDS tornado watch. This is basically the main area of interest today in terms of the supercell tornado threat. So if you are inside the circle yourself, the time to start preparing is now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So if you guys live right along the Mississippi River Valley, we ought to be getting ready for this. Most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is up to 170 miles per hour. That is an EF4 type tornado that it could go up to basically in this area. So you got to have that tornado action plan ready to go. If you have friends or family here, share the stream. We'll be covering this all day for you guys. We have a new tornado warning here in Illinois. This one's going to be for Pocahontas, Greenville, west of Pleasant Mound. We got to be taking shelter right now. If you live in Old Ripley, Pocahontas, Grand Fork, the north side of Highland, and also Greenville. I'm honestly not sure why they've continued a tornado warning here, to be honest, but this has been tornado warned as far west as St. Louis from about an hour ago now, and is now moving towards Greenville and Pleasant Mound. So take shelter. It's right along an outflow boundary, and if we do get a hook echo along that outflow boundary, there will be a risk of a tornado. Right now in St. Louis, we are watching that large shelf roll into the town near Webster Groves. This is live looking at that large shelf cloud and wall cloud. It's right there in the middle. It's getting kind of far away from the camera now, but this is going directly into St. Louis right now. It's quite the storm. And so we're continuing to keep an eye on this. Storm chaser Jacob McMillan is also now coming up on this storm. He is live inside of the Radar Mega app. He's also now going to St. Louis, and you can see the leading edge of that shelf cloud here. Hey, Nico, for the super chat. I asked if I was going to be cooked yesterday driving through St. Louis. He said, yes, I can confirm I am cooked. I am just passing through St. Louis. I do remember your question. Thanks for the super chat. Bro is officially cooked. We really need a cooked meter. I do wonder if Jacob is going to keep up with this storm and go into St. Louis or not. See if I can get Jacob on here. Jacob is currently very close to this storm. He's bottom middle of your screen right now. The storm is trying to hook. And there's actually another storm that just went up over Pacific. Look at this right here. We'll have to watch this. It's a very new storm here, but that's also trying to develop a hook. That's going to go towards St. Louis too. We also have some new storms going up down over to the off to the north of Evansville. This has been going on for a while, but a large line of thunderstorms is still pushing through Indiana right now, moving in the direction of Louisville. Over near Mount Vernon, we have new storms going up. The risk of tornadoes with that activity is very low right now, but damaging winds and large hail, maybe an isolated tornado will continue. We do have a tornado possible severe warning for Sullivan, Cass, and Jasonville, Indiana. Tons and tons of lightning on this activity too. These are some pretty dangerous storms, but luckily it's been a weakening line, and hopefully it continues to do that. we are starting to see our first signs of convection in southeastern Missouri. Got a couple little cells that are trying to go up over near New Madrid and Waldron. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on these. Again, this isn't that high-end mesoscale discussion that was just issued. We will get a new tornado watch probably in the next 30 minutes to an hour for this entire area. We are expecting a very significant tornado threat to develop right along the Mississippi River Valley today. It is vital that you are staying weather aware down there. A lot of our storm chasers are going that direction, which probably means something's happening down that direction here soon. Over in St. Louis, we got another storm rolling in right now. I would expect a new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis, including areas like St. Louis and Collinsville for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Could even get a tornado possible tag on it. The storm has had a wall cloud, as we've seen from that camera on the bottom right side of your screen. Storm chaser Jacob McMillan is currently live just south of that. If you live in St. Louis, what you do not want to do in a warning like this is park under an overpass. That's the last thing you should be doing. This is a very, very dangerous storm still. See if we have any photos and videos. If you guys have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Got some new photos actually from St. Louis and some other areas. Let's check it out. This is a new photo from this morning over in Johnson County, Kansas, of a giant tree that got snapped. We actually had a train that was flipped over on a railroad track over in Columbus, Kansas last night. That was the PDF's tornado warning near Joplin, Missouri. So there was a train flipped over. That was probably from a tornado last night. That was in the side of that particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This is a photo from Clayton, Missouri. So right there near the Chipotle Mexican Grill with this explosive storm. Thank you, Hannah, for sending this in. This is right over there near St. Louis while a tornado warning was in effect. This is also in St. Louis, Missouri. Very ominous skies as the tornadic supercell rolled in about an hour ago. You got people standing outside literally watching from their car. It's absolutely, bro, 2026 is so crazy. I feel like we're living in a simulation. People are just standing outside watching tornadic supercells now. It's wild. This is a photo from Columbia, Missouri of that whale's mouth that we were talking about, basically the undercarriage of a shelf cloud. Also, we just got a new severe warning for St. Louis. We'll talk about that in a second. This is also a photo from St. Louis of the scud rolling over the city. This is where a tornado was trying to organize over in St. Louis. Thank you, Coco, for saying that in. Here's a photo from Franklin County, Missouri. Over Highway 50 looking east. Great photo there. University City of Missouri. Another really dark-looking photo. This is a shelf cloud over St. Louis from just a few minutes ago. There's a video also from St. Louis. Big inflow tail right there. That's the area of interest. And then this is just everything else at the shelf from Fenton specifically. Thank Stephanie for becoming a member. This is also in St. Louis. Who was in this tall of a tower? Like, we need to get a camera on one of these towers right here. If we can get a camera on one of these towers, let us know. if you live in one of the, if you live here or work on one of these towers, and we put a camera right in this window, let me know. This would like be a perfect view every time we get a tornado warning here. Reach out to me on our website. It's over in St. Louis, Missouri as well. Same thing. Hey, Al Kim, if you got a place to put a camera here, let me know. We can put a live camera here, right here in St. Louis. That'll be so sick. Reach out to us. If you guys have any photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a link in the description. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis. If you live in St. Louis, we need to be taking shelter as we have 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There is a tornado possible tag on this severe warning. It is right near an outflow boundary. It's going to go right into Swansea and as well as Collinsville here soon. So get ready for this storm. St. Louis has already been hit once. You're getting hit twice. Might even get a third time later, too. Huge shout out to Dirty with another $100 super chat. Will it be messy in Northwest Illinois later today? It will be messy. I wouldn't say it's going to be too significant, but it will definitely be messy. We have a new severe warning right along the Kansas and Missouri border. That is for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We will be monitoring an increasing tornado risk on this storm. If we go over to our meso analysis, which shows us where the greatest tornado threat basically is right now, we do have a growing tornado threat right in that exact area where that supercell is, so just south of Belton. The highest tornado threat right now is basically setting up along the Mississippi River Valley and then over here near St. Louis and just south and west of St. Louis. So it's a pretty large area that we're looking at right now. In case you missed this, we do have tornado damage from this morning sent in by Alex Pickman over on Twitter. This was tornado damage, we believe, over in Rennick, Missouri. Tons of trees down, and as well as signs and billboards blown over around the area. Trees were very heavily damaged. If I had to guess, this was probably a tornado this morning. And there's also some sort of fire that happened here. Hey, Blue Eye and Bella for becoming members. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got another Storm Prediction Center update. This is a mesoscale discussion for parts of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. Severe potential is going to gradually increase over the area, and we're going to expect to watch for that area shortly. Thank
you, Riley, for the update. So if you live over here near Joplin, if you live over here near, I think it's Columbus, Kansas, and just northeast of Tulsa, we need to have a tornado action plan ready to go. It's going to be a very active afternoon down there as well. We don't have any storms yet that have fired, but we are starting to see our first storms fire up in southeast Kansas and just south of Kansas City. Huge shout out to Zyflin for the $100 super chat. My name is not Vince, but he says, I appreciate the work and effort you put into chasing. Stay safe out there. Is that a troll? Not a chaser, man, but I appreciate the $100 super chat. I'm a digital chaser, I guess, kind of, in a way. First said I'm a chaser. Chicago area outlook, mainly looking at a damaging wind threat. This is what it's going to look like here in a few hours. I'm going to show you guys a little future radar so you get an idea of what's going to be happening here. It's going to get crazy. Like, I know I would say we're a little early into today's event, but it's only 2 o'clock. Like, we went live pretty early for a reason. There was a tornado warning in St. Louis, but like the threat is going to rapidly ramp up here soon. Like, this is what it's going to look like by 4 o'clock. We are going to have widespread supercells all up and down the Mississippi River Valley, and also a bunch of these going up over here in Missouri. So by 4, there will probably be upwards of a dozen tornado warnings, and it's going to get even worse by 5. They're going to be everywhere. This is 5 o'clock. If you look at these little ovals here, these are updraft helicity tracks, which means storms are rotating. There's going to be a lot of them over the next few hours. By 6 to 7, even 8 o'clock, they're everywhere. At some point, though, around 7 to 8 o'clock, this will congeal into a large line of thunderstorms, which will still lead to tornadoes. They could be strong and intense, but it'll also lead to a much more significant damaging wind threat. I had somebody ask, will there be a derecho today? I don't think so. Not in today's setup, but a very severe mesoscale convective system does appear likely. So I would expect a very significant damaging wind threat here from Indianapolis all the way back into Arkansas. A bunch of discrete supercells are on the table. It is going to be a very active afternoon and evening. There will be a boatload of tornadoes, I think. I mean, again, this environment is very favorable. Even right now, like this is right now, our STP values. They're pretty high right now near St. Louis, but they get a lot higher everywhere else late this afternoon into the evening. There's even an area here just west of Memphis around 11 o'clock that has significant tornado parameter values near 11. These are some crazy, crazy soundings. So we will see what happens. Back over in St. Louis, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now with the tornado possible tag. We got a little hook that's going right over St. Louis right now, but not really any sort of crazy rotation on this. We're still watching it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, they have issued a tornado warning again for St. Louis. So if you live in St. Louis, you need to take shelter. Get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is now the second time in the last hour and a half that we've had a tornado warning in St. Louis. So if you live in St. Louis, we got to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You got to get away from windows, and you got to get to the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. If you are in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure, or you got to get into a ditch. This is a very dangerous supercell. It has already had a large wall cloud, and it is still trying to produce a tornado. You should have closed-toed shoes in case there is an actual tornado when it drops over St. Louis. Get those. But if you're like right in the downtown and heart of St. Louis, we should not be going and getting that right now. We should just be going to our safe place. If you live in Collinsville and Glen Carbon, you can real quickly get some closed-toed shoes and whatever you got to get, but you got to be running to your safe place otherwise. So again, downtown St. Louis, you are under another tornado warning. Our hook right now is located directly over the downtown area of St. Louis, Missouri. This is a live shot currently from St. Louis, looking at the lowering off the distance. And we will have, there's a lot of other live cameras here that we're keeping an eye on. Well, that's at least one view here from downtown St. Louis. Thank you, Amber, for the $10 super chat. They also DD for becoming a maximum velocity member. Storm is already produced some pretty significant winds, and it might be trying to produce another tornado threat. I know Storm Chaser Ron McBay, he's bottom right of your screen. He's actually just south of St. Louis, so we're keeping an eye on him. I guess this thing does decide to produce a tornado. We got 2 storm chasers near St. Louis right now. Also, the tornado warning over here near Greenville, that has been canceled. So this is the main supercell right now. If we have a tornado, it's going to go right into St. Louis here in a second. This is another live shot from downtown St. Louis. Huge shelf right there. We're looking for a tornado on the left side of your screen. Alexis for the super chat. I appreciate that. Latest scan, if there's a tornado, it would be near the Tower Grove South on the east side of St. Louis, just outside of the St. Louis University. And it's going to be heading into Washington Park, Illinois here in a moment. So the latest scan, that hook echo is right over now the heart basically of St. Louis. It's going to go towards the Cahokia Mounds State Historic Site. And then it'll go into Collinsville here in a second. Just got a new radar scan. We'll look at velocities here in a moment. Thank you, Parker, for the super chat. Velocities are still 4 minutes behind. We're waiting for a new update. If there is a tornado, though, that's where we're looking. There could even be a low tornado risk over here, too. There's 2 different hooks that are basically latching to these boundaries. And that one right there could end up being another area of interest right there, just northwest of O'Fallon. Here's the latest scan. I'm not seeing a really strong area of rotation. This storm has had a wall cloud, though, for a long period of time. If any of you guys do have any photos or videos, from one of those, places that we had people sending us photos and videos from, like the higher up buildings, feel free to send it in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We'll be keeping an eye on that in case we do have any views of anything here over the last few minutes. I know a lot of you guys are sending in photos and videos. This is moments ago from St. Louis. A shelf cloud rolling in. This is the same storm, by the way, that's tornado warned now. No chasers out. There's chasers, guys. Most of them are going south. There are a couple that are actually in St. Louis technically right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Troy and Warrenton for quarter-sized hail. And 60-mile-per-hour winds going right over I-70 right now. Waiting for another scan. If there is a tornado, it's going to be located right there. This is another live shot here in St. Louis. Trying to see. I can't really tell fully where there will be a tornado. Maybe left side of your screen. It's very difficult to tell, though. The wall cloud, though, is directly over, like, the naming of St. Louis. Like, it's basically over the St. Louis University near downtown west. And it's going to cross into Illinois here in a moment. Near Washington Park. All right, we got a few more photos and videos. Let's see if we got anything here. Somebody was passed by the Dominator over in St. Louis a moment ago. There's tornado damage over in Lawrence, Kansas, or wind damage. Here's a photo from St. Louis, or a video just seconds ago here. This is over. Wow, look at this storm, guys. This is like just moments ago here in St. Louis. Look at all the scud there. not a whole lot of motion, but there's a lot of scud hanging down. Definitely a scary looking storm here. Stay safe, Keegan. Keegan's down here in St. Louis right now. And we just had this video sent in. Pretty scary looking storm. This is also in St. Louis. I saw this. I thought it was cool. What kind of cloud is this? That's probably a wall cloud, if I had to guess. I don't know for sure. I'm not sure. I'm guessing this is like literally just now. Probably a wall cloud, but if not, there's a shelf cloud there. Got big damage over there in Crown Point, Indiana. Lightning hit a tree, knocked out power and lines. Here's another video from St. Louis. This is, again, literally within the last few seconds. We have viewers right now in St. Louis that are sending us videos from St. Louis looking at this storm. And there's another view of the shelf cloud there. Can't tell where there's a wall cloud or a tornado if there is one, but it'll be, again, near downtown. This is from that university. Look at all the students outside. Look at all these people outside. Like, there's literally a tornado warning right now for this university. There are like dozens of people just outside walking around this fountain. Look at all these people. They don't even care. I mean, like, it's actually wild. I feel like we're living in a simulation. It's over in St. Louis as well. The ominous skies. Wow, this is a scary one. This is also in St. Louis from somebody anonymous of that shelf rolling right into downtown right now. If you guys have any photos and videos from St. Louis, you can send it in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is probably the craziest one, though. We just got people walking outside. Iowa and Missouri people don't care, clearly. At least some people don't. Going back over to live radar, we still have a tornado warning right now. It does include St. Louis. The Hook Echo is now over near I-70, tracking directly towards Glen Carbon. And then Collinsville is going to be in the path of this. So you need to be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We got two storm chasers right now just off to the east of this that we are keeping an eye on for. Right now, our rotation is pretty weak on radar, but this has had a wall cloud. We had a wall cloud west of St. Louis about half an hour ago. And so this thing is definitely still trying to produce a tornado threat. We also have a new severe warning in Kansas near Garden City, just south of Kansas City for half-dollar size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm is right now moving towards Creighton and Garden City, just west of Clinton. So if you are in this tornado warning, definitely be taking shelter, or severe thunderstorm warning, definitely be taking shelter. Here's another live shot from downtown St. Louis. Can't see anything definitively in terms of a lowering from this camera, but we're still keeping an eye on it. Hey, Timothy, for the $20 super chat. Never grows old by saying thank you for your crew for saving lives. Can't do it without you guys. I'm not seeing a whole lot on velocities, but we still have a Hook Echo right over St. Louis. If there is a tornado, it is now just exiting outside of St. Louis, and it's going to go right into Collinsville and Glen Carbon, just south of the Southern Illinois University of Edwardsville. If you live over near Carlisle, Greenville, Vandalia, Salem, definitely be staying alert and have that tornado action plan ready to go, because this supercell is heading towards you guys right now. And it's going to be capable of producing a tornado. We have another severe warning in Kansas, just to the north of Fort Scott for quarter-size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in Bourbon County in Kansas. We have some storms going up in that really high parameter space when it comes to tornadoes around the Mississippi River Valley. I would expect a tornado watch very soon. We got a couple cells that are trying to go up near Cape Girardeau and Bloomfield. Nothing severe. It's going to take a little bit of time for those to develop, but we're keeping an eye on those. These are some of the latest shots that we've had in St. Louis. A lot of you guys are sending in photos and videos right now from St. Louis, Missouri. It is very ominous out there. We got a large shelf cloud blanketing the skies, very low hanging scud features. Hey, Zyflon for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that. You're good, man. Really appreciate that. All right, we got another new photo. This is from St. Louis as well. Very ominous skies. We got a new photo from Somebody in Albuquerque, New Mexico, of the cat watching the stream. This is a photo from Newport, Illinois, which is very close to where this tornado will be located. Again, there are people literally standing outside in the middle of a tornado warning. Hey, I don't recommend it, right? But you do you. Got some people just standing outside in the middle of this tornado warning, just like nothing's happening. This is a video from St. Louis. Oh, there you go. That's the lowering right there. And there's a little bowl that formed there. Again, I don't think it's very tornadic, but it's all the scud hanging down. Great shot here from this anonymous person over here in downtown St. Louis just moments ago. Here's another view of the shelf. This is literally within the last few minutes. Hey, Core, for the super chat. Been watching since 2021. Watching your channel grow as a subscriber has been a privilege. It's been a crazy growth. If you guys have photos and videos, feel free to send it in. QR code's on your screen. You are planning on taking photos. Take them safely. Not like the people that are walking outside like nothing's happening right now. John McKinney is currently coming up on this tornado warning cell. He is currently on I-64 near O'Fallon.
We don't want in here is
and so he is now entering into he's in the severe warning. He's just south of the tornado warning. Tornado warning still includes Collinsville and Glen Carbon, just south of Edwardsville.
super political comments and all that.
See the very ominous skies here.
Definitely want to keep it. We want to keep it. So
we're going to continue to keep an eye on him. This tornado warning cell is going to be heading towards Edwardsville and Marine here soon, and Grand Fork and Highland. Thank you, Kay, for the $20 super chat. My son, soon to be 7 years old, Sierra, loves watching you and says she wants to be a meteorologist like you. Give her a shout out. Just did. That's pretty awesome. Samurai for the super chat just said, I just signed up for Max Alert, so I'll only get calls if storms are near my address. You'll only get a call if you are under a tornado warning or a severe warning for your exact location. But you have to program it, so it covers both. Like, it depends on how you program it. You can do whatever you want, though. But by default, we'll do tornado warnings. Latest radar scan, our strongest rotation, which, again, not very strong, is going into Mullenbrox, going right towards Maryville. It's basically deja vu to what we were looking at about 45 minutes ago. So if you live here, take shelter. One very interesting thing that I'm seeing on the meso analysis with our significant tornado parameter values is that it is rapidly going up west of St. Louis. The number is up to 7. This is a scale of 1 to 10. 10 is really, really significant. 0, it's actually a scale of 0 to 10. But 7's up there. You know, that's a very favorable tornado environment. So we got a pretty favorable tornado environment right now developing directly to the west of St. Louis. And it's starting to really ramp up too over there in southern Illinois and even southeastern Missouri. These areas are now nearing 4, 5, and 6 in some spots, which basically means there's a lot of wind shear. There's a lot of instability. Like, this environment, generally speaking, is getting a lot more favorable right now for tornadoes. It's just a matter of when those storms fire up. You can see how the values have gone up a lot just within the last half hour. Look at that. This is a half hour ago. This is now, or this is only 15 minutes ago. So if a storm fires here west of St. Louis, it is going to be tornadic very easily. We're waiting to see if any convection bubbles up here north of Rolla. Got a new radar scan coming in, and our Hook Echo now is located just to the west of Collinsville. It's going to be tracking right into Glen Carbon here in a second. Storm chaser Nick Gorman is closing on this too. We got John McKinney with a live shot. He is just to the south of this, near O'Fallon.
Man, that guy.
So he's coming into this right now. We're going to keep an eye on him. And then Nick Gorman is also coming up on it with a large shelf out on the horizon. Very dark skies looking directly towards this tornadic supercell.
I wish we Americans had more of that wit.
Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is a new video from Mal, I think, in St. Louis. This is at 2:04 p.m. Sirens just went off. We had a lot of lightning strikes. We're seeing at the time. Rain started immediately after. St. Louis, I feel like we covered literally every other week for tornado warnings. We've covered it twice in the same day now. More tree damage over here in Crown Point, Indiana from a lightning strike. And the second one fell due to wind. So we're in St. Louis as well from Mal of spooky skies. Spooky, spooky. This is St. Louis, Missouri from Katie. McKinley Bridge, looking at a large shelf cloud. Very low-hanging scud features, but again, not seeing any definitive area of rotation there. And then this is over in Missouri of the Dominator, fueling up next to the Dom. I've heard people have been falling around the Dom recently, and it's been getting really bad. Please do not follow around these storm chasers. It is so dangerous. If you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link in the description of the live stream as well. Nick Gorman's looking at the storm now. Wow, look at this guy. This is the one in St. Louis right now.
I don't like how elevated this was.
So he's directly east of this. Left side of your screen is the area of interest for a tornado. And you can see there's a little bit of a kind of lowering there. It's not a big wall cloud or anything. That's the lowering. Just looking directly at
Step 2.
the area of interest.
Too bad, Sasquatch. No helmet for you. Sometimes you have those days.
Yeah, it does look promising.
It's a wild looking storm.
Here, maybe.
That's not a bad idea. Maybe pass you, just slow down right here at the sign.
I don't think I can cut across there.
Yeah, we got a nice big median right here.
Oh yeah, we do. And a lot of poles.
A note to other chasers: when you pull off the road, pull completely off the road.
Yeah, or else Nick Gorman will almost hit you.
They're complaining about chasers not pulling off the road. That was a big problem too. Bro, the chaser convergence the last several days has been so bad. It's the worst I've ever seen. There are so many like amateurs that are pretend to be storm chasers that have no clue what they're doing, and there's people that are really parking in the road and stuff, being crazy. Happened in Oklahoma. I don't think Missouri's as bad today. I don't think a lot of people are gonna be chasing here in Missouri other than professionals. And this is a day, guys. If you want to go into storm chasing, today's not the day. If you're trying to go into professional storm chasing, it's dangerous out there. Like if you had any intentions of storm chasing at all, I just don't recommend. I mean, this is not the kind of environment that you want to be chasing in. There's a lot of trees. There's a lot of unpredictable storms that'll be going up today. You could get a very easily a significant tornado, and you might not even see it. It's not worth it. Stay home. It's really not worth it. I mean, the only people that are out there today, at least for us, they're all professionals. These guys are all professionals. They've been doing it for a while. They know what they're doing. Got a new radar scan coming in on our tornado warning here. Nick Gorman's on it. We also got a live shot bottom right. Again, no active tornado, just a lowering that we're seeing right now. Here's the latest scan. So if we had a tornado, it'd be located west of Collinsville, which we don't. We have plenty of live shots on this storm that we're looking at. That hook is going directly towards Highland right now. Got some storms starting to bubble up over here. Near Charleston and Cape Girardeau. We'll have a tornado watch here probably pretty soon. Nothing's organized quite yet, but it might begin to organize here soon. There's a few more storms going up off to the west of St. Louis. As of now, not tornadic, but if this storm takes a right turn, there is a possibility for a tornado down the line. So if you guys live over in St. Louis, I hate to say it, but there could be a third storm coming down the line. I don't think we're anywhere close to done. South of Kansas City, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Very large supercell developing here near Garden City, producing $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That'll track towards Creighton and U-Rich, and then after that, going towards Warrensburg and Clinton. There's also two more severe warnings in southeastern Kansas near Iola and Bronson, producing up to ping-pong ball-sized hail right now. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings over in Indiana. Big line of thunderstorms still going, moving towards Bloomington. That'll be producing damaging winds, a lot of lightning. There's a low tornado potential with this line. And then Bedford is getting pounded by a quarter-sized hailstorm right now with frequent amounts of lightning. We're watching all those storms. The main concern currently is the tornadic supercells that keep going up right along this boundary. And right now we have a tornado warning still for Glen Carbon and Collinsville, Illinois. If you live in that tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter if you've not already. Do not be outside like some of these other crazy people. A lot of people outside for some reason. Got another photo here from St. Louis, looking towards the arch. Giant shelf cloud rolling in. Hey, Trevor, for the super chat. As a born and raised Illinois, I have many childhood memories of watching tornadoes move across cornfields from the porch. It's a Midwesterner thing. It's valid. Let's say another photo from Madison, Illinois of the storm rolling in. Some people are just at work right now. They're just trying to get their work done, and they're watching this tornadic supercell roll in. If you guys have any photos or videos from St. Louis or anywhere else, QR code's on your screen. Link is also on your screen. We are watching this storm roll in right now, going directly towards Highland. We also just got a new tornado possible label that is going to be south of Flora. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size tail. There's also a tornado possible tag that is going to be going right towards U.S. Highway 45 here in a moment. So if you live in this severe warning, definitely stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Shout out to Hearts with the super chat. My sister Elsa is near St. Louis. Just called her to make sure she is staying in her basement. Well, she can let that go here soon. Let it go. I'm so funny. Thank you for the super chat. Maybe one of the funniest people ever. People are saying, boo? Bruh, boo. That was funny. Hey, you know, Elsa doesn't have to be in her basement anymore, though. She's good. Some people call that an airball, but I thought that was pretty good. Nick Gorman is
like we're going to be totally, if we don't, we're going to be totally screwed.
Inside the just outside of the tornado warning here near Collinsville. Doesn't look very tornadic right now.
Oh, there's tons of people do this. Okay, this is what the locals do. Or cops. I don't know. One of the
Seabar with the super chat says, is St. Charles supposed to get a serious wave after 4 p.m. and later? There is a chance. Yeah, St. Charles definitely has a risk of getting a pretty significant wave of severe weather here later. I mean, we're watching this storm off to your west right now. It's starting to take a bit of a right-hand turn. Looking at a big hail core going right over I-70 right now near Warrenton. So this is going to be producing some large hail here in a moment. There's also a risk of damaging winds. Nick Gorman actually has a really good view of the storm here near St. Louis. Now you can see that little scuddy feature off the left. That would be the area of interest, which again does not look very interesting, but pretty solid view of that just a second ago. But yeah, Warrenton and going towards Wentzville. This will be our next storm. So if you live in St. Louis, I would be staying tuned. If you want to leave though and come back in like 20 minutes for this storm, you feel free. You know, subscribe to the channel. That way you can come back. This storm is by no means. This area by no means is done. We got another storm coming directly at you. I hate to break it to you, but yeah, this is kind of the day it's going to be over here. A lot of models were showing that there would literally be overlapping storm after storm here in St. Louis. Like this is the HRRR. It just shows storm after storms, and it shows storms all the way through like 8 o'clock in St. Louis, which is pretty crazy. But within the next hour, we are expecting a lot of storms to go up right along the Mississippi River Valley and also back over here near St. Louis. We got 2 areas that we're looking at for significant severe weather, and it's going to be pretty widespread by 5 to 6 o'clock with a bunch of discrete supercells. So things are going to get going really, really quickly. Here's our satellite imagery right now across the Ohio Valley. See all the storms starting to go up back over to the south of Kansas City. Got a large cumulus field along the Mississippi River. Got storms going up near St. Louis. Pretty cool looking satellite. It's very milky all across Indiana, Ohio, and Illinois today. Just going to help to suppress some of that tornado threat, at least in Indiana. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. That's going to be for Bloomington, Bloomfield, a large but broad area of rotation right now near Bloomfield. It's going directly towards Guthrie, just south of Bloomington. So take shelter if you're in this warning. They did not put a tornado possible on this. We're still keeping an eye on it. Thank you, Karen, for the $10 super chat. Shout out to the Pages family. Mom says stay in the basement from St. Charles. Yes, St. Charles does not have to be in the basement right now. You are okay. You're not under any warning. Anyone lighting for the super chat? I live in Rolla. Oh, it's Rolla. On a scale of 1 to cooked, where am I sitting? You're cooked. Congrats. We're about to have a big hailstorm here going right over this Interstate 70 near Jonesburg and Warrenton. If you are traveling right now along Interstate 70 between New Florence and Wentzville, Illinois, or Missouri, excuse me, I would be getting off the interstate here. And we got a big hail core that's going right over the interstate. That's probably at least around golf ball sized hail. And that's going to eventually go towards Moscow Mills and Troy. So this storm is definitely getting a lot stronger right now. Rotation's pretty broad. We'll be looking for the south flow boundary here with the hook to try to produce a tornado risk down the line. But for right now, it's at least low. Max must have gotten good sleep. He's extra funny today. I did not get any extra sleep. I don't know how much sleep I even got. I'm trying to think. I only got like 7 hours maybe, or 6 hours. It was not that much. It wasn't as much as I was hoping for. Because I went to bed at like 4. I got up at 10. And I went back to bed for like an hour. So I got up at like 12. But yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal sleep. This is our storms back over in Indiana right now. We got a giant shelf cloud here. This is the line of thunderstorms that's moving towards Bloomington and Bedford. Got a little blue tinge back in there. So those are water droplets that are basically reflecting off the sun and creating this blue color that you can see there. This line of storms has been going all morning. It had a bunch of tornado warnings in Illinois. Some of you might have woken up to them, or maybe were at school or work when they were issued. We had a bunch of tornado warnings, even including Champaign and Urbana and a few other locations. We weren't live. We were trying to get ready for this live stream here today, as this afternoon is going to be way more significant. We would have gone live if there was an actual tornado. We never saw one. The rotation was pretty broad too, but this line of thunderstorms right now is definitely something that we are going to be keeping tabs on, because it is going to have the capability of producing a pretty significant wind threat for the next hour or two as it continues to move to the south and east. The bathroom for the super chat. Currently taking shelter at my grandma's in Randolph County, Illinois, while I safely go back to Belleville around 10 tonight. I think storms will be done by 10 here, at least near St. Louis. They have canceled the tornado warning, so no longer a tornado warning here for Collinsville and Edwardsville. We are mainly looking at a lightning, large hail, and damaging wind threat. That's all heading right now towards Pocahontas, Greenville, and Pleasant Mound. The next storm for St. Louis is this one right here, guys. That's going to be the next one. And it's kind of going more to the north and east, but it definitely could take a turn. And if it does, it'll go more towards St. Louis. The storm's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, so it's very fast. So it's kind of the general timeline. If it were to take an east turn, it'll arrive to St. Louis within the next hour. Hey, Joey, for the $50 super chat, my cats won't let me take them to the basement, so I've accepted it. I may die today. Well, I appreciate the super chat. Those poor cats. I don't think the cats understand the tornadoes and severe weather and all that. I don't know what would happen if my cat ended up having to, if I had to take shelter, my cat was just like hiding somewhere or whatever. I don't even know what would happen. I feel like my cat would just be shocked. Usually just goes and hides under a bed though. If I ran after and like I scared her, I think she would go hide under like a bed. I'm at school in Indiana, Fishers. Who's at like how many? Anybody know of schools that are closed today? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bond and Clinton counties, and as well as Madison counties in Illinois. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think it's safe to say the tornado threat on this storm is lower for the time being, unless it can catch up to the outflow boundary, which it might. At least for right now, it's not. Most of them in St. Louis are closed, is what I'm seeing. Finals week, no shot. Well, there's a shot. I mean, we got a moderate risk of severe weather. That's at least enough for a lot of places to have an early dismissal. So we got a moderate risk in Illinois and in Missouri. This is, again, a level 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, where a tornado outbreak is looking very likely this afternoon and evening. It even includes a small sliver of Kentucky. Mayfield is on the edge of that moderate risk. Paducah is too. This moderate risk was expanded to include the Mississippi River Valley. So it has grown. But the tornado risk is what this is driven by. We have a pretty large 15% tornado risk, which means there's a 15% chance within a 25-mile radius of strong and even long-track tornadoes. And then there's a double-hatched area. This right here is what we call a SIG-2 tornado threat. It's new to the Storm Prediction Center. What this means is that this is an area where they have confidence that EF3 plus tornadoes are going to happen today. So if you live in southern Illinois, if you live in western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and southeast Missouri, those are the areas that we really have to be staying alert today. You got to be staying tuned to the stream. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. It's going to be a very busy afternoon here. And I know there's no warnings right now, tornado warnings at least, but that does not matter. It does not take away from the fact that probably in about 2 hours, there's going to be a lot of warnings. We're here early because things are going to get going pretty quickly. And once they get going, there's no looking back. It's going to be very, very active. There's also a very significant wind threat. We do have I have issued a flying trampoline basically warning here for the entire pink area. So your trampoline, if it's outside, it could go to another state today if it's not hatched down. So you should hatch down your trampolines if you live in the pink. So if you live in near Cape Girardeau, if you live near Jonesboro, Arkansas, Dyersburg, Tennessee, Clarksville, you're under a flying trampoline warning. I've issued it. The Max Velocity Weather Service has issued it. Not actually, but you know what I mean. There's gonna be flying trampolines out here. There's about 6 million people that are in that warning though. So get ready. Your trampoline could wind up in another state. We have a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning west of St. Louis again. These never stop. We got another supercell here near Warrenton that's going to try to produce a risk of a tornado. Again, St. Louis, northern side of St. Louis near St. Charles, O'Fallon, Wentzville. We got to be really staying weather aware right now. This is going to be going directly towards you guys. They've upgraded this to a tornado possible tag. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in western Missouri, north of Clinton. That will be for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going directly towards Missouri 13 near Windsor. We have another severe warning. That's in Iowa. Our first severe warning of the day. Tiny little storm up here producing quarter-sized hail just west of Forest City. What's the trampoline gauge today? It's at a high level. It's going to be real. We're talking high-level threat of flying trampolines today. If I could put a risk for the flying trampoline meter, which I'm again the flying trampoline meter out here, we're gonna show you. Problem is, I have way too many folders on this computer. Where is my stream folder? Is it weather forecasting? I have no clue where this is my computer anymore. My computer has way too many files. We've got to clean this computer out. Oh, I found it. All right, here's your flying trampoline meter risk for today. This is an actual meter that we've made. These are actual photos. They're not AI. These have happened. This happened from the Great Trampoline Outbreak in North Texas. I believe this was back in March of 2023, maybe 2024. So we have all sorts of people that submitted their flying trampolines. And I mean, today we're on an extreme risk if you live in that pink. You need to hatch them down. You don't want your trampoline to end up like this tonight on top of a power pole. Hey, Star, for the Zero Chat. I'm in school in Indiana Fishers. I read that. Thank you, Gail, for becoming a member. I did stream that day, I'm pretty sure. I streamed the flying trampoline outbreak. It was quite the outbreak. If your trampoline goes flying today, do not blame me. I've given you the warning. I've given you all you need to know. There's going to be a lot of flying trampolines. Here's a zoomed out view of our entire region right now. We got tornado watch in effect in the pink. That includes most of southern Illinois and Missouri. We will have a new tornado watch very soon for the Mississippi River Valley. We also have a couple of severe watches. We have one in Indiana, Kentucky, and very far eastern Illinois, and then another severe thunderstorm watch, which was just issued recently for northeastern Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas, western Kansas, and also southeastern portions of Kansas. I think I said western Kansas, western Missouri, southeastern Kansas. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. That is for Chanute and Humboldt for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We had a lot of damaging storms here yesterday, so hopefully these are a lot less damaging. We have a update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I want to talk about what we're seeing with the sea field that we have over in western or southwestern Missouri and northeastern Oklahoma. That's the area right here, and this is basically the part of the storms that are going to eventually move into the environment where it's a little bit more favorable for tornadoes. These storms are, or I guess these clouds are starting to get a little bit taller. They're looking a little bit more bubbly on satellite as of the last few satellite updates. So watch this area right here, as well as basically this whole area right here, to see if we see any of those get just a little bit bigger. If you guys look up here, that's sort of what it looks like when storms first start to initiate. And once we start seeing that further off to the south, that is when we know that it's go time for big tornadoes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, that's definitely an area that we'll be keeping an eye on. The STP value is not very high there, but that'll change very, very soon. So storms are starting to try to bubble up there. We're not seeing much on radar, but you can see the line here. That's your boundary that storms are going to try to go up on. Looks like something's maybe trying to start to develop there near Miami. So storm initiation looks like it's going to happen soon. Any storms that fire there will likely track in the direction of Springfield, Bentonville, and Fayetteville. So if you guys live in any of those three areas, definitely your time to start getting your tornado action plan ready to go and having ways to receive weather alerts. We got a pretty significant hailstorm about to cross over Missouri 7. This is producing at least golf ball sized hail. This is going to be a pretty damaging hailstorm here. So if you live over near Creighton, hopefully you're not driving here, but definitely get off the roadway here and avoid this area between Clinton and Garden City. That is a very dangerous hailstorm that has gone up over the last several minutes. The storm that is west of St. Louis continues to have my attention here. It's right along a boundary, and the hook is trying to latch onto the hook echo is trying to latch onto the boundary. And what's happening right now is that this supercell is starting to take a right turn. So once it takes that right turn, it might produce a tornado risk as it goes towards Wentzville, O'Fallon, and St. Charles. I'm going to kind of just outline this general area here, but if you live in this area, those are places that need to be staying very weather aware right now for an increasing wind and hail threat and also an increasing tornado threat. It would be really crazy. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it would be crazy if St. Louis was under 3 separate tornado warnings today, and this was the other one that did. And there is a chance of storms in St. Louis all the way through like 7 tonight. So the next 4 hours, we could have severe weather pretty much. And you can see the velocities here. The green is getting much stronger. That is your rear flank downdraft. That's the wind from coming in the storm. It's getting stronger. It's a very large area of just wind, though. There isn't anything converging yet. But if this starts to converge, if we start to see the velocities kind of wrap around each other on radar, that's when we usually see the risk of a tornado increasing. So it hasn't happened yet, but it might be in the process of starting that here just west of St. Louis near Wright City. And they just issued a new severe warning for it. So there's a new tornado possible severe warning for Wentzville, Ellsbury, Troy. That one will go all the way until 3:45 Central Time. So quite the long warning. Got a lot of lightning on this storm too. The main concern currently is quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we are also monitoring the risk of a tornado. Thank you, Sabra, for the $10 super chat. I submitted 2 photos of the storms going through Bronson, Kansas. One is a large shelf, and the other one is just clouds. I'll definitely look at it. Let's go over to our latest photos and videos. We got some more that have just gotten submitted. Thank you, DW, for becoming a member. This is a new photo from Perion, Illinois, specifically from Peoria, a large shelf. By the way, guys, I want to remind you that this is an approval process for these photos and videos. Please stop sending us really random photos of your feet or whatever else. We got to stop because it literally does not help at all. It's not ever going to end up on stream. We have a very strict process of how photos and videos get submitted. Like, stop it. It's literally stupid. Anyway, Landry for the super chat. The people that moderate this stuff are getting angry. Thank you, Landry, for the super chat. To sign up for Max Alert. Well, thank you for signing up. Yeah, if you guys need an extra way to receive weather alerts today, check out Max Alert. It's maxalert.net. Thank you, Light, for the $10 super chat. You're the professional. I'm not. So, in your professional opinion, should someone get a tattoo and a trailer in the middle of a field during this storm? Literally asking for a friend. There's no way that's true. Or if somebody's getting a tattoo in the middle of this, that's wild. Latest scan on the supercell west of St. Louis. The hail core is getting a little bit bigger. We got a little bit of white popping up now on radar. So definitely some large, possibly very large hail now coming down directly over the Fawn Lake Airport, just north of Wright City. That's going to be tracking towards Moscow Mills. The storm is trying to go a little bit more towards St. Louis. So we definitely got to watch this closely in case this does want to produce the risk of a tornado. That storm chaser Nick Gorman inside of the severe warning right now, back over here near Greenville, Illinois. You can see the wind starting to pick up at Casey's. They're getting out of their car to go get a snack in the middle of the severe warning. W. Got new flash flood warning in Monroe County, Missouri. We got a lot of flash flooding risks increasing too. That's another concern. Where's that camera on the bottom left? Is that looking at the storm near Wentzville? This definitely looks like it's trying to converge right now. Got a little bit more rotation, at least trying to form right now, directly west of St. Louis. I do want to remind you guys, if you live in St. Louis or any of the suburbs, we definitely need to have, we definitely got to stay tuned for sure. And the tornado threat, again, is definitely not super high right now, but this storm is still in an environment where it's favorable for tornadoes, and it might try to do something here soon. We're starting to see a little bit of rotation trying to develop there. This is live from Troy right now. Troy, Missouri is about to get hit pretty hard by some large hail and damaging winds, maybe even a tornado threat. Thank you, Javi, for the super chat from the Czech Republic. Love your streams, even though we barely have any tornadoes over here. It's valid. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois. That one will be for Clay and Richland counties near Olney. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This is a very powerful line of thunderstorms right now. It is all tracking down to the south and east. If you live in any of these areas in Indiana or Illinois, we definitely got to be, getting ready for this very significant line of thunderstorms. Mostly should be wind and hail. The higher tornado threat will be out of anything that's discrete. We are starting to see some cells going up right now, back over here, right along the Mississippi River Valley. Nothing's at least grown to the point where it's severe, but I think that'll change here pretty soon. Hey, Kayla, for the super chat. My family loves watching your streams. You're always a topic of conversation. Max is live. W. You please show some of the funny viewer submissions. Well, the problem is when we usually show the viewer submissions, it's in the middle of warnings and stuff like that. There you go. We got a new tornado watch for Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, and Tennessee. There are 6 different states that have just been issued into a PDS tornado watch. All right, guys, we have a PDS tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that was just issued. I'm gonna go to standing mode here. We're gonna have it on the map here in a second. This is the highest level tornado watch you can possibly get. So this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that was just issued. Let me go ahead and show you guys. This is a particularly dangerous situation for Kentucky, for Illinois, for Indiana, for Missouri, for Arkansas, Tennessee. Several strong tornadoes are likely in this area. There could be intense tornadoes. There could be long-tracked tornadoes. This is a very dangerous situation here. So if you live along the Mississippi River Valley, this is where you have got to be getting ready for a very significant tornado outbreak. Once again, this is the highest level tornado watch that can be issued. There's also a threat of scattered hail to the size of tennis balls, and also risk of scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So again, this is a very dangerous situation. If you guys have friends or family that live here, they got to be tuning into our stream. We're going to be live again all day. Commercial-free coverage. We don't run commercials while there's coverage other than, when you click on the stream. That's it. That's the only time. Other than that, you can watch the stream. There's no commercials. So if you have friends or family in this area, share the stream with them. We'll have a bunch of chasers out here all day. It's going to be a very dangerous situation. across this entire area. This goes until 11 p.m. Central Time, right along the Mississippi River Valley. We're expecting several discrete supercells. A little over 3.5 million people are in this PDS tornado watch. Once again, that is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch. The probabilities of at least 2 tornadoes is 80%, and at least a EF2 plus tornado is 80%. They've mentioned several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes are likely. That means EF3 plus tornadoes are on the table. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I was going to go ahead and just read that whole entire watch graphic. Ignore this for now. The SPC's website is a little bit slow, so that warning or that watch will populate soon. But this tornado watch does include Northeast Arkansas, Southern Illinois, Southern Indiana, Western Kentucky, Southeast Missouri, Western Tennessee. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is the highest level of tornado watch that can be issued in terms of the level of the tornado watch. Several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes are likely. Once again, we are talking about EF3 tornadoes or stronger, and multiple of them as well. Scattered large hail and very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter are possible, and damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour likely. The summary from the Storm Prediction Center is that intense supercell development is expected to occur through late afternoon, with a multi-round severe storm outbreak occurring across much of the region this evening. As we see the environment continue to improve, this includes the potential for tornadoes, some of which are strong and intense. Once again, we're talking about EF2 to EF3 tornadoes or higher, as well as large winds or large hail and damaging winds. This is the highest level of tornado watch. It is a particularly dangerous situation, and this will be a very significant tornado outbreak getting underway shortly.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So again, it's really urgent, guys. If you live here in this tornado watch, you've got to be staying weather aware. This is not something that you want to mess around with. When we get a tornado watch like this, there are very few times that we've had a PDS tornado watch where we don't have significant or even long track tornadoes. It hardly ever happens. We almost always have a really significant outbreak that happens. So if you guys live in the pink here, we need to be staying very alert this afternoon and evening. Multiple strong long track tornadoes are going to be on the table. Nothing, again, has gotten tornadic yet, but we are only probably half an hour to 45 minutes away from starting to see our first severe storms fire in this area. That could easily produce the risk of all hazards, but the tornado threat, again, one of the more concerning things that we're looking out for.
A new tornado warning has
We do
been
have a new
issued.
tornado warning in Missouri. This one will be for Wentzville, O'Fallon. This is a storm that we've been talking about for a while. There is a convergence signature coming together on this. So if you live in this tornado warning near O'Fallon and Wentzville, you need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. And you got to be getting away from windows. This is a pretty dangerous supercell that's developing right now, just off to the northwest of St. Louis. And bro, showing off his salami on the bottom right. This is going to be going directly towards St. Charles and then eventually going towards O'Fallon as well. So you need to be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Got to get to a sturdy structure. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure or get to a ditch. Mobile homes could be heavily damaged or destroyed by a tornado like this if there's one on the ground. Apparently, the National Weather Service of Paducah accidentally canceled the tornado watch. So I don't think that was definitely not intentional, but they accidentally did. All right, it's already back in effect. All right, well, that's interesting. So again, if you guys live in this tornado warning, got to take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. Bro, the course going private. Bro, I just looked to the bottom right. I'm like, bro, that's salami. That's so out of context. Hey, Yaha for the super chat. Thanks, Max, for all you do. Riley and the crew we are doing. I tune in even when I'm not in a warning or watch simply to learn. Didn't know PDS Tornado Watch existed. Yeah, PDS Tornado Watches do exist. I am definitely a little bit more concerned about this storm compared to the other ones that we've had near St. Louis today. This storm right now definitely has a more definitive area of rotation. We are starting to see a much stronger convergence signature compared to what we've seen previously around St. Louis. You'd see the velocities are getting a lot stronger right now around and just south of I-70. There's a hook echo, obviously, but we're definitely seeing more convergence. And what I was talking about is the winds were very straight. They looked like this. They were very straight. Now they're curving a little bit. They got a little bit of curvature. I can't really do it with my hands, but they're basically curving more on the velocities. And that means there's more rotation. And it's more of a convergence signature that's coming together. This is also a live shot over back in Indiana from Jennifer McMahon of a giant shelf cloud. This is a very significant line of thunderstorms near Lugu Tree, Indiana, that is producing damaging winds. They also just issued a new SPC outlook. The SPC just issued a new outlook for today. It is it's still a moderate risk, obviously. We'll have updates on that here in a second once it fully comes out. If you're just tuning in, tornado warning in effect right now in Missouri, just outside of St. Louis. You need to be taking shelter now if you're in this tornado warning, putting as many walls between you from the outside. This is a dangerous supercell. In my opinion, this has a better chance of producing a tornado than what we've been looking at from earlier. There's a pretty clear convergence signature coming together on radar. And so if you live in O'Fallon, Lake St. Louis, St. Peter, St. Paul, like, we got to really take shelter here. This is a very dangerous storm. Queen with the $20 super chat says, I'm listening to the stream while at work here in Northeast Ohio. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. All right, here's our latest radar scan. See what the velocities look like. Joe, the sewer chat says, live in live in Denver and love you as a whole team. Shout out to Riley. Haven't missed a live stream since Lake City. Pretty impressive. That latest scan definitely looks a lot more organized. We might have a tornado dropping right now just outside of O'Fallon. A lot stronger of rotation coming together right now. You can see the velocities. They're really ramping up. This thing is definitely converging. We're getting a much stronger inflow going into the storm. That's that warm and moist air that is going into the supercell. And the rotation is now wrapping around it. So we now have our rear flank downdraft surging out. And that's why we have this like little hook that's been developing. And it's right along the outflow boundary. So this is going to have a potential of producing maybe even a strong tornado here in a few minutes as it moves into Lake St. Charles and as well as O'Fallon. You really need to take shelter right now. Wentzville, you do not want to wait any longer. You got to run to your safe place in case this does produce. Do not try to look outside for it. Got to be taking shelter here. I do want to remind you, if you're just tuning in, we do now have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. This is the highest level tornado watch you can possibly get for those that are over here in Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, or Illinois. This goes until 11 o'clock tonight. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that's in effect, where several strong tornadoes are likely. Scattered tennis ball sized hail and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is likely. We are beginning to see storms initiate now, and those are going to quickly become tornadic. So if you live in this area, now is your time to review your tornado action plan. If you plan on going somewhere tonight, if you're like, out here and you have a meeting tonight at like 6 o'clock, you should know what you're doing in any situation of there being a tornado warning for your exact location, whether you're driving, whether you're at that meeting place, maybe if you're going to, a Cub Scouts meeting or something. I don't know what it is, whatever you're going to. If you're going somewhere and you know who runs it, ask them, what is the tornado shelter for my place if we're under a tornado warning tonight? That way you know ahead of time and are not caught off guard. Because if you're going somewhere tonight, like let's say your friend's house and they have a mobile home, like you don't want to be there tonight. That's not the place you want to be. If there's a tornado warning and you're in a mobile home, you might be screwed. All right. So you really need to figure out what you're doing ahead of time if you're in this area. And it goes for anybody in the tornado risk, but especially this area where several strong tornadoes are likely. We could easily have long track tornadoes as well. Hey, WGV for the super chat. Michigan City, Indiana, crazy winds right now. How bad is it supposed to get? It's going to be mostly wind for now. There will be another round of storms later tonight. We got a pretty large line of thunderstorms that's tracking down in the direction of Louisville and Evansville. This is going to be producing damaging winds for a while, a lot of lightning, probably quite a bit of hail as well. It's going to be a pretty dangerous line. Waiting for another radar scan here on the storm near O'Fallon. This is still a very dangerous storm that we're looking at here. It is tornado warned. Could produce a tornado at any moment. You need to be taking shelter now if you live over here near Wentzville or O'Fallon, and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Storm does have a potential of producing a tornado, and very easily could at any moment here. The storm development reminds me of the May 16th, 2025 outbreak. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana and Missouri. We'll talk about those in a second. I'm waiting for the velocities to update here. If there is a tornado with this storm near Wentzville, it's going to be located directly to the south of Wentzville. And in about 3 minutes, it'll move into Lake St. Louis, Lake St. Louis, and then move towards O'Fallon in about probably 8 minutes. And then St. Peter's is probably about 10 to 15 minutes out from now. Latest scan, not as strong of rotation, but it's probably cycling, which is not a good thing if you live down the line here. If it is cycling, it's going to produce a higher tornado potential once it gets closer to St. Charles. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those that are in Columbia, Missouri, near Centralia. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana near Bloomington. This is mainly producing damaging winds and large hail. There's a little bit of rotation embedded in this, probably just contaminated, but we'll be keeping an eye on that near Guthrie. Lots of lightning with this line as well. Back over to our PDS tornado watch. We are beginning to see some convective initiation over here near Cape Girardeau. And nothing has actually scaled up into a supercell yet. This is very early stages, but when you see these little tiny showers pop up on radar, a lot of the time it doesn't take much for them to actually grow into a big supercell. There's probably a little dry layer or maybe a little cap in place right now that's preventing them from growing up. But within the next half hour to 45 minutes, we do think they are going to quickly become supercells and produce the risk of tornadoes. I'm not just saying that. I mean, if you look at any future radar model run, this is what it's going to look like by like 4 o'clock, for example. The HRRR has supercells all over the place here, right along the Mississippi River Valley. It has supercells in a lot of places also, over here in Missouri and Illinois. So it's going to get pretty wild here soon. Definitely got to stay aware. Got a video sent in. Where was this again? This was Indiana, right? Got a hail falling back over in Bloomington, Indiana. This was just moments ago. A lot of small hail coming down. And the wind was picking up here in this person's backyard. If you guys do have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We got a couple more photos and videos from you guys. This is a video here from Monroe County, Indiana, sent in by Chris of a hailstorm by Bloomington. I think this is the same hailstorm. Got a lot of hail coming down. Max, is this the same shirt you wore last night? No, I have several of these Nike t-shirts. These are, I have like 3 of each color. So if you see me wear the same one, that was actually not intentional. I think I was wearing a light gray one yesterday. I should have probably swapped to a different color. I have like 3 of the same shirts. Oh my goodness, guys. Flying trampolines. This is what we're talking about. Trampoline outbreak. It's possible today. This poor trampoline over in Benton County, Missouri. Condolences to the trampoline. If you guys have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got a new precipitation discussion from the Weather Prediction Center. This is for flash flooding and flooding overall. I want to draw your attention to south central Illinois, where there is the potential for 3 to 5 inches of rain or more just north of that warm front. That would certainly cause substantial flooding, and this is probably going to become more of an issue to the north of the severe threat throughout the day as we see more rainfall in the same areas over and over again.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, yeah, definitely another concern. We got a lot of rain that has already come down near St. Louis, for example. Like St. Louis has already seen 2 different storms. We're out of actually 3, I think. This is going to be like the 4th one. St. Louis has been hit pretty hard, and there's a lot of other places that have too. So we already have a lot of flash flood warnings out there. We got some in Illinois. We've had some already in Missouri, and I would expect more to come. Right now, we do have a tornado warning for O'Fallon and the Lake St. Louis area west of St. Charles. We still have a large hook echo and a pretty strong inflow going into the supercell. It is still trying to produce a tornado right now. If you do live in this tornado warning, you really need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. It is a pretty dangerous storm. Look at this giant shelf cloud here over in Logo Tree, Indiana right now. Beautiful live shot of this storm. Hey, Werewolf of the Super Chat. You should give names to each trampoline that is tied. There's a lot of trampolines. That'd be a lot of trampoline names. Thank you for the alert call twice this morning. How many people got a max alert call this morning? I bet a lot of you guys did. Who all got a max alert call this morning? There were a lot of warnings in Illinois today. Okay, this is a video I apparently have to watch. I need audio on for this. Put audio on. It's in Bloomington a second ago. What am I listening to? Just the thunder? That wasn't that crazy. Why not? I was expecting like lightning to strike a tree. I'm not gonna lie. I had like high expectations for that clip. All right, well, interesting. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in on this tornado warning. Anybody else have like really high expectations for that, or is that just me? I was told to have audio on. It kind of seemed like it'd be like a crazy video. Gaslighting to the fullest. Here comes the new radar scan on this tornado warning. Look at that hook echo. This thing's getting a lot more organized. Waiting for a new velocity update. If you live in O'Fallon, Missouri, you really got to be taking shelter right now. This is a very dangerous storm here. It's a very dangerous supercell. Waiting for velocities to update. That hook echo is reaching right to the outflow boundary now. And this definitely could drop a tornado really with at any point. So if you live here, you got to really be taking shelter here. The latest scan's not actually that strong, but if it can latch that outflow boundary, this thing is going to be go time for a tornado. It looks like the velocities still aren't super strong despite it getting to that outflow boundary. But it's definitely trying. Hey, James with the $10 super chat. It's going to go right down I-70, so if you live right along Interstate 70, definitely got to be staying alert here. Going towards St. Charles, Florissant, and Old Jamestown. Back over in Indiana, we got a large line of thunderstorms that is crashing to the south. It will be going towards Louisville here soon. With how these storms are organized and training, they're kind of going from west to east in a way. And so this will lead to a more elevated flooding threat if you live from Olney, Illinois, back towards Columbus over the next few hours. But we are looking at a lot of lightning right now. The damaging wind threat's pretty elevated. If you guys live in these severe thunderstorm warnings, you definitely got to be staying away from windows. There's a giant shelf cloud on this from what we've seen. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. This is your particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. This is, again, the highest level tornado watch that can be issued. It goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. They've mentioned several tornadoes with a few intense EF3 plus tornadoes are likely. So if you live here, you really need to have ways to receive alerts today. I honestly recommend to guys, if you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, a lot of you guys probably have weather radios. If not, you might just use your phone to get weather alerts. I definitely recommend getting Max Alert. It's maxalert.net. It's basically where I'll give you a phone call with my voice if you are included in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. Definitely should sign up for it. It's an amazing service that we offer here. But if you live in this tornado watch, again, several tornadoes are likely this afternoon. We're watching for giant hail potential, very high winds as well. But this is the highest level tornado watch you can get. It includes about 3.5 million people. I don't know how many schools are in session here, but most schools are getting out around this time typically. So hopefully, you know, those all the students that have gone to school are hopefully, you know, coming back right now and getting back home. Not getting trapped on a bus while there's a tornado warning. Obviously, that'd be kind of a scary situation. But we are starting to see storms initiate here over near Cape Girardeau. Storm chaser tornado Pagey is located currently near Cape Girardeau. They just passed by a Texas roadhouse, which looks to be open. Got a lot of cumulonimbus clouds that are going up right now. You can see the towers that are bubbling up here. These are the storms that are beginning to initiate. They have not had success getting super tall yet, but I think it's only going to be about 30 minutes or so until these storms really start to tower and actually become significant. All that convection is going up here. Thank you, Daisy, for becoming a member. And as well as Knock for the super chat. As a European, can't imagine living through crazy storms like this every year. Plenty of people do it. These storms are definitely crazy, though. How many tornadoes today? Absolutely no clue. The tornado watch has expanded in Illinois and Missouri. So listen closely. If you live in Illinois and Missouri, tornado watch has expanded into Greene and Pike counties in Illinois. And then in Missouri, it has expanded for Adrian, Boone, Monroe, Pike, and Rawls counties in Missouri. So you guys are now in a tornado watch. That has been expanded. And that will go for another 6 hours. So 9 o'clock Central Time. Hey, Wildlands for the $10 super chat. It is vital, though, guys. I mean, if you need weather coverage, again, this is the place to be today. But obviously, stay tuned to your local National Weather Service, too. It's important that you're staying tuned to weather coverage if you live in these areas today, because at some point in the next hour or two, it's going to get really crazy. Like, we're going to have a lot of warnings. I'm not just saying that to scare you. Like, it will happen. It's going to happen at some point. We're going to have a lot of storms going up, but it is very vital that you are staying tuned to local coverage or our coverage. We'll have live coverage all day. We have no commercials. We're going to be here even if there's no tornado warnings or if there's 25 of them or 50 of them. Like, I mean, we're here no matter what. So if you live in the risk area, definitely stay tuned. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Thank you, Ned, for the super chat. This for your DoorDash fund. DoorDash will need it at some point down the line. Add a flash flood warning counter. I don't know. Do we actually? I feel like we have one. Maybe we don't. We do have counters for stuff. We have ice storm warning counters. So you can see it on the bottom right. We have wind advisory counters. We also have confirmed tornadoes and PDS tornadoes. I've never really had to use this, but there is a chance at some point, like bottom of your screen there, like those counters, like if there is a situation today where we have a bunch of warnings and let's say it's 25 tornado warnings, we might actually have to use the confirmed tornado warning counter that we have and also the normal tornado warning counter. Thank you, Emmy, for the $20 super chat. I actually have a weather radio. That's good. Also, if I'm in a tornado watch, should I take shelter? You do not have to take shelter if you're in a tornado watch. If you're in a tornado warning, that's when you got to take shelter. This is exactly what you need to do today. This is the difference between a watch and a warning. For those that don't know. So a watch is when we have the ingredients to make tacos. We can think of it as tacos. The watch means we have ingredients to make tacos. That means we have the ingredients for tornadoes. A warning means we're having tacos right now. When it comes to a watch, with the watch we have for right now, the PDS Tornado Watch, right? We basically have an abundance of ingredients to make a lot of tacos. We're about to give tacos to the entire city of O'Fallon, Missouri right now. That's basically what we're saying. But if you're in the warning, if there's a PDS tornado warning, we have an abundance of tacos that are happening now. That means that there's a giant tornado or something happening if it's PDS. So there you go. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri for Sedalia, just southeast of Kansas City, southeast of Warrensburg, for Windsor for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The tornado warning near O'Fallon, Missouri. We still have a large hook echo on this storm rolling right over I-70. It's going to go right towards Newtown and St. Charles. We'll have a new velocity scan here in a second. If there is a tornado, it's going to be directly over O'Fallon. We're looking right here for a possible tornado right now. If there is a tornado, it's going to go right into the town of O'Fallon. You need to be taking shelter if you're in this warning. There was one. It would be literally right near the Walmart Supercenter. We're a little bit too close to the radar site to really see the velocities very clearly, or the CC radar, but that's the area that we're looking for. Max, do you get max alerts? Just wondering if you ever call yourself. No, because I mean, I'm literally looking at, I'm a meteorologist. I look at radar and stuff. I know, kind of crazy. I can, if there's something coming towards me, I'll probably know. Even if there's a tornado warning in Florida, I'm gonna be honest, like, hey, you know, if I'm live and I get hit by a tornado, that's gonna be kind of crazy. Hopefully it never happens, but that would be pretty crazy if that happened on a stream. This is live over in Lugo Tree in Indiana. Big shelf cloud with this line of thunderstorms coming in right now. Huge shout out to Moxie with the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Do you like or dislike your voice? I don't know. I don't really ever think of it. Do you guys like my voice? That's the real question. I don't care. Do you guys care? That was the question. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. This one's going to be just off to the north of French Lick for shoals for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Almost everybody said yes. One person said, hate Max's voice. Thanks. We have a new flash flood warning in Illinois for Pike and Scott counties. They were just added into a tornado watch. And tornado watch did get expanded a little bit off to the north. Got a few storms going up right now near Pittsfield. If you guys live over near Springfield, Illinois, these will be the storms that we got to be watching for. We'll have another radar scan on the supercell here in a second. When will St. Louis get more storms? This would be the next one. I mean, this might go to your north, but we'll see. It's only like literally, I don't know, 30 minutes away. Not even 25 minutes away. This is pretty close to you. So there's a chance that this tries to do something here. Look at all the storm chasers going down here to the south right now. We got a storm quickly going up right now near Scott City. If this thing can sustain itself, we're going to have a really quickly developing severe weather risk right along the Red River, or not Red River Valley, Mississippi Valley here near Cape Girardeau. The storm is quickly going up, and it definitely could become tornadic here soon if it does develop. Storm chaser, Tornado Pagey, they're looking at it right now. See that large little tower there? So that right there is the beginning stages of a storm. We got another one right here too. Got a bunch of cumulonimbus clouds going up. You can also watch these storm chasers live inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. You want to watch all these chasers? There's a bunch of them over here. That's just one of several that are currently on all of these storms right now. We're going to keep a very close eye there on Tornado Pagey as they are very close to a storm that's going to be developing here. I'm going to put them on the bottom right side of your screen. Thank you, Emmy, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning north of St. Charles, north of Florissant and Old Jamestown and Alton. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There's also a tornado possible tag on that. There's a chance we have a tornado near St. Peter's. It is just so contaminated, but the velocities have gotten a bit tighter right next to our outflow boundary. And so there is a possibility that we have a tornado near O'Fallon right now. That's going to go right into St. Peter's, Campville, and C. Barger. You really got to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Again, it's not for certain, but there's a higher likelihood than what we were looking at earlier that this could have a tornado here. So possible tornado right now near St. Peter's in Missouri. We need to be taking shelter if you've not already. Do not look outside for this at all either. Not worth looking outside for it. Just a live shot right now back over in that tornado warning near O'Fallon. This camera's been shaking like crazy. These cameras are shaking hard. There could be a tornado. Look at the wind here. All the cameras are shaking. I mean, if there's a tornado, it's going to be right on the northeast side of O'Fallon, just past by the Walmart Supercenter. And it's going to be tracking towards the Lakeside 370 Primitive Campground near the Lakeside Park, just north of the St. Peter's town here, just northwest of St. Louis. A little bit more calm off to the east. These cameras are shaking like crazy right now. The bare minimum, we have a significant damaging wind threat, but also a possible tornado right now. This tornado will be approaching St. Charles here in a few minutes. Look at that hook echo. It's gotten way more definitive over the last few minutes. Hey, all of the $20 super chat. Large hail, North Columbia. Thank you for the report. Anybody currently tuning in from St. Charles or St. Peter's in the chat? No sirens in St. Charles. Is what somebody just said in the chat. Is that true? And no sirens over in St. Charles? Here's the latest scan. I mean, if there's a tornado, it's going to be just north of St. Charles right now. It's going to go right towards Newtown, Missouri. I'm going to see what the radar looks like. We'll have that in a second. By the way, this is the reason why you should not be relying on tornado sirens. Some people are saying they have gone off. Some people are saying they are not. But like, there's a chance that you might not even be close enough to the tornado sirens to hear them. Or maybe they just aren't working. That's why you need way more than one way to receive weather alerts. That includes a weather radio. It includes Max Alert. It includes your phone. Whatever you got to use. Thank you, Joseph, for the Venmo donation. If there were to be a tornado, be looking right there. I'm waiting to see what velocities look like.
A new tornado warning has
They have
been
issued a new tornado warning for this supercell. That will include areas like Alton, Old Jamestown, just north of Florissant, north of St. Charles, near Grafton and Elza. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You got to get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous supercell that could have a tornado at any moment. And it's going to be moving directly into Alton and Old Jamestown here in the next few minutes. Rotation's a little bit broader, but that's the area of circulation. I mean, this is definitely rotating. We at least have greens and reds that are going against each other now. It's basically a converging area of winds right inside of a hook echo. So there is a solid chance that this could try to produce a tornado here as it continues to move to the east-northeast. So you need to be taking shelter if you're in this warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. St. Peter's, C. Barger, Wilkie are all included in this. If you have friends or family here, make sure that they're aware of it. Feel free to share our stream too. We'll be live. We have a bunch of cameras in this area. I believe there's a chaser near the warning too, so we're keeping an eye on them too. Our rotation right now is currently located right here north of St. Peter's. Hook is very defined on radar. That is the most concerning storm right now. We got a lot of severe storms going up right now in central western Missouri. Most of these are producing a lot of hail and wind and some lightning. This is a really good shot of the storm right now. Look at this, guys. That's a live shot of the storm rolling in. Look how low the clouds are. We got a lot of low-hanging clouds. This is live on I-94 at Cedar Glen here. This is live looking at the supercell coming in. We're looking right back in here for a possible tornado. So we're going to be looking right in here. A large wall cloud right there. This is where a tornado is going to try to drop. On radar, that hook echo is very definitive. I-94 has stoplights. This camera's on I-94, but it's looking away from the interstate. So, yeah, an interstate having traffic lights would be quite impressive. Oh, is this Missouri 94? Oh, my bad. Missouri 94. Yeah. Oh, that's my bad. It's not I-94. My bad. Missouri 94. My apologies. I thought that was an I. That is definitely just a dash. Look at the hook echo right now on radar. Bottom right side of your screen. The tornado, if there's one, it's going to be right there near Campville. If we see any power flashes, that's a pretty good indication of there being a tornado. Waiting to see if the velocities update here. See how low the clouds are. There's like a large bowl back there. Right down Missouri 94. This is a camera that's pretty close to Elm Point, so it's not far from there. Latest scan. If we go back over to radar here, this is the latest radar scan. Still have greens and reds converging right now. It's going to go right into Newtown, Wilkie, White Corn, and Old Jamestown. Got to be taking shelter if you're in this area. It's a very dangerous supercell here. Hey, Patrick, for the $20 super chat. Power lines, trees, and lights down all over Lake County, Indiana. Appreciate the report. There's been some really powerful storms here today. It's back to that live shot. Got a large bowl right there at the very middle of your screen. And again, if there's any bright blue flashes, usually that's a power flash. We don't have any yet, but that would be a good indication of there being a tornado. Unfortunately, this camera is a little south of where this hook is, but it's still a pretty good position. And if there is something, we'll probably be able to see it here. Very, very ominous, though, from what we're seeing from this camera. This is another live shot. This is a little bit closer to it. This is right along 370. Storm's going right over this camera as we speak. See out in front of it, the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. This is our kind of gust front, otherwise called the outflow boundary. So winds are increasing now. Very dark on this camera on I-70. That lowering is going right over the interstate right now. We have a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. That's going to be from Mexico, Benton City, east of Centralia. So if you live here, definitely get ready to take shelter. Hey, Brian, for the super chat. I appreciate that. We have another severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. This one's going to be near Washington. That'll be mainly for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. The big concern right now is this tornadic supercell that is directly north of St. Louis that has already produced the risk of a tornado a couple of times, and it's trying to produce another threat of a tornado. Got a large hook echo located just north of St. Peter's. Going to go right into South Shore. Over the next several minutes, you need to be taking shelter if you live in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Hey, Lavender for the super chat. Thank you for helping to keep my loved ones safe. I'm glad I can help the all of the super chat. Columbia, Missouri gets saved due to the Missouri River bluffs, so it lifts by the time it gets to Columbia. It's always the cities next to the east. Interesting. I don't know if that's really that true, but it probably is true to some extent. There are some really tiny little geography features that can happen that sometimes do lead to that type of effect. It's usually pretty small scale, and some events, like, it just depends on like the wind direction and everything, where storms are coming from. But Yeah, there's definitely small scale geography features and topography that can definitely play a factor. It's usually not like a widespread thing. This is that storm that is rolling over north of St. Charles right now. That's a large shelf right there. That's where the hook echo basically is that we are looking at. The latest scan is showing our main area of rotation just west of Elm Point. So this is right in that hook echo. It's going right towards Wilkie and Whitecorn. Going towards Pelican Island, Natural Area, and Old Jamestown. I do want to urge everybody. We got about 68,000 people watching right now. I want to urge to everybody that it's been quiet for a while. I know we've only had one tornado warning pretty much, or at a time. It's been very quiet. However, it is about to get very active. We are going to have several tornado warnings very soon. It is going to become a tornado outbreak very quickly. We went live earlier than we usually do today because we had a tornado warning in St. Louis, 1, but 2, this is going to be a very long tornado outbreak. We are going to have a lot of severe weather over the next few hours. It is very important that you are staying weather aware. Does not matter where you live in this tornado watch, the severe watches, or even in the risk area. Severe weather is going to ramp up in a big way here soon, and you do not want to be caught off guard. You have to be staying weather aware. I'm not saying this to scare you, but I know some people are going to think we've only had one tornado warning in the last 3 hours. Why in the world am I watching weather? It's because we're going to have an outbreak here soon. It's going to get bad. I'm not saying that to scare you again, but we are very confident that we're going to have a tornado outbreak here within the next few hours. It's going to get very active very quickly. We'll have several tornadoes. And so this is going to be a very dangerous day of severe weather. This is a live shot back over in Bridgeton, Missouri of this tornado warning cell. This is Brett Adair looking at this supercell right now. This is inside of our tornado warning. Storm looks a little crazy. Hey, tinfoil for the $50 super chat. Countdown to hurricane season from the beach. W. Thank you all for the super chat. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Groff, for the super chat. How do you get all the cameras you have on Omega? You go to the left side of your screen, and there's a cyclone port button. You just toggle it on. You can't see it on my screen, but if you go to that little burger menu at the top left, you'll see it.
Come on.
Storm definitely looks nasty right now. Again, rotation currently located directly to the north of St. Charles. This is going directly towards Old St. Jamestown. If this does produce a tornado, obviously a very populated area here. So if you live here, take shelter. There's many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows.
Visually, it looks amazing.
It's a live shot of this storm. This thing looks crazy.
Correct. All the way. We're going to get out in front of it right up here. I mean, intercept points really.
Hey, Christy for the super chats. There's still a possibility for storms near Chicago. There is. Later today, there will be some storms later.
Oh, yeah.
Look how dark it is right there on the left. The left side, just by the dark general sign, is kind of the direction that we're looking for a possible tornado. Velocities are updating right now, bottom right. We'll see if it's gotten any stronger. It's been pretty broad for a while.
Oh yeah, he's spinning. I can actually see it spinning.
Now, traffic light here. We'll go back to him in a second. It's our latest radar scan here near St. Charles. Doesn't look super strong still. We do have a hook echo. It's just not reaching to the outflow boundary. That's been the big story so far with these storms here in Missouri. We got a lot of storms going up currently back over here in southern Illinois and southeastern Missouri. None of these have become tornadic. None of them are actual supercells yet, but within the next 30 minutes to an hour, that's going to change. Got to be staying alert right now. We have a new severe warning just south of Marshall near Nelson and I-70. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. This is moving directly to the east-northeast. Here's a live shot again of this tornadic supercell here in Missouri.
Very, very, very interesting. No. We know. All right, there's our winds.
You can barely hear the tornado sirens, too.
It's right here in front of us.
Hey, if you're in this warning, you got to get to the lowest floor possible. Don't be one of those people that's standing outside looking for this tornado. It's not worth your life. Any tornadoes that do develop here today could easily be strong, intense, possibly even violent. I don't think this can be the storm that does anything like that, but it's always possible. Never know, this storm could take a dramatic turn and produce something significant. You can hear the tornado sirens just faintly here near St. Charles. It's rapidly moving from left to right. That is the storm quickly progressing towards Old St. Jamestown, or Old Jamestown, as well as Wood River. It's going to cross into Illinois here shortly.
God, it's so close. What's up? It's still
Brett is approaching Newtown, a small community on the north side of St. Charles. We have a severe warning in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
But it is.
Hey, B1 for becoming a member.
That St. Louis smell again. Smells like a dye ditch. Yeah, look.
I do want to stress this for anybody that's thinking about tornado chasing today. This is not the day to do it. It's a very dangerous, severe weather event that we're looking at, and a lot of the tornadoes that will probably happen are going to be around trees, and it'll make it very dangerous. If this is your first time chasing, for example, this is definitely not the day that you want to do it, especially in the Mississippi River Valley. Got a lot of professionals out here like Brett and several others that are, that they've been doing this for a while. It's a little bit different. Why are so many radars down? A lot of the radars that you guys see that are down, these right here, these are like really local terminal radar sites, so they don't always work. They are also very, they can get damaged very easily from even some smaller winds, like 60, 70 mile per hour winds. These much more bulky radar sites, they typically take like very, very intense winds or even very intense a tornado to actually hit it, to actually damage it or destroy it. Hey, Susan, for becoming a member, and Steven for the super chat. Also, Katie for the super chat. Helm Street, Cam, Missouri. You are the go to streaming weather. I appreciate that. So again, Brett right now is on this tornado warning here just to the north of St. Charles.
The most annoying tornado that I ever.
Tornado sirens are going off here on the north side.
2019. Oh yeah. No, it was because it never.
Don't see any sort of large wall cloud or anything quite yet. Thank you, Jack, for the $20 Venmo donation for covering the current tornado activity in the Midwest. Columbus, Ohio here are pretty safe, but I love watching. Appreciate you tuning in.
If it attaches to the boundary, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong because you can see. Oh yeah. The road's going to split up here. You can go left or right. No, we need to go right. Yeah, you need to go right. Hold up, does it? Yeah, because the black walnut and all the way to white.
Wolfie at the sewer chat says, will the storms hit Paris, Missouri? Or does Paris? There's a chance there for severe weather later today. There's apparently a large wall cloud on this storm. Oh, that's a live shot of it. This is Columbia, Missouri. This is the other storm. So this is the storm that's in central Missouri near Columbia. And we do have a large wall cloud visible there in the middle of your screen, right above the highway. This storm near Columbia going towards Mexico could also produce the risk of a tornado.
With the rain, you see the cold.
Tinfoil with the sewer chat says, keep yourself and pets safe today, 100%. Latest radar scan, we still have a hook echo on the storm north of St. Charles. There is an area of rotation north of St. Charles near Newtown. It is now approaching Missouri 94. The tornado warning was just condensed a little bit, so no longer includes St. Peter's. It's north of Maryland Heights, north of Florissant. This is going to go right over the Illinois and Missouri border, crossing the Mississippi River Valley. Down the line, it'll go towards Staunton and Mount Olive. Almost every single storm that has been tornado warned in St. Louis that has gone through St. Louis has actually gone and weakened over here near Effingham. So we'll see if this one does the same thing. But for right now, it is at least a tornadic supercell. Got a large bowl right now on Brett's feed here. Just north of St. Charles. Has not produced yet, but there is rotation. Very favorable environment for tornadoes if it manages to latch to the outflow boundary.
I mean, there's a big bowl right here.
I'm going to go back to Brett in a second. I have people saying it looks like a bust. Guys, every single time that somebody has said that, it ends up being a big tornado day. Like, I swear, this happened last year too. I remember very, very, very clearly when we had the Lake City tornado day. It's about, I would say, probably around the same time, about 3:30 or so. We had one tornado warning, maybe two. Everybody was saying it's a bust in the chat. About 1 hour later, we were up to 25, 30 tornado warnings. We had the most tornado warnings I've ever covered in a stream. And we end up literally having a full-blown tornado outbreak. And I'm not saying that's going to happen again today, but like, keep in mind, guys, this is super early. I went live early for a reason. We're 3 hours into the stream. We've had no tornadoes on our stream or anything like that, but we're probably going to have a very major tornado outbreak today across this entire area. This is the live shot of the tornado warning here near St. Charles. It looks like hail's coming down right now, a little bit of small hail. A lot of rain coming down now. We're going to keep an eye on him. Large bowl lowering still, moving right up towards Alton, Illinois. 5 p.m. usually gets nuts. Yeah, 5 p.m. will probably get pretty nuts. Waiting to see if any of these storms down here, right along Interstate 55, start to intensify. We do have a PDS tornado watch until 11 o'clock. It's this large area here that's under a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Morgan County, Missouri. That is going to be near Sedalia. That is for tennis ball-sized hail. So nearly a destructive severe storm here, just south of Otterville, west of Tipton. So if you guys live here, we got to be staying weather aware, staying alert right now. Very big hail core right now, just out to the east of Sedalia. As a reminder, we do have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch across the Mississippi River Valley. This is an area that we need to have a lot of ways to receive weather warnings. It is going to be a very dangerous day of severe weather here, right along the Mississippi River in Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Missouri. The Storm Prediction Center and myself are pretty confident right now that several tornadoes, including several strong tornadoes, are going to happen in this region. We're going to have several discrete supercells in this area. For those that don't know what a PDS tornado watch is, you might not know. It's issued like maybe 4 times a year. It's very rare. We don't get this very often. I don't remember the last time we had one, but it was probably sometime during last severe weather season. So we haven't had one of these in like a year about. So if you live in this area, it's a very dangerous situation, and there is a high likelihood that we are going to see several long track, strong, intense, possibly even violent tornadoes this afternoon and evening. So if you live in the yellow, you need to have a tornado action plan ready to go. You need to have multiple ways to receive weather alerts. You should have closed-toed shoes in your safe place. Maybe it's an extra pair of shoes that you don't wear anymore. That works. Like if there's a tornado that hits your house later today and it's destroyed and you're walking on wood that has splinters and stuff like that and nails, you're going to want something on to protect them, those feet. So definitely recommend having shoes ready to go. You need to make sure you have flashlights. You need to have, any other emergency preparedness stuff, like a first aid kit. All that stuff has to be ready to go here. And that goes for anybody in the tornado risk, but especially in this area here. And do not wait until there is a tornado warning to get ready. You should not be waiting until you're under a tornado warning, because by the time a tornado warning gets issued, you might be minutes, if not seconds away from getting hit by a tornado. So do not wait until last second if you live down here in the Mississippi River Valley. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Indiana. This one's going to be south of Nashville and Columbus near Seymour for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also have another severe warning near Sedalia. That is for half-dollar-sized hail and same thing, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Brett Adair's on the tornado warning supercell here. That does look a little bit disorganized near St. Charles, Missouri, but this is a live shot of it. This is currently the only active tornado warning. We still have a hook echo just to the north of the city. He's driving through some trees, but after that, we'll have a pretty clear view of this. Quinn for the super chat. What should Rolla, Missouri expect? All hazards. All hazards are going to be possible. Also, for those that are in these tornado watches and severe thunderstorm watches, you need multiple ways to receive weather warnings. What that includes is phone alerts. That can be, whatever weather app you got. It could be a Max Alert, where I give you a phone call. That's another way. You should have a weather app with radar and alerts. You can get Radar Omega on iOS and Android. It's the top link in the description below. Get that weather app. That's what we use on the stream. Recommend that if you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms. If you have an NOA weather radio, Have that ready to go, have new batteries in there, and be watching live coverage. Those are like the best ways you can prepare. And the people that are watching this stream right now are the ones that are the most prepared, because you guys are at least doing one of those 4 things, maybe more. The people that are not prepared for this,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
the people that are not prepared for this are the ones that are currently, playing on the Xbox, sitting at home, and have no clue what's going on. We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be for Mexico. That is a strong area of rotation developing right now. We did have a wall cloud on this storm earlier. This is going right towards Mexico right now. If you're living in Mexico, Missouri, you need to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You got to be getting away from windows as well. That is a very strong area of rotation that is developing currently. It's also going towards Benton City, and then Vandalia will be in the path of this. This could easily be a strong tornado if it does drop, guys. So you need to be taking shelter. Look at that hook echo. This is definitely the more intense looking supercells that we've seen today. There's also another one near Columbia that is also rotating that we need to keep an eye on. This supercell has been rapidly organizing over the last several minutes. It's going right towards Vandalia and Bowling Green, Missouri. If you guys live out in front of this, all the things I just said apply to you. You need to be prepared. If you guys live in the watches too, another thing I'll be doing is getting like a go bag or emergency kit. So having like a flashlight, a portable, phone charger, a helmet, closed-toed shoes, first aid kit, bottled water, blankets, pillows to kind of cover yourself over for protection. Maybe a mattress near your safe place. All those things can apply. They've just issued a new tornado possible severe warning for Columbia. We got multiple rotating supercells developing right here. We got one near Columbia. We got another one near Boonville. These storms are all rapidly organizing. This is going to lead to probably a much more significant tornado threat here soon, right here in the heart of Missouri. I would say there's a fairly high likelihood that we have a tornado trying to drop right now, though, with how strong that rotation is. You have a live camera in Columbia, bottom middle, but that's not looking at anything as of now. Hey, Casey, for the 5 get to memberships. I-70 cam coverage. There's camera coverage on I-70, but there's nothing really looking at this right now, at least from what I'm seeing. I'm keeping an eye though on it. There are a couple cameras that are just south of it, but they haven't moved them. If there's a Missouri traffic cam person that can move the camera near Fulton, that'd be amazing. There's a camera down here, or I don't know if that's Fulton. It's north of Fulton, near Kingdom City. If that one can look north, there's a camera here, but I don't know if they're going to shift it. If they do, we'll be looking right at that storm. And I mean, again, I do think there's a pretty high chance this is producing a significant tornado if it is on the ground right now. Hey, Michael, for the $10 super chat. We live near Fenton, Missouri. Stay safe, man. We're keeping eyes on your area. If you're just tuning in, this is a very dangerous supercell right now in central Missouri. Large, strong area of rotation heading directly towards Mexico. It's also going towards the Mexico Memorial Airport. Latest scan's a little bit weaker on the rotation, but definitely could cycle and produce a tornado. It's going to go towards Benton City, Martinsburg, and as well as Rush City here soon. This storm's also rotating here. A little bit contaminated, but northeast of Columbia has a little bit of rotation. That supercell is going to go right towards the same area, so we could have overlapping supercells here soon. Good shot to Eddie with the 5 get to memberships. Yeah, the reflectivity looks absolutely crazy, and that's why I have a higher confidence that this could be producing a more significant tornado threat right now. Are we going to get bad weather in Milwaukee? Very possible. We'll have a lot of thunderstorms up there later with damaging winds and a low tornado risk. We have some new storms that are beginning to go up just southwest of Springfield. This is near Joplin. These are going up pretty quickly, guys. We got storms going up now near Joplin, Missouri. The environment down here right now, not very favorable for tornadoes, but it will become more favorable as these storms continue to track to the east. So if you guys live near Springfield, Joplin, you need to be tuning into the stream right now. We're going to have urgent updates whenever these storms really get going. These are looking a lot more concerning because they are going up very quickly. The one that's directly north of Neosho is going to be the one I'm watching the closest, just south of Joplin. That's going to be on a direct collision course for Springfield. New severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible attack near New London and Hannibal, near Barry, right along the Missouri and Illinois border. So take shelter if you're in this warning. We are monitoring an area of rotation.
A new tornado warning.
Here we go,
has been
guys.
issued.
We are going to be getting into a very active period of severe weather. We got a new tornado warning now northeast of Columbia. This is a separate supercell south of Hallsville. Rotation right now is located directly to the east of B. It's going to go right towards Mexico as well. So if you live in that tornado warning, pretty small one, but just northeast of Columbia, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, if we go over about 2 storms from that new tornado warning, just a little bit off to the left over Boonesville, I would expect that is going to get a tornado warning as well, maybe even the storm in between those. I could see basically a blanket tornado warning for all these cells here. They're all in a very good environment, very favorable environment for tornadoes, and it's just going to be getting probably even worse in here in terms of tornado potential.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we got several storms right now off to the west that are also beginning to rotate. And so if you live in Columbia, we need to be getting that tornado action plan ready to go. Columbia is not in a warning right now. It's off to your northeast technically, unless you live in one of the communities near Shaw. But if you live over near Boonville or right along I-70, you need to have that plan ready to go because we're probably going to get more tornado warnings. These are all very discrete supercells here, and they're all interacting positively with storms, which is not a good thing because it'll lead to a higher tornado potential. So this is a dangerous area of supercells going up. We need to be taking shelter from these warnings. The one near Mexico looks the most concerning. That one has a very prominent hook echo and very easily could produce a much more significant tornado threat. This is not the type of storm that you want to be messing around with. We're also still monitoring the one north of Fluorescent. So over near Alton. Still a discrete supercell. Hasn't really had much success, but we're still watching it. We got multiple storm chasers that are near this. So we're keeping an eye on all of them in case that storm decides it wants to get its act together. Hasn't really done so yet. We go back to our, actually real quickly, we do have now a special weather statement down here near Jackson, just north of Metropolis, southeastern Missouri and southern Illinois. This is basically for strong thunderstorms, but there is a possibility down the line that these will begin to intensify, and that PDS tornado watch, will actually have meaning because obviously there hasn't been anything yet, but within the next hour, we do expect storms to rapidly intensify here. Wow, look at this, guys. Rotation's getting a lot stronger here, northeast of Columbia. We got 2 very definitive areas of rotation right now. Northeast of Columbia, north of Kingdom City. These are really starting to get their act together. I'm concerned that we might have a significant tornado threat beginning to brew here in central Missouri. Unfortunately, for those that are over in St. Louis, these might be concerns for you guys down the line. Just kind of another heads up. St. Louis, we've told you guys you have like 90 million storms coming. We got more coming probably later today. Not going to be done in St. Louis till at least 8 o'clock, I think. Hey, Ben for the super chat, and also Demon for the super chat. Fort Wayne, mainly a wind threat tonight. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This is just north of Louisville, Kentucky. Mainly looking at damaging winds, but they did have a tornado possible tag to this. The Metropolis? Okay, Metropolis. I think a pronunciation correct. It would be really useful if this radar site was working near Columbia. Unfortunately, it is not. Because if we had that radar site, we'd probably be able to see this storm just a little bit better. I don't know if that radar site exists anymore. When's the last time this thing was on? Doesn't even say. I think that radar's gone. It's a college radar. Oh, it's there? Okay. It just doesn't work. Hey, Quinn's for the super chat. Got to see Reed Timmer in person in Rolla, Missouri this morning. A lot of people have been seeing Reed Timmer. A lot of people have been driving by him. We've had a lot of people send in photos and videos of the Dominator driving on the interstates. Got a couple more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Let me go back to the more recent one. This is a photo from Jessica out of Lake County.
Hey, Max, I'm getting in position to get a visual on this tornado warning north of St. Louis. The temperature of my car 370 right here, and I'm about only a couple miles south of where this storm's going to track. So while it's probably elevated at the moment, the warm air is affecting north in front of it. So I think there is at least some chance of this thing it goes surface based here in the next 20-30 minutes as that warm air backs up into it.
Thank you for the update. So that is storm chaser Connor Croft. He thinks this storm here is going to become a much larger concern down the line as it goes towards Hillsborough, Litchfield, and as well as Nokomis, just northwest there of Vandalia. So he thinks the warm air is affecting to the north, which basically means this will become more favorable with warm air ingesting into the supercell. And so we need to watch this supercell for sure as it continues to move to the east-northeast. Let's go back to that photo that we just got sent in. This was from Jessica over in Lake County, Indiana. Some big tree damage out here. Multiple reports of downed trees and power lines across the region. Reminder to stay away from downed trees and power lines. Definitely true. This is the big arch over in St. Louis. We had a couple tornado warnings here in St. Louis so far today. We got a 2-incher over in Henry County, Missouri. And Chilhowie, I think is how you say it. It's over in St. Peters, Missouri, with a large wall cloud moving in. That storm is still tornado warned right now. There's another video from St. Louis County, Missouri, of some scary looking clouds. If you guys do have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Staunton near Mount Olive, north of Edwardsville. It's going to go directly up towards Litchfield. If you are in this warning, definitely take shelter. I definitely think this storm, it has stayed more healthy than the ones that have already gone through St. Louis. It hasn't died immediately after going through St. Louis. A lot of the other ones have. This is what it looks like right now. It looks beefy. There's definitely a chance, I think, in the next hour or two that this could be producing a more significant tornado threat. It's just going to come down to the storm actually staying, kind of discreet. I'd say that's a big question. And also actually having its updraft healthy and maintained, which right now it's pretty discreet. So, hey, Jackson for the super chat. But very healthy base right there. And this supercell is a large hook echo. We're right into Alton. So we're going to keep close tabs on this. And storm chaser Connor Croft, a veteran storm chaser, is heading to that warning right now. Back over towards Mexico and Colombia. We still have two very strong areas of rotation right now. The one near Mexico is broader. Still has a very good look to it on reflectivity. I would not be surprised if we had a tornado right now southeast of Hallsville. That's going to go right up towards Mexico. It's a pretty low precip area for a hook, but all these storms right now here in central Missouri are definitely concerning for a tornado risk. And we're still monitoring the other supercells as well near Tipton for a more elevated risk of large hail. And there's a lot of lightning with those too. Down here near Joplin, we got storms going up really quickly. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, actually that storm that's west of Joplin in the middle of all the storms that are going up, that one just got a lower level meso or an upper level meso, and it's starting to get lightning as well. We should see a lower level meso form sometime in the next half hour as the storm gets a little bit more well-rooted. Unfortunately, if we're in places like Springfield, these storms are heading basically directly towards Springfield. So Springfield might as well start preparing now. There's 3 storms that have the potential to produce a tornado down the line, and they're all headed right towards you.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So use this as an early warning. If you live between Joplin and Springfield, even near Ozark, Mount Vernon, this will likely become tornadic here within the next half hour to an hour as it does begin to organize. Right now, you can kind of already see it's like circling a little bit. It's trying to organize into an actual supercell, and I don't think it's going to take much time for this thing to become more tornadic as it goes right up I-44. So that's going to go right towards Springfield. It's just west of Ozark right now. Definitely get ready if you live here. And if you guys have friends or family that live here in southwestern Missouri, you need to make sure they're aware of this. Give them a little share. Make sure they're message them. Make sure they're aware of the situation. This will probably be a pretty dangerous supercell sometime soon. Feel free to share the stream with them too if you have any friends or family that live over here. I say this storm over here north of St. Louis, it does look pretty healthy. Look at all the blue sky off to the left. And look how low the clouds are out in the distance there. Storm chaser Nick Gorman, he's just parked right now on a road here near Beth Alto.
It's pulsing. It's like it's trying to get its act together.
I do think this thing is going to become tornadic pretty quickly if it gets that larger surge of warm advection and warm air from out of the south. which that's what's happening right now. All of our warm air is starting to lift back to the north. We had all this convection this morning kind of stabilize the atmosphere in a lot of Illinois and Indiana. So what's happening now is that warm air is lifting once again to the north. And once that happens, these supercells that are developing right along our boundary, they're going to have a better chance of spinning up tornadoes, and they could easily be significant and long tracks. So this supercell, with how discreet it is, assuming that, if it stays like this and it stays healthy, it's going to be go time for a more significant tornado threat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is across much of Missouri, basically just highlighting that a tornado watch that's in effect off to the west of our PDS tornado watch, talking about the tornado potential there. I want to highlight that they are once again talking about tornadoes of 140 miles an hour to 170 miles an hour. That is an EF4 tornado. So I'm talking about very significant storms here across Missouri, and they are just getting started now.
Thank you for the update. So they have mentioned that up to EF4 tornadoes are on the table here. The greatest tornado threat will be, you guessed it, St. Louis and the suburbs. That's where they have the greatest tornado threat outlined. This goes until 23Z, which is about 6 p.m. or so. So if you live anywhere in that black outlined area, that is especially where you need to be staying alert right now and staying tuned to the stream, because our tornado threat will be increasing. There is also a large red outlined area where there's an increasing risk of all severe weather hazards this afternoon and evening, including the risk of strong tornadoes, giant hail, and also very significant damaging winds. So you need to get ready if you live in that area. But surprise, surprise, St. Louis, again, I told you guys multiple times you guys are not done, and unfortunately, you're not going to be done probably anytime soon. Let's get John McKinney in slot 1. We still have 2 tornado warnings right now in central Missouri, one of which is near Mexico. The other one is just south of Centralia. Rotation's gotten broader on both of these storms, but these supercells, they will probably try to go more to the south and east at some point. If they get pushed more down to the south, they will be entering into a more favorable environment for tornadoes. So we are going to be keeping an eye on those. And also look at this right here, guys. West of St. Louis, we got 3 little tiny showers going up. These are the beginning stages of thunderstorms that are trying to develop over here to the west of Troy. So we could have storms going up in this environment very soon. And if they do, there will be a more elevated risk of tornadoes. This environment here has very high STP values, which means significant tornado parameter values are quite high. In fact, if we look at the meso-analysis right now, I know it might be kind of confusing to look at, but just look at the contours and look where the highest numbers are located. We have some values around 5 and 6 right now, right in St. Louis. It's a very soupy environment, and there's also a lot of wind shear, tons of instability, and it's all recovering now. We've already had a couple supercells here, but there's more coming. And so this environment here near St. Charles, very favorable still for maybe strong, large, and intense tornadoes all on the table. We also have an environment becoming more favorable here in southern Illinois, too, with those STP values going up. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, they did actually just issue a mesoscale discussion for southern Illinois. This is another 140 to 170 mile per hour tornado potential mesoscale discussion. Take a look at the photographs that they have mapped on this mesoscale discussion. Those are beautiful looping photographs. That is unfortunately the worst case scenario when it comes to tornado threat. That means that the supercells here are going to be basically in the perfect environment in terms of wind shear and strength and direction in order to produce a powerful tornado.
Thank you for the update. So again, anywhere over here in southern Illinois, western Kentucky, we have a increasing strong to intense tornado potential. That means EF3 plus tornadoes are coming more of a concern here with any storms that are going up near Cape Girardeau, back into Carbondale, as well as Mount Vernon and Paducah. Scenario is what I heard from him. Kind of distracted me. Little scenario. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. No. Thank you, Max, for becoming a member. Look at this storm over here in Illinois right now. This is getting a lot more organized. Storm chaser John McKinney is driving up into it right now. This is near Bethalto. It is a discrete supercell, and if it can maintain its intensity, it could produce a tornado down the line. I do want to point out, though, there are storms that are going up off to its west, and these ones here will become more concerning, I think. There's some right here that are trying to go up near Herman, but this storm over here near Columbia is getting a little bit more significant. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for those in Columbia and Fulton. and that will be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size tail, and there is also a tornado possible tag on this. So if you live in that warning, definitely stay away from windows and definitely get to the lowest floor possible. So crazy looking storm right now over here in western Illinois. Got a giant shelf cloud blanketing the sky. Warm air advection is lifting to the north, so we do think the threat of severe weather will be increasing here pretty soon.
This is the storm that we're watching now. Waiting to see if it gets its act together.
Max, there's down trees in Chicago. Why are there down trees? I don't even think we had severe weather there. Thank you, XR, for the super chat. Thank you, Rich, for becoming, or for the fact that gifted memberships.
Back where I can see it better.
I'm about to ban the word bust in the chat. This is not a bust. Nothing is busted yet. This weather event hasn't even started. Or not started, but we're not even in the peak time frame.
Go back a little ways, get on the...
I want to stress, I can't stress this enough, but the environment is incredibly favorable for severe weather. We are still very early into this event. There will be, we believe, a significant tornado outbreak in the next few hours. There's a reason why they issued a PDS tornado watch. There's a reason why we have, this very large area inside of tornado watches. Do not think this is a bust or it's busting right now, because it's not. This is very early into the event. There's a reason why we have a PDS tornado watch that goes until 11 tonight. A lot of the tornadoes that we're going to see, I think, will probably be between like 5 and 11. That's peak daylight heating, and it goes into the nighttime hours. Like that's the peak daylight heating time frame. The one reason why we haven't seen a bunch of supercells yet in eastern Missouri or western and southern Illinois is because we haven't, that line of storms went through this morning. It was a big mesoscale convective system that wiped out the environment, but it's recovering now. And that's why we're going to see storms fire up very soon in a lot of these areas that haven't seen storms yet. But it is very vital, if you live in these areas, you are continuing to stay tuned. And again, I do think severe weather is going to get going really quickly. These storms that are going up near Cape Girardeau might not look like much, but I do think these are really quickly going to organize into at least 1 or 2 supercells. And as the Storm Prediction Center just said, there is a risk of strong, intense tornadoes in this region, maybe even a violent tornado. It is interesting to see where all the storm chasers are located. All those circles you see on the map here on Radar Omega, those are different storm chasers. Got a bunch of chasers over here near St. Louis on that storm that was just tornado warned. You got a bunch down here near the storms that are going up in southeastern Missouri and southern Illinois. Got a couple over here near Poplar Bluff, and we got a few kind of in between that don't know what to do, I think, here at St. Louis. So, and you can track these chasers all inside of the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description. But yeah, in this area, these are where the chasers think the highest tornado threat's going to be here in the next hour or two. And so if you live anywhere near where these chasers are, not usually a good thing. I do think this storm over here, this storm looks pretty wild over here in just north of St. Louis. Pretty crazy structure to it. I think the storm might die out, but there are storms behind it west of St. Louis that are trying to go up, and if those go up, those could be more concerning. Thank you, Cade, for the Venmo donation. You also have Foo for the $20 super chat saying hunker down. If you're in a tornado warning, definitely hunker down. We only got 1 tornado warning right now. That's the one near Mexico City. It looks like it's become outflow dominant already, but if we can latch to that outflow boundary, could produce another tornado threat. Got a lot of storms in and around Columbia right now, producing a lot of lightning. Could also produce a tornado threat over here near I-70. So we're keeping an eye on these. We also have some severe warnings over in Michigan. For those that are viewers in Michigan, there are severe thunderstorm warnings. You might be wondering why and how. It's raining. There is not even a storm here. These are rain-induced severe warnings, pretty much. Not really. They're not called rain-induced severe warnings. But basically, this is an area of, quote-unquote, showers that is producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. So that's happening over here. There's very little lightning, and there's not even a storm to see on radar. This was actually a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo not long ago. You can see the velocities are crazy up here. So the wind is actually very intense over here in Michigan right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just west of Springfield. This is a storm, as we were just talking about, that is concerning. It has just been going up here over the last 20 to 30 minutes. It is a discrete supercell going towards Mount Vernon, right near I-44, and there is a risk that this could try to produce a more elevated tornado potential at some point down the line. In the short term, Mount Vernon needs to be ready for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The storm will eventually be tracking towards Springfield, Missouri. It's moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So if we track this out, I'm going to give you a little time guide here for the Springfield area, because I do think this will be one of the more significant supercells in southwestern Missouri today. This is your timeline. So we got Mount Vernon at about 4:25. We got Springfield at about 5 o'clock. Hartville about 6 o'clock. And keep in mind, the peak tornado threat down here will probably fall between 5 and 9. We have a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be over in just west of Bowling Green near Vandalia in northeastern Missouri. So if you live here, definitely get ready for a more elevated risk here of a tornado, but at least in the bare minimum, damaging winds and large hail are the main concerns. Hey, Will, if the sewer chat, we're hunkered down in Mexico. Thanks for your coverage. Stay safe. Yeah, you got another storm coming through. If you live in Mexico, still stay in your safe place. This storm also was tornado warned. It's a different one, and it's going to go right over you. So if you're in Mexico, Missouri, you need to continue to stay in your safe place right now. That rotation is going to go right over top of you here in a second. Is it just me or something up with audio? Probably you. Here's a widespread view of all of our warnings and watches right now. Hey, call for the super chat. How do you know if tornadoes will be a certain speed? Like 175 miles per hour plus, etc. I mean, you can look at velocities. You can look at like a tornado in person. We had tornadoes like the last several days that you can look at velocities and just see how intense they are. If you ever look at our like Twitter pages and stuff like that, like even that like Enid tornado, for example, like you can just see the rapid motion, not just on radar, but the actual drill bit tornado was itself, the rapid motion just visible. You can tell it's intense or violent because of how fast it's moving and also what it's picking up and hitting. Like it was picking up homes and stuff like that. But on velocities, like that's another indication. This was last night in Missouri, or actually in Kansas near Columbus. We believe there was a significant tornado here. There was a PDS tornado warning, and these velocities are really bright, and that usually indicates with the right color table a pretty powerful tornado. So
A new tornado warning has been issued.
we have a new tornado warning just west of Bowling Green. It actually does now include Bowling Green. It is a discrete supercell that is heading right up towards Vandalia, going towards Curryville. If you live in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter now. You need to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you've got to get away from windows if you live in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm right now that's going right into Ladonia and as well as Vandalia. And then in about 15, 20 minutes, it's going to go right through Bowling Green. So take shelter immediately if you are in this pink polygon. This is a very dangerous supercell. We've been tracking it for the last about hour, and it's been rotating, and it's maybe already produced a tornado near Mexico, and it might try to produce another one as it continues to track to the northeast. Hey, Cody, for the super chat. I'm a trucker in Michigan right now. I was white knuckle gripping my steering wheel right before I pulled over. Yeah, it's dangerous out there. There's some pretty strong winds up there. What weather app is that? This is Radar Omega. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to talk a little bit about the environment in southern Missouri. So this is one of the areas that we did just get a mesoscale discussion for, and it looked like the convection was going to be a little bit too upscale maybe, but it is starting to change relatively rapidly. That storm that we were talking about that was moving towards Springfield did just get a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's starting to look a lot better. If we switch over to radar, we can see that that's already considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We have radar indicated hail of 2.53 inches in diameter. This could honestly be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning relatively soon as that updraft continues to strengthen, producing baseball-sized hail right as it moves towards the town of Mount Vernon. This is one that's not going to have a lot of competition off to its south, and when it does get into the favorable tornado environment, and it's probably going to have a relatively high tornado threat. And once again, this is moving right towards Springfield and Marshfield in Missouri, so definitely keep an eye out on that one. We did just get a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana as well. That's for one of these storms over here that's just been producing a damaging wind threat, but that will probably start to produce a little bit of a tornado threat here as it moves through the remainder of that severe thunderstorm watch.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Hi, Max. I'm back. I'm back too. Thank you, Julia, for becoming a member. And also MTG for the super chat. Likelihood of a tornado northwest of Columbia, Missouri. I would say it's very high right now. The good news is after these storms move through Columbia, the severe weather risk is a lot lower. So we got to get through these storms, though, first. There's a lot of storms that are ongoing right now. We got more storms that are trying to fire off to the west of St. Louis as well. And if these get going, if any of these little tiny showers that have popped up get going, these could also lead to tornadoes down the line. So if you live over near St. Louis, again, we're nowhere near done with severe weather. As Riley was just talking about, the storm that's just to the east of Joplin is intensifying. We actually have quite the hail core developing right over Sarcoxie, going up towards Stout City and Mount Vernon. So hail threats increasing on this storm. There's lightning starting to increase on this storm, and it's only a matter of time, I think, until it starts to rotate and maybe even produce a tornado threat down the line. So we definitely got to be watching this closely. So far, no severe warnings in Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky. You guys are kind of chilling at the moment. We are starting to see maybe a storm trying to organize here near Tams, going up towards Vienna. That'll go towards Harrisville. That's an area that a higher tornado potential is coming to here pretty soon. We have a fairly significant line of thunderstorms moving down towards Louisville right now. We've had a lot of live shots of a huge shelf cloud with this storm here today. Main concern right now is damaging winds, some lightning, some flooding rain. Outside of that, nothing too crazy right now. We got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in to us. If you have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is in St. Peters, Missouri, of a giant shelf cloud rolling in and wall cloud over in St. Peters earlier from Alyssa. There was a tornado warning there. This is a view from St. Peters, Missouri. It looks like on a drone. Somebody had a drone out here looking at the storm. Thank you, Alex, for sending that in. This is a photo from Hobart, Indiana. Somebody anonymous sent this in. A tree fell right in our driveway, causing a small power outage, and now we can't park in our driveway or grass. There's been a lot of tree damage from what I've heard in western Indiana from that line of storms, and even Illinois. Now, we had damage also. I had somebody send in on Twitter some maybe tornado damage in Missouri from earlier too. Here's a photo from Columbia, Missouri. Some strong rotation over the Mizzou campus. This looks like a swirl right here. So this happened a little bit ago, right over Columbia. I know we have a lot of people tuning in from Columbia right now. There was a tornado warning for the northeast side of town, and they end up issuing the warning just after it went through Columbia. Another big tree down over in Villa Park, Illinois. Thank you, Vince, for sending this in. Just had a big tree come down in the burst of thunderstorms and high winds around 2 p.m. today. Well, thank you for sending that in. This is also a video from Brighton, Missouri. A giant storm rolling in earlier. If you guys have any photos or videos, you can go to this website, scan the QR code. Also, you guys should send us where you guys are tuning in from. We have a little a dashboard that we can see where you guys are all tuning in from. This will give us a better idea of what we should be covering or what areas to talk about. So go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link in the description. Click the location report button and submit where you're tuning in from, wherever you're at. Submit your location. It'll pop up on our map, and we'll be able to get a better idea of where you guys are tuning in from. And that way we can talk more about where you might live. It's kind of a little cool thing that we have. This is the current map as of right now. We got about 5,300 of you that are sharing your location. So there's quite a few people right now over here in Missouri. The amount of people near Chicago is actually pretty high too. Go to that website. That number's just that number's going so high. If we get to 10,000 people on it, that'd be pretty cool. Right now, we do have a tornado warning currently located over here near Vandalia and Bowling Green. If you guys live in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter. This is a pretty strong area of rotation right now, moving off to the north and east. Large hook echo. Going right towards Bowling Green, so definitely take shelter. Connor has his eye right now.
There's a broad right to left motion, a large base,
on the storm in western Illinois that has broad rotation right now.
Honestly, has a chance. That's moving kind of quick right there.
Yeah, I was noticing that on velocity.
Connor has some rotation developing right now. This is just north
boundary right there, or at least trying to attach.
of St.
Yeah, we actually have
Louis.
a pretty concentrated area of right to left motion now.
I think the original boundary is well to the south of it. I think it's just kind of adjusting its own boundary, actually.
Yeah, you may be right on that. Find the right car for you.
I mean, there's clear blue skies directly to the south of this storm right now. It's updraft, blue skies. So
you see a little bit of rotation
yeah,
there.
Right.
Developing near Beth Halto.
It may be right on the boundary right there. I'm looking just northeast of St. Louis, and you do have winds east, southeast.
A little lowering here, a little sus.
Far north of St. Louis on there, so it is very, very close. It may be.
The music for the $50 super chat. What do you think will happen in Northwest Ohio tonight? Honestly, not much. Mainly a wind threat over there.
Very close. Like it still has somewhat of an elevated structure, but it's pulling up rising scud.
So we're going to keep an eye on Connor. Also, look at John McKinney's view of that same storm on the bottom left. That's a wild-looking shelf cloud. Got a hook echo developing right now just off to the south and west of Mount Olive. That's going to track towards Hillsboro. I definitely think that supercell has the potential of producing a tornado down the line. Also, the severe warning now. Wow, this thing's getting big. West of Springfield, we got a giant hailstorm here. This thing is producing easily tennis ball sized hail, probably larger than tennis balls, going directly towards Mount Vernon, Missouri. If you guys live in Mount Vernon, we got to be taking shelter. This is a giant hailstorm that's happening here. Radar is indicating that this could be up to 4-inch sized hail. So if that's happening, there could be softballs flying out of the sky right now. And I'm not kidding when I say this. If a hailstone is that large falling out of the sky, it could literally be deadly. So if you live here, you need to be taking shelter. This is producing softball-sized hail potentially right now. Moving directly towards Springfield, Missouri. It's a very populated area. If you live right along the interstate as well, or if you're driving along the interstate, you need to pull over, get to a gas station, or just avoid this interstate right now. This is an extremely dangerous hailstorm. I can't stress it enough, guys. If you have friends or family here, you need to make sure they're aware of this. If you have friends that are traveling on I-44 today, this is going right along it. This is going to destroy windshields. Do not park under an overpass. You got to get off the highway to a gas station or something like that. This is a very dangerous supercell right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they upgraded this to apple-sized hail or larger. It's currently warned for tennis balls, but I definitely could see this getting upgraded to a much higher warning at some point here. Look at the CC drop, guys. That right there that's hail. That's not a tornado. That's big hail that's falling, going right into a very populated area. Mount Vernon could literally have a bunch of cars destroyed from hail like this, or a bunch of windshields destroyed. You don't want to end up like Ryan Schull yesterday. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want you to pull up that graphic that we set in Stream Relays. This is comparing the reflectivity that's going on right now in pink to the HRRR in green. There's a lot less storms up there right now than what the HRRR was forecasting. This is going to have a big implication on the tornado environment we have in place. Any of these storms were going to occur across the tornado environment today. It was ahead of the line that's at the very end of the storm system, was basically going to somewhat limit that tornado environment in terms of how favorable it can get. We are not seeing that pre-convection across the area where we have our highest significant tornado parameter values right now. So that means they're basically just going to spend the entire day climbing even higher than what they were forecasted to be. The latest HRRR runs are showing a very, very scary picture for later on in terms of storm intensity, with a lot higher coverage, with a lot stronger supercells. And the longer that it takes to see convection in places like western Arkansas and western Missouri, the stronger the environment will be for the storms that are off to the east. So keep an eye on those convective trends, and let's keep an eye on that to make sure that nothing changes that we don't catch.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, guys. I mean, this is the latest HRRR model run. The later we wait till storms develop, the worse this environment is going to be. It's going to be a much more intense environment for tornadoes. And so what this basically means is that the longer we wait, the worse the storms are going to be. And we've had very little storms going up in this area. And the HRRR by 6 to 7 p.m. has all sorts of supercells everywhere. And so the longer these storms wait to develop, the worse it's going to be. And you can see there's even supercells in Tennessee and even northern Mississippi that weren't even forecasted to happen that could happen. So this is not a good trend. This is definitely not good at all. The STP values are very high to begin with, and it's going to be a very favorable environment for tornadoes tonight, especially with these trends that we're seeing. So again, you guys got to be staying alert. I can't stress it enough. Like, the longer we wait for storms to develop, the worse it's going to get. And this is the reason why I'm saying this is not, quote unquote, a bust or anything like that. We're super far from even being able to say something like that. Like, we'd have to wait until at least 9 o'clock to even say anything like that, maybe even later. So do not let your guard down right now. We do have a couple of storms that are trying to go up right now in southern Illinois, so those are being monitored. We have not had anything developing down here yet, which again is not a good thing. Over here to the northwest of St. Louis, we do have a tornado warning still for Vandalia. That rotation right now is going to be moving into Bowling Green here in a few minutes. If you live in Bowling Green, you need to be getting ready for this, taking shelter. If you live near Curryville or Vandalia, storm chaser John McKinney is on the supercell that's trying to rotate. This is over here in Morrow, Illinois. This is the one that just went through St. Louis. Has some scuddy features. It's had some broad rotation over the last several minutes. So we are monitoring the potential for a tornado with this storm. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are live with extensive coverage on a pretty significant tornado event that's happening. Looks a little sus. We're watching that closely. I want to urge anybody, though, near Springfield, Missouri, to protect your car. We have a giant hailstorm happening right now. We have at least tennis ball-sized hail falling right along Interstate 44. It's going right into Mount Vernon here in a few minutes. We have a live camera on the bottom right side of your screen that's going to have a live shot of that really significant hail core here in just a few minutes. So the hail is about to get really wild out here. Continuing to keep eyes on that. Hey, bite for the sewer chat. Watching from Menominee Falls in Wisconsin. Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. I got it. Even though we're only getting rain and wind, I enjoy your lives. You're by far the best. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Also, Beans for the super chat. What's your take on Fenton, Missouri? We're going to have another storm or two, I think. We actually got a new storm going up that has a lightning strike north of St. Louis. Got maybe 4 other updrafts going up near Troy. So these could all become storms down the line. So yeah, again, things are starting to ramp up a little bit. Again, we only got 2 tornado warnings, but the longer we wait for warnings, the worse it's going to get here for this evening. Which the worst thing that could happen today is that we get a nighttime nocturnal tornado outbreak. And it's very possible something like that happens. Hey, Legacy music for the $20 super chat. Good coverage. What's your opinion on Evansville, Indiana timing with the storms? We're going to have storms within the next 2 to 3 hours. Line of storms coming down to the south, but the longer this outflow boundary takes to get to you, there's a larger window for discrete supercells that could lead to tornadoes. So really anytime between now and like 11 o'clock tonight, there will probably be like 2 or 3 separate rounds of storms there. So are they saying it's better than predicted or if it's getting worse? In my opinion, it's going to be worse the longer we wait for storms to fire up. We have not had very many in our warm sector. It's a very large area that we have. In fact, it's significantly worse. The longer we wait for storms to fire up, it's going to get worse and worse. So, yeah. The fact that nothing's developed yet is very concerning. And I'm being serious when I say this. Like, we were forecasting storms to fire at like 2:33. Nothing's fired here, and that's not a good thing. I mean, we obviously could. There's a low chance that nothing fires at all, but nothing's fired in this PDS tornado watch, and that is not what you want to see at 4 o'clock on a 4:30 right now. Each storm that develops basically will weaken the intensity of our environment. And that hasn't happened. So the environment is just getting more and more ripe for storm development. So our wind shear, our instability, those numbers are all going up. And whenever those things go up and increase, the intensity of the environment gets better. We've had very small attempts of showers, but nothing's actually maintained itself. That's why this environment is getting even more ripe. And I know the Storm Prediction Center doesn't have another update until like 8 o'clock, but I almost feel like a 15% tornado risk would be valid for some more of these areas down here to the south near Dyersburg and near Memphis. But Right now, it is a 10%, 5%, kind of depends on where you are here. I mean, I'm not trying to say this to scare you, but it's just the nature of what's going on right now. I mean, the longer we wait for storms to fire, the better shot we're going to have of a more significant tornado outbreak. I mean, it's literally 4:30 right now, and we've had nothing down there. This environment's a little bit different. Up here near St. Louis, like we've had storms. This environment's been wiped from the morning convection, so these storms have been struggling a bit more. I do think, though, in an hour or two, once these storms get a little bit closer to St. Louis, there will be a higher tornado potential. Keep in mind, guys, this entire area of storms that's going up right now, they're all mostly starting as discrete and semi-discrete supercells. In a little while, this is going to congeal into a line, probably about 3 hours from now, and that will lead to a widespread damaging wind threat with embedded tornadoes. So that'll be something we're watching for later this evening. We got a big hailstorm right about to hit Mount Vernon in Missouri. This is just east of Joplin, west of Springfield. If you guys live in Springfield, you need to be protecting your vehicle. This is your early warning here to go protect your car, as there is a risk right now for tennis ball, baseball-sized hail. Radar was indicating a few minutes ago 4-inch-sized hailstones, which would be the size of a softball. And this is right now on a direct collision course for Nixa, Ozark, and Springfield, Missouri. Here's kind of a general timeline here. So Springfield about 5 o'clock or so. You got about half an hour. Is there a moderate risk of severe weather? There is. Hey, Green Bay for the super chat. Hey, Benjamin for the super chat. Can we get a forecast in Hannibal, Missouri? We're a little bit north of Bowling Green. These storms up here will mostly be, I think, damaging winds. I think you're a little too far north for a more significant tornado threat, but definitely stay alert just in case. There's a little bit of rotation directly northwest of Hannibal right now, but it could be a bit contaminated. It's going to go into Payson here soon. So Payson's in the path of that, and that's eventually going to go towards Mount Sterling. Definitely wouldn't rule out at least a low tornado potential with that storm. But with it being in such a large radar hole, it is hard to see if it's actually legit rotation or not. So the National Weather Service might issue a warning on that. We'll see. Hey, Tommy for the super chat. What are we looking at in Louisiana? Louisiana is chilling. Or Louisiana, Missouri. That's a town. I don't know where that is. The highest risk, though, of tornadoes is going to be in this general area here in Missouri. It's all the way down towards, Joplin. I think the highest tornado threat will probably reside down here near Farmington and Cape Girardeau in a few hours. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Tipton, California, Jefferson City, Holtz, Summit, Russellville, and Wardsville. A lot of people live in this tornado warning. If you live in this tornado warning, you got to be taking shelter right now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to be getting away from windows. This is a pretty dangerous storm here that is in the middle of the state. Unfortunately, this is a huge radar hole, so radar coverage is pretty poor. If we go over to the Kansas City radar site, you can actually see, though, the rotation located directly north of Versailles, and that's going to go directly towards Russellville in about 5 to 7 minutes, and Jefferson City is about 10 to 15 minutes out from this. So if you live in Jefferson City, Missouri, we need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and be getting away from windows as this storm comes in. Do not try looking outside for this. Do not pretend you're a storm chaser. You just got to get to your safe place. I really recommend, you got a few minutes if you're in Jefferson City. I do recommend getting a helmet, maybe some sort of other protection like a mattress, some blankets, couch cushions, something that can protect your head and neck area in case there is a tornado with this storm. There is a risk of strong, intense, possibly violent tornadoes with any supercell in this environment today. I would also have shoes in your shelter spot right now. Bring them down to your basement or storm shelter, whatever it might be, and wear or even bring long sleeves if possible. The storm's going to go right into Jefferson City here soon. We got a large hook echo and a very strong inflow north of Versailles. It's far away from the radar site, but on the velocity scale, it's about a 6 out of 10 right now. So it's not a tornado yet, but it could be at any time. Is it not Versailles? Or somebody said it was Versailles the other day. Versailles? It's Versailles now? Bro, there's no way. I literally just had somebody, I swore I covered this area the other day. People are saying it was Versailles. Did it change? They changed their name pronunciation overnight? I'm serious. It's apparently Versailles. Versailles. Bro, at this point, we're calling it. We're going to call it Versailles again. That's what I used to call it, Versailles. We're just going to call it that. It's Versailles. I'm just going with Versailles. Latest scan, our strongest rotations now crossing over Missouri 5, heading into Latham right now. It's going to be approaching Russellville, Lowman, as well as St. Martin's here soon. Definitely got to watch this closely. There's a lot of people that live in this tornado warning. Got a little over 100,000 people in this tornado warning. It also includes Ashland, New Bloomfield, Hartsburg, California, Russellville, Wardsville, Holtz Summit, obviously Jefferson City, and then as well as Tipton. The other tornado warning here for Bowling Green has been allowed to continue. We still have an area of rotation that's going to be coming up right into Bowling Green. Large hook echo, strong inflow. If we have a tornado, it's going to enter into Bowling Green in about 7 minutes, but you should be in your safe place before that. Curryville, Bowling Green, Ashley, Eolia, Frankfort, and Farber need to be taking shelter. The severe warning over near Mount Vernon, just outside of Springfield, is now 2-inch sized hail, so it's a little bit smaller, but still some pretty big hail right now that could easily damage vehicles and windshields. Is coming up into Republic. It's going right along I-44. Brookline and Battlefield are in the path of this. Hey, Snow for the super chat. Missourians call Versailles. All right, so it's Versailles. We're going with Versailles. Also, we got some new storms that are starting to go up off to the south of Neosho. This is in far southwestern Missouri, northwestern Arkansas. We'll be watching these for an increasing hail and wind threat, even a tornado threat down the line. It's very interesting. So far, nothing is organizing right now in southern Illinois. Again, this is not good when you see something like this, though. I mean, we're not even at the peak of daylight heating. And these storms, these little cells have been trying to go up right along the Mississippi River Valley. They've been struggling to actually produce. And my mouse is bugging out again. That's why I can't draw. But yeah, this area definitely needs to be on high alert in the next few hours. Once a storm goes up and actually organizes, it's going to be a very dangerous afternoon and evening. MTG with Sewer Chat asked about northwest of Columbia, Missouri. Please give us some info. I think northwest of, was that Columbia? Yeah, Columbia. Yeah, northwest of Columbia. We're almost done. You're almost behind the cold front. I'll give it another hour and a half, and then you'll be fine. Hey, Caitlin for the super chat. $20 for getting the pronunciation correct. If I got $20 for every pronunciation I got correct, I'd probably have $20. So that's pretty good. Hey, Slider for the super chat. Is St. Louis good? No, you're not. Lock in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning near Quincy, north of Hannibal. This is going to be for Payson and Camp Point. You know, take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you if you are in this tornado warning. This isn't a big radar hole here near Camp Point. That storm is going directly to the northeast towards Mount Sterling and Camp Point and Clayton. But again, this is a very, very large radar hole, so we don't have a great look at velocities. But we did have a pretty strong area of rotation like 5 minutes ago. So about 5 minutes ago, there may have been a tornado near Barkley, and that would have gone right over the Hannibal Regional Airport. It's now crossing into Illinois, and it's going to be approaching Payson. Payson, Liberty, Burton, going to be crossing over I-72. You guys are all in the path of this rotation. Daniel with the super chat says, the kids want your opinion on sleeping in their treehouse in central Illinois tonight. Terrible idea. Get out of the treehouse. Otherwise, they're grounded. That's a fat polygon. It is fat. You better put like you better lock the door to that treehouse. There's no way somebody's actually trying to go into a treehouse tonight in Illinois. Are we being serious? It's like asking, can I go camping if I'm in Paducah, Kentucky? Like, no, you can't. You're not allowed. Thank you, Lux, for the $10 super chat. Versailles? I don't care. I'm saying Versailles. The other thing is too, if we had a thunderstorm in central Illinois tonight, which we will, lightning could strike the tree. That's terrible. Like, that would be like a terrible result. So trees are literally one of the center points of what lightning strikes. Latest scan on our Jefferson City tornado warning. Area of rotation right now is south of US Highway 50. It's going right into Centertown, St. Martin's, and Jefferson City here over the next few minutes. Gotta be taking shelter if you're in Jefferson City. Just south US Highway 50. Get ready. Holt Summit, Jefferson City, and Wardsville. We also have another severe warning in Michigan. This is pretty crazy, guys. This is our severe storm. It's non-existent. It's not even a storm, but it's an area of wind that is moving through Lansing right now. It basically says damaging winds behind an exiting area precipitation will affect the area. So, yeah, if you live in this area, they could persist for quite a bit of time. So if you live over here in Missouri, or Michigan, excuse me, get ready for some significant damaging winds. Not associated with a thunderstorm. If you live over near Louisville, Evansville, Jasper, we got a lot of thunderstorms out here, mostly producing damaging winds and a lot of lightning. None of these are very tornadic as of right now, but we are monitoring this situation. What is going to become tornadic is any storms that do end up organizing down here in southern Illinois and southeast Missouri, which we're kind of awaiting to see what happens there. We are starting to see some little tiny showers go up near Huntington, Tennessee. That could become concerning at some point. You'd see them going up here on some of the live Radar Omega cyclone ports. Storms are starting to bubble up here. And if you guys want to check out all these live cameras, you can go to the Radar Omega app and download it with the top link in the description below. Temperatures right now are in the low 80s out here, so it is definitely pretty warm. The dew points are in the mid 60s, so there's plenty of buoyancy. But conditions are becoming a lot more ripe now for supercell development down there in Tennessee. This hail core might become, or this hailstorm might become another more elevated hailstorm warning. Right now it's for 2 inches in diameter. I wouldn't be surprised if this got upgraded to 2.5 to 3 inches in diameter again. The hail core has gotten large again right over Mount Vernon. So Mount Vernon, Missouri, currently getting hit by a pretty nasty hailstorm. This is what it looks like right now in Mount Vernon. Not that. Why is it not clicking? There we go. This is what it looks like in Mount Vernon right now. So we got upwards of tennis ball to baseball sized hail coming down right now in Mount Vernon. This camera is specifically located near the Quality Inn and Suites between Daniel Drive and Industrial Road. I think there are people parked under the overpass there. There's some sort of truck that's parked there. We might have shame. Might have shame there. I can't really tell for sure. We have a brand new tornado watch in Illinois. It's a small one, and it's actually kind of concerning the way they word it because it's such a small area. But it's for Springfield, Lincoln, Decatur, Taylorville, Champaign, Paris, Robinson, Olney, Effingham, and Mattoon till 9 p.m. Central Time. We need a shame emoji. If you're a member of the channel, there is a shame emoji. This tornado watch is for several tornadoes being likely. Scattered hail to the size of tennis balls is likely, and then widespread damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is going to be coming too. So if you live in this area, you got to be staying really weather aware right now. This is a very dangerous area where at least a few tornadoes are likely here today. What are your thoughts on DeSoto, Missouri, in Jefferson County tonight? Jefferson County? DeSoto, Missouri. Where's DeSoto? Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. That's going to be for Springfield. Let me talk about this first. Springfield, Missouri, you guys are now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be for 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We have a giant hail core right now going right into Republic, Battlefield, and Springfield, eventually going towards the Stratford area, Cody, Ozark, and Nixa. You guys all got to be taking shelter and protecting your vehicle if you are in this warning. If you live over in DeSoto, which I think is just south here, St. Louis somewhere, anywhere near St. Louis, the greatest concerns through about 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. We have discrete supercells that are trying to form right now. There will be a higher tornado threat down the line, though, once these storms get going over here. This entire line of thunderstorms out here is starting to ramp up, and it will be producing mostly wind, but there will be tornadoes initially with these discrete cells. We're still monitoring the tornadic supercell near Bowling Green, which has a large area of rotation. Nothing has tightened as of yet, but it is going to be moving right into Bowling Green, Louisiana here in a few minutes. If you're in Louisiana, Missouri, you need to get ready for this storm. That rotation is going to go right over top of you here in about 15 to 20 minutes. Clarksville, same thing. We have about 8,000 of you that are sharing your location. If you guys want to go ahead and share your location, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is where most people are tuning in from right now. Got a lot of people tuning in all across the Midwest and also through Missouri. Missouri has a lot of people tuning in. Rolla has a huge audience. St. Louis has a lot of people tuning in as well. A lot less people in Kentucky and Tennessee, but if you guys have friends or family out here, definitely make sure they're aware of the increasing tornado threat here that's coming in about an hour or two. We go back to the Jefferson City tornado warning, which has been allowed to continue. The last few radar scans, I'm not seeing as much rotation, but it is very rain. It's one, very rain wrapped, and two, it's also in a radar hole. So we can't really clearly see it. But if there is a tornado, it'll be heading towards Centertown, St. Martin's, and then Jefferson City. Good shout out to Bert with a $50 super chat from Ernie, Embry-Riddle alum here. You're doing us proud. I went the pilot route. Yeah, a lot of people went pilot route. I low-key need a pilot person, like a private jet person. There's a pilot out there that can fly me around on a private jet. Reach out. That would have helped the other day. I came back from California from the YouTube Creator Summit that I was at last week. And we came back, got here right in the nick of time because we had a very significant tornado hit Enid only a few hours after I got back. I would ignore Indianapolis too. Well, there's nothing to talk about. If I'm not talking about a certain place, it's a good thing sometimes. Indianapolis is not currently at risk of anything in the next hour, but it will change probably in about 2 to 3 hours. Hey, read for the super chat, and also Elijah. That's on the condition in southern Illinois. We're waiting for storms to fire. Again, the longer we wait for storms to fire, the worse this is going to be. Nothing is organized quite yet, but we got a lot of little tiny showers that are starting to pop up here in southern Illinois and western Kentucky. I think it's only going to be a matter of time until we start to see storms actually organized. I thought it would happen over 2 hours ago. Nothing's happened. Again, that's not a good thing. I want to remind you, with no storms firing in this area, this environment is going to get way more volatile. And so within the next hour or two, if storms still have not fired, we're going to have a very serious nighttime threat, which is not good. If you live over in Springfield, Missouri, we got a giant hailstorm coming in right now. It's producing hail up to the size of limes, which is 2 inches in diameter. This is also producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is a considerable threat of severe weather right now heading to Battlefield. So you got to get ready for this really concerning hailstorm right now going into Billings. Going right into Republic. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this. Hey, Me6 for the super chat. Appreciate that. We got some new photos and videos coming out from you guys with these storms that have been rolling through here today. This is a new photo from Vince over in Villa Park, Illinois, with a big tree that it came down with a burst of wind at about 2 o'clock today. Just sent it a few minutes ago. This is a video from Bridgeton, Missouri. Very dark skies, very low hanging clouds as well. A little bit of broad rotation on this storm. A little bit of left to right motion at the front, a little bit of right to left motion at the back. Here's a photo from Troy, Missouri, from Robbery. Scary looking shelf cloud there. A little time lapse here from Cape Hart, Indiana. Pretty cool time lapse. Got a bunch of storms out here in the distance that rolled by. I think there was 2 or 3, and there's a shelf cloud that comes through. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Nick, for sending that in. This is a photo from Cole County, Missouri. Just out, this is actually in Jefferson City. This was about an hour ago, so this is not what's happening in real time right now, but a little bit of, it looks like a little lowering. We did have tornado warnings issued for the storms that went to the northeast of this. This is James over in Emmett Charter Township, Michigan. Specifically in Battle Creek, we got wind damage over there. We got a large area of low precip storms.
A new tornado warning
that are producing damaging winds. And our last photo for right now is from Macoupin County in Illinois, looking northwest of a very scary looking storm there. If you guys have photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. Also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We have a new tornado warning in Illinois and Missouri. That one will be for those that live in Louisiana, in Pittsfield, and Griggsville. If you guys live in this pink polygon, you need to be taking shelter now. You need to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You need to get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. This storm currently is moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. It has been a fairly discreet supercell for most of the time, but what we got to be doing if you're in Louisiana and Pittsfield is getting to your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, lowest floor possible. You need to make sure you have a helmet with you if you have one. If you have pillows or a blanket, I'll get those and cover yourself with them. Protect your head and neck area specifically if there is a tornado. So you need to take shelter if you are in this tornado warning. That rotation right now is over Bowling Green. It is not tight right now. We got a little storm merger that's coming out of the south. And if that storm merger is successful, this is probably going to produce a more significant tornado threat. I also want to talk about St. Louis for a second because I know a lot of people are tuning in from St. Louis right now and probably wondering, when are we going to be done? Guys, we're not done. Unfortunately, there are more discrete cells that are now firing off to your west. And one of the concerns is that this environment is still super ripe for tornadoes. This is our hodographs. Very curved, which means our winds are changing a lot with height right now. That means there's a lot of wind shear. And so this should lead to a pretty elevated tornado risk with any storms that end up firing here. We have a lot of wind shear, a lot of bulk shear. Storm relative velocity is still well over 300. 250 is really all you need really for a more elevated tornado threat. And so we are well over that number right now in St. Louis. And I know there's nothing here right now, but we got storms firing to your west, and those are eventually going to become concerning to some extent. There's a reason why there's a lot of storm chasers that have been sitting around St. Louis kind of waiting, because these storms off to the west are probably going to become tornadic at some point. Kind of like the one near Jefferson City. I'd say this one's not as tornadic as what we might see out of the ones off to the east, but that is definitely one of the concerns that we have. I would also be watching this supercell near Springfield and Ozark. It is moving now into a more favorable environment for tornadoes. This is now producing tennis ball sized hail. So Springfield, Missouri, you need to be protecting your vehicle. If you've not already done so, you got to go protect it now. This thing is producing some giant hail right now, coming directly into Springfield. There are a lot of people that are currently driving on the roadways right now in Springfield, and little do they know, in about 5 minutes, the same exact area will probably be having tennis ball sized hail. This is in Republic, which is literally 5 minutes away from having big hail. So we're going to have a live camera shot of that here in a second. Shout out to Mike with the $20 Venmo donation, watching from Wildwood, Missouri. Stay safe. That hail core is big. Hopefully no shame. Hopefully. There's another live shot bottom right in the same area. This is producing tennis balls. There's ice balls that are the size of tennis balls coming out of the skies. That's a lot of balls. But those are coming into the south side of Springfield right now. Our tornado warning that is in Camp Point, Illinois is still ongoing. I don't see a whole lot of rotation here. It's going up towards Rushville, but definitely stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Going back to Jefferson City, we do have a tornado warning still for Jefferson City. If you live in Jefferson City, you need to be taking shelter. That hook echo is only about 10 miles or so to your west. Bottom right side of your screen is a live shot from Jefferson City. We can actually go full cam to this. So this is looking directly towards that area of rotation on the Missouri River Bridge. And can't see anything yet. We are keeping an eye on this camera. This is live over in Republic, just south of Springfield, where tennis ball sized hail's coming in. So we got those two live shots on those storms, and we got more storms quickly going up right now off to the west of St. Louis. And if those can sustain themselves, tornado threat will be increasing. We got all sorts of little cells going up right now off to the southwest of St. Louis. It's getting really interesting, guys. We're actually starting to see convection, so things might actually get going here in a little bit. This is a look at our satellite imagery. We have an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning in Michigan. We got to talk about that. This is what it looks like right now. So we got storms going up all around in west of St. Louis, a bunch going up near Springfield. And we are starting to see some cumulonimbus clouds building over here in southeast Missouri and southern Illinois, and even over there in Tennessee. So storms are beginning to bubble up. We have an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning somewhere. What storm is that? Which one do they make EDS? I don't see a single one that's EDS. Southwest. So this warning has been upgraded to an extremely dangerous situation. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it's an extremely dangerous situation right now. If you live in Hastings, Charlotte, Battle Creek, or Marshall, you might be wondering, how in the world is this an extremely dangerous situation? It is a very low precip area of, it's basically a no precip area of wind that we're looking at here. So not something that you see very often, but this is a storm that is producing widespread wind damage across Battle Creek. Train spotters are reporting very high winds that are leading to widespread wind damage all across this 3-county box here in Michigan. So if you live here, you got to be staying away from windows. And this is an EDS, an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. It's not something that you see too often. We had some photos sent in from a couple of viewers over there, and it does look like there's a lot of tree damage. So it is only getting, it seems like, worse. A lot of straight line winds there. Over near Springfield, we might have a little microburst happening. We got very intense winds right over Missouri 174. Velocities are up to 70 miles per hour. So there's a localized area of high winds that is happening right now just west of Republic. Republic is about to get hit pretty hard by wind, it looks like, here in a few minutes. This is a very dangerous supercell here, mainly a hail threat and a wind threat right now, but the tornado threat could increase as this moves into our tornado watch polygon. They just upgraded the warning for Christian, Greene, and Lawrence counties in Missouri to a tornado possible tag. We still have a tornado warning right now for Jefferson City. There's a live camera bottom right of your screen that is in Jefferson City. We have a hook echo that is over US Highway 50, and that's going to move right into Jefferson City over the next few minutes. We need to take shelter if we are in Jefferson City right now. The storm is quickly coming towards you, and you're probably not going to see the tornado. No reason to try to look outside for this. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Lebanon, east of Bolivar. That just went up in the last few minutes for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going right towards I-44. This is a nasty storm going to Springfield. If you guys have friends or family in Springfield, Missouri, please share the stream with them. Get the word out there. There is a really damaging hailstorm that's going to be entering town. This is producing somewhere around tennis ball to baseball sized hail right now. So this is a very dangerous storm. The camera in the bottom middle is going to have that hail falling in a few minutes. The hail core is right here, Republic, and that camera's here. So we're going to have a very good view of what it's going to look like there in a few minutes. But unfortunately, this is probably going to be a very destructive hailstorm for the south side of Springfield in Missouri.
A new tornado warning.
So we definitely need to watch that closely. We have a new tornado warning. This one is going to be near Bowling Green and Vandalia near Curryville. If you are in this warning, you need to be taking shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This is not the same storm as earlier. It's a completely separate storm. So if you live here, you need to take shelter, bring your legs, go downstairs, go to your basement, your storm shelter, whatever it might be. Put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. If you have pillows, if you have like a helmet or something like that, you need to get that and cover your head and neck area in case there is a tornado. Take the proper precautions. Do not have your camera looking outside like you're a TikToker. It's very dangerous. These are not the kind of storms you want to be trying to look for a tornado with. Thank you, Weston, for becoming a member and calling for the super chat. I live in a camper. I'm located in Vernon, Illinois. I'm wondering if we should relocate somewhere safer or if it's okay to stay here. It's honestly kind of your call. If you live in a camper, RV, or a mobile home and you're in the tornado watch at all, I would be personally going and finding a sturdy structure. Maybe your uncle has a place to go, or your uncle has a place, or maybe there's a storm shelter in your town, maybe a nearby town. I would be trying to figure out that now rather than when a tornado warning is issued, though, because the second you wait until a tornado warning gets issued. That's the second that you're risking your life trying to get to that place when a tornado is only 60 seconds from hitting your mobile home or RV or whatever it might be. Again, keep in mind, a tornado watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes. A tornado warning means that a tornado is imminent or happening as that warning's issued. So you do not want to wait until a warning gets issued. That's the last thing you should be doing. If you need a sturdy structure today, you got to figure that out now. Do not wait. It's better to be safe than sorry, too, in a day like today. Back over in Springfield, we got a giant hailstorm coming in right now, right into Republic. That camera bottom middle is about to get absolutely demolished with hail. We got tennis ball sized hail that's coming into this right now. It hasn't really gotten too large yet, but it's going to get large here in a second. We're going to see some really big hailstones. There's a lot of people driving right now. It is basically rush hour. See the hail starting to come down. It's pretty small right now, but it's going to get larger. We got a new radar scan coming in. Hey, Coneth for the $20 super chat. Fort Wayne, Indiana, really appreciates you and the entire team. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. Glad you trust us. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just south of Springfield near Aurora and Monette. That's for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That hail core is going now right into Republic. So that hail's getting larger. There are hundreds of vehicles on the roadway right now with rush hour happening. So this hail core is going right through the heart of Republic. And there's a lot of hail falling in Republic. The CC radar is showing a ton of hail. This camera is a little bit laggy. It's probably losing connection, but the hail is starting to get larger and larger, and the wind's been picking up here in Republic. The south side of Springfield is about to get hit really hard with hail. Starting to see some of that hail come down right now. We just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be just south of Vandalia, south of Bowling Green near Wellsville and Ellsbury. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible tag on this storm. So you need to be staying away from windows if you're in this area. For those that are tuning in near the Mississippi River Valley, and for those that are wondering, why are we under a PDS tornado watch and nothing's happened yet? It's about to get going here soon. Actually, guys, look at this right now in Republic. Look at Republic. Republic, Missouri's getting hammered. We got giant hail falling, and we got winds really intensifying right now. They just moved the camera. Somebody's controlling it. I'm going to talk about those areas that are in that PDS watch in a second. But you can see the conditions are getting a lot worse now here in Republic, Missouri. The storm is producing tennis ball-sized hail right now. A lot of people are driving right through it. Don't end up like Ryan Scholl driving through a hailstorm. So conditions are getting pretty rough out there. We're going to keep an eye on that. What I was just talking about, though, is that the reason why we have not seen storms yet is because this environment has been capped off, which means we basically have a little dry inversion or a temperature inversion aloft that is preventing storms from bubbling up. But once that cap is overcome, these storms are going to explode really quickly. And the shear is very strong here, which makes it more concerning. And it's getting a lot windier, by the way, here in Republic. There might be a microburst happening right now. The velocities are really strong right over Republic. There could be 70+ mile-per-hour winds here just southwest of Springfield. The conditions are getting really rough out here. My goodness. Oh, the hail falling too. Camera's lagging a little bit, but the conditions are getting pretty bad out here. You can see the diverging winds here. So this is possibly a microburst, which is happening here near Republic. And what that means is that it's a localized area of very intense winds that are going from the atmosphere or the clouds down to the ground, and they're spreading out. And a lot of the time, this can lead to really intense pockets of like 70 to 90 mile-per-hour winds in a very localized area, sometimes higher winds than that. So that's what we're seeing right now in Republic, along with the giant hail threat that's happening.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Missouri. We're up to, I think we have 6 tornado warnings. This is a new one for Bowling Green. So Bowling Green and Olia, you need to be taking shelter. and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to get away from windows. Just northwest of Ellsbury. This supercell near Jefferson City is beginning to get a lot more concerning. Rotation has been intensifying over the last several radar scans, and there is a legit risk that if there is a tornado, it could be on the stronger side of things, going right towards Holt Summit and New Bloomfield. So if you guys live in this warning, we really got to be taking shelter because there could be a significant tornado. I know Jefferson City, you guys have been under a warning here for literally like an hour, it feels like. But that area of rotation is definitely pretty concerning right now. It's going to go directly over Holt Summit and then Lake Mikey Town, I think it is, and then New Bloomfield. That is a lot stronger than it was like 15, 20 minutes ago. It's right over the Church Farm Conservation Area. We are in a radar hole. This storm's also producing tennis ball sized hail. So Jefferson City, we got to be taking shelter. Got to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible if you're in Jefferson City. We are keeping an eye on any live cameras here too. There are a few. This is a live camera here in Jefferson City looking at this storm out in the distance. We don't have a clear view of it yet, but in a few minutes, we will hopefully get a very clear view of this storm as it moves in. That is located about 2 miles north of the downtown area. This is another live shot. It is rush hour right now. A lot of people are just trying to get home. But I urge you, if you're on the roadways, you got to try to get to a sturdy structure in case this does try to drop a tornado. We don't know if it's on the ground right now, but if it is, it's going right into Claysville, which is about maybe 5 miles north of the city. I wish we had a radar site here because we would have a much better view of the storm there. Hey, KK for becoming a member. Any updates on Bloomington? No updates as of right now. We got a big time line of storms developing now north of St. Louis. This will lead to a much more significant damaging wind threat down the line. And tornadoes are also going to be possible. We've had a lot of attempts of convective initiation down here in Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri, Illinois, and the PDS tornado watch. Again, nothing has transpired yet, but the longer we wait, the more favorable that environment's going to get for a tornado. Latest radar scan on our Springfield hailstorm. This is now moving into the southwest side of Springfield. The largest hail, which could be up to tennis ball size, is now moving into Brookline and Battlefield. This is the kind of hail that's going to damage and dent your car. It could also destroy your windshield. So if you are in this warning, you need to be taking shelter. There are a lot of people on the bottom right camera there that are in Republic that are right next to the hailstorm that might be getting hit by this right now. It's going to go right into Battlefield and Springfield over the next few minutes. We've also just issued a flash flood warning for Marion, Missouri. So we do have a flash flood warning now in Marion, Missouri. We got a lot of flash flood warnings going up. Waiting for another radar scan here, but again, we're looking at a possibility of a tornado right now north of Jefferson City. If there is a tornado, it will be on the stronger side of things. These cameras do have some connection issues, but over at Republic Road, the wind is beginning to pick up here. Republic and Scenic, just on the southwest side of Springfield. Straight line damaging winds are becoming a concern. And on top of that, there's some really big hail falling. Latest scan on our Jefferson City tornado warning. That rotation is now lifting to the north. Hopefully this will avoid the city. It is heading in the direction of Bloomfield right now. So if you're in Bloomfield, you got to get ready for this. New Bloomfield. After that, it'll go towards Fulton. So if you live over in Fulton, get ready. Just south and east there of Columbia. Pretty dangerous, discrete supercell there. We've had attempts of storms going up west of St. Louis. None of them have been successful so far, but I want to remind you, if you do live in St. Louis, severe weather threat will definitely start to increase here within the next hour or two as those storms come out of the west. We are not done with severe weather if you're in St. Louis. It is really only the beginning. We're at least going to have one, if not two more rounds of storms that'll be capable of all hazards, including the threat of tornadoes. This is our latest meso analysis on our significant tornado parameter values, and they're increasing in a lot of places right now. There is an environment here near Jefferson City that is very favorable for tornadoes. We got about a 5 on the STP value scale Even though near Warrenton and St. Louis, all these numbers are pretty high, ranging from 4 to 7. This is on a scale of 1 to 10. And generally speaking, if it's any higher than a 5, the threat of a significant, like stronger, intense tornado is a lot higher. So if you live in this area, we definitely got to be staying alert right now. Everywhere else, there's still a favorable environment, just not a whole lot of storms in a lot of the other places yet. I think we'll have to monitor the supercell south of Springfield down the line for maybe some tornado genesis as it goes towards Seymour. Yeah. Wait, do we just get a new tornado warning? Or am I tripping? I started a new tornado warning sound effect and nothing happened. That was weird. I don't think we have a new one. I flipped overlays and it just had a sound effect. That was weird. Hey, Jar for the sewer chat. I'm in Columbia, Illinois, which is just east of St. Louis, Missouri. I'm trying to get to my girlfriend and kids. Am I in the clear for a bit? Columbia, Missouri, or Columbia, Illinois. We'll just look where that is real quick. Yeah, you're probably fine for a little bit, but definitely stay alert. If you live anywhere near St. Louis, like you guys can go about your normal daily activities, but you need to have ways to receive alerts, obviously. There are more storms coming. We will see more severe weather in St. Louis. It's not like an if, it's just a when. So if you live in St. Louis, we're going to have more storms here soon. We are starting to see more supercells trying to develop here off to the north and west of St. Louis. This line of thunderstorms is really what's going to be the big kicker, because that's going to be a lot more widespread. Rotation still looks pretty strong right now near US Highway 63, going into New Bloomfield near Jefferson City. Back over in far western Illinois, the tornado warning near Pittsfield, that rotation's gotten a little bit stronger. That's going to go towards Winchester and Jacksonville. There is a possibility they'll issue a new tornado warning for this as it moves to the east. We'll be watching that. Just outside of Springfield, look at this. This is live inside of our giant hailstorm just south of Springfield, producing tennis ball sized hail and 60 plus mile per hour winds. The wind is picking up a lot right now. Camera's pretty pixelated, but that's a live shot out there. Pretty nasty conditions, and there's a lot of people driving home right now while this hailstorm's happening. See the tree swaying at the top right. They rock for the super chat. Got family in Holt Summit, Missouri, but no one's answering. Power outage? Possibly. A big branch for the super chat. Got a new tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for the storm that's just northeast of Jefferson City. It's near New Bloomfield, Fulton. It's north of Chamios, I think is how you say it. If you're in this warning, definitely take shelter. There is still a tight area of rotation right now, directly north of the city. It's going to cross over US Highway 54. Mocane, and as well as Fulton. You guys are included in this too. You need to be staying alert right now for a potential tornado threat as this storm moves to the east-northeast. Where can I send videos of trees being blown over? This is exactly where you send it. QR code and the link on your screen right now. Speaking of that, we do have some new photos and videos. I think. Here's a new photo from St. Peters, Missouri, of some very ominous skies here. I had a lot of photos of this kind of scuddy looking stuff. These are just scary looking storms here. Oh, we have something happening on slot 3 right now. Oh, guys, look at this. This is in St. Louis right now. Look at all the cars here. They're all trying to like get off the road. There's a lot of hail falling. Look at like the car. These people don't know what to do. There's all sorts of hail falling right now here, just south of Springfield, Missouri, near Republic. People are driving really slow, but there's a bunch of hail coming down. There's like a hail wave happening here. So hail's coming down rapidly now. We at least have golf balls probably falling with this storm. I know the camera's blurry, but It's definitely hailing out there. And you see the wind still picking up. The wind actually changed directions. That tree at the top right was going right to left. Now it's going left to right. So this is the rear flank downdraft, the wind coming out of the storm. The streets pretty easily flood, it seems like. These cars are all kicking up water. All right, back over to some of your photo and video submissions. This is a video from Republic, Missouri. That's a lot of hail coming down. Doesn't look very large, but definitely a lot of hail coming down there. This is in Griffin, Missouri. Wow. Really intense conditions here. Hey, John, for sending this in. So I'm assuming this is with that supercell that's just south of Springfield. And then here's a photo from Republic of a microburst knocking down multiple tree limbs. So it seems like we might have had a microburst here. The winds did intensify, and that is a localized area of very high winds. They're very hard to predict, but looks like we might have had a microburst. If you guys have any photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. You can also go to the link on your screen right here. Huge shout out to Vinny with the $20 super chat. What does PDS stand for? That means particularly dangerous situation. We currently have a PDS tornado watch in effect, so we're just kind of waiting to see what happens there. Also, thank you for your max velocity phone calls. They're a lifesaver for sure. Get you some DoorDash on me tonight. I appreciate that. Also, shout out to Gail with the $100 super chat saying thank you for keeping us safe from Wentzville, Missouri. I'm glad I can help you there. Leslie also says you are very professional. And earlier chat conversation about your voice. It is just fine and perfect and important for this job. Thank you for liking my voice. I appreciate that. I'm glad I have reassurance. Back over to the southeast of Springfield. This storm right now is producing some big damage for sure. I'm kind of surprised this isn't warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. I definitely think we have higher wind gusts than just, 60. Very intense winds right now near state US Highway 65, heading towards Seymour. This is a very dangerous storm right now, and we are still monitoring. It's producing some big hail also right over the south side of Springfield. So there's probably golf ball, maybe in larger size hail right now falling directly south of Springfield, not far from the Missouri State University. So some cars might be getting dented or even damaged. Same thing east of Aurora. We got another hail core here. If my mouse decides to cooperate, my goodness. I really need a new mouse or something. So hail there just east of Aurora. After the severe weather outbreak, I'm getting a new mouse. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to talk about the storms off to the north of St. Louis right now. It looks like they're starting to go upscale. And the interesting part about this is SVC currently does not have a significant wind risk anywhere in the United States. I would expect we're going to see significant winds as we become a linear line of storms. So if you're across the northern part of Illinois and central part of Illinois, know that there's not a significant wind gust risk, but we're probably going to end up seeing those with those severe thunderstorms when they do eventually go linear.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so if we go over to the SBC outlook for today, what he means is, yes, there is a widespread threat of wind, but there isn't a quote-unquote significant wind threat, which means we don't have a SIG 1 wind risk outlined or a SIG 2. And you might be wondering, what the heck is a SIG? Well, a SIG is basically an intensity parameter that the Storm Prediction Center will issue. So right now we have a normal 45% wind risk, which means widespread damaging winds are likely in the pink and even in the red. But we don't have a hatched area. And the first hatch is called a SIG 1. That means there's a risk of 75-mile-per-hour winds or higher. A SIG 2 is 85-mile-per-hour or higher. And then SIG 3 would be 95+, right? And we don't have one of those. And I was really confused why we don't even have one to begin with. But I do think there's a real risk over here near St. Louis, Terre Haute, and Urbana for 75+ mile-per-hour winds. So definitely get ready for a higher wind threat. We do have a widespread trampoline risk today of flying trampolines. We are probably going to see several flying trampolines this afternoon and evening. We right now have an extreme risk of flying trampolines anywhere in the tornado watches. So hatch down your trampolines. Make sure they're hatched down, because otherwise they might go flying to another state or another county. Could end up in another zip code. How intense our winds are going to be. New severe thunderstorm warning for Lebanon here in Missouri. That'll be for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going right up Interstate 44. We do not have a tornado warning anymore for Jefferson City. That storm is lifted to the north. We definitely need to watch this new organizing supercell south of Jefferson City for a possible tornado threat down the line. It's near Tuscumbia right now. So far, again, still no storms have developed in our PDS tornado watch. It's all been capped off. It will be very interesting to see how long this lasts. Is there a cap in place? There is a cap down here. Yeah. These storms have been capped off. Thank you, Caleb, for the super chat. They did. Thank you, Jared, for becoming a member. If you live like near Louisville or Evansville, we have a lot of thunderstorms out here, mostly just strong thunderstorms producing some gusty winds and a lot of lightning. Actively, we don't have anything too severe here. Flash flooding is becoming a concern. Severe weather will ramp up later this evening for a lot of these places. Anything north of this line right here should stay pretty limited in terms of the tornado risk, at least for now, until the warm sector lifts to the north again. It's pretty crazy, though, guys. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Again, we thought storms were going to fire up around like 3 to 4. It is now almost 5:30. And again, nothing has fired in the tornado watch yet. And I want to remind you guys, for those that think this is over, it's not. Because the longer we wait for storms to fire in the Mississippi River Valley, or really anywhere in this risk area here, the higher chance there will be of significant and strong tornadoes. So please stay aware. Like I can't stress it enough. Like, you can obviously do what you got to do, right? But one of the concerning things is that we are going to have a pretty elevated risk here of tornadoes down the line. Down here near Springfield, we still got a very significant storm rolling through here. The wind is getting crazy out here. This is a live shot right now near this storm. The wind is getting really intense. This is a very significant storm right now near Ozark. You can barely see anybody on the highway right now. That's how bad it is. Look at this camera. My goodness, this could easily be 80-mile-per-hour winds. This is right now happening near Cody, near US Highway 65, just south and east there of Galloway. Look at the wind. This supercell that just went through Springfield is very intense. Almost just lost that camera. That is insane. Probably have hurricane force winds here. They did upgrade the warning to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So the winds are definitely intense. This is another live shot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Illinois. This one will be over to the west of Springfield for Jacksonville. Jacksonville, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This is a storm that's currently going to be going towards Springfield down the line. So if you live in Springfield, or Springfield, Illinois, we need to be staying alert. Looks like we might have cameras going down over there. Either that or just connection issues, but the cameras are struggling to stay up there. And this wind is just crazy. This camera's holding on for dear life. Hey, Travis, for becoming a member. This camera's still staying up. This is, again, just south of Galloway in Missouri. This wind has been super strong here for literally almost 5 minutes now. Pretty crazy. Here's that new tornado warning in Illinois. I'd actually be really watching the storm near Jacksonville. If that stays discreet, there will probably be a higher tornado threat on that, but it might merge into the line of thunderstorms. But take shelter if you're in this warning. We're watching for QLCS spin-up tornadoes embedded in this line as it continues to move to the east and southeast. Man, that camera's going absolutely nuts. There is definitely going to be a tornado risk, I think, down the line with this. It does have a little hook. They just issued a new warning for it for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And also for $half size tail, you can see a little hook shape forming right now, a little inflow over US Highway 60. The wind is surging. It's very strong right now over US Highway 60. And it's going to wrap right around in the direction of Seymour and Mansfield. Got a little outflow boundary here near Ozark as well. So that's kind of latching onto the storm right now. Big hail time threat there as well. Over near Lebanon, we got a little hailstorm off to your west, producing ping pong balls and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got another storm that's north of Tuscumbia. This is going to be heading towards Jefferson City. So if you guys live in Jefferson City, I do think the hail risk is going to be pretty elevated here. We're probably looking at golf ball sized hail, maybe even larger than that. Could be up to tennis balls now. That hail core is getting big. You actually got a 3-body scatter spike popping up on radar, which is a radar artifact with these larger hailstone storms. And it's going to go right up US Highway 54 towards Wardsville and Taos and Lynn. Get ready for that. Got more tennis balls flying out of the sky. This camera, like, what is going on with this thing? This is just crazy. It's been windy here for like the last 6 or 7 minutes. This thing's been getting hammered. I don't know. Like, you can see the tree swaying there on the left. It is super windy. It's like nonstop 70-mile-per-hour winds here. This is like more of a sky camera. It's a little bit higher off the ground. I just got my Max Alert call for a severe thunderstorm warning. W. If you guys need an extra way to receive weather alerts today, definitely check out Max Alert. It's where I give you a phone call. If you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, you can go to maxalert.net. Definitely recommend checking it out. You get a phone call with my voice. If you ever get issued a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning for your exact location, you can program it the way you want it. There's one of the top links in the description. Also, if you guys need a weather app, this is a pretty good reminder too. If you guys need a weather app to stay ahead of all the severe weather that's happening, you can check out Radar Omega. That's the weather app we're using right now. There's lots of live storm chasers and cameras that you can see in this app. You can do a lot of customization as well. If you want to check this out, it is also that top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android. Phenomenal app. You can, see all the storm chasers and stuff. So it's a pretty cool feature. And all the storm chasers right now are parked. Literally every single chaser on the bottom of your screen, they are just parked. They're waiting for storms to get to them or to look, interesting, basically. This is what's happening over there in Jasper, Indiana, with all the low clouds there. Hey, William, for the sewer chat. Appreciate that. I donated that. Thank you, Brittany, for the Venmo donation. Arnold, Missouri definitely could see severe weather. I'd be looking mainly at a hail and wind risk. I'm really watching Jefferson City right now for a more significant hail threat. I'm kind of surprised we have not had an upgrade to this warning yet. This is definitely producing hail larger than the size of quarters. I'll tell you that. It's probably producing tennis ball to baseball sized hail. Going right up towards Jefferson City. Pretty serious hailstorm that's happening here. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be back over near Grayville and Albion. This does have a tornado possible tag going towards Mount Carmel. So if you live in this severe warning, we definitely got to be staying alert. $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, a little bit of rotation on that storm. We're also monitoring storms trying to fire up still in the PDS tornado watch. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to talk a little bit about some convection attempts that we're seeing across Arkansas right now. So this was the line of storms the ARRR had firing about 2 hours ago. They still have not fired, but they are trying to fire. These are eventually going to move west into east into Tennessee, impacting places like Memphis, Jackson, and then potentially Nashville later on tonight. There is a good tornado environment here, but for now, the storms just aren't tall enough. You can see these tiny little blips on radar, as well as some sort of information on satellite that shows us that convection is ongoing. These storms over here in west or or southwestern Missouri are definitely very mature. And I think we're probably going to start to see some storm mergers ongoing here. And then eventually we're going to have some cleaner supercells making their way into our PDS tornado watch by the time we get towards the Poplar Bluff area, Cairo, Illinois as well. You guys are included in that. We are also trying to see convection down in northern Texas right now in the DFW area. There's not much of a tornado threat, at least for this portion of Texas, but there is going to be somewhat of a tornado threat once these storms do eventually move into Arkansas. This was kind of like an area that I would call a sleeper tornado threat. There's actually a very good tornado environment here in southern Arkansas, and it's I believe only like a 2% or a 5% tornado risk right now. If we do see a tornado down there, I think we could actually see multiple, and they could be significant as well. So if you're in places in southern Arkansas, keep an eye out for that. But for now, the main story is just going to be these area storms as we see how those sort of mature as they move off to the east, and as well as whether or not this is going to turn into an MCS and turn off to the southeast or continue as a semi-discrete line of supercells.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. They also Talon for the super chat. Will St. Louis get more chances for tornadoes after this evening? There is a risk of tornadoes literally for the next like 3 to 4 hours in St. Louis. It's just going to depend on our storm evolution off to the west. So far, things have been, again, pretty tame around St. Louis, but we do have storms that are going off to your west. I'd really be watching this one right here. If that storm stays discrete over there to the west of Lynn, it could be a big problem. I mean, we're talking like down the road implications for very large hail and even a tornado risk. I don't know why they haven't upgraded this warning either. Okay, they upgrade the other one. Jefferson City, though, this warning still says quarter-sized hail. This is not quarter-sized hail. That is tennis ball-sized hail. This is a very significant hailstorm, and it could easily become tornadic down the line too. But for right now, we got giant hail falling. This thing's going to be really nasty. And I mean, right now it's not, that close to St. Louis, but it is going that direction. It's moving east at about, 60 miles per hour. So if we time this out, let's do 62 miles per hour just to be safe. This is kind of the general timeline. So St. Louis, with this supercell, you're less than 2 hours away from it, and it's on a direct collision course for a lot of populated areas. I definitely think there's going to be some level of a tornado threat there. Storm Intermediate is currently sitting over in Union, kind of waiting to see if that storm is the one that they're going to go after, or if it's one of the other ones that's trying to develop along I-44. But all these storms that are trying to form near I-44 could become tornadic. I definitely say the one near Lynn has a higher ceiling right now for significant severe weather. There's a new tornado possible severe warning over here northwest of Louisville. You gotta watch this right here. There's a little bit of rotation developing right over near Milltown and northwest of Georgetown. So if you live in this area, we need to be staying alert. Very far southern Indiana, we're starting to see some rotation on these storms now. We also just got like 3 other tornado possible severe warnings. We got a lot of warnings. We got a new warning over here near Canton for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm going to see what else we got. There's some other tornado possible ones. We got a new one in Indiana. That's one we just talked about. We got one in Illinois. That's this one. Look at this, guys. All right, this is now a tornado possible severe warning. It has tennis ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. A lot of tags on this one. But there's a tornado possible tag. Yeah, get ready if you're in this severe warning. Very significant hailstorm moving right to the east. Hey, Norton, for the $25 super chat. I do not, unfortunately. The Bona for the super chat. And also, Danielle for the $20 super chat. Is Branson, Missouri going to get hit? I know where Branson is. I've seen it before. I'm going to look it up real quick. Branson, yes, you will be getting hit. Got 2 storms off to your west right now, mainly a hail threat. No really high tornado threat as of right now with those storms. Hey, Rita for the 5 get to memberships. As a reminder, we do have a pretty elevated risk of severe weather today. We do have a moderate risk of severe weather in case you have not heard all the buzz on social media. This is a elevated risk of severe weather. I know not a whole lot has happened yet, but the later we wait for storms to get going, the more ripe this environment's going to be. So near St. Louis, south of Springfield, Illinois, down into the Mississippi River Valley, there is still a moderate risk of severe weather in place. That is where the highest confidence resides on significant severe weather that is numerous to widespread over the next several hours. We are going to have a lot of damaging winds in this area no matter what. The tornado threat should stay elevated as well. That orange area, that's the level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. So Springfield, Illinois, west of Indianapolis, down into Little Rock and Memphis, you guys are all included in this. Slight risk goes from Wisconsin back into Texas and Shreveport. And then we also have a large marginal threat of severe weather. The main concerns for today will be damaging winds. 45% wind risk is in place for St. Louis, right along the Mississippi River Valley near Paducah. This area, we're looking at damaging winds that could easily exceed 60 to 70 miles per hour, and it's going to be widespread. There's also going to be large to very large hail. Baseball-sized hail is a very serious concern. We've seen a lot of storms producing that type of hail already over the last 2 hours. So the hail threat is definitely not busting right now. And then we also have a more significant tornado threat. And this is the thing that a lot of people are saying is busted. Guys, we have not gotten through the peak window at all. This peak tornado window goes through like 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. Some storms haven't even formed yet in that PDS tornado watch. And there is a real risk that in an hour or two, they are going to be going and they're going to be really tornadic. We could easily see some stronger, large tornadoes. So if you live in this area, we got to be staying alert. Springfield, Illinois, St. Louis, east of Springfield, Missouri, there is a SIG 2 tornado risk, which means that EF3 plus tornadoes are possible. But if you live anywhere in the green, brown, yellow, or red, you got to be staying alert. And kind of off topic, but tomorrow did get upgraded to an enhanced risk of severe weather. That does include Dallas, Little Rock, and Shreveport back into Mississippi. Main concern right now for tomorrow will be damaging winds. That'll be significant. That's what it's driven by. There will also be some large to very large hail, and there's also a risk of more tornadoes tomorrow. And there you go. We got more strong tornadoes tomorrow. The severe weather train never ends. This is a really cool live shot right now of the storms over here in Jasper, Indiana. Look at how low the clouds are and how fast they're moving. This is located just to the northeast of Evansville. This is not the storm that's severe warned with a tornado possible tag near Louisville, but it's the one that's just to the west of that. Really cool how fast the clouds are moving there. We are monitoring this storm going towards Louisville. Low tornado risk, could be mostly a wind threat, but if it can latch to the boundary, it could produce a tornado threat. Hey, Sheila for the super chat. Thank you, Deuce, for the super chat. My wife and I watch you a ton. Our 15-month-old said tornado last night when she saw it and heard you. You're awesome. Was that her first word? Was her first word ever tornado? If it was, then maybe it's a sign that she's going to be a meteorologist or storm chaser down the line. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Hardin, Carrollton, Greenfield, and Whitehall. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This storm right now is moving to the northeast. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. We got some crazy videos getting sent in. This is a crazy video from Greene County, Missouri, and Springfield, saying getting crazy in Springfield. It sure is. Got hail and leaves flying everywhere. This is also a video from Berry County, Missouri, over in Monette by the Westco. And here's a video. Wow, this is also near Republic. Possible microburst. Yeah, I think we had a microburst, to be honest. I would say there was probably a microburst here. This is just south of Paducah. Very intense supercell rolled through here not too long ago. Within the last 30 minutes. I mean, it's still going too. Still producing a pretty significant risk. And then here's another video from Springfield, Missouri. This is sent in by Tony of the very crazy conditions there. Seems like Springfield got hit pretty hard. All the hail coming down. A lot of small hail. Thank you, Robin, for the $20 Venmo donation. How's Memphis looking? Memphis does look concerning in about an hour or two if storms get going. Again, nothing's happened yet, but if a storm gets going, it's going to be a pretty significant threat of severe weather. Shout out to Princess with a $20 super chat. It is possible. Thank you here for the super chat. Today's my birthday and the weather never disappoints. Stay safe, y'all. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate that. Happy birthday. This video is 48 seconds long. Pretty crazy hailstorm moving through Springfield. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can send them in to us, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It is also one of the links in the description below. We do have a little graphic from the National Weather Service of Paducah. So for those that live over in like Western Kentucky, for example, basically this is a very detailed infographic about what's going to be happening over the next few hours and what is to come. What they've said is that what we know, basically, severe parameters are very favorable for severe storms over the next several hours. There is a small cap in place, which is like a little temperature inversion in the atmosphere that's preventing storm clouds from lifting up. So if storms can form and break through the cap, they will quickly become severe. That is the reason why there's a PDS tornado watch. When the front gets to this area, there will be a line of storms, and we're watching the National Weather Service basically watching it evolve radar scan by radar scan, just like we are here. What we don't know is if or when storms will be able to break through the cap in the near term. But obviously what you need to be doing if you live really anywhere in that PDS tornado watch is having several ways to receive weather alerts and have a tornado action plan ready to go. Like, I can't stress it enough, guys. I get it. There have been very few tornado warnings today. A lot of people are saying it's a bust and stuff like that. But the second a storm goes up, and if one is successfully able to go up, we are going to have a large tornado probably very quickly. And this is the reason why I'm saying, like, we got to be staying on alert here. We do have a PDS tornado watch in effect, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that does include Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, a bunch of other places here. So if you live right along that Mississippi River Valley, they still have this tornado watch for several strong tornadoes being likely. There have not been very many cases in the past where we've had a PDS tornado watch and we don't really see anything. So just to give you an idea, like these only get issued when there's really very ripe environments for tornadoes. Hey, Black for the super chat. What's Rolla looking like? We're watching these storms down to your south and west, mainly a large hail threat right now. If any of these storms take a right turn, though, there will be a higher tornado threat. It's really impressive, though. I mean, I get like there's not been anything, but like the environment is really crazy when it comes to the tornado threat if actually something got going. This is satellite imagery right now. Still got milky skies across Indiana and Ohio. Indiana, Ohio is not really a place that we're expecting severe weather. I do have to say, we got some clearing kind of starting to pop here. This is actually we got to look at this closely. Got to get my pen on here. I do think we're going to start seeing storms here in the next half hour. I'm seeing some convective initiation just east of Little Rock now. Let me fix my pen. Satellite is one of our friends at this point in terms of being able to see storms and stuff like that. So here's my pen tool so I can actually outline this. You can see this little storm going up right here. So there's been an attempt of convective initiation east of Little Rock. All right, I'm going to pause it right here. Look at all this clearing here as well. There's a lot of clearing, and that little bit of sunshine is going to increase the temperature by only a few degrees, and that should be enough to overcome the cap. I'm not capping. It's that looks like a storm that's going up. Let me look at radar and see if that's also verifying here. Yeah, you can see it right here. So you got a couple of little attempts of convective initiation now west of Memphis. So the second one of these breaks through the cap, the tornado threat will rapidly increase. And yes, it's not in our tornado watch, but it will be there in like 10 minutes, basically. Got a couple of other attempts also. We had another one just southwest of Benton. That didn't break the cap. We've had several attempts near Marion. Those haven't broke the cap yet. But yeah, that one down here east, just west of St. Louis, or west of Memphis, excuse me. That one does look like it's going to try to go. So we'll see. We shall see. It has been a slow day so far, but I don't think it's going to last. This is what it looks like over here in Jasper, Indiana right now. This is a live shot of a pretty severe line of thunderstorms. It's been producing damaging winds all day and a lot of hail. Jeffrey McMahon is looking at a little blue tinge back in there. Clouds are actually all going different directions right now, but the outflow boundary is right there, so this is not tornadic right now. Thank you, Erica, for the super chat. I appreciate that, Erica. Thanks for the super chat. They also take 5 golf for the super chat. Storms seem to be going up in Texas. Are they? Do we have storms over near Dallas right now? Yeah, we got storms trying to go up near Dallas now. It's kind of funny. We got a storm trying to go up in Dallas, Fort Worth before we see anything over there in the Mississippi Valley inside of our PDS tornado watch. We have another one trying to go up near Gatesville. There is a risk of severe weather in Texas today. All hazards are possible, but it's pretty low. It's pretty conditional. Did you get a new mouse? I did not. I got to get a new one still. Thank you, Jacqueline, for the $20 PayPal donation. Is Kankakee safe for tonight? I wouldn't say it's safe. We'll definitely have a line of thunderstorms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning just west of Springfield, Missouri, near New Berlin, Pleasant Plains, and Ashland. If you live in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now. You got to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. That area of rotation right now is going to be going directly into New Berlin, north of I-72. If you live in Sherman, Woodside, or Chatham, we got to be staying weather aware here. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a member. Oh, great. Yes, oh, great is right. If you live in Springfield, definitely get ready, guys. If you don't have a tornado action plan for some reason ready to go, you got to figure that out now. The storm is not really that strong when it comes to the rotation, but it is converging with a lot of other storms, so it might try to intensify here. This is the area of rotation. It's going to be going right, barely to the north of I-72, and then it'll go right into Springfield here in a few minutes. I do have a camera in downtown Springfield. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Quite a few people are going to be inside of this warning. We even have storm chaser John White, who's coming up into this storm right now. I'm going to keep him bottom right side of your screen. He might actually look at this here in a few minutes. Tornado warning is going right towards Springfield.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning west of Lincoln. This is an area of convergence embedded in our line just south of Mason City. So if you live in this tornado warning, we need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. And you need to get away from windows. This storm is going directly towards Lincoln, just south of Mason City, north of Petersburg. Our rotation right now is going to be located right here. So it's just west of Curtis. Greenview will be immediately in the path of this. Sweetwater, Middletown, and then going directly into Lincoln, which is very populated here in central Illinois. We got a new velocity scan coming in, so we're going to see what this looks like. We also have another area of rotation, perhaps developing south of Pekin, or Pekin, going towards Bloomington, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Here's the latest radar scan. Rotation is getting stronger off to the west of Springfield. You can see the reds and greens, they're getting a little bit closer and tighter, so that rotation's now getting just a little bit stronger. It's only a few miles away right now from hitting the downtown area of Springfield. And then the rotation over here west of Greenview is also getting a little bit stronger. Oh my goodness. One sec, I'll need to verify something. Thank you, Neo, for the $50 super chat. Thanks for what you're doing. I appreciate that. W's in the chat, though, for Neo. Rotation has been getting a little bit stronger here just to the west of Lincoln. Need to be taking shelter again if you're in this warning. This is a pretty dangerous storm here. Yeah, Steve for the super chat. Evansville, Wisconsin, and is Max Alert a seasonal subscription? Seasonal subscription? No, it's a yearly one. It's $14.95 a year, basically $1 a month. I don't know if this is from today or not, but this is from Storm Chaser. Maybe it is. Where's Jacob? Yeah, I think this is from today, I think. Jacob McMillan, I think, put his drone up. I'm not entirely sure if this is from today. I'm verifying, but this is from the Marion, Illinois tornado in 2025. This is the path of it. I think this was taken today. So this is a year later, if I am correct. And this is what it looks like right now. Looks like some stuff has been rebuilt, but you can see the large swath of trees still down. They've done nothing with. I'm waiting to verify if that is correct, but I think this is literally from today. He's right here. He's near Marion. So yeah, this is all the tornado damage from Marion from last year. So he's looking at what happened last year. We covered that tornado on stream. And hopefully nothing like that happens today. Got a new storm trying to organize near St. James right along I-44. Let's go back to these tornado warnings outside of Springfield. This is our latest radar scan. Our main area of rotation right now is still about, let's get an exact measurement, about 15 miles west of the downtown area of Springfield. So we still got about 15 minutes or so until this thing arrives to your location. We have Storm Chaser John White, bottom right of your screen. He is moving into Springfield, Illinois right now. Guessing he's going to probably go towards this storm. But the rotation right now is still not tight, I would say, but it's getting stronger. It's getting more organized as it kind of converges with a storm merger that just happened there. The tornado warning for Lincoln, that one's a little bit more messy. The rotation's definitely very rain-wrapped north of Petersburg, and that's going to go directly into Lincoln here soon. We are monitoring at least a broad area of rotation near Delavon. That is off to the west of Bloomington. Hey, music for the $20 super chat. Ryan with the super chat just said the weather feels really off outside of St. Louis. It feels like something is coming for sure. Well, hopefully nothing comes. Hey, Perry for the super chat. Found perfect shelter under the overpass. Thanks for the heads up. No problem at all. Yeah, so guys, this photo here, this is from the Marion tornado last year. This is a photo, though, from literally today. So this is 1 year later. He just droned it. This is from the tornado last year over there in southwestern Missouri. Crazy shot, 1 year later. You can see the homes that have been rebuilt, but all the trees that are still down, all the ground scouring as well from that tornado. Hey, Lizzie for the $50 super chat saying, Jacksonville, Illinois, thanks you. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. Stay safe there. A lot of storms all around Jacksonville. Jacksonville's in a tornado warning right now, but let's see what this latest velocity scan shows. That main area of rotation here, Jacksonville, would be down here to the south or would be off to your east now. So there's two different areas. Rotation near Springfield's gotten a little bit broader. We're looking at this right here for a possible tornado going towards Springfield. And then over to the south of Jacksonville, I'm not seeing much here. That's broad. It would be over here near Murrayville. That'll be going towards Franklin. And if they were to issue a new tornado warning, I would bet it would go closer to Auburn instead. Still watching rotation here west of Lincoln. There is actually some cyclonic rotation, which means we kind of have some clockwise rotation trying to develop here, which is only 2% of tornadoes in the northern hemisphere do that. That's the only rotation that I'm really seeing on this storm. There's also some very intense winds right now moving directly into Greenville and Middletown. So if you're in Lincoln, definitely get ready for some significant damaging winds. West of Springfield, we also have a new severe warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That does include Jacksonville right along the I-72 corridor, so get ready for that. You all up for the $50 super chat. Actually, I'd like to give a few people a subscription. We should start doing like a gifting thing for the Max Alert stuff. Hey, Brittany for the super chat. Love watching you. Thanks for keeping us safe. No problem. Glad it can help. Hey, Scott for becoming a member. This storm that's off to the west right now of St. Louis is a powerful supercell. It's about to hit Lynn. This is producing tennis ball sized hail. It's also rotating a little bit. There's a chance down the line that this could become a destructive severe warning for both baseball sized hail and maybe even 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. The winds are going to be very intense. So if you live in Lynn, in Missouri, you need to be staying away from the windows right now because this is a very damaging supercell that is going to be going directly in towards St. Louis. But in the short term, we're looking at New Haven and Gerald, I think it is, for this supercell. So we got to be watching this really, really closely. Hey, Moon for the super chat. There's really no places that are clear right now from severe weather that are in the risk. even over here in Illinois and even up here in Wisconsin. I mean, Wisconsin and northern Illinois, our severe weather is just getting started. We got one severe warning right now in Iowa for some hail, but that risk will get higher over the next couple of hours up here. So we're not really clear really anywhere yet. I'd say the only area that might be clear would be like Quincy, very far western Illinois, very small area though. New severe thunderstorm warning near Jerseyville. This is for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to go towards Carlinville, just south of Greenfield. These storms might be getting close to breaking the cap now in southern Illinois. And if they do, it will be go time. Waiting to see what happens, but this might be the beginning of a more significant severe weather event if these storms get going. None of them have gotten going yet. Echo tops have been really small. This storm's now towering up to 28,000 feet, so maybe it's getting close. The storms in Arkansas that tried going up, those have fizzled. They tried. They didn't get going yet. Hopefully they either get going or just don't happen at all, because if it keeps waiting and they actually get going in like 30 minutes or an hour, our environment for tornadoes is obviously very elevated. And on top of that, it'd be a nighttime tornado threat, which makes literally everything way more dangerous. So hopefully that does not end up being the case. Hey, Super for the super chat. Yes, it is heading towards the Warrenton area. We are still watching an area of broad rotation heading right into Springfield right now. This is right on Interstate 72. If you live in Springfield, get ready to take shelter as the storm comes in. Still a tornadic storm. The one near Jacksonville is mostly passed by. So Jacksonville, we're still looking at a lot of lightning, probably some high winds right now. Not looking as much of a tornado threat for the time being, but continue to stay weather aware. Conditions are getting pretty intense out there in Jasper, Indiana. Storm chaser Jennifer McMahon is out here as the line of thunderstorms comes in. This is closer to Louisville. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Hail, heavy rain, lightning, all a concern here. Did Ryan's windshield get replaced? It did. The Hailinator is back. I don't know where he is today. Where is Ryan Scholl? Oh yeah, he's over here. He's right along the Mississippi River. Bro's watching a boat go by right now. This is what the storm chasers are up to right now. They aren't chasing tornadoes. They're chasing boats on the Mississippi River. Ryan Scholl is on the water. He's having a grand old time over here. My goodness. Cool view though. I can't blame him. I mean, there's nothing happening down there yet, so might as well do what you got to do. With all the storm activity clearing out up here near Bloomington, I do think there will be an increasing tornado threat heading towards Bloomington, Gibson City, and Leroy. So if you guys live over there, we gotta be watching at least the damaging wind threat, but possibly an increasing tornado risk as well as these storms continue to track to the east. And nothing like imminent right now, but these are all storms we got to watch. Or if I get asked if I'm single one more time during a weather live stream, here comes a new radar scan. If you're just tuning in, we have 3 tornado warnings. All of them are in Illinois right now. West of Springfield, north of Springfield, near Lincoln and Jacksonville. A new radar scan here coming in. I don't see a whole lot of rotation with anything right now. And the rotation near Springfield's broadened out. I don't see any rotation really here right now. I do think it's going to become more tornadic soon. I just don't think it's yet to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a warning, though, for the storm north of Greenfield here, kind of near Whitehall. There's a little bit of rotation, a little bit of hook that's forming right now near Franklin. And so this here will be heading towards Auburn, Verdon, and as well as Pawnee, just southwest there of Springfield. So we got to watch that closely. They will for the $20 super chat. I am not sure. John White is over here in Springfield. He's awaiting the storm to come in here into Springfield. He's at a gas station. Clouds are moving pretty quickly. Again, these storms are almost all moving to the east at like 60 miles per hour. So they're pretty quick moving thunderstorms out here. Storm over here near White River is a little interesting. There is convergence, but it is a little bit behind an outflow boundary. There is at least a low chance this is going to try to produce a tornado as it moves towards Mount Carmel. So we're being monitoring that storm. We just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be the one over near Union, Gerald, New Haven, just outside of the I-44 corridor. So if you're in this area, definitely get ready. We got at least $half size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming. There's also a tornado possible tag on this activity. Storm chaser, storm runner media might be making up their mind. You can see the storms going up right now near the interstate. Big cumulonimbus clouds towering up. And so we'll have to wait and see if we end up getting some storms over here that actually become significant. The one near Cuba looks pretty healthy, though. This is going right up near the I-44 corridor. It's going to be tracking up towards St. Louis down the line. Might even take a right turn and become more tornadic. Look at that hail core. It's getting more and more healthy. You got already a little 3-body scatter spike, and this thing just went up. Out of all of our storm chasers, Storm Runner Media is the most positioned to the west. So you can see on the Radar Omega app here, we have all sorts of storm chasers. They're the furthest west out of anybody. Got a little group over here near St. Louis. Got a group right around the Mississippi River Valley. Got a couple in southeast Missouri. You got one all the way down here going into Arkansas and Tennessee. So it's kind of fascinating to see where everybody's basically positioning themselves here. Severe weather is likely to start to increase here soon. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Mount Carmel, and this actually might become tornadic here soon. There's a convergence signature now that we're seeing on radar. That's just south of Belmont going right towards Mount Carmel. So definitely get ready to take shelter if you live there. Tornado threat definitely trying to increase right now. Hey, Chris, for the $20 super chat. Will the storms in Illinois strengthen later this evening when they reach Dayton, Ohio? Not Dayton, Ohio, but they will strengthen this evening. Shout out to Trent with the Venmo donation. Fell asleep watching your live stream last week and actually had the craziest tornado dream ever. All right. Thank you for the super chat or the Venmo donation. What's on the dinner menu for tonight, Max? A tornado outbreak. Holy hair? Yeah, my hair needs to be fixed. I didn't realize how bad it was getting. Here's the latest radar scan on this storm. Definitely have rotation right now. Right now, this is located near Mount Carmel. I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning yet, but it is the beginning signs of tornado genesis if it is to organize right along the Indiana and Illinois border. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning just north of Louisville. This is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also quarter-sized hail with this thunderstorm. It's moving right towards Charlestown and the Interstate 65 corridor. So get ready for this. If you live in this warning, you need to be taking shelter right now. It can be as bad as a tornado when we get winds that high. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. We have an anticyclonic possibly tornado happening right now. A little couplet near Middletown. This is going to go right into Lincoln here in a second. There could be an anticyclonic tornado developing here just south of Burton View going towards Lincoln. What that means is that this could be a clockwise spinning tornado. That means it's spinning in this direction. Only 2% of tornadoes do that. 98% of the tornadoes do it the other way. They're counterclockwise. So this right here could be a clockwise spinning tornado. Right over in Middletown. Pretty rural areas right now west of Lincoln. But if you're in Lincoln, definitely get ready to take shelter. This storm's coming into your city here in just a few minutes. If you live in Springfield, Illinois, the main area of rotation has basically been diminishing. There's still a little bit maybe near New Berlin. Over near Franklin, we're also watching a little hook that could lead to a possible tornado threat going towards Chatham and Auburn. So we're watching that storm closely too. The storm near Jerseyville is trying to develop a hook right now, right along our boundary. Carl, if you live in Carlinville or Hillsborough, I'd be staying alert right now in Western Illinois for at least a possible tornado threat down the line. Back over near Springfield, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. Got some storms passing down to your south right now with some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you see this line right here, which I'm going to drop, that line is our cold front. So once this cold front passes by you, you're pretty much chilling for tonight. But that doesn't include very many people. That only includes like Greenfield and Lamar and Stockton in southwest Missouri. That cold front stretches all the way up here to the north. So it's a pretty large area. Shout out to Amazing for the $20 super chat or $30 super chat. Is there much of a tornado risk in Peoria, Illinois tonight? I would say it's low, but not zero. I'd say it's low. Hey, Terry for the super chat. Activity is supposed to pick up. It is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning now near Jerseyville. This will be for those near Carlinville, west of Litchfield. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter. You got to put yourself away from as many windows as possible. You got to get to an interior room of your home or building and get away from windows. This is right now moving off to the northeast. And we'll be going directly towards Litchfield. So take shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. That is actually developing into a pretty strong area of rotation. This definitely could drop a tornado, guys. This is a very discrete supercell that's developing very close to an outflow boundary in a large cluster of thunderstorms. But if this were to drop a tornado, it will likely be a strong one. So we definitely need to take this seriously if we are in Jerseyville, Medora, and Shipman. Our very own storm chaser, Nick Gorman, is currently going, I believe, towards that storm. So we're going to keep an eye on him as he goes up US Highway 67. But yeah, this storm definitely looks pretty concerning here. Hey, Brittany for the Venmo donation. Where is Arnold, Missouri? People keep asking about Arnold. Yeah, Arnold, Missouri, you're still in the risk zone. So tornadoes are still possible. That's not ideal. That's really contaminated. Let's see if I can refresh this here. Waiting for velocities to update. Look at that hook echo here near Jerseyville. The only problem this storm would have is all the storms off to the north merging into this. But I mean, again, the velocities are definitely strong on this scan. See what it looks like on that next scan. Here's the latest scan. It's kind of getting messy. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, again, these storms have been tried. None of them have really been successful on producing a more significant tornado threat, but that's definitely something we got to watch. This is a photo from storm chaser John White. Big shelf cloud rolling in right now, back over in Springfield, Illinois. On the horizon. That storm is currently tornado warning near Springfield. There's a little bit of rotation near Lamoni. West of Chatham. That's the shelf cloud right there that you can see. Parked at a gas station. Thank you, Cam, for the super chat. People keep asking if St. Louis or any of those areas are clear. I hate to break it to you guys. It's not clear. It will not be clear for at least another 2 hours. There's a new severe warning for Lincoln. We got a really significant wind threat that's going to be hitting Lincoln here in a few minutes. There is a pocket of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds right now directly west of Lincoln, Illinois. It's going to be approaching I-155 and 55 in a few minutes. If you are in this severe warning, you need to take shelter. We have a very significant wind threat heading towards you. If you are driving on this interstate, I would recommend pulling over under a gas station, especially if you are a truck driver. This is a very dangerous area of damaging winds that's heading directly towards you guys right now. So you need to take shelter if you're in Lincoln. Hey, Moss with the $20 super chat. Peoria, Illinois, what are we looking at for today? All hazards, mainly a damaging wind threat, though. Real with the super chat just said, really enjoy the streams. Reminds me why I live in California. I'll stick to wildfires over these crazy storms. I'm gonna be honest, I'm more frightened of wildfires than a tornado. That's just me, though. Hey, Taylor for the $20 super chat. Thanks for your coverage all the time. You rock. Any ideas on the risk for Chatham, Illinois, south of Springfield? All hazards. Yeah, I mean, we're really mainly looking at wind, I think, but definitely still a low tornado risk with this. The storm right now going to Lincoln is very powerful. I mean, that wind threat is going to be very damaging, I think, in Lincoln. It's a pretty localized area, but damaging winds like that can definitely cause some significant damage. This storm right now near Jerseyville is trying to produce a tornado. Look at that hook echo. Right there is where the tornado would be located, right over the south side of Jerseyville. Storm chaser Nick Gorman is racing up there right now. Let's see how far he is. About 20 miles out. So I have a view of this in about 15 minutes. That hook echo, though, very definitive on radar. Definitely could still drop a possible tornado as it moves all the way towards Litchfield. The one thing that we got to watch is like this line of thunderstorms is kind of crashing into this line. Or into that discrete supercell, excuse me. And so what's happening is that the line is almost pushing and nudging the supercell along. And the more it does that, the better shot we're going to have, I think, of a tornado. But it also could merge into the line and the tornado threat would go away with the discrete supercell and it would become more of a linear tornado threat, if that makes any sense. Hey, Shannon for the $50 or Venmo donation saying, thanks for all you do to keep people safe. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat there for Shannon. We buy the moderators a drink, coffee, Pepsi, or scotch. I think we do. Moderators are going through it right now. There's a lot of comments in the chat. They have added a tornado possible severe warning to the storm near Sullivan, just to the south of Union. So if you guys live here, we need to be taking shelter. There is a potential tornado threat that is developing right now with this storm. And this will be heading off to the northeast, eventually heading up towards Hillsborough. There's a hook. It's not really strongly rotating right now, but we're going to keep an eye on it. There's another storm here, too, near Owensville that's going to try to do the same thing going towards Union. The MD for the super chat, and also Janice for becoming a member. Is this starting to look like a bust? I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like I'm like being honest. I don't think this is a bust. I know a lot of people are saying it's a bust, but like the second we start to see storms successfully go up is the second that we are going to start to see some significant severe weather. I know the Mississippi Valley hasn't had anything yet. Let's hope it busts, right? But like, I don't think it has. I mean, we still have a good 2 hours left of peak daylight heating, and after 8:30, let's say no storms develop here, then we maybe can start having that conversation. But we got at least 2.5 more hours until we even have that discussion. Like, I mean, there's just no way to say that, because I know there have been storms that developed here, but the second one of these does break through this very weak cap that's in place. Let me remind you guys, this is a very weak cap that's in place. It's not much of one. So it only takes like 1 to 2 degrees of warmth or warming at the surface for a storm to actually build up right along the Mississippi River Valley. It hasn't happened yet, but we've had attempts of it, and we'll see if any of them are successful. We got a new one near Sykeston. We got one near Vienna. And if any of those are able to organize, I mean, it could be a go time for something. So we're just kind of waiting to see. What is interesting, though, is that we are seeing that discrete supercellular activity now increasing in Missouri. Like this storm right here, this will probably become tornadic, if I had to guess, at some point down the line. We are starting to see some broad rotation, at least a mesocyclone that's developing. And so this will probably become tornadic soon as it goes towards Sullivan and Cedar Hill Lakes and St. Clair. Same thing with this storm here, too. If that one becomes a bit more surface-based, that one could also do the same thing. We also have a giant hail core still southeast of Jefferson City. That is still producing tennis ball-sized hail right now outside of Lynn. That's a new storm that's producing big-time hail. Shout out to Bud with the Venmo donation. My wife and I are watching in Michigan. Appreciate what you do to keep people safe. I'm glad I can help you out there in Michigan. Now, Michigan's had some crazy storms today. We've had some really high winds with a wake low that's been over there. There's a new severe warning, kind of an odd-looking one, but it's going to be for Greenfield and Verdon, just north of St. Louis, mainly for wind and hail. The tornado warnings near Lincoln have been canceled. With that said, we do have a significant wind threat that is entering into Lincoln right now. Same thing with Springfield. Those areas are going to hit pretty hard right now. So Springfield, definitely stay away from windows in Illinois. Storm chaser John White is looking at the storm come in right now over in Springfield. This is a live shot. of the storm rolling into Springfield. You got a large shelf cloud moving into the city. It's also a live shot in downtown Springfield here. Look at this shot, guys. Very dark right now in Springfield. It's like a skyline camera. That is a pretty crazy look at that storm there. And care for the super chat. What about Rolla, Missouri? Mainly a hail threat. Mainly a hail threat. Hail and wind. Got another storm coming right now. Trooper with the super chat says I'm in Carlinville, Illinois area. And that most recent warning, how's it look right now? Where's Carlinville? How's northern Illinois? We're looking at all hazards still, but mainly a wind threat. Storms are going to start ramping up in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin here soon. I don't know if there's been a meso discussion, but I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a watch up there. Carlinville should definitely be taking shelter. We are watching this tornadic supercell right now with the Hook Echo directly east of Jerseyville, and that's trying to produce a tornado right now. We have storm chaser Nick Gorman, who's driving up towards that right now. He's bottom left side of your screen. So we're keeping an eye on him as this storm moves up there. Right now, we're not seeing anything definitively that's a tornado, but we're keeping an eye on this in case it does become tornadic. What's the difference between a tornado possible and tornado watch? Well, a tornado watch is a watch. The tornado possible has more to do with a severe warning with a potential for a tornado with the storm that's about to hit you. That's basically the difference. The watches, we have ingredients for a tornado to happen, but there's no active storm basically. The tornado possible label goes into a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's really the only difference there. Hey, Danielle for the $20 super chat. Harrison, Arkansas. Harrison, anywhere in Arkansas, the main threat will probably be after sunset tonight. And the storm should get pretty widespread. Hey, Simon and Bud, and as well as Alex for the Venmo donations. I have a lot of people asking right now in the chat about St. Louis. St. Louis, we're watching these three storms right here. We got 1, 2, and 3. We got a giant hailstorm right now southeast of Lynn. That's going up towards St. Louis and St. Charles. That's going to be producing probably tennis ball sized hail, maybe even larger than that. This is a very damaging hailstorm. And then we also got this little hook right now that is over near I-44, and that could also produce a tornado threat as that goes up in the direction of Union. I think we need a tornado warning for this. Near Mount Pulaski. There's a little area of rotation developing here right over near Mount Pulaski in Illinois. This is going to go directly up in the direction of Chestnut. So Chestnut is in the path of a possible tornado right now. There's also an area going directly into the town of Lincoln. Lincoln's about to get hit really hard by damaging winds. We have 70 to 80 mile per hour winds going right into Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln Memorial Hospital is also in the path of this. This is a very dangerous storm right now going directly into Lincoln. There could also be a tornado. We got a little baby hook that's formed here. Mount Pulaski, you got to take shelter. Chestnut, Latham, and Beeson here in Illinois. We all got to be taking shelter right now. Here comes a new radar scan. That could be a tornado on the ground right now. It has tightened. Let's look at the Lincoln storm here. And right over Lincoln, the highest winds are entering the west side of Lincoln, Illinois, just south of the Walmart Supercenter. It's going to be coming up towards the Watt Avenue and 5th Street intersection. Very significant damaging wind threat there. We have a possible tornado right now going right into Mount Pulaski and waiting for the CC to update. No debris signature as of right now, but a possible tornado near 1250th Avenue. That'll be going directly towards Pulaski. So there could be a tornado. It's It's going to be very difficult to verify this with correlation coefficient. It's probably a very weak area of circulation, but it is an unwarned area of rotation going right towards Mount Pulaski. Chestnut and Bakersville are in the path of this. You can see the hook echo developing, though, on this line. It's getting a lot more definitive. So this should lead to a higher tornado threat even down the road as this goes towards Clinton, and long-term Urbana and Champaign are in the path of this. Hey, Darren, for the $20 super chat. In the Mount Olive area, personal thoughts on the storm moving in tonight. Appreciate everything you do. We love the channel. Mount Olive, honestly, again, all threats across all of Illinois tonight, but it'll definitely be more of a damaging wind threat further north, and then further south, there's a higher tornado threat. So basically from Bloomington and south, the tornado threat's higher. North of Bloomington, it's lower. New severe warning for Monticello. That's for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going towards Mahomet and Urbana. Waiting to see what the velocities look like here. We do have a possible tornado right now moving into Mount Pulaski, Illinois. It is unwarned. There's a possible tornado here. You'd be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning, or severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me. There should be a tornado warning, even though it's a very weak area of rotation. It's a little QLCS spin-up tornado that's basically happening, but also quick update on our storm over here. This storm over here north, just west of Mount Olive, that rotation's starting to ramp up. We got storm chaser Nick Gorman looking at this from the south right now. You can see the large lowering off to the left. I do think this could be a big tornado producer if it stays south of the boundary, which is possible. This is a discrete supercell. This is our only active tornado warning that we have. So we definitely got to keep an eye on that. Guys, near Mount Pulaski, there is a very high likelihood that we have a tornado right now. So again, if you are in Mount Pulaski, Illinois, you need to be taking shelter. I'm telling you that because there is probably a tornado on the ground right now. It is going to be coming right into town over the next few minutes. We really got to be taking shelter if we're in this warning. Storm is going to go directly into Crestview Place and then go over 121. Riley has a more urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, decently confident on a CC drop there near Mount Pulaski. A little bit contaminated due to proximity of radar site, but I do think that's CC drop CDR lines.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So probably a tornado right now hitting the Mount Pulaski area. If you are in this tornado or this severe warning, you got to be taking shelter. As of right now, the National Weather Service has not issued a tornado warning for this. I would support one. I definitely support a tornado warning for this absolutely crazy-looking supercell right now. Directly north of St. Louis. This rotation is really strong, by the way, in the mid-levels. And there is a chance that it could become a big tornado producer. Look at all the left to right motion right there. It's a storm chaser, Nick Gorman. This is a massive supercell. You got a large bowl kind of trying to develop there on the left middle, little wall cloud developing. This is going to be a dangerous tornado producing supercell if it does stay south of our boundary.
That's rotation right there. Right? It could be.
It's a wild looking storm right now.
Stop.
Look at all the motion right now. We got a lot of motion, a lot of left to right motion happening.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've also just issued a tornado warning for that storm that we were just talking about. They finally did issue a warning on the storm here that is near Mount Pulaski. If you're in this warning, you need to take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside and get away from windows. Storm is going to be going directly towards Chestnut. This looks like it's going to drop a tornado here soon.
You sure?
That's 100%. Let's not have a repeat of Oklahoma.
There's a lot of motion here. This is a discrete supercell right now, north of St. Louis, just west of Mount Olive. That could definitely become tornadic. The mid-level rotation is very, very rapid. The low-level rotation isn't very strong yet, but if it does get stronger, there will probably be a tornado with this storm. Going back to the Mount Pulaski tornado warning, almost certainly a tornado right now. I mean, look at that hook echo. There is almost certainly a tornado right now hitting the Crestview Place, going directly towards Bakerville and also going towards Chestnut. And you need to be taking shelter if you are in this warning. This is a very dangerous supercell. Very high likelihood that there is a tornado on the ground. I know we don't have a debris signature, but again, there probably is one. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center, and they are saying the same thing we're saying across the entirety of the PDS Tornado Watch. We're still talking about tornadoes from 140 miles an hour to 175 miles an hour, or 170 miles an hour in intensity, hail of 2 inches, or maybe 3.5 inches across the entirety of the watch area. We're expecting storms to begin to develop over the next 1 to 2 hours. Once again, it's actually more concerning that we haven't seen anything up until this point across this area. The environment is still out there, and it's only getting better the longer the sun sits on it. So the longer it takes to see storms across this PDS tornado watch, the more intense those storms are going to be.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, I really want to urge everybody that lives in the Mississippi River Valley here, we got to be staying weather aware. This is a very concerning situation. The second a storm gets going, it's probably going to be very significant. All right, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Stay tuned. We're going to keep you posted. Share the stream if you have friends or family here. The risk of severe weather is going to be increasing here very, very, very soon. The storm that Nick Gorman is looking at right now has very strong mid-level rotation, and it's going right over his head right now. And again, the rotation aloft is pretty strong. This is a discrete supercell. And so if it can just stay south of that line of storms, which I don't know if it will, but if it does, the threat will be a lot higher for a potential tornado threat. This is what it looks like right now east of Jerseyville. Got a large hook echo. Rotation is very strong. It's just not aligned with the hook. But if it can align, there will be a higher risk of a tornado going towards Mount Olive. Also, the storm that is just south of Sullivan here definitely looks interesting. It's starting to rotate now near I-44. That's going right towards Hillsborough, so we got to watch that closely. We'll have another radar scan on our storm here near Mount Pulaski in a second. You can see the wall cloud going by them. It's in the middle of the screen. I know it's a bit blurry, but they're not a focus. But it's going to be passing over the road here in a second, just north of St. Louis. A little hard to see. It's kind of about 55% of the way over from left of the screen to the kind of middle right. That makes sense. So we're gonna keep an eye on him. He's gonna be bottom left side of your screen. So wild looking tornadic storm here just south of Lincoln. Waiting for a new velocity scan. Here's the latest scan here. So if there is a tornado, it's going to be northeast of Mount Pulaski now. It's coming up into Chestnut. It's going directly along 54, the 54 roadway. That rotation's going directly northeast, right up that roadway. It's going to go into Bakerville and Chestnut. And after that, Kenny, Tunbridge, and Clinton, Illinois. You guys are in the path of a likely tornado right now. You need to be taking shelter if you're in this warning. I'm still not getting a definitive correlation coefficient drop here to be able to say for sure this is on the ground, but it is a high likelihood that this has been on the ground and might still be on the ground here east of the Crestview Place. So that couplet's going to go off to the northeast towards Clinton over the next several minutes. Got a boatload of lightning with this line too. Widespread damaging winds becoming a big concern right now across central and southern Illinois. Back over here near southern Illinois and eastern Missouri, we have not had any storms go up yet, but we're still waiting to see if anything does go up here. Kind of awaiting the storm development. Nothing's really happened down here either yet. It'll be interesting to see if stuff actually forms or not. I'll be honest, I think it's going to, but it's just a matter of when. Rotation is starting to quickly intensify on our storm near Sullivan. This is a storm that is discrete, and it is taking a hard right turn right now towards Hillsborough. So this supercell here may become tornadic very quickly if it continues to take that right turn towards Hillsborough, just south there of St. Louis. If we look at our significant tornado parameter values right now, that's a look right now at all the values and stuff. So you can see around St. Louis, it's about a 9 or a 10. It's like maxed out. Down there to the south, it's still in the 5s and 7s just south of St. Louis. So that's a very favorable environment right now for tornadoes. It's like Nick Gorman has some sort of lowering right there. The screen just paused, but that right there in the middle looks like some sort of lowering there. That is on the tornado warning north of St. Louis, near Jerseyville. There's a hook right there going right towards Mount Olive. The line of thunderstorms has caught up to it, but if it can get somehow out in front of this line again, there will be a chance of a tornado. Oh, another radar scan in a second. I'm going to stay zoomed out. drink. I don't have any water in my mug right now. What's weird is my handle. I somehow broke my handle. I don't know if you guys can see this. Like broke off somehow. My bottom handle. So I'm kind of shocked with this water bottle. I might need another one. This was fan mailed to me like a year ago. I got it for fan mail. Got it for literally ever ago, and it does the job up until it doesn't work anymore. Waiting for a new radar scan on our tornado warning here near Chestnut. Pretty high likelihood there is a tornado here, or has been one. Latest scan now has that hook right over Chestnut, Illinois. So if we have a tornado now, it's going directly up 54, going towards Kenny and Tunbridge. Still not seeing a clear CC drop. See what the velocities look like. I always have a lot of people ask me what discrete means. Discrete means it's a singular storm. It's a single cookie. When we have it's like looking at cookie dough, for example. So discrete is one ball of cookie dough. Then if you get another ball of cookie dough and roll it and collide them into one like this, that is semi-discrete. And then linear is when you have all sorts of cookie dough balls lined up. That's the same thing with storms. Latest scan, our tightest area of rotation is now over the town of Chestnut. We can still not verify if that's a tornado, but if there is one, it is hitting the town of Chestnut, which has the Chestnut Family Restaurant. The Chestnut Downtown Park and Armstrong Park would have been just hit by this tornado that's embedded in this line of thunderstorms. Hey, Jenny, for the $50 super chat. Always in support. Hope all humans and pets stay safe. I appreciate that. Absolutely. And Cute Wedge with the super chat says, we've been traveling all day and you've been helping us avoid tornado areas. So hopefully we can continue to do that. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This near Hillsborough and Festus. If you're in this warning, you need to take shelter. Very soon at least. We got 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag. The supercell is quickly organizing, guys. I want to remind you that this storm here does have a pretty high likelihood of producing a tornado down the line. This is not the same as all of the other storms that we've been looking at. Storm Intermedia right now is getting out in front of this. So we're keeping an eye on him. That rotation, though, is definitely starting to ramp up. We definitely could see a tornado threat going towards Hillsborough here soon. Right now, live in Hillsborough, we do have a radar Omega cyclone port. Pretty ominous skies. Nothing too crazy happening, but soon it'll look a lot different. If you want to watch this camera inside the app, you can. You can download it with the top link in the description below. It's about 81 degrees out there. Dew point is 68, so it's pretty humid. Hail core is pretty large, and it's going to go directly to Hillsborough here soon. A new large tornado possible severe warning was just issued for Mount Olive, Stoughton, Nokomis, Ramsey in Greenville. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, ping pong ball size hail, and there's a tornado possible tag. We got severe weather everywhere other than the Mississippi River Valley and the PDS tornado watch. Again, I think that's going to change, but for right now, it has not changed. New severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Lincoln. This will be for Clinton, Hayworth, and also Farmer City and Leroy. You need to take shelter if you're in this warning. There's a significant wind threat coming towards everybody here, and there's also a risk of spin-up tornadoes.
Hey, Max, I have a quick update for you.
Who in the world was that? Go ahead. It was Ryan Scholl.
So finally, we're heading back up to the St. Louis area, probably a little south of there, except that storm. Looking better, but hopefully we don't lose the windshield. It's working for 2-inch hail, especially after just replacing it this morning.
That is true. Hopefully it does not lose his windshield. Thank you for the update. All right, so Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, he is punching it north right now. He's going towards this supercell, which, again, I think might be the one that produces a significant tornado here soon. It's getting a lot more organized, so we'll see what happens. This supercell is going directly towards Hillsborough. Just to the north of Potosi. Velocities are starting to increase. We have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, Ryan Scholl, Connor Croft, kind of all in the same general area right now. Going towards that supercell, it looks like. And we actually have a few others, I think, near it, but those are the main ones that we're looking at right now. The Hailinator is on the move, guys. The Hailinator. He's going. He's going to make it up there here soon. That rotation over to the southeast of Lincoln has gotten broader. This is a pretty classic QLCS tornado threat that's developing. I would definitely get ready, though. If you're in Clinton, Illinois right now, we need to be taking shelter. Same thing with Farmer City. I would get there in a few minutes. This line of thunderstorms is pretty powerful and could definitely produce some spin-up tornadoes. On radar, we are looking at about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds currently south of Kenny. So this is definitely producing a pretty significant wind threat. And that storm that is now getting absolutely inhaled by the line of thunderstorms near Carlinville is definitely starting to struggle a bit. I know Nick Gorman's kind of in the middle of this thing right now. He's getting belted with very strong wind. We go back over to him. This is what he's looking at right now. So he's in the middle of this storm now that is tornado warned just east of Jerseyville. Very windy out here. Thank you, Harriet, the $50 PayPal donation, saying thank you for your service. I really have more peace of mind knowing that you watched for us. So I'm glad I can help, man. That's what it looks like out there in that tornado warning. It's gotten really rainy and just generally speaking, not very nice conditions. That tornado warning, I think, will probably be canceled if that continues. At least that one near Jerseyville. Need TJ for the super chat? Yeah, this right here, guys.
A new tornado warning.
This right here is a discrete supercell. We do have a new tornado warning, and I 100% agree with this, guys. This is going to be a bad supercell, I think. We got a new tornado warning now south of St. Louis. This thing is going to cook, I think, in terms of a tornado threat. If you are in this tornado warning, we need to be taking shelter, getting away from windows, getting to the lowest floor possible, and we got to get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a very dangerous supercell right now that is going directly towards Hillsborough and Festus. It's also going towards Arnold. The rotation on this storm is very strong in the mid-levels, and it's only getting stronger near the surface. So I unfortunately do have the feeling right now that this could be a pretty significant tornado producer, with it being very discreet. Look at the hook echo too. And this is going to be, I think, pretty dangerous. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, actually talking about that warning and how dangerous this is going to be, that tornado warning goes all the way to the border and is in effect for the next hour. This is going to be a long-track supercell. It's probably going to produce a couple of strong tornadoes. We're going to be talking about this for quite some time, so this is definitely the start of the event. I know people have been saying this is a bust. It's definitely far from a bust, and we're just getting started now.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, guys, this supercell, I mean, this is a very classic looking supercell. It is a discrete supercell. It's way out in front of our line and cold front. And so this storm here has a very high likelihood of producing a tornado. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning. I mean, if you look at just the reflectivity presentation, it's crazy. I know velocities are displaced, but it's rapidly organizing. And in the mid-levels, it's very tight, which means that there's probably a rapidly rotating wall cloud right now. We have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, who is punching down to this. We also have Ryan Scholl, who's going towards this. Connor's way out in front of it. I mean, like all these chasers are positioning on the storm for a reason, and it's because we think that this is going to be a dangerous, long-tracked, and probably significant tornado-producing supercell. So we need to take shelter. If we are in this warning, and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You got to get away from windows. If you have friends or family that are in this tornado warning, they need to be aware of the situation and how concerning this supercell really is. The significant tornado parameter values in this environment are about a 6 right now. So if there were to be a tornado, it will likely be EF3+. So we need to be really, really taking this seriously if we live in Hillsborough, Festus, and Arnold, just south there of St. Louis. I'm not saying this all to scare you right now, but this is the type of supercell that could be the one that produces at least one of the supercells that produces a significant tornado threat this evening. The latest scan still showing a very prominent hook echo. There's a lot of inflow coming into the supercell too. We'll see what the velocities look like. I do think this is going to rapidly organize though. And Storm Intermedia, they're only probably about 5 miles or so until they actually see the storm here. They're only like 5 miles until getting kind of into the inflow notch of this thing. So we're going to have a live view of it here very, very soon with them coming directly out of the north. You can track them also inside of the Radar Omega app. Just waiting for velocities to update. Here's the latest scan. And yeah, the rotation again getting very, very strong. We're seeing a rapid increase of rotation, very strong inflow coming to the storm. When we see these bright blues and even green colors going into the inflow notch, that's not a good thing. Like that means that there's a lot of warm, moist air that's just surging into the supercell right now. And so there is a very high likelihood that this is going to produce a significant tornado in the next 30 minutes to an hour. Storm Intermedia currently is located over in, I think that's Hershey or Hensley. That's Hensley, Missouri right now. So they're going down to the south. They're looking at this. They're going to be coming into it here soon. A little bit off topic, but there's another tornado risk possibly developing near Union. Small little QLCS tornado that's trying to go up there towards Wildwood and also towards St. Louis. So at least have a QLCS tornado threat developing there. Also, Nick Gorman is going through a wild storm right now northeast of St. Louis. This was tornado warned, still is. A lot of heavy rain, very little visibility out there, so we're keeping an eye on him. Back over to the east of Lincoln, we do have that's a strong area of rotation. That could be a tornado. Right now near Moroa, I think, south of Clinton. Very strong area of rotation. I would support a new tornado warning for Weldon, Illinois. So DeWitt, Weldon, and DeLand, Illinois, we should be taking shelter. Very close to being a tornado. Even if it's not one, there should be a new tornado warning for this area. So that's going to go directly towards DeWitt here shortly. Weldon, and eventually going towards DeLand, Monticello, Mahomet, and as well as Farmer City. This just produced, we think, a tornado near Mount Pulaski just a few minutes ago. There's a reason why we're talking about it again. It has been already concerning and might be producing another tornado here. Can't fully verify that's a tornado, but we're going to keep eyes on it. Look at this supercell, guys. We're going to have another radar scan on this storm in a moment. Very concerning supercell right now, southwest of St. Louis, going towards Hillsborough, Festus, and Arnold. Luckily, Arnold and Festus, you guys got time to take shelter. They have issued this tornado warning for a reason, for an hour, because this storm will probably be producing a significant tornado threat for more than an hour. But they have extended the warning all the way out to the border of Missouri and Illinois. This warning is 40 miles from west to east, by the way. 40 miles west to east, which is pretty wild. We're just kind of waiting to see what that next radar scan holds. Hey, Plumber, for becoming a member. That is huge. Yeah, this is exactly what you do not want in this environment, is a discrete supercell that looks anything like this. And we have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia. They're the middle chaser on the screen. They're going to be going into this in a few minutes. And they're going to have a very clear view of this in a few minutes. They're near Hurricane, which Hurricane might be looking like a hurricane here in a second. Richwoods, Fletcher, Frumet, Mount Freedom, kind of in the direct path of this. Here comes that new radar scan. So Hook Echo right now located just south of Monday. It's coming up towards Huff. Not seeing any debris signature right now. We'll see what the velocities look like. The Hook Echo is kind of clutching almost into the supercell a little bit more here. Might be consolidating into a more defined area of circulation. Here's that latest scan, and that's what it looks like right now. So we got a little bit tighter rotation right now. It's southwest of the Little Indian Creek Conservation Area. It's going to be approaching Missouri 47 in about 4 or 5 minutes, or maybe a little bit more than 5 minutes, probably about 10 minutes or so, that roadway. But obviously, you should be taking shelter before that. You should not be waiting. Out in front of this storm, Storm Intermedia is currently located
a new tornado
in Lonedale
has been issued.
And so they're going to be coming up on this here over the next few minutes. So we're keeping an eye on them. They're inside of the tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning over in Illinois. That will be just east of Lincoln, south of Clinton. This is the storm we were just talking about, where there could be a tornado in progress. If you are south of Farmer City, near Monticello, just south of I-74, west of Mahomet, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, as this is a QLCS tornado, basically a tornado embedded in our area of circulation, and this could produce a tornado. That rotation's right there, south of Clinton. It's going right towards Mansfield and Monticello and I-70 or I-72. These are classic spin-up tornadoes in a line. This one also could become tornadic north of Clinton going towards Farmer City. So we need to be ready for that too. Hey, Victoria, for becoming a member. I'm not seeing a debris signature, but definitely strong rotation north of Moroa. Here's a little bit of a zoomed out view of what it looks like right now. We got currently 4 tornado warnings, 2 of which are in central Illinois. We got 1 north of St. Louis. We got 1 in eastern Missouri. Out of all the warnings we have right now, the one that is south of St. Louis is by far the most concerning. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning in Kentucky for LaGrange, Newcastle, and Crestwood. So you should be taking shelter if you're in this warning. Rotation just north of Crestwood, going towards Newcastle. Also, I would get ready for damaging winds in Louisville. We got a line of thunderstorms here, definitely producing a wind threat going right towards you guys. There's all sorts of new warnings that are being issued. We just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for those that live barely west of St. Louis. So St. Louis is not included. The west side and the suburbs, you guys are all included in this brand new severe warning for $half size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible tag on this. So we need to be staying alert. If you guys got friends or family in the path of these storms, get the word out there and share the stream. We are live, commercial-free coverage. We have Storm Chaser Storminator Media, who's about to be entering into the hook echo, or getting close to it here in a second, on this tornadic supercell that is south of Huff. It's going to go right towards Arnold and Festus, and kind of tracking towards Waterloo, too, in Illinois. Is anybody tuning in right now from Hillsborough, Festus, or Arnold out here in the chat, just south of St. Louis? Talk about this first. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for those near St. Charles, Florissant, and Old Jamestown. That is for this hook echo back here near St. Charles. So if you're in this tornado warning near St. Charles, Edwardsville, Old Jamestown, or Alton, we need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Got to get to the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. I would recommend getting to a basement, but if not, a closet, a bathroom are usually your best options. Get away from windows. There's about 370,000 people in this tornado warning. You can see the hook echo that is developing right now directly east of Peters. That's going to go right into St. Charles and Elm Point over the next few minutes. So this is a pretty dangerous storm here. We really got to be taking shelter if we're in this warning right now. If you are not immediately in the path of the storms right now, let's just say you're 10, 15 minutes out from this. Let's say you're over in Alton or Edwardsville. You have a few minutes, but with those few minutes that you have to get to your safe place, you should be getting closed-toed shoes and a lot of those other things. Actually, let's go to Storminator Media. They have a view of this storm right now. Look at that wall cloud, guys. There's a huge wall cloud. This is the storm that is over here just south of St. Louis. There's a giant wall cloud back there. You can see it.
It's going to be a narrow window, but
so right here.
Hoping it's going to be right along the river.
We have a view of it right now. Incredible mid-level structure.
Did I miss anything from you, Max?
Low levels look a little disorganized right now, but it's pretty good.
Did I miss anything from you, Max?
No.
I have to go east. It's not going to do it right now.
Oh, okay. I don't know why my things that I saw I missed anything. My bad.
Storminator Media. You're good. There's a giant wall cloud, though, back there. They just had a view of it a second ago. You can see it's really rotating. It's not as tight as before, but I do think what this storm's probably going to do is cycle as it moves towards Hillsborough. It really just needs to take a right-hand turn and not go left. If it goes left, it's going to have a lower tornado threat. If it goes right towards Festus, it's going to have a higher tornado threat. This St. Charles tornado warning, the hook echo, again, is right now located directly off to the northwest of St. Charles. If there is a tornado, it is going to be going right into the Gardnerville and Elm Point areas, and then going towards Florissant, Old Jamestown, and Spanish Lake. So you need to be taking shelter right now if you are in this tornado warning. Going back to Illinois on the storm that is west of Monticello, this is, again, very close to producing a tornado. Actually, we need a tornado warning for Farmer City now. There are 2 areas of rotation. One's warned. They're both very strong. That one's going towards D-Land and Mahomet, and that one's going towards Farmer City. So we definitely need a tornado warning right now for Farmer City. This is a very dangerous storm that we're looking at here. No debris signature, but that one needs that. Farmer City, if you're in Farmer City and tuning in Illinois, you need to take shelter. Solomon, Fullerton, Parnell, Weedman, all you guys got to take shelter right now. I don't know why there's no warning for that one. Storminator Media is currently positioning themselves for this very significant supercell that's going to be going directly towards Hillsborough, Festus, and Arnold. Rotation is continuing to rapidly intensify. This is a very discrete supercell. If this does produce a tornado, it is going to be likely at the minimum strong, if not intense or violent. So we are, again, really watching this closely. I'm going to go ahead and track this out for you guys, for those that are out in front of this. This is just a general timeline on where this is heading. So we got Waterloo at 7:19. We got Belleville at 7:30. We got Carlisle and Nashville at about 8. It's a pretty fast-moving supercell going very far off to the east. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning for Crawford County, Missouri. That is for Steelville. We're watching that storm closely. See what the velocities look like on the supercell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Kentucky. This one is going to be back over in the LaGrange area near Newcastle. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, that unwarned tornado in Illinois near DeWitt is currently on the ground. So that is a tornado on the ground, unwarned in Illinois. Farmer City and Parnell will be taking shelter immediately.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, there's now a tornado on the ground here in Illinois. I don't know why this is not warned.
A new tornado warning.
So there is now a tornado on the ground here in Illinois. You need to be taking shelter, getting away from windows, getting to the lowest floor possible, and getting to an interior room of your home or building. That is a debris signature, and they've issued it as radar indicated. It is on the ground. We have a tornado in progress right now going directly towards Farmer City. So Farmer City, you are in the direct crosshairs and path of a tornado that is in progress. So we need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. And you got to get away from windows. This is producing a debris signature right now northeast of Birkbeck, north of Clinton Lake. And it's going to go right into Farmer City in the I-74 corridor. You guys are in the path of this. Storm Media is looking at a wall cloud right now of that supercell that is in Missouri.
That updraft is kind of skinny-ish, just kind of skinny there.
You can see the wall cloud barely down the road there, so we're keeping an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, take a look at Morrisonville, Illinois. That's that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. There's a major convergence signature on that. It's not wrapped up into a couplet yet, but I would expect that to happen sometime in the next few scans as it heads towards Pana.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that's the one just out there of Taylorville. Got a new area of convergence happening here. This could lead to a tornado. So if you're over in Pana or Assumption, we need to get ready for an increasing tornado threat. Damaging winds also a concern. Also a possibility for a tornado as it goes towards Assumption. So get ready for this. We got a large wall cloud on that storm again in Missouri. We can very faintly see it. This is a pretty poor chasing terrain, but I want to give you an idea of how powerful the supercell is right now south of St. Louis. There's a very high likelihood that this is going to be dropping a tornado as it goes towards Hillsborough, and you can see that wall cloud back there. It's very low to the ground, and if you look at velocities, there is a large convergence signature that's developing right now with this storm heading directly towards DeSoto and Hillsborough. I know we have a lot of people tuning in from those areas. So if you're one of those people that is tuning in right now from DeSoto, Hillsborough, Cedar Lake, anywhere else, we got to be staying alert right now and get into our safe place as soon as possible, because this thing is going to try to produce, we think, a tornado here soon. And possibly a significant one. I'll have another radar scan in a second. We still have a tornado on the ground near Farmer City. We'll have a new radar scan in a second. This is in Illinois right now. There is a confirmed tornado. We currently have 5 tornado warnings, 3 of which are in Illinois. We got 1 in Missouri. We got 1 in Kentucky. Hey, Jason, for the super chat. We do. Man, these radars are taking forever to update. All right, latest scan. Doesn't seem like we have that tornado debris signature anymore, but we still have a large hook echo right now near Fullerton going right towards Parnell and Farmer City. This could easily drop another tornado as it goes towards I-74. So if you live over here near I-74, you need to be taking shelter near Farmer City and as well as Bellflower. There's another area of rotation here north of I-72 going directly towards Mahomet. This could also be producing a tornado at any time. North of I-72, going directly towards Mahomet, Urbana, and Thomasboro. We're keeping an eye on that. Back over in Kentucky, our tornado warning near LaGrange is a broad area of rotation. It's getting a little bit stronger, actually, on this latest scan, going directly towards Amenas and as well as Newcastle. So take shelter if you're in that warning. Damaging winds are also going to be coming to Louisville here in about 30 minutes. Got a pretty significant line of thunderstorms there that's going to be pushing right into Louisville here in about half an hour. So far, still no storm development in the Mississippi River Valley. Again, we're keeping an eye on any storms that go up, but so far, nothing. That could change, though. The supercell over here near Hillsborough definitely seems to be taking a little bit of a left-hand turn. We'll see if it turns back to the right. There is still a strong area of rotation, and there is still a wall cloud, as we just saw from Storm Intermedia. So this thing still has the capability of producing a tornado down the line. We're just kind of waiting to see if it does. If this storm does stay discreet, there will be a pretty high chance it does produce something. West of St. Louis, it's not a tornado, but it is a really significant wind and hailstorm that is happening here. This is directly to the west of St. Louis near Wildwood. We have an ongoing threat of very large hail and damaging winds right now. So this right here is producing easily hail up to the size of golf balls, maybe even tennis balls. And there's also a very high wind threat. The damaging winds are going through Melrose and Wildwood. This is the kind of wind that's going to knock down trees and power lines. So if you live over here near St. Louis, get your flashlights ready to go in case there is power outages. There probably will at least be a few, if I had to guess. Let's go back to the south. The storms that have been ongoing in southern Missouri today haven't been too concerning. Mostly large hail and damaging winds. The tornado threat's been pretty low, but we're still watching these closely. We've gotten some damage reports of some trees down and power lines down over in Springfield from earlier. So if you live down line of this near Mountain View, Van Buren, or Centerville, I definitely have be ready for at least damaging winds that could knock down trees and power lines. There's at least been some damage. We still have a tornado warning here for the Alton area in St. Charles. That hook echo that was on radar has gotten a little bit more embedded in rain. I'm not seeing much rotation on this, but north of St. Charles, we still have a possible tornado threat going towards Alton. This one near Alton as well is producing a lot of hail. And there's also a risk of a tornado with this as it goes towards Beth Hutto. Let me go back over here to Illinois. We should have a new radar scan in a second. Shout out to Joel with the $20 Venmo donation. Urbana? Oh, is it Urbana? I forgot. Urbana in Illinois. You guys will be in the path of this here soon. All right, latest scan on our tornado warnings here in Illinois. Our rotation is still pretty strong right now near Farmer City. Does not look like we have a tornado in progress anymore, but there was one. It's about to cross over US Highway 150, and it's going to go directly towards Blue Ridge. The other rotation is over Weldon. That one is also not in progress right now, but it is a strong area of rotation that is going to go right over D-Land. Mahomet and Urbana will be in the path of this here soon. So if you live in those areas, you need to get ready for a tornado threat that is increasing. See if we can go back to this tornado warning here south of St. Louis. Yeah, that latest scan, this storm's gotten really backwards looking. The velocities are still pretty strong, at least near Missouri 47. There's a lot of inflow going to the storm. Just an odd-looking supercell right now. They have condensed the tornado warning, so it no longer includes areas like Monday and Huff. Rotation right now is actually located outside the warning. It'd be right here, where that circle is. Looks very odd right now, but the velocities are still very strong on this. Power bye-bye here. Yeah, a lot of people are going to lose power. This is the latest scan. And it is definitely now going into the warning. So it's going to be approaching Big River here in a second, going towards Hillsborough. So Hillsborough, Festus, and Arnold, you guys are in the path of this. Storm Intermedia is still trying to get a view of it. They're in kind of the jungle. We're going to keep an eye on them. The St. Charles tornado warning still got a hook echo located near Fluorescent. That one's no longer really tornadic. The main tornado concern is going to be near Alton. This is going into Beth Hutto right now. Storm Chaser Nick Gorman actually will have a view of this here in a minute. Actually has a view right now. This is live from Storm Chaser Nick Gorman. He's looking at the tornado warning here just south of Bunker Hill near Alton. You can see the large shelf cloud rolling in. I'm not seeing a wall cloud feature. It might actually be there on the middle right. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch from the Storm Prediction Center. This one's across northeast Texas, Arkansas, and as well as Oklahoma. So we'll go until 2 a.m. tonight. Main concerns will be a couple tornadoes, scattered tennis ball sized hail, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour are going to be the main concerns. If you live in Alton right now, right along the Illinois and Missouri border, we got giant hail probably falling right now, or at least a lot of hail. A lot of people live here in Alton. Hopefully you guys are staying safe out there. Got a lot of hail coming down on this supercell. It might try to produce a tornado too. Storm chaser Nick Gorman, who's looking at the storm bottom right, that's where he's located on radar Omega, so he's looking directly towards it. We should have a clear view of maybe some sort of wall cloud here in a few minutes. Going back to Farmer City, we did have a tornado on the ground a few minutes ago. Right now, we are looking at a broader area of rotation near Farmer City. It looks like the rotation going directly towards Urbana is getting stronger, though. So this rotation is becoming more dominant. So if you live in Mahomet, you need to be ready to take shelter. There will likely be a new tornado warning for Mahomet, Thomasboro, and just northwest of Urbana here in a few minutes. I said it right the first time. Is it not Urbana? Thank you, Al, for becoming a member. So I think it's happening right now in the supercell is that it's splitting. This one that's down into the south here is St. Louis. So we got one part of it splitting to the north, one part of it's trying to split to the east. And so that I think is why we're not seeing a whole lot of organization here over the last few minutes, because a few minutes ago it looked like it was going to produce. But it is definitely splitting. You can see part of the supercell is now going to the north more than the east, and then this part is going more to the east. So it's basically splitting. And so what might happen is that the one that's moving to the right, going towards Festus, will probably become the more dominant tornado threat if it's able to reorganize. The one that's going to the north is not going to be very tornadic, basically. We are starting to see a little bit of convergence actually near Barnes Mill. And that's going to go towards St. Louis. So we might have a tornado threat kind of embedded in all this rain going off to the north and east. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we are starting to see convection in Mississippi. This is another area where we do have a pretty favorable tornado environment. There's already a special weather statement for some of the storms down here, and one of them already has a mesocyclone on it. That's that storm right here, and you can see just from the special weather statements that they're issuing, it's already starting to take that right-hand turn. This should start to pose some tornado potential in the next 1 to 2 hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So definitely not what you want to see is the increasing risk of severe weather inside, or very close at least to that tornado watch that we have, the PDS tornado watch. So we got some storms going up right now just south of South Haven and Hernando. We got to keep an eye on this activity. Got a little bit of rotation, a little hook developing near Sledge. So definitely watch out for that. We got a lot of little cells that have been trying to go up for hours now. I mean, ever since about 3 o'clock, we've had some convection trying to go up over here around the Mississippi River. None of it's gone. It's all been capped off. So hopefully that continues. But obviously, the longer we wait, the better chance there is of strong tornadoes if a storm is to fire in about an hour or two. This is a look at our tornado warning cell just north of St. Louis. This is near Alton. Storm chaser Nick Gorman is looking at it right now. Got a little bit of broad rotation right there on the right side of your screen. You can see a little bit of left to right motion, just in time. A little bit of right to left motion. Hey, Poplar Bluff for the super chat. Urbana, Champaign, it's the same location. True. If you guys live anywhere near Champaign, we're definitely looking at a more elevated tornado risk here in about 15, 20 minutes. Might stay to your north, but right now on radar, our main area of rotation is just south of I-74. It's going to go right into Mahomet here shortly, just south of I-74 going towards Thomasboro, Rantall, just south of Fisher. That rotation's pretty strong. It's going to be the dominant area of rotation with this line in Illinois. And this is going to go directly into the north side of Champaign here in a few minutes, we think. So if you guys live here, we definitely got to be taking shelter. If you live over in Champaign or surrounding areas, get ready. Whoa. This is the storm that currently is near Hillsborough that's tornado warned. This is from Storm Chaser Brett Adair. He's looking at the storm near Hillsborough. Rotation is starting to ramp up right now. That is a live shot of the rain-wrapped wall cloud. That is kind of scary looking.
Yeah, I'm watching a possible developing tornado in front of me right now, actually. Large lowering here, rotation. It's going to move toward the Hillsborough community. Right now, we're just south of Cedar Hill Lakes. We're on Route B here near Moore's Mill, the community south of Cedar Hill Lakes. But, yeah, this storm is definitely getting its act together.
Full screen right now.
Rotation has gotten stronger. Over the last couple minutes. It is organizing. This might be trying to gear up for a tornado right now. Again, this is just outside of Hillsborough, Missouri. We need to be taking shelter.
The storms are starting to get more active as we expected. There was a possibility of getting some earlier day activity. But earlier in the day,
He's kind of talking about what's going on right now, but this storm just on the latest scan has a little bit more of a tightening on radar for rotation. I'm waiting for the velocities to update on the bottom right so it aligns, but that is a rotating wall cloud here just outside of Hillsborough, Missouri, and this is attempting to drop a tornado right now as it heads towards Festus and heavily just south of Arnold, and this is just south of St. Louis. We really got to be taking shelter right now if we're in this warning. See all you can see all that spin right there. It's going to go probably right over him here in a second.
it's above the truck right here. Look out right here. Yeah.
Quite a bit of spin. So it looks like on radar right now. So our hook echo is located right here. The rotation's the strongest there near Hillsborough. The rotation was tighter on the latest scan. I don't know why it's not updating, but that's the main area of rotation right there, west of Hillsborough. That's going to go directly towards Pevely. We got to be taking shelter. And as you can see here, that is the rotating wall cloud. It's going to go right over the trees here in a second.
I lost connection with them at work, so.
Got a report from Geezy with the sewer chat saying it's hailing in Highland Park, Texas right now. We do have some storms going up right now out there near Dallas. They're going up quick too. I'm going to quickly show you that. We got a severe thunderstorm watch here. We got a big hailstorm going up right in downtown Dallas. So there's a big hailstorm going up. We got a lot of them going up. Could even have a tornado threat down near Dallas, Fort Worth. We're going to keep an eye on that. Yeah, this storm, again, quickly organizing. Got Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia also en route for this storm, so we're keeping an eye on them. Storm does have the capability of producing the risk of a tornado as it continues to move to the east-northeast. So if you live in that tornado warning, got to be taking shelter. The tornado warning here east of Alton does not look very impressive. We have Nick Gorman looking at it. Rotation does not seem very apparent. I mean, we're looking at maybe very broad rotation right now. We're going to keep an eye on that. Right at Dare. Once again, looking at that wall cloud here. This is that lowering.
Yeah, it will pass just south.
Right over the roadway here in a second.
Well,
I'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Thank you, Renee, for becoming a member.
Yeah, it looks pathetic on radar. It looks like a blob.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at all that spin right there. This thing is probably going to drop a tornado here in a few minutes. There's a lot of motion right there. We do have a new tornado warning for Champaign County, Illinois. It does not include. It does include Champaign. Let me talk about that here. Champaign is included in this brand new tornado warning. If you guys live here, you need to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and getting away from windows. The storm is going directly towards Thomasboro and St. Joseph. So you need to take shelter if you're in this warning. The rotation right now is near Mahomet. It's going to go right into Thomasboro and Rantoul, just north of Urbana. So we got a rapidly rotating wall cloud here on the left.
Brian was showing it full screen.
Copy that.
There could be a tornado again just behind that little tree hill there that's developing. You look at velocities, they're a little bit stronger there near Hillsborough. You go right over the trees right now. Rantoul? Sorry, Rantoul.
All right, hook's forming. Hey, the hook is forming to our north.
I don't know if that's a tornado there. It's hard to tell. Might be a tornado right there.
Yep. There's broad rotation right here.
The bare minimum there is just a rotating wall cloud right there on the left.
It's getting merged up with
It's going right into Hillsborough, Missouri right now. I do think it's just a rotating wall cloud, but we got some rotation there on the left near Hillsborough.
That's probably what all the problem is.
What road is he on? He is on. He's near Morse Mill.
Yeah, it's all spinning. You're right. Look.
I'm not seeing a specific roadway, but he's basically next to Morse Mill, near the Valley View Glades natural area.
Well, look, here's
Hobbs Road? Yeah, pretty much. All just broadly rotating right now. The supercell going directly towards Arnold.
it all looks pretty.
Go back over to live radar. This is what the supercell looks like. Doesn't look super impressive on radar, but it's been rotating the entire time. Going directly towards Waterloo and Belleville. So get ready for that if you live in those areas. We also have gotten new severe thunderstorm warnings in southern Missouri, just south of Centerville and going towards Van Buren, Mountain View, and as well as Centerville, mainly looking at 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with the twin pair of storms there. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning, very populated area here. Dallas, Fort Worth, we're looking at quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you live in Plano, Garland, even near Rockwall, you got to get ready. This is a big hailstorm that's brewing. And we might even have a tornado threat at some point down the line with that storm. Going back to Illinois, that tornado warning for Champaign and Mahomet. This is a very significant storm. I don't know if it's going to produce a tornado, but the damaging winds are very elevated right now. We have upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds that are surging into Champaign and Thomasboro right now. So if you live here, you got to be really taking shelter. This is a very dangerous situation here that we are looking at evolve. And those winds are all going to be surging towards Thomasboro and Rantoul here soon. I-74. There's also the C-16, which is the Fresca field that is also in the path of this. Very dangerous line of thunderstorms here, guys. The line of thunderstorms will be producing widespread damaging winds too. Most of it will be between 60 to 70 miles per hour. Can't rule out some winds higher than that. We do have a tornado warning in Kentucky still. I don't think this needs a warning, in my opinion, but take shelter if you're near Newcastle in a minute. So I'm not really talking much about it. There's a reason why. It just looks very broad and looks a bit outflowy over there. Louisville, get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got a lot of thunderstorms that are going to be entering this area. Flash flooding is becoming a big concern in southern Indiana and even northern Kentucky. So if you guys live over here, get ready for a lot of rain over the next few hours. There's a new area of convergence developing now, just west of Festus. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl has kind of a view of it. Oh, look at this, guys. Storm Runner Media has an incredible view of it. This is a view of that tornadic supercell here near Hillsborough. There is a lot more convergence that I'm seeing now on radar.
I think it did briefly. That it looked too good and it wrapped up too fast.
Hey, Chris, for the $10 super chat.
Try to get on this one before.
Mainly looking at a wind threat over there in Indiana tonight. Low tornado threat.
Right towards Chalcedonia and Bismarck.
Got to Wired with 5 get to memberships. So got a large shelf cloud here. We just had a wall cloud, and it is still broadly rotating. Storm Runner Media is looking right at this thing.
Yeah.
And there are fields down there actually. So,
well,
it's a very
I would think so.
Suspicious looking thunderstorm here.
Yeah, there are some.
It's got the word farm in it, so I would be inclined to believe.
See if I can get their thoughts on this storm. What are your thoughts on this storm?
Yeah, I just don't see any like meso.
If they respond by radio comm.
So I wonder if it can't be saved.
That's good for the area of Hillsborough.
I got left on red.
It is.
Oh, always getting left on red out here. Got left on red earlier too on the radio. Just keeps happening. Hey, Hunter for the super chat. Kankakee County, mainly a damaging wind threat tonight. I swear, I keep getting left on red. I get ghosted.
Because this thing could have went big time.
I mean, it would be right on my window is where it would be.
Where if it was, yeah.
It'd be right in that area.
So this is a large lowering that we're looking at right now near Hillsborough. If there is going to be a tornado, it's going to head towards Arnold, Imperial, and as well as Pevely, just south of St. Louis.
Well, if we end up somewhere down in southeast or south central Missouri.
That's what the storm looks like right now. Near Hillsborough. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this. This is going to be going directly towards Imperial here soon. Got a very significant line of thunderstorms about to slam St. Louis. St. Louis, this is your time that you need to be staying away from windows. Damaging winds are going to be the big concern. We got 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail that is falling right now. So if you live in St. Louis, stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible. I do not recommend trying to go outside and look at this thunderstorm. It's pretty dangerous, and it is still producing a pretty widespread damaging wind threat right now. Same thing with Urbana and anywhere near Champaign. We got a very significant line of thunderstorms coming through right now. This is mainly a risk of damaging winds, but there's also a risk even for a tornado. So you should be heeding the warning here and staying away from windows. The velocities are over 70 miles per hour here. I wouldn't be surprised if our damaging wind threat was like 80 miles per hour going into Champaign. So this is definitely a storm that you want to be, staying away from windows for. We do have a live camera from one of the. This is actually they have a couple of university cameras in downtown, so we should be able to see the wind pickup here soon on campus. We have seen it happen in real time before. I'm going to keep that bottom right of your screen at the University of Illinois. And we will probably see the very significant wind come through in a second, and we'll see if it's actually 70 to 80 miles per hour, because I think it is. And let's just hope nobody's walking outside like last time. As last time, there were people walking outside during a tornado warning. You guys might have seen the social media clip. It kind of went viral. See the wind starting to pick up now. So hopefully nobody's walking out there. We have a new tornado possible severe warning in Illinois that is southeast of Taylorville. That is near Shelby, Cowden, and Panna. So that'll be for 70-mile-per-hour winds as well and quarter-sized hail. This entire line of thunderstorms is pretty significant right now, becoming the dominant concern across much of Illinois and even back over into Missouri. Where's that camera in slot 2? Hey, Joshua, for the search app, 2 photos of clouds dropping in Hillsborough. Sending it to us. If you guys have photos and videos, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is what it looks like right now in St. Louis. So the wind is beginning to pick up right now. We got damaging winds that are surging into the town. Probably around 70 to 75 mile per hour winds are going to hit this camera in a few minutes. It's going to get very windy in St. Louis. You really got to be taking shelter if you're in St. Louis right now. This is another live shot too in St. Louis. You'll be flipping through those cameras in the bottom middle of your screen. This is the leading edge of that damaging wind threat. So it's going through, it's already basically going through Clayton right now, just south of Old Jamestown. It's going to be approaching St. Louis and then going towards Collinsville, Belleville, Edwardsville, even the Oakville area. You guys are going to get hit pretty hard by this here in a few minutes. Car washes. It is a good day to get a car wash. Everybody's got a car wash right now. Got a couple more supercells right now going up to the south of St. Louis. These are going towards Potosi and Farmington. So those could become tornadic down the line. I think that's where a lot of these storm chasers are going. A lot of them are diving south again, going towards that supercell near Steelville. It is taking a right-hand turn. So as it goes towards Potosi, there is going to be a risk, I think, of a tornado with this supercell. It will also be going towards Farmington and US Highway 67. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. But this storm might be the next one to become tornadic. Rotation's pretty broad right now, but that one I think will be probably the next tornado producer supercell. This is what it looks like out there at Bellevue on I-64 or Missouri 64 here in St. Louis. It's getting very windy out there. Got a lot of lightning too. Windy, windy, windy. They have issued a new severe warning out in front of this line, east of St. Louis. That is for 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. So if you live in Edwardsville, Belleville, north of Waterloo, you need to get ready for this. Pretty significant line of storms there. We have a lot of severe warnings going up all across southern Indiana right now with a training area of thunderstorms. This is mostly producing damaging winds and some large hail. The tornado risk with this activity is fairly low right now. I know we have a tornado warning. I don't really agree with it, to be honest. The rotation on this warning has been very weak and broad, so I'm not super concerned about that one as of right now. We have a new severe warning west of Indianapolis. That'll be for half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then our tornado warning for those in Champaign, the highest of that wind is moving into downtown right now. So it should be approaching the University of Illinois over the next few minutes. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation on this anymore. If there were to be a tornado, it'd be way off here to the north. But the wind is definitely significant. We're talking probably 70 to 80 mile per hour winds here moving right into the city. So this is still a very dangerous situation right now for the Urbana and Champaign areas. Max, explain why it's so dangerous to park under an overpass. Asked Hunter with the super chat. Because when you're parking under an overpass, what happens is that if you park, I'm gonna draw a little diagram. We've seen this a lot on our live streams, but if you park under an overpass like this, cars are gonna first park on the shoulders, and then when the shoulders get taken up, more people that are very selfish will start parking on the interstate or roadway like this. And at some point, you're going to run out of space, and nobody's going to be able to pass you. This happened over in Dallas-Fort Worth the other day. So this is probably the worst thing you can do because it's going to cause accidents, and people are not going to have a clue that you're even parking there, and it's going to make a big traffic jam. If there were an actual tornado happening or a severe weather event, all those people could easily get injured or killed. So it's literally one of the worst things you can do. Just keep driving along. Back over in Texas, we now have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got one right now for Garland near Dallas for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This will be approaching Plano and Josephine here soon. And there's also a new severe warning for Paris for the same hazards. The severe weather threat is increasing right now in North Texas. If you guys live over near Dallas-Fort Worth, stay tuned. We'll keep you posted here. We got 3 warnings now, one near Greenville. Large hail and damaging winds are the main concern. There is a low risk of a tornado. So we're keeping an eye on all that activity. We also have storms trying to initiate over here off to the west of Little Rock. We'll keep an eye on that. Storms are trying to get going over here in northern Mississippi too. So we're watching those storms closely. The tornado warning here south of Concord and St. Louis does look like it's definitely struggling. I'm not seeing as much rotation on this anymore. So hopefully it continues to trend that direction. The rotation's been pretty weak over the last several scans as this is...
Did you want to chat?
Or want to chat? I was just wondering what you thought about that storm. Storm in our media.
Oh, okay. No, Ben and I are over here. We're just creating friendly banter in our chat. I thought it produced briefly.
It looked really good right when we got on it, and then it died and moved left. So
yeah, I
had a good view for 10 minutes, but
it had a good structure when we sat there. It was really and we thought that it was gearing up again, and then it just. We wonder what made it do that.
Yeah, they might have had a tornado earlier. That was the storm near Hillsborough. Sounds like they're going south now. This is what it looks like out there in Champaign inside of that tornado warning. Or said, do you want to chat? Like, I guess. There was a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust measured in Mahomet, just to the west here of Champaign. The worst of the wind now is moving through Champaign, going through St. Joseph, right along I-74 near Thomasboro. Going towards Rossville and Danville here soon as well. So definitely take shelter again if you're in the severe warning, and as well as the tornado warning. Rotation's pretty weak, but the winds are definitely pretty strong out there. And it looks like everybody this time around on the university campus, I think, is actually in their safe place. They're not walking around this time, which is always good to see. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. That is one of them. The other one is just south of St. Louis. I do think the next supercell that we need to keep an eye on will be this one just southwest of Potosi for a possible tornado threat. Park Hills will also be in the path of that storm as it continues to move down or moves off to the east. We do have storm chasers en route for it, so that's kind of where they think the next tornado threat's going to be. You got Storm Intermedia, who was just talking, going that direction. Got Connor Croft and a few others kind of en route for it, so we're going to keep an eye on all of them. Stephanie with Super Chat says, shame for parking under overpass. Absolutely. We're also watching 2 different supercells, actually 3 now, in southern Missouri that are all producing large hail and damaging winds. They're all warned for 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're going to be tracking towards Poplar Bluff, Jackson, Fredericktown. So if you live in any of these areas, definitely get ready. Maybe storms are going to get going. I don't know. Maybe storms are going to finally get going in Tennessee. They got more updrafts there, just northwest of Clarksville. There have been so many attempts at convective initiation. Nothing's actually transpired still down here in the Mississippi River Valley. Here's a wide view of everything that's happening right now. Thank you, TD, for the $10 super chat. Max is the underpass police. I am underpassing it. Very sus day it has been. Thank you, Alexis, for the $20 super chat. When do you think the storm heading towards St. Genevieve is going to produce and get bad, or build and get bad? Where is St. Genevieve? Isn't it right along the Mississippi River somewhere? Oh, it's right here. So if you're in St. Genevieve, I think this one will probably build, but it could also upscale pretty quickly. I mean, at this point, the only tornado, at least a significant tornado threat that I see happening, at least in this sector of storms right now, would be with this supercell. Maybe one of the 2 down to the south, but those should be more of hail and wind concerns. This one's more discreet right now. If it stays more discreet, there will be a higher tornado potential. But so far, again, these storms have been behaving themselves. I'm not sure if that's going to last, but they have been literally almost all day. They have been tornadic at times. They've been producing a lot of hail and wind for sure. The tornado threat has been the one thing that so far has not been bad, but that could change. Hopefully it doesn't change, but it could. Why it's still important to be staying weather aware. And there's other places too that could also see that severe weather threat. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be over in Ramsey, Illinois. Ramsey, Illinois. You need to be taking shelter right now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Fillmore, Bingham, just south of Herrick, south of Cowden. Our main area of rotation is right over Fillmore. It's in a little bit of a radar hole, so we have a kind of extrapolated view of this. That rotation will be moving into Bingham in about 5 minutes, Bale City in about 8 minutes, and then Ramsey is about 10 or 12 minutes out from this. So you need to be taking shelter right now if you're over in Ramsey. Max, it's pronounced St. Genevieve. Genevieve? Don't think that's right. You have bonus for the super chat. And also HTTPS for the super chat. After these storms pass, is St. Louis clear for the night? Probably. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I do think one of the threats we need to talk about is hail. We're looking west of Springfield. This blue, red, and black polygon you see right here, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That is a particularly dangerous situation. If we take a look at the radar tag right here, we can see that we're talking about very large hail. Radar indicated that is 4.5-inch hail. That's big hail. It's probably not that big. They did warn it for 3-inch hail. I do think we're probably a little bit bigger than 3 inches, but if we're anywhere in places like Willow Springs and Mountain View, we need to keep an eye out for that Mumbo hail because it's definitely going to do a lot of damage. I do think these 3 storms here are going to start to pose somewhat of a tornado threat eventually. They're just a little bit too much of a hailstorm right now and not a lot of a tornado storm. We don't normally see a storm produce very, very large hail and a tornado at the same time unless it's latched down to a boundary. So I do think at some point we're going to start to see the hail threat die out, and that's when the tornado threat should start to pick up. If we take a look at satellite, one thing I want to talk about is the storm that just was tornado warned southwest or south of St. Louis and then sort of died, didn't really produce a tornado. If we back up satellite here a little bit, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see that an updraft went up in the inflow notch of that storm. I do think that's the reason that it ended up sort of falling apart and not producing a tornado. It was basically right there. That new convection hit the updraft of the storm that was going to produce a tornado and threw it all out of whack, all out of balance, and then it stopped posing a tornado threat. Sooner rather than later, it's probably going to start getting its spin back, be a little bit more balanced, and start posing a tornado threat again. But for now, it's not posing any sort of significant tornado threat like it looked like it could.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that was tornado warned. That does include areas near Waterloo, south of St. Louis. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, definitely take shelter now. Get away from windows. Get to the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. Got quarter-sized hail or half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a little bit of a tornado threat, possibly still a remnant with this storm. Got Storm Chaser, Tornado TRX there. You got Ryan Scholl, who's just kind of trying to outrace that large shelf cloud. And a lot of chasers right now are diving south towards these other supercells near Potosi currently that have not done anything quite yet, but we're keeping an eye on them. As Riley was just talking about, we got an apple-sized hail warning right now over near Willow Springs and Mountain View. These are not the kind of apples that fall on Newton's head and make you smart. These are the kind of hailstones that might kill you. So go inside. Don't be outside while this storm is rolling through. It's a very dangerous hailstorm, and there is a very significant risk right now of giant hail falling out of the sky. And this could damage vehicles, it could dent vehicles, and it could also cause damage to plants and other things that are outside. Thank you, Megan, for becoming a member. Going back to our Urbana tornado warning. Over near Champaign, that one will probably be allowed to expire. I think we'll need a new tornado warning for this rotation here that's developing. This is near Villa Grove going towards Georgetown. Ridge Farm, Crispin are in the path of it, so you need to be taking shelter if you're near this area of rotation. This is going to be crossing into Indiana here soon. I was kind of waiting to see if they would just issue the warning as I'm circling it, but they have not done so yet. Will they issue it? Because this 100% deserves a tornado warning. Where it at, though?
Back to Joplin, it's 20 miles.
Where's this tornado warning at? Hello? I haven't issued it. All right, I'm going to wait. We had a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Texas. Garland, northeast of Dallas. That'll be for half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got a little bit of rotation developing over Island Park. Definitely not ruling out a tornado threat here. About 83 degrees right now in Dallas-Fort Worth. So we got storms going up. Again, tornado threat not zero over here. We got to keep an eye on these storms. No way we ain't issuing a tornado warning on that. They sell them. There's an area of rotation again south of Philo. It's in a radar hole going towards Georgetown, Illinois, but I definitely think that's supportive of a tornado warning. Hey, Ryan, for the Venmo donation. More like tornado, don't mess with Champaign and Urbana. And we've been under, that's the second tornado warning that they were under today, right? I think Champaign has been under 2 tornado warnings today. There was one earlier. This is the second one. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That is going to be for those near Potosi, just to the west of Park Hills. The storm is racing to the east, going towards US Highway 67. So if you're in the severe warning, take shelter. The hail threat's increasing right now just south of Missouri 8. All the storms right now in southern Indiana are pretty messy. It's mostly a wind and hail threat with all these storms. The tornado threat right now is pretty low, but we're keeping an eye on it. 6-7. Did I say 6-7? That's why you're saying 6-7 in the chat. No shot I said 6-7. Hey, ETF for the super chat saying, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Storm Media is looking at that tornado possible severe warning, or at least they're coming up on it. The sun is setting. You can see the storm out there in the distance. There's probably a wall cloud with this. It is a pretty discrete supercell. We are quickly going to be entering into the nighttime phase of this severe weather event. So things will start to get a little bit more dangerous if we do see tornadoes anywhere. Going to get a lot more volatile. Still surprised I haven't issued a tornado warning on that rotation in Illinois. Guess I'm wrong. Kind of thought they would. Back over in Wisconsin and as well as northern Illinois. I know we have some people tuning in from there right now. We're mostly looking at just some strong thunderstorms, gusty winds, some lightning. There's only been maybe occasional supercell or two that have actually produced hail or wind. Still monitoring, though, an increasing risk of severe weather. If any storms can organize, we might see some damaging winds and a brief tornado threat over there. We will have a new SPC outlook in about 30 minutes. So in about 30 minutes, we'll have a new update kind of breaking down the risk for tonight and what to expect. So it'll be pretty interesting to see what happens there, especially with us not having any supercells so far down there right along the Mississippi River Valley. We just hit 7:30. We currently have only one tornado warning. We have 16 severe thunderstorm warnings as of right now. We have a widespread threat of damaging winds currently, stretching from basically Lafayette, Indiana, all the way down into northern Arkansas. And Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for north central Arkansas, talking about an increase in severe hail and tornado threat. An additional watch may be needed here. Tornadoes up to 145 miles an hour and hail to 2.5 inches in diameter.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this includes areas like Little Rock back towards Mountain Home. If you guys are tuning in right now from Arkansas, we need to be staying weather aware. This is another area that will likely have a pretty significant severe weather threat tonight. This is another area that discrete supercells are possible, and any discrete supercells that go up will be capable of producing all hazards of severe weather. So definitely get ready for this. Little Rock all the way back into Mountain Home. Strong, intense tornadoes are possible down here. We've not had any convection really quite yet, but we're watching it closely. The Dallas-Fort Worth area is exploding with storms right now. We got a lot of storms going up. A lot of these are producing large hail and damaging winds, and this is what it's probably going to look like over there near Little Rock, but more organized in about 30 minutes to an hour. So if you live over near Greenville, we got some large hail falling, got a lot of lightning. We're looking at probably ping pong to golf ball sized hail at the bare minimum near Commerce. We're already starting to get some $half sized hail reports over near Plano too. Hopefully they don't get any bigger, because if we get any big hailstorms here, like anything larger than the size of 2 inches, it's going to be a very damaging hail event. That is a very populated area. The Dallas-Fort Worth area is kind of lucked out on big hail events for a while, but hopefully we don't get anything too significant. We do have a storm attempting to organize right now. I don't know if the cap has broke yet, but we do have a storm trying to organize right now west of Oak Grove, just northwest of Clarksville. This is over on the Kentucky and Tennessee border. A little look at that storm right now that's gone up, the base of it. On one of the radar mega cyclone ports. Definitely got to keep an eye on this storm as it goes up towards Hopkinsville. And storms have been trying to beat the cap. There is a PDS tornado watch here for the next 3.5 hours. And PDS nothing so far across this area. Hopefully it stays that way. It's 7:30, so we'll see if anything changes. Back over in Ramsey, we have a tornado warning here. This is our only active tornado warning in central Illinois, heading in the direction of Altamont and Effingham. Rotation is pretty weak. It's kind of embedded in this storm here. Very strong inflow going to the storm. Still got a hook echo. It's a little QLCS spin up that's happening. Over in St. Louis, our worst of the wind has mostly moved through in St. Louis. We still have a lot of lightning out there. Do not go outside if you are in the St. Louis area. Keep in mind, lightning can strike from over 10 miles away, even when the storm's away from you. It doesn't care where you're at. Lightning does not care about you whatsoever. It will strike even from 10 to 15 miles away. So if you live over there in St. Louis and Oakville or Arnold, you do not want to be going outside right now. We've had some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts measured over in Arnold here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. If you look behind the storms, this is a live look at the storms leaving the St. Louis area. And this is a live look looking behind the storms. And it looks beautiful. It's probably pretty moist, but it looks beautiful out there to the west. Hopefully it stays that way. Stormer Media is driving through some storms right now over near Potosi. These are capable of producing tornadoes.
Down towards,
you can see the large shelf cloud that's going over their head right now.
Because if we went east like that, we weren't going to see it in the daylight. I was trying to get on it in the daylight. You know what I mean? Yeah, that was our goal, is get it.
Hey, Connor, for the Venmo donation. How's Grand Rapids tonight? Not expecting much.
But if that, theoretically, I guess if that's...
They dropped the super chat saying, how you expect our thoughts on Cape Girardeau? Should be mostly a wind threat. If we get any discrete supercells to fire up out in front of the line, there could be a tornado threat. It was wild. All the storm chasers are mostly down here, right there in the mid-Mississippi River Valley. They had storms coming. These are mostly hail producers right now. We have apple-sized hail that is about to drop over in Mountain View near Birch Tree, Missouri. Also, I'm going to do a little line time. All right, we're going to do a little line time. For those that are wondering if I'm clear from severe weather, we're going to do a little line time. This is the line right now. It's approximate, but that's the line. So if you're west of that line, you're clear. Congratulations. I need to get a lime time emoji for this chat. Anywhere east of it, still at risk of severe weather. And we will have a new SPC outlook in about 25 minutes. And when that comes out, we'll kind of have a better idea of who's actually clear and who's not. And if there's any risk changes at all. It's been one weird day of severe weather. That's all I got to say. One weird day. We got a lot of lightning with this line of thunderstorms. The damaging wind threat is definitely becoming a pretty big concern right now.
Should lighten up here.
If we going over to our lightning map here, look at all the lightning. This is our 5-minute lightning detection here on Radar Omega. There's lightning everywhere. I'm going to give you guys an idea of how much lightning is actually happening per minute. So currently, across the entire United States here, basically, mainly the Midwest and Ohio Valley, there are currently over 250 lightning strikes every single minute. If you do the math, that's about 3,700 every 15 minutes. Most of it's coming from this line of thunderstorms. So we got a really significant line of thunderstorms rolling right now. And I mean, this is going to be, this will become a dominant concern for many areas in Illinois and in Indiana tonight. Indiana wasn't really expecting discrete supercells, let's be real. But over here, like in central Illinois, kind of in this general area, this area is going to be dealing with a very significant line of thunderstorms, which is capable of tornadoes, by the way. But the damaging wind threat is going to be a very significant straight line wind threat, which will lead to probably 60 to 80 mile per hour winds in this entire region. So I'm definitely very concerned about the evolution of this line, in addition to the possibility that we could see tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms as well. And as you can see, there is a tornado warning right now for Ramsey, where we do have a hook and an inflow. And anytime we get any sort of embedded circulation like this, or any sort of like inflow that goes into the line, it's going to probably lead to a tornado. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now over there. I'm still surprised they never issued a tornado warning for this, but there's still a little appendage on the line of thunderstorms going towards Georgetown. So you got a little bit of inflow wrapping in, a little hook going right towards Georgetown. So if you live in Georgetown, we need to be taking shelter. There is a possible tornado threat with that storm as it rolls in. If you live over in Indianapolis, if you live over in Noblesville, I would expect a severe thunderstorm watch here at any moment as this line of thunderstorms comes in. Jaden with the super chat says, if you can hear thunder, even in the distance, you could be struck by lightning. You should get inside if you can hear any thunder. Exactly. That is what we call, if thunder roars, go indoors. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued, and this is for Indiana. Indiana, Kentucky, and southwestern Ohio. It goes until 4 a.m. tonight. So a couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail to the size of ping pong balls, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is possible. So this does include Indianapolis, Kokomo, Anderson, Richmond, Cincinnati, Lexington, the other Richmond. There's two Richmonds here, Elizabethtown, and Terre Haute. 8.5 million people are included in that watch right now. I would still support a tornado warning for Georgetown. I don't know, man. I've been saying it for a while. National Weather Service might not be watching this time. We are still keeping an eye on this little discrete supercell, kind of semi-discrete supercell that is directly south of Potosi. They do have a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. It's mainly going to be producing a risk of damaging winds, but there is a possible tornado threat. Got Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, who is currently en route for this storm, so we're going to keep an eye on them. There's a broad area of rotation right now going directly towards Park Hills. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning near Dallas. I know we've been talking a lot about Dallas, but there's a pretty significant hail threat that's developing in a fairly populated area. We do have quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds happening right now in this supercell. The supercell near Greenville is rapidly organizing to a giant hailstorm. So Commerce is about to get hit really hard in Texas by at least golf ball-sized hail, probably getting larger than that. It's probably pushing towards about tennis ball size right now. And then we got to watch any other storms that develop just south and east there of Denton County near Fort Worth. We have a new tornado possible severe warning. We got two of them. We got a new one in Illinois for Charleston and Paris. So watch out if you're in Tuscaloosa near Shelbyville. We got 70-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Ladoga, as well as Lebanon. So we are monitoring at least a low tornado potential with this storm as it tracks towards Lebanon, just northwest of Indianapolis. Off topic, but I do want to thank you all. We just hit 1.9 million subscribers. W spam in the chat. We just hit that on, I think it was on today's stream. Might have been before the stream, but I want to thank everybody for subscribing to the channel. We are about to hit 1.91 million here in a second, which is crazy. So thank you guys all for that. We're only about 100,000 subscribers away from 2 million, which is quite literally insane. I think we are literally the second most subscribed to YouTube channel out there, which is wild. On weather, for weather. So pretty crazy. Not in general. Mr. B slaps me by like 100 times.
Bring yourself up or no? I know, Chad.
But in the weather
up,
space.
Up, or down. Everything's got down.
Mr. Beast is going down. I don't know about that, but
How's that possible? Yeah.
it's back over to Storm Runner Media. They are currently on that tornado possible severe storm in Missouri, west of Farmington. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning near West Plains, Missouri, and Gainesville. This is currently producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going in the direction of Doniphan. So get ready for that if you're over in Doniphan. We got a lot of little storms that are starting to go up west of Mountain Home. They will be issuing a new, probably tornado watch for Arkansas here shortly, as new storms are starting to go up out here. We no longer have any severe or tornado warnings in southern Indiana and Kentucky. That could change, but for right now, there's no active warnings. There's a lot of thunderstorms out there, though. We are actually starting to see our first lightning strikes of the day in far western Kentucky. So this could be our sign of maybe a severe storm happening here. We now have a tornado possible severe warning in Wisconsin. It's near Reedsburg, south of Lake Delton, coming up on the Wisconsin Dells. It's our first tornado possible severe warning in a while for Wisconsin. Wisconsin's been really quiet recently.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That timing's kind of diabolical. We have a new tornado warning in Wisconsin. That is terrible timing. We have a new tornado warning in Wisconsin. That's going to be near the Millston area. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. South of Lake Wazee, going towards the Jackson County Forest. I don't understand why our timing is always so terrible. So Millston, you need to take shelter just southeast of the Black River Falls. Watch out, guys, in Wisconsin, all right? We got to be watching closely for the weather that's coming. All of a sudden, it's active. Low-key, Wisconsin might cook here soon. We got a storm near Reedsburg that's trying to do something, too. That thing has a little hook on it. Right towards Lake Delton. Hey, top weather for the super chat. I don't know if we're going to see a tornado outbreak. It does not look as likely as before, but I'm still not going to rule it out entirely because, guys, we've seen crazy stuff happen at night. Like there have been outbreaks that we've had before where like nothing happens during the day and then all hell breaks loose after sunset. And it's happened a lot. And I'm not saying it's going to happen tonight, but yeah, I do want to remind you, like, there is still a very favorable environment for tornadoes no matter what. So if we do have discrete supercells at any point down there in the Mississippi River Valley, it's going to be very dangerous. We've been fortunate nothing's happened yet, really, to the extent that it's producing large tornadoes and stuff, but it could change. We're just kind of waiting to see what happens. We're here in case something does happen. We are here for you. That tornado warning, by the way, in Wisconsin includes 747 people. We are monitoring a very intense line of thunderstorms developing, and no matter what happens with this tornado threat, we're going to have a widespread severe weather threat still. We have widespread damaging winds stretching from almost the Chicago suburbs down into southern Missouri. You can see the large slew of severe thunderstorm warnings that we currently have issued. This is a full map view here. Widespread severe warnings all across the board. We have 22 severe warnings. Most of them are in that area there. And we are going to be monitoring an increasing risk of tornadoes embedded in this line of thunderstorms as well. Hey, Hunter, for the $20 super chat, has Northwest Arkansas look for tomorrow's forecast. Damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes all possible. I would say the hail threat's the most concerning thing. Got a pretty big surge of wind right now, east of St. Louis. If there's an inflow that starts to come around this and this starts to bow out more, there will be an increasing tornado threat going towards Okawville and as well as Nashville, just south of Carlisle. So we'll be monitoring an increasing tornado threat there here soon. We have a new tornado warning near West Plains. This is near West Plains going in the direction of just south there, Mountain View, going towards Winona. If you are in this warning, you need to take shelter, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and get away from windows. That storm's going to go directly towards Poplar Bluff here soon. So that's an organizing supercell. So maybe we're not like, out of the neck of the woods, at least here. We do have storm chasers also going towards this. Tornado Pagey, Rob McBay, a few others. They're kind of tracking towards this right now. We got a lot of chasers going that direction, so we're gonna keep eyes on them. But that rotation looks pretty strong right now. Granted, it is in a radar hole, but we do have a large hail core. This is the same storm that's been producing apple-sized hail for the last half hour. It's now down to baseballs, but it's still pretty significant. Rotation is intensifying there just north of West Plains. If you guys live over in Poplar Bluff, south of Jackson, we got to be watching those storms closely. We're also monitoring the Potosi storm just in case that decides to do something. Brittany with the Venmo donation asks, it's sunny again at Arnold. Does that mean storms are done here? I'd say Arnold is chilling. Blue sky is starting to fill in off to the west. This is what it looks like. Look at this. Wow. Guys, if you're in St. Louis, look outside. We got my modest clouds. Send them in to us. If you guys got photos, look at that. We got this on one of the radar Omega cameras. We got little Dippin' Dot clouds up here on the back side of these storms. These are my modest clouds. Might see them. Look at all the fog too in the valleys here. It's very moist. Got the overshooting cloud tops too. That's pretty cool. It's about 66 degrees there right now. So if you're on the west side of St. Louis over near Merrimack Bluffs, you might see some modest clouds. We got to watch this storm over here in Dallas-Fort Worth. There's a little bit of rotation developing right now near Rockwall and Rolette. It's going directly towards Fate and Josephine and Caddo Mills. So if you are in this area, definitely be staying on alert right now. Near Garland, just outside of Dallas. We have a very large audience usually in Texas, so definitely the kind of situation that you're going to want to be staying tuned for. There's also a big hailstorm near Commerce. This is at least producing golf ball-sized hail. A little bit of rotation too. So we'll be keeping an eye on that storm as well as that moves towards Sulphur Springs. One of the most concerning storms that we have right now is this discrete supercell out here approaching the Birch Creek Conservation Area. Storm chaser Tornado Pagey, they're en route for this. They're just driving along there in southern Missouri. They have had some crazy tornado intercepts here over the last several months. They had a really crazy one on our stream yesterday. We're keeping an eye on that. This is what the storms look like right now over in Dallas. Wow. Now that is large. That's from Falcon Storm Chasing on Twitter. Still watching this area of strong rotation right now, south of Mountain View. Latest scan is, this might be producing a tornado here soon. That rotation got a lot stronger on this latest scan. App name, this is Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description. This could easily be producing a significant tornado here soon. If you live here, you got to be taking shelter. South of Mountain View, just south of Winona. This storm over here too, over near Amenas, I think is how you say it. That storm might also be trying to produce a tornado here soon. Not what you want to see here. We're approaching sunset right now. That's not what you want to be seeing. I'm going to see if we have anything else that's tornadic right now. Mostly looking at damaging winds for a lot of these areas right now. Got a little area of convergence coming up towards Covington in western Indiana. That's west of Indianapolis going towards Crawfordsville. I don't see anything too wild with that right now, but that could become tornado warning at some point. We still have a tornado warning over here in Wisconsin. That one's going to be over near Millston. That rotation's dying, so that one does not look as concerning, but we'll keep an eye on it. I would definitely be watching the storms near Baraboo, northwest of Madison, for a possible tornado threat. We got a few areas of rotation that are trying to develop with these storms. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning east of St. Louis. That's going to be for Greenville and Vandalia. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail with this thunderstorm, and this is all tracking east. It's a large line of thunderstorms, and there's some of these little Boeing segments that are developing, and any sort of circulations that develop could lead to a tornado threat. So we're watching that right now. Thank you, Hunter, for the $10 super chat. Is the Weather Channel app accurate? I mean, it's like any other weather app. They're all the same. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. These groups of cells fire off to the east of Springfield, Missouri are the main concern, I assume. They are. Yeah, one of the big concerns we have are these discrete supercells that are going up over here, and they are organizing pretty quickly.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have a new tornado warning for those in Effingham, Illinois. It's a pretty populated area that we're looking at here. Effingham, Illinois, Stewartson, near I-5770. You need to be taking shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. This does include Cumberland, Effingham, and Shelby counties. This will go all the way until 8:30 Central Time. We got $half sized hail with this, and it is a tornado that is trying to develop embedded in a line of thunderstorms. Got an inflow going to the storm too, just south of Cowden. So Effingham, you guys are in the direct path of this. You take shelter now if you're in this warning. Pretty cool photo here from storm chaser John White with the Modest Cloud show over in Jerome, Illinois. Really cool. That's what I'm talking about, guys. If once these storms pass, look outside. You might see some modest clouds. They're dipping dots that are in the sky. It's pretty cool. Hey, Rage for the sewer chat. I don't know what Owensboro you're talking about. We do have a new damage report out of Elliott, Illinois, of a large tree downed and blocking a driveway along Illinois 9 southeast of Elliott.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All of a sudden, we're getting tornado warnings. We have a new tornado warning east of St. Louis. This is going to be for Breezy, near New Baden, Albers, Beckmeyer, and near Carlisle. This is another area of convergence we were talking about a few minutes ago. It's developing right now over the Scott Air Force Base, and that's going to go right down US Highway 50. So you need to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We just had a damage report. Oh, no. We have over in Bellevue, Illinois, this is breaking news. We have 3 injuries because of a tree that fell onto a house. They are saying there's potential injuries. On this report, they are marking that there are 3 injuries from this storm that is now tracking towards Carlisle. So if you are in this tornado warning, this is a very dangerous storm that has just produced, it sounds like 3 injuries from this thunderstorm here. This is an area of convergence that's coming together right over I-64, and it's going to be tracking towards Breese and Beckmeyer over the next few minutes. So you need to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning. We get an update on West Plains. West Plains, we've been watching it. The storm off to your north is the more concerning one. And that West Plains storm might have a big tornado. I mean, we don't know for sure, but the rotation is very strong right now just south of Mountain View, and there is a possibility that we have a rain-wrapped large tornado north of Alton. There's baseball-sized hail with the supercell too, so it is producing a significant hail threat, but it's also producing the risk right now of a tornado. It's going to go right towards Doniphan and Poplar Bluff down the line. Hey, Jacob, the sewer chat. Tree services are going to be making a lot of money. Yeah, a lot of trees are going to be going down. A lot of trees will be going down. Wow. This is a wild photo. We're getting so many crazy Modest Cloud photos. This is from Jeffy over in Jefferson County. That is wild. Appreciate you guys sending that photo in, Jeff. Over in Effingham, we do have a strong area of rotation right now moving into the city. It's going to arrive in about 7 or 8 minutes now. So if you're in Effingham, you need to be taking shelter now. Rotation's going to be entering into the city here in just a few minutes. It is in a radar hole, so we don't have the best view on radar of that rotation, but it could be pretty strong. And we definitely could see a spin up tornado in this little line of thunderstorms as it moves in. So definitely get ready for that. There is, I believe, a wall cloud on this storm near Potosi. Storm Intermediate is driving by it. They have a lot of trees. We have confirmed trees here near Potosi. I believe that's a wall cloud right there.
The worst route to drive is somewhere in the Boston Mountains in the middle of nowhere.
Huge cumulonimbus clouds, too. You guys see that right beyond the trees? If there's any tree clearing, there's a lot of trees. I'm going to wait till they have a clearing. They'll be bottom. I'll keep them bottom right of your screen. There might be something there. This is on that storm near Potosi. It does have a tornado possible tag. Going towards Farmington and St. Genevieve here soon. Yeah, right there. Looks like a wall cloud.
Gross. We got some supercell structure here. There is some mid-level rotation on this storm, actually, guys. It is.
This is near Potosi.
I wonder if that Emrys storm too is getting all messy in there.
They robbed for super chat
as well.
Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, Eric Fox is in slot 3. He's reporting a tornado on the ground.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, Eric Fox has a tornado on the ground here. He's located over New Baden. This storm did produce injuries. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to be taking shelter. He has a tornado in progress in Illinois. This is near Trenton. Not sure if I can see it. He's reporting it on the ground, though. He's going to be bottom right side of your screen. This storm is, I would not be surprised right now if it is producing a tornado. I do believe him. That rotation is pretty strong right now. This is the same storm that just produced damage. It left a tree on a home and it injured 3 people over in Belleville. And it's going to try to be producing a tornado as it goes towards Breezy, Breckmeyer, and as well as Carlisle. So you need to be taking shelter right now if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. But Storm Chaser Eric Fox again is reporting that there is a tornado in progress right now here in Illinois. Can't clearly see it. It'd be going right into Trenton. The velocities have gotten really strong. I 100% believe there is a tornado here. So that rotation right now, I know you can't really see a whole lot, but that rotation right now is going directly into Breezy, Beckmeyer, and Carlisle. You can see the velocities. You got really, that's a tornado, guys. Oh yeah, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I was about to say there's a CC drop on that storm, 100% a tornado.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for the update. We got a significant tornado right now in progress. That is a huge debris signature that has dropped over the last few minutes. This is a probably a strong tornado right now that is happening right now near Trenton. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning right now, and you have to get a pillow over top of you, put blankets on your head and neck. This is a very dangerous tornado right now that is tracking right now from Trenton all the way up towards Aviston, and then it'll go towards Breezy. All right, so you need to be taking shelter now if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside. That is definitely a strong tornado, guys, that is in progress right now near Trenton. It is now after sunset, and you can see the conditions are rapidly deteriorating here. You can't even really see anything anymore. There is a tornado. So, again, Eric, right on the money here. Significant tornado in progress right now east of St. Louis. It's heading directly towards Breezy. You need to be putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. That is a pretty big debris signature, though, right now. It's not even really hitting a whole lot right now. It's over the Grove School Road and approaching the Illinois Route 160. So this is not hitting much. And for it having this large of a debris signature, that is not a good thing. We will have another radar scan in a second. I would assume we're going to get an upgrade to a confirmed tornado warning. Yeah, that tornado is about to hit the town of Trenton. Trenton, Illinois is about to take a direct hit from a significant tornado here. This is not good. Trenton, Illinois is taking a direct hit from this tornado right now. It's coming up on the Dairy King Press Coffee and Tea Shops. There's a Baptist church on the south side that's about to be hit by this. There's a lot of homes here that are about to be hit by this significant tornado. The Sugar Creek Ambulance Services is near this. There's a Mexican restaurant called the Mexico on Main.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They've upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning. We have likely a strong tornado in progress right now entering the town of Trenton. As we speak, there's probably damage being dealt right now to Trenton. We need to be taking shelter if we live in Trenton and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, this tornado meets the requirements for a PES tornado warning. Our VROD is high enough.
All right. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this does meet the requirements for a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. We have a significant, wow, yeah, that's bad. We have a significant tornado right now in progress right now in Trenton. The velocities are very intense here. So again, you need to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is a very dangerous tornado right now, and it is moving right through Trenton. It's going to go right towards the Viston, and then Beckmeyer's in the path of this. You need to take shelter. That's really bad. The correlation coefficient might be a lot larger in a second because it's not hitting a whole lot right now. But once it goes through the town of Trenton, it's probably producing some really nasty damage right now. And it's going to cross over US Highway 50 here shortly, too. There are a lot of buildings here. I mean, we got dozens and dozens of homes. There is the Dollar General that's on the southeast side of the city. That's probably going to hit by this. Just south of US Highway 50. There aren't very many like large businesses here outside of the Dollar General, but there are some local restaurants, and on top of that, there are literally probably about 400 homes here. I think there's a lot of homes here that are taking a direct hit from a significant tornado. This once again does meet the criteria for a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So this is a very dangerous situation that we're looking at right now. Eric Fox, bottom right side of your screen, is on it. And the latest scan is not nearly as large of a debris signature. So hopefully this is missing the town. It's going to be just southeast of the town right now. It's not far from that Dairy King building. We'll see what the velocities look like. And it looks like there's still a tornado. It might be narrowly missing the town of Trenton right now. It is so close. But it might narrowly be missing the town of Trenton. It's going right towards a Viston and Breezy.
A new tornado warning.
We are getting all sorts of tornado warnings now. We got a new tornado warning for Farmington. There was a wall cloud on this storm near Park Hills. That's going towards Farmington, just to the south of Potosi. You need to take shelter now if you're in that tornado warning. There's another tornado warning near Amenas. This is another supercell that is rotating just east of Somerville. That's going to be heading towards Piedmont, as well as Greenville. That rotation's pretty strong as well. So we have several supercells right now that are going up in southeastern Missouri. This is not what you want to see, but we are looking at now a nocturnal tornado threat that is developing right now across Illinois, Missouri, and even back into Indiana and other states as well. So we are quickly entering into a more significant nocturnal tornado threat that is developing. Also, Effingham, we have an area of rotation that's moving directly into Effingham right now. That rotation's approaching Interstate 57. This could be producing the risk of a significant tornado as well. It is in a large radar hole, so we can't clearly see it, but that rotation's going directly towards Toledo and as well as Greenup right now. So we need to be taking shelter from that tornado warning. This is a live view of all the warnings we have right now. They stretch from Dallas-Fort Worth into Wisconsin. Even have a tornado warning up here in Wisconsin right now. It is a very large area. Quick update for those near Dallas-Fort Worth. Our hailstorm near Rockwell has gotten a lot more significant. It is now producing golf ball-sized hail. That is moving into Rockwell, Texas. There's an area of rotation near Heath that is moving towards Union Valley and Quinlan. There's also a hailstorm near Commerce that is also producing 2-inch sized hail now. That's getting a lot more significant. That's going to go towards Mount Vernon here soon. So a lot of hailstorms going up right now across Texas. We also have our first severe warning of the day in Arkansas. That one's going to be near Mountain Home and Salem, and that will be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There are a lot of storms going up right now all across southeastern Missouri. And it looks like that tornado near Trenton has lifted. The velocities have gotten a little bit broader. I'm going to see what it looks like here. We still got a large hook echo, though, and a strong inflow. And this definitely could drop another tornado. I'm actually concerned that we're going to see a tornado drop south of this. So near Albers, there's a new hook echo developing there. And so we could get a new tornado that drops going towards Beckmeyer and Carlisle here shortly. So we're watching for a secondary tornado to try to drop here in a few moments as that moves to the east-northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Going towards Sandoval. We have another tornado warning in Missouri for Ellington, just south of Centerville. This will be for Reynolds County, Missouri. You need to take shelter now if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We are now sitting at 6 tornado warnings. They're just popping up everywhere right now. Ned for the super chat. The barometric pressure and wind is freaking my dogs out. Also, look at these dew points. Wind gusting over 45 miles per hour in Muncie, Indiana. It is really moist out there. The dew points are well into the 60s. It's going to be humid. If you guys live over in Indiana, we got to get ready for a very significant line of thunderstorms. We got a lot of people tuning in from Indiana right now, and I really want to urge everybody that lives over here in far western Indiana to get ready for a significant threat of damaging winds. Significant damaging winds are going to be coming in here soon. We got to get ready for this. It is a large line of thunderstorms. So west of Indianapolis, we got to get ready for that. Damaging winds, embedded tornadoes in this line are also going to be possible. We go back to our confirmed tornado warning in Illinois. Waiting for a new radar scan. Once again, if you live near Beckmeyer or Carlisle, there will likely be a new tornado forming south of where that initial tornado just occluded. And that is going to be heading directly towards Carlisle. So Carlisle, we got to be taking shelter. I have a new radar scan in a second. Huge shout out to Emily with the $50 super chat. Thanks so much for the coverage, Max and the team. I got Max alerts in St. Louis. Got to my safe place several times, plus your coverage is informative and entertaining. Do you think St. Louis is clear now? I do think St. Louis is chilling. What the flippity floppity? This is over in Dallas, Fort Worth. That is all right, guys. This is why we talk about why you don't park under overpasses. This is not normal traffic that we're looking at here. This is from somebody parking under an overpass. These are people parking under overpasses right now. Over here, I think this is near Heath and Rockwall. It's on I-30. There are people parking under overpasses, and this has created a massive traffic jam. This is wild. This is actually crazy. This is another live shot of it. This has nothing to do with normal day-to-day traffic here. This all has to do with people parking under overpasses from a hailstorm. This traffic is backed up for like 5 or 10 miles right now. It's bad. There are people under an overpass up there that are parked under it. That's actually crazy. Also, we probably have a new tornado on the ground or about to be on the ground near Germantown. This is in Germantown, over Germantown, Illinois. There's going to be a new tornado on the ground here at any moment. Going right towards the Royal Lake Resort. It's going right towards the Royal Lake Resort, and Carlisle is also the path of this. Looks like we do have a tornado that is dropping, a brand new tornado that's dropping, going right towards Beckmeyer. Definitely got to take shelter if you're in this warning. Man, that traffic is absolutely crazy. We need a large shame spam in the chat. This is, again, I want to remind you guys, we don't have a category for hurricane. I want to remind you guys, this is the exact reason why you do not park under overpasses. It literally needs, I don't know what needs to happen for this to stop happening, but it's absolutely ridiculous. There's 5 selfish people, probably more than that, that parked under this overpass and have led to a major traffic jam now near Dallas. People are trying to get home. People are trying to not get killed by this severe storm that's producing giant hail and wind. And there's a few select selfish people, probably about maybe 0.1% of people that are parked under that overpass, and the other 99.9% of people are stuck in this traffic jam and are not moving whatsoever. This is not your typical accident or traffic. No, it's literally just people parked under overpass and nobody's moving. Like, there's nobody moving forward here. It's absolutely insane. Bunch of selfish people. Here's a new radar scan on our confirmed tornado warning in Illinois. Rotation still very strong right now near Carlisle. And that might be a tornado near Germantown. Waiting for radar to update here. This could be a tornado warning or tornado on the ground here near Germantown. Waiting to see. Yeah, that's probably a tornado right there. So we probably have another tornado in progress right now here near Germantown. If you guys live here, you gotta be taking shelter right now. Oh my goodness. Guys, look at this. This is literally what we're talking about. This is absolutely this is actually like this is actually insane. This is a photo view of all these people that are parked under the overpass right now. And there's more up there, I'm pretty sure. The traffic is terrible. Near Dow Rock. This is actually crazy. The traffic is just crazy there. Over in Illinois, we likely have a new tornado in progress right now, just southwest of Beckmeyer going towards Carlisle. This is a storm that's been recycling west of Sandoval. We still have a tornado warning for Effingham. Our rotation on this storm is now mostly to the north of town. It is pretty strong. It is rain wrapped going towards Toledo and Greenup. Casey and Martinsville will also be in the path of this here soon, so you got to get ready for that. We just got a new severe warning over in Indiana. That's going to be for those in Lafayette, Delphi, and Frankfort. We're mainly looking at a risk right now of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour south of Monticello. So get ready for that. The wind threat's quickly increasing out here. We have several tornado warnings right now in effect across southeastern Missouri. There's one near Farmington. There's also 2 in far southern Missouri, mainly out towards West Plains. That one near West Plains has been the most concerning this entire time. It has had a strong rain-wrapped area of rotation for a while, and it is still trying to produce right now a tornado. So if you live in this warning, you got to be taking shelter right now. Velocities are not tight, but they are still strong. The one near Ellington is also a strong area of rotation. That's going to go towards Des Arc and as well as the Piedmont area. Greenville's also in the path of that. We got a lot of storm chasers out to the east of this, so we're going to keep an eye on their feeds. Going back to Carlisle. Oh my, we got another significant tornado. Yeah. All right, guys, we got another significant tornado on the ground again in Illinois. That's bad. That is a large debris signature northeast of Germantown, just southwest of Beckmeyer. You need to be taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning. And Carlisle, get ready to take shelter. This is now the second significant tornado that has dropped from this supercell, and it is going directly towards Carlisle right now. The last tornado we had didn't meet PDS criteria. I don't know if they're going to issue one for this one, but that is a big debris signature. It's hitting homes right now along Highland Road.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have issued a new confirmed tornado warning for Carlisle, Sandoval, Salem, Iuka, and Kinmundy. That is off to the west of Flora, north of Centralia. You need to be taking shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you've got to get away from windows. This is a very dangerous supercell right now that is producing, oh my God, that is a huge debris signature. Oh my goodness. We have a significant tornado in progress in Illinois. This has blown up on the latest scan. We have a very dangerous tornado now on the ground right now in Illinois. You need to take shelter and put as many walls between you immediately. That is a debris signature also on reflectivity. This is a giant tornado near Beckmeyer that is producing a significant amount of damage right now. I mean, this is producing very, very significant damage. Right over the town of Beckmeyer. This is currently near this is probably hitting the Beckmeyer Elementary School right now. It's on the south side of the town right now. It'd be hitting the Beckmeyer Elementary School near BCDC Park, just south of Frank's Sundown and Corner's Kitchen. There's about 3,000 people that live in Carlisle, which is going to be next in line for this. If you know one of those 3,000 people that live there, you need to give them a call right now. You need to make sure they're getting to their safe place. This is a very dangerous tornado that has dropped here. That's producing significant damage. The debris signature right now is approximately 2.5 miles wide. That does not mean the tornado is 2.5 miles wide, but debris is being picked up and lofted all over the place right now. I mean, this is a very dangerous tornado that's happening currently near Breese and Carlisle. This thing has taken a serious turn, and it is not a good turn that we want to see. My goodness. This is very close to the Beckmeyer Elementary School. That's probably getting hit by this tornado right now. There's a lot of homes here. The BCDC Park. You got a recycling shop. You got possibly the Frank Sundown and Corner Kitchen and the Casey's that are being hit by this. That debris signature is giant. It's going right towards Carlisle now. Carlisle, Illinois. It's a much more populated town. You guys are about to take a direct hit from a significant tornado. This is likely large and strong going into Carlisle. This is about to enter into the west side of Carlisle. What's going to do first is hit the Casey's on the west side of Carlisle near US Highway 50. It's going to hit the West Side Lounge. And then after that, the Clinton County Fair could actually get hit by this. I don't know if that fair is ongoing right now, but the Clinton County Fair is in the direct path of this. If that's an event center area. The Shell gas station, the Carlisle Casey Hall, the Old 50 Cafe are all in the path of this right now.
Tornado warning has been issued.
This is an extremely dangerous tornado right now going to Carlisle. We have a new tornado warning for Effingham that's going towards Toledo, Casey, and Martinsville. Marshall's also in the path of this. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is, I don't know how much I can urge that at this point, but obviously the storm near Carlisle is very dangerous. This one could be too. You need to take them all seriously. And that debris signature, again, is just huge. We also just got a tornado watch for Arkansas. This debris signature is about 3 miles wide by about 1 mile wide. It is again, large tornado, rain wrapped, going right into Carlisle. We got to pray this thing lifts before it hits Carlisle. Otherwise, 3,000 people could get serious damage from this tornado. This is going to go right into a very populated town of 3,000 people that live here. 3,000. Waiting for a new radar scan here. There you go.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have upgraded this to a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS tornado warning. There is a reason why. This is a large tornado that is directly hitting the town of Carlisle, Illinois. This is a likely strong to intense tornado that is hitting Carlisle. You need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to get away from windows. This is a very dangerous tornado that is going right through the town of Carlisle. There is a lot of debris in the atmosphere. It is going through the town of 3,000 people right now in Carlisle. This is an extremely dangerous tornado. It's not far from the Governor's Run golf course. It's going to be hitting that fairgrounds area, Clinton County Fairgrounds right now. It's close to the Furfetti Pet Salon. It's approaching the Sunset Motel, the CVS Pharmacy. You got the St. Mary's School, the DQ Grill and Chill area. All these places are in the path of this right now. It's a very significant nighttime tornado that's hitting this area right now. And unfortunately, it's producing a lot of damage. That tornado is still on the ground. It is near old US Highway 50, near the Sunset Motel. This is once again a particularly dangerous situation for those over here near going towards Sandoval and Salem, Kinmundy, Patoka. You guys all need to be taking shelter right now. You should not be waiting. If you're in Salem or Kinmundy near I-57, you got a few minutes, but you need to get your belongings and whatever's important and get to your safe place and get away from windows. This is a very dangerous tornado. It is producing major damage right now over in Carlisle. It just produced big damage near Breese, and it is going to continue to produce damage as it continues to move towards Sandoval. What's crazy about this storm is that it is all in this line of thunderstorms. So this is a powerful line of thunderstorms producing significant damaging winds, but it's also producing a risk of a significant tornado right now. And this could go anywhere in the line. We're also monitoring the storm near Effingham, for example, and Marshall. That's doing the same exact thing. That one could also try to produce a tornado. That could be significant. That one's going towards a lot of other populated areas in eastern Illinois right now. But I'm awfully concerned right now about the town of Carlisle. They are taking a direct hit from a major tornado here. And this is a very significant tornado. If you have friends or family here, please make sure that they're taking shelter and they're aware of the situation. This is really bad. West of Sandoval. Sandoval and Salem, you got to get to your safe place now. You should be running there as soon as possible. The latest scan still shows the debris right over Carlisle. There's a good chance this could be debris fallout. We're going to see what it looks like here in a second. What this storm has done over the last several minutes, I want to just cycle this for a second. This did produce a tornado right here near Trenton. This happened at 7:57, so about 25 minutes ago. And it produced probably a strong tornado. It produced a second strong tornado. We called it here. It was going to produce another tornado. It produced a second strong, possibly intense tornado in Carlisle. This could try to do it again as it moves towards Sandoval too. We could see another area surge here over near Centralia and do the same thing. So if you live in Sandoval and Salem, even if this tornado is to lift, it's probably going to produce another tornado. That latest scan is showing a large debris area still over Carlisle. I'm pretty concerned, though, that Carlisle took some sort of hit from this tornado. It might still be on the ground, too, right now. We don't know for sure. But there's a large chunk of debris that is in the atmosphere right now, probably from homes and buildings that is in Carlisle. It's right over US Highway 50. It's basically going right down it right now. I urge, if you have any friends or family in this pink polygon, please make sure they're taking shelter. This does include Clinton, Fayette, and Marion counties right now in Illinois. The most significant tornado threat is right now over Carlisle. That's where the tornado is actively producing damage. It's going to be approaching the South Shore State Park in Huey in a few minutes. You can see the evolution of that debris signature. It's gone right through the town of Carlisle. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. You called it, Max. We call a lot of things. Comes a new radar scan waiting for it. Let me go real quickly to Texas. Something was going on down here. We now watch Texas, by the way. There's a possible tornado threat developing east of Heath. That's going towards Emory, Texas. So we're all monitoring this activity too near Dallas-Fort Worth. Back over to Illinois. This is our, again, PDS tornado warning. It is east of St. Louis near Salem. This is producing a large tornado. There is still debris, but I think that's probably debris fallout right now that is right along US Highway 50 going towards Sandoval. But there's probably going to be a new tornado threat that develops down to the south. It just happened a moment ago. And if we get any more convergence signatures, we could see another tornado develop down to the south going towards Salem and Sandoval. I don't see anything imminent, but it could happen. So you need to continue to heed this warning if you live in Sandoval and Salem. I-57 is also going to be in the path of this. We're also watching a pretty strong area of rotation near Greenup and Casey going towards Martinsville. Marshall's in the path of this as well. This is just north of Rose Hill. We got to watch that too near Greenup. Little update for those over here in western Indiana. We got a significant line of thunderstorms going on right now, mainly producing a significant damaging wind threat of around 60 to 70 miles per hour just west of Indianapolis. We are watching at least a potential for a tornado going towards Indianapolis right now. Rotations located near Waynestown, or Waynetown going towards Crawfordsville. So definitely keep an eye out on this as this continues to move to the east. Did we get a new SPC outlook, by the way? Did that ever come out? I don't know if anything changed with it. Same thing? Okay. So the tornado threat and everything for tonight did not change. They issued the new SPC outlook about half an hour ago. No changes to it as of right now. Hey, Jennifer, for the $20 super chat. Central Wisconsin isolated wind and hail threat tonight. Maybe an isolated tornado. New severe thunderstorm warning for Mount Vernon, south of Nashville. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. That also has a tornado possible tag on it. Here's that latest radar scan here. The strongest area of rotation right now is over U.S. Highway 50.
A new tornado
And we now have a new
warning
tornado
has
warning in
been issued.
Indiana. That's going to be that storm northwest of Indianapolis. This is located near Waynetown, Cherry Grove, Linden, New Richmond, just south of Dayton. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This is going to go right towards I-65 here soon. New Richmond, Cherry Grove, Linden, Colfax, Darlington, Clarks Hill. You need to be taking shelter. This has also the potential of producing a strong tornado. This has been quickly coming together here over the last several minutes. Wow, look at this. This is live. Oh, we have power flashes here. There might be a tornado. This is in Lafayette. This is inside of the, this is near the tornado warning. We just had a power flash. You hear the wind on the camera. This is live. There was a power flash here just a second ago. Those are those bright blue flashes. Very strong winds here in Lafayette, Indiana. Camera's getting hit hard by the wind. That's what it looks like out in Lafayette. The same storm right now. I'm going to keep that bottom left side of your screen. The same storm is producing significant damaging winds right now and is also producing the risk of a tornado. So just north of Waynetown, going towards Thorntown and Frankfort. Looks like RFD. That's going to, yeah, that's probably RFD. All right, we got a new radar scan on our PDS tornado warning here near Sandoval. That's where our rotation's located. It's over US Highway 50. That's going to be tracking directly towards Sandoval. That rotation has gotten broader. We are still monitoring, though, this storm to try to recycle and produce a more significant tornado threat as it continues to move east. This was a PDS tornado warning. It has been downgraded. It's back to being a normal confirmed tornado warning for those in Kinmundy, Sandoval, and Salem. You need to continue to take shelter, though. This has already produced 2 significant tornadoes, and it might try to produce a third one here soon. It is getting really, really windy out there again in Lafayette. Lafayette's getting hit really hard. Oh, did power just go out? Power just went out. And power's back. That's a power flash. And it went out again. This is near that tornado warning right now in Indiana. The power's going in and out here. Power is now fully out in Lafayette, at least for now. Those are what we call power flashes, by the way. It knocks out power. Sometimes it goes in and out. So that is that power is now out. I don't know if it's coming back. That's south of Lafayette. We do have an area of rotation right now south of Lafayette that's going towards Thorntown, and the power is now just fully out. That's chalked. I think the power is just chalked there in Lafayette. Unfortunately, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we also have a new tornado warning over in Missouri. That is going to be down to the south of West Plains. This is going to be heading towards Thayer, just south of Brandsville. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. That's going to go right towards the south side of Alton here over the next several minutes. The wind is still really strong there. The power did come back. Oh, it just went out again. Yeah, Lafayette's getting hit hard. Power just went right back out. I don't know if it's going to come back again. We'll see. Power keeps going in and out. We have 3 tornado warnings right now in southeastern Missouri. We got one right now northwest of Poplar Bluff. That one's located just to the south of Centerville. That is radar indicated rotation. That storm hasn't looked as impressive. These storms are starting to cluster together quite a bit just to the east of West Plains. The tornado warning right now is southeast of West Plains, south of Brandsville. That one's rotating right now, going directly towards Thayer. It will eventually go towards the community near Alton, so we're watching that closely. So take shelter again if you're in that tornado warning. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Bloomsdale. This one actually could produce something. It's broadly rotating, going directly up towards St. Genevieve and Chester. That tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire, but we'll be monitoring at least a possible tornado threat there. We also just got another severe warning. We got 19 severe warnings and at least 7 tornado warnings right now across the board. So again, I want to reiterate for those for those that are in these areas, we got to really be staying weather aware right now. We got a lot of warnings going up. This is the time that you need to have a lot of ways to receive weather alerts. Have a tornado action plan ready to go. Again, we have extensive live coverage here on YouTube. It's going to continue all night long. So that new tornado warning here is for Fulton and Sharp counties. Fulton and Sharp counties. We got to be taking shelter right now. Putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. If you live in near Cherokee Village, just north of Cherokee Village, going towards the Ravenna Springs area. So Ravenna Springs, you're going to be in the path of this. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I want to talk about the tornado environment. So clearly, we just got a new tornado warning. That is for Fulton, Arkansas. Let me flip over the radar here, and I'll show you that. That's going to be down here, guys, just in the part of northern Arkansas. It's going to be the other side of that tornado warning. One of the things I was coming to talk about is those storms that are in Arkansas right now. They are going to start to pose a higher tornado threat. This is a look at our satellite, our STP, as well as our reflectivity. We do have a very favorable tornado environment across all of our PDS tornado watch. There is a reason that there's a PDS tornado watch in that area. That is because there's a very, very favorable environment for tornadoes. This is also a high-end tornado watch. Don't let the PDS tornado watch steal the light. There's going to be multiple strong tornadoes up here as well. Just a few minutes ago, we only had a couple of tornado warnings, and now we're up to almost 10. I think this is probably only going to get worse from now, and we're going to continue to see this get very, very active. A few of these storms do look like they may be posing a TDS right now. I have my eye on one south of St. Louis. Radar is going to take a second to load here, but that storm is going to potentially produce a tornado as it heads towards Illinois.
All right. Possibly a tornado debris signature in Missouri. I don't know about that. There's a little CC drop right now just south and west here of St. Louis, but I don't think that's a TDS. That is just southwest of Rocky Ridge Branch. We're keeping an eye on that. We currently have 7 tornado warnings right now. We have one right now for Salem. That one was confirmed. It's back to radar indicated. This is a pretty strong but large area of rotation that is currently moving towards Kinmundy and Oskaloosa and Louisville. This already has a history of producing tornadoes. So if you live in this tornado warning, we need to continue to stay weather aware right now. All right, that was a tornado debris signature. All right, well, we did have a tornado there in Missouri a second ago. All right, this is kind of surprising. The tornado warning was just canceled, but we did have a brief tornado just happen near Mill. So there might be a little bit of tornado damage over there near Mill. If you guys have any friends or family out there near Mill in Missouri, hopefully they're okay. because we just had a tornado there a second ago. It has lifted for the time being, but this storm just produced a brief tornado, and it has still a tornado possible tag on it, so we're going to keep an eye on that. We currently have 3 tornado warnings, or 4 currently across southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. Our risk of severe weather is increasing right now across the board. We are monitoring this increasing tornado risk with a lot of discrete supercells that are currently tracking to the east. So you got to be staying weather aware again if you're in that area. Going back to our tornado warning in Indiana, this one has been rotating quite a bit here over the last several minutes south of Lafayette. It's going to be coming up on Interstate 65 here soon. There is a really big hail core right now near New Richmond, and that's going to go towards Clarks Hill and eventually towards I-65. The rotation is still on the stronger side of things. It's not tight, but it is a strong area of velocities, which means if we get a tornado in Indiana, it will likely be on the stronger side of things. So that's approaching Colfax and as well as Thorntown right now. It's still pretty windy out there. It looks like the power has come back for the time being here in Lafayette. The power has been in and out, but it is back. So we got internet and power over here. Go back to our 3-cam view. That storm will be moving towards Frankfort and eventually going towards Kokomo. So if you guys live in those areas, get ready for that. Damaging winds is the big concern right now across the board. But we have several tornado warnings. We do have a tornado warning still that does not include Effingham anymore, but it does include Greenup, includes Casey and Martinsville near I-70. That rotation is going to be tracking towards Prairie Creek here soon. This is a live view of all of our storms right now. Got a large line of thunderstorms producing plenty of tornadoes, and it's only going to get more significant as we go into the evening hours and also into the overnight hours. Huge shout out to Code for the $20 super chat. Keep up the great coverage for all of us. I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you also, Melissa, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Eddie with the $45 super chat. It mentioned Marion, Illinois. Anything there? Marion, Illinois, definitely under the gun for damaging winds and possibly tornadoes. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Cherokee Village, just northwest of Ravenden Springs. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Hey, Tyler, for the $20 super chat. Created a change petition. Pass state laws to keep overpasses clear during severe weather emergencies. Shame. It's the shame movement, guys. We got to get it out of here. Hey, Max, the super chat. What about Paris, Texas? Paris, Texas is mostly looking at large hail. We got a lot of thunderstorms that have gone up around Dallas-Fort Worth here over the last half hour. The one that's actually west of Emory is possibly tornadic. It does have a large hail core, but it is also trying to rotate right now. It is taking that right turn. There's not a whole lot of wind shear in Texas per se, but that storm does have a little bit of rotation developing on it, directly south of Union City. It's going to go right towards Quinlan and eventually Emory here over the next few minutes. So we got to be watching this too really closely as it moves to the east. Yeah, right now, the big concern is this large line of thunderstorms. And in about an hour or two, there could easily be a lot more tornado warnings than we even have right now. I do want to remind you guys that we are going into a nocturnal severe weather threat. Obviously, the daytime threat did not pan out, but the nighttime threat could be very significant. The tornado risk that we have outlined, it has barely been touched. Like literally, we barely even touched it. We barely scraped it. Like most of these storms, they're just entering into the 15, 10, 5% tornado risk right now. And also the wind threat. I mean, it's just getting started. If we look at the timeline for severe weather tonight, just kind of quickly time it out for you guys. This is what the next several hours look like. I mean, the storms are going to be widespread all the way past midnight tonight and into the overnight hours. It'll go probably till 2 or 3 in the morning. Like, we're going to be live here, I think, until probably 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm not even kidding when I say that. So I think it's going to be really, really significant. We're going to have a line of thunderstorms and tornadoes probably at least until 3, including Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, and back into Ohio. It is going to be a long period of severe weather. Hey, Billy for the super chat. Indianapolis, mainly a damaging wind threat. Thank you, Vibey, for the super chat. How's it going, Zach? From Little Rock. Still have a lot of storm chasers out there too. There's a lot of tornado warnings. We got 7 right now, 3 of which are in southern Missouri. We got 1 right along the Arkansas-Missouri border. That is north of Salem, just south of West Plains. We're keeping an eye on all these supercells. Crawford, Indiana tornado. There, it's possible. It is possible. It would be off to your north though if you had one. That area of rotation is just south of Lafayette. It's going towards Frankfort and Thorntown. Riley is telling me, since we're going to be live here until 2 or 3 or maybe in 4 in the morning, Riley's telling me that we should. So for those that don't know, YouTube has this rule where like you can't have a stream longer than 12 hours, or we're over 8 now. And so in 4 hours from now, it's going to be about 12:40. There could be tornado warnings. There could be even PDS tornado warnings. We don't really know. I think what we're going to do is reset the stream and just restart a new one and direct you there. We're going to be live like 24/7 still, but I think we're going to reset the stream now. You'll be redirected to that new live stream. That way we don't have an issue down the line of there being tornado warnings later, because we don't have anything on the ground right now. This might be the only time we have a no tornadoes on the ground sort of thing from here. So we're going to do that. You're going to be redirected automatically to our new stream. That's what Riley's telling me to do. And we're going to start a brand new stream. Again, we're still live. We're not going anywhere. Just stay on the channel. If you, for some reason, lose us along the way, come back to the Max Velocity channel. We're going to be live here. We're just going to redirect you to a new stream because this is probably the best opportunity we have until, things get crazy again. All right. So we're going to redirect you here in 2 seconds. I got to fix the thumbnail on it, just to make sure we don't have any issues down the line. All right. The PDS tornado warnings later. We're going to be live no matter what for the next 8 to 12 hours probably. So we're restarting our stream. We have again, tornado outbreak in progress right now across much of the Midwest, Ohio Valley, and back into the Ozarks right now. For those that are just tuning in, we currently have 7 tornado warnings, and we currently have 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. What has happened over the last several hours is that we've not had a whole lot of significant tornadoes. We've mostly had a lot of wind, a lot of hail. There have not been that many major tornadoes. Things have changed though now. We are starting to actually see an uptick in significant severe weather across the Ohio Valley and then back into the Ozarks. So we're going to talk all about what's happening right now for those that are just tuning in. We are going to go from north to south. We still have a moderate risk of severe weather in place. And right now we do have a tornado warning south of Lafayette here in Indiana. This is going to go towards Frankfort. This is near US Highway 231. We have a lot of hail falling, got a lot of wind, and this is all moving towards Thorntown and Frankfort. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. All right, this storm is going to be moving towards Interstate 65. The latest scan's actually coming in on this right now, and the rotation is still on the stronger side of things. If we go over to our velocity scale, this is about a 6 out of 10. So it's not strong enough to the point where we definitely have a tornado right now, but it is strong enough to the point where it might produce a tornado as it approaches Colfax and as well as the I-65 corridor heading towards Frankfort. So if you live in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. If we go further down to the south, we do have a large damaging wind threat developing near the Crawfordsville area. There's actually a little bit of rotation that might be trying to develop right now, right along the I-74 corridor, and that is going to be heading directly towards Lebanon. So we're going to be watching that for a possible tornado threat as that heads to the east. Our more significant tornado threat that's developing right now is right now in Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas. We have this large line of thunderstorms that is producing pretty much essentially widespread damaging winds right now, stretching from Paris back into Farmington. But there are several areas of rotation that are developing within this line of thunderstorms. I'm going to talk about that in a second. We just got a tornado warning in Marion County, Missouri. This is going to be for those near Kinmundy. This is a supercell that has already produced at least 2 tornadoes, both of which were strong just a few minutes ago. And this is going to try to produce another tornado as it approaches Iuka and eventually going towards Oskaloosa, Louisville, and Flora. So if you guys live in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and get away from windows. This has already produced at least 2 strong tornadoes at this point and could try to produce a third one as it moves towards Flora. If you guys live over in Flora, Louisville, or even near Albany in Illinois, we need to have that tornado action plan ready to go, as this storm is going to continue to track to the east and has already produced at least 2 strong tornadoes. The rotation right now is located near Salem. It's not really tight right now. It's definitely on the broader side of things, but it will probably try to intensify as it moves into Iuka. Going back to the north, what I was just talking about is this tornado warning near Casey and Martinsville. This rotation is also a QLCS tornado threat. It's a rotation embedded in a line of thunderstorms, and that is directly south of I-70 right now. This will be tracking towards Prairie Creek, just south of Terre Haute here soon, and the rotation is, I would say, pretty broad from what we're seeing from this radar, but it will likely intensify as it moves towards Prairie Creek. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, take a look at Texas, just to the west of DFW. I do think we could see a tornado warning here. It's or east of DFW. I do think we could see a tornado warning here. It's a little bit contaminated because of the hail in the storm. However, it is still rotating. It could produce a potential tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So back over in Texas, the threat of severe weather is not overly high in Texas. It was pretty conditional, but we do have a tornado that is trying to form right now over in Quinlan and near West Tawakoni. So if you live here east of Dallas-Fort Worth, we need to be watching the storm really closely. We do have 2 storm chasers that are actually over here, but they're not on the storm yet. They're just off to the north of Emory, so we'll keep an eye on them. But this is starting to ramp up right now, and that'll be going towards Point as well as Lone Oak. So definitely watch out for this. The hail is also a really significant threat. We got tennis ball-sized hail falling with this supercell right now.
A new tornado warning.
In addition to some pretty significant damaging winds. We have a new tornado warning in Oregon County, Missouri. It's a pretty small one. It's just west of Poplar Bluff. That rotation is really contaminated, but this is another supercell that's going to try to produce the risk of a tornado as it goes towards the Grandin area, just south of Winona. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter. That is pretty strong in the mid-levels.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have issued another tornado warning. That one's going to be for Grandin, just west of Poplar Bluff. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to get away from windows. This storm's going to go directly towards Poplar Bluff here soon. There are several storm chasers that are just kind of waiting right now over near Poplar Bluff for at least some sort of increasing severe weather threat. So these new warnings include Carter, Ripley, and Oregon counties in Missouri. So you need to take shelter now if you're in this warning. We also have a tornado warning right along the Arkansas and Missouri border. This is not, in my opinion, a pretty broad area of rotation. This storm doesn't look overly impressive, but we have 2 areas of rotation that we're looking at near Thayer, and those will be going towards the Ravenden, Springs, and Maynard areas in far northern parts of Arkansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, we have another tornado warning. We're up to 9 again. New tornado warning now in Frankfort, Thorntown, north of Lebanon here in Indiana. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter now. You got to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to get away from windows. Frankfort, Thorntown, I-65. You guys are in the path of this right now. It will eventually go towards U.S. Highway 31 in Tipton. This is a storm that has actually caused a bunch of power flashes already over in Lafayette because of a damaging wind threat. We had 60-mile-per-hour winds measured over at Tippecanoe County at the Purdue University, and now this is trying to produce a tornado to the south of Lafayette. You can see the giant hail core, too. We got some big-time hail falling right now just south of Dayton. That's probably upwards of tennis ball-sized hail or higher. So we got some really large hail right now going right over the interstate. Rotation is fairly strong, and that's going to be moving into Thorntown over the next few minutes. So take shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Going back to our tornado warning, that is in far eastern Illinois near Martinsville. No really major new updates on this. The rotations remained, again, pretty broad at this point. But if you live over in Prairie Creek and Terre Haute, we need that tornado action plan ready to go as this storm continues to track off to the east. And it looks like our rotation is beginning to get stronger again over here near Salem. We are in a large radar hole, but on this latest scan,
a new tornado warning has
we're
been
up to 10
issued.
tornado warnings. Our latest scan is showing a stronger area of rotation now just south of Iuka. I would expect a new tornado warning for this going towards just north of Wayne City, south of Flora, Illinois. I definitely think we need a new tornado warning for that storm. We have a new tornado warning for Greenville. This is for Greenville near Piedmont, I believe it is, or Piedmont here in Missouri. You need to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. Mezzo Hunter is driving through this right now. Look at this, guys. Mezzo Hunter's in this. He's right next to where the tornado would be located if we had one. You'd see the very intense winds coming in right now from the supercell. If there was a tornado, it'd be located over at Piedmont. And he is somehow wound up in the middle of the storm.
Oh, is that ours?
Probably the RFD surge, which is that rear flank downdraft from the supercell. Well, they just issued a tornado warning for this. There it is. So if you live near Greenville, Missouri, this is what you're going to see here in a few minutes. And there could be a tornado with it too.
That's what we just drove through.
Look at that wind, pretty strong. Probably about 60-mile-per-hour winds there. So we got to watch him really closely. We also have Storm Chaser Rob McBay and Ryan Scholl, who have just entered the tornado warning. We got the Hailinator, who's entered the tornado warning here. The storm isn't producing any hail, but he is now entering into that tornado warning. Going back towards the Poplar Bluff tornado warning, there is a chance, guys, that we could have a significant tornado right now or some sort of really strong rotation over the Irish wilderness. This is west of Poplar Bluff. I am growing concerned that this supercell here, despite the rotation being really rain-wrapped, could be producing a more significant tornado. It's going to be heading directly towards Missouri 21 in Grandin here soon. It's nowhere near a radar site, so it's going to be hard to verify this, but that rotation is really strong right now. Also, the camera that we're looking at here over in Arkansas, this is live on the northern Arkansas tornado warning just south of Thayer, Missouri, near Cherokee Village. We're not sure if this is producing a tornado right now, but the winds here are also pretty intense right now. That's a live shot there. And then this is on the tornado warning near Piedmont, which the wind has been very strong for the last few minutes from Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter. But outside of that right now, I am definitely pretty concerned about this supercell here. That is, again, it's so contaminated. I wish we had a radar site here. This is one of the worst radar holes that we have going, is southeastern Missouri. And that supercell, it's really rotating. And there could be a significant rain-wrapped tornado. We don't really know for sure. So if you guys live over here west of Poplar Bluff, we got to be taking shelter. If you live in Poplar Bluff, definitely stay weather aware. We have a new large severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana, just north of Indianapolis, near Noblesville, Lebanon, Kokomo. Just south of Kokomo is included in this for Frankfort. That will be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. So we need to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible as this significant line of thunderstorms rolls right into Noblesville and Fishers. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick about that wilderness tornado warning in Missouri. I really would support a radar-indicated PDS tornado warning for this storm. There's no CC drop or anything like that, but the issue is it's in quite the radar hole, and we have no look at this. The STP values are very, very high in this area. We can see that there's a lot of rotation on velocity. So honestly, if they would go ahead and issue a radar indicated PDS tornado warning, that's not something that I would argue with this storm, because I do think this is a particularly dangerous situation.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. And if you guys were here the other night on our live stream, we had a similar situation happen in Arkansas. We had the DFW significant hailstorm that happened on our live stream. I think it was like a night or two ago, or it was about 2 nights ago. And we had a PDS tornado warning really late. It was over in southwest Arkansas. I don't think there was ever a tornado with it, but the rotation and the VROT was high enough for there to be a PDS tornado warning. So we'll see if they upgrade this. I'm not sure if they're going to.
A new tornado
but we're definitely going to keep an eye
issued.
on it. That's going towards Poplar Bluff. We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be back over here near Olney. This is one of those significant areas of rotation we've been watching near Louisville, as well as Flora. This is also including Olney. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, as that area of rotation is right now going to be approaching US Highway 45, and that will eventually go towards Olney. We definitely need a tornado warning for this too. This could be producing a significant tornado. This is going to go outside of our tornado warning polygon And that's going to go directly towards US Highway 45 north of Wayne City. I'm not entirely sure why there's no tornado warning extended further to the south and east, because that rotation is really, really strong. That could easily have a tornado right there. This is the same storm, by the way, the same couplet. This has already produced 2 other strong tornadoes back off to the west. So this same storm has already had a history of producing strong tornadoes. And it might try to do so again here in a second. That rotation's really strong. We are now in a radar hole, so we're getting a little bit further away from that couplet, but that is a really strong area of rotation right there. You can see the inflow going to the storm too. Large hook echo on the leading edge. Velocities, again, very strong. That's going to go into Orchardville, Zenith, Johnsonville, Blue Point, Sisseton in Illinois. If you guys have any friends or family there, they need to be alert and aware of this. I don't know why there's no tornado warning going southeast. But that right there is a strong area of rotation. Could easily produce a strong tornado. Here comes the latest radar scan. I'll stay here for a second. Good shout to Sarah with the $50 super chat. Max, your forecast never miss. I'm starting to think you control the weather at this point. We kind of missed today. Mississippi Valley, I'm not going to lie. We haven't had any discrete supercells down there, but I do appreciate that. This is the latest radar scan here south of Iuka. We don't have a debris signature right now, but this is probably, if there is a tornado, it's going to be strong. It is going to be going right towards Johnsonville and Sisseton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they have issued that new tornado warning. If you live in this community north of Helm, you also need to take shelter. They didn't issue a warning for that. But this is going to be that tornado warning for Wayne County. So Johnsonville, Sisseton, now north of Mount Erie. You need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you've got to get away from windows. This is a dangerous area of rotation that is moving directly into a, not a very populated area, but in the rural areas here of Wayne County. That is a very strong area of rotation. Very easily could have a tornado at any moment. We're going to keep very close eyes on that. Going back to Indiana, we have a large line of thunderstorms right now pushing towards Indianapolis. The main concern currently is damaging winds. We are monitoring a possible tornado threat developing near Thorntown. It is fairly contaminated here. It's going right towards the Kirkland and Sheridan cities over here to the north of Indianapolis. There's also this could get tornado warned over near Kokomo. We got to watch this. Kokomo, Indiana. Got a little bit of rotation developing here. A little hook echoes trying to develop on the leading edge of this line, going right into Russiaville. So possible tornado risk right now going towards Kokomo, Greentown, and Sims. Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter is next to a possible tornado right now in Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have 13 tornado warnings. That's live in the tornado warning near Piedmont, Missouri. It's getting crazy out there. We have a new tornado warning in Illinois. We're up to 13 tornado warnings. This is the highest number that we have had today. This is going to be south of Marshall, west of Prairie Creek. You need to be taking shelter now if you are in this tornado warning, and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to get away from windows. All right, we got a lot of people under tornado warnings now. We got 13 across the board. I warned you guys of this. The nighttime threat is looking a lot more concerning. That's why we're live again with the second stream, because we're probably going to be live for like 8 hours, if I had to guess. This is going to be a very late night for a lot of you. But that severe weather risk is rapidly ramping up right now in Illinois, Indiana, and Missouri. We currently have 13 tornado warnings. We have 26 severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of the most concerning warnings are down here in Missouri. If we go back to the velocities here on that supercell that, Mez Hunter's on, that one doesn't look super concerning. If there were a tornado, though, it would have literally passed right by him. There is a little couplet there right over Missouri 34, so that would have just passed right by him. I would say the more concerning storm, though, is the other one north of Donovan. That one's discrete. That one did have strong rotation. It already would have met PDS tornado warning criteria just for a radar indicated area of rotation. So we are watching that closely. And then over here near Cherokee Village and Thayer, this is an area of rotation, very wrapped in rain, that is moving directly towards Ravenden Springs. The winds are pretty strong here. We don't know if there's a tornado with this storm either, but that one's going to be tracking here into Arkansas here over the next several minutes. We also have a lot of new storms that are going up across northern Arkansas, and those might also produce the potential for severe weather, including tornadoes. Also, quick update on that huge storm over in Texas. This thing is producing a ton of hail. This was rotating about 15, 20 minutes ago, but at this point, it does not look like it is tornadic for the time being. But if you're in Emory, Texas, we have giant hail coming down right now, probably over the size of tennis balls, moving right into the city of Emory. That is a lot of hail falling. We go back to Illinois. There is a storm here that might be producing a tornado here shortly. It's this one right here. Yeah, this one right here, just south of Xenia, just southwest of Flora. This has not tightened up yet in terms of a debris signature, but this storm did produce a tornado not too long ago. It produced two. They were both strong. Yeah, we can go back on radar and show you guys. I'm just going to show you real quickly what it looked like. We'll go back 30 frames here. This has a history of producing tornadoes. It produced one near Trenton. That one was actually a deeper debris signature.
Warning has been issued.
It also produced a significant tornado near Beckmeyer, and it went right into Carlisle. And this is the same couplet, basically, that is now moving into Wayne County, Illinois. I am concerned that this could drop a significant tornado. So we need to be taking shelter in Johnsonville. We need to be taking shelter in Sisney and north of Mount Erie. This is a dangerous supercell right now moving to the east. We also have a new tornado warning over in Arkansas. That is going to be near Pocahontas. This is a pretty large tornado warning here. So north of Pocahontas, near Maynard and Reno, you need to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. We do have Storm Chaser Tornado Page, who's not far from this. Also, Storm Chaser Carbon Parmello, who's located over near Maynard. He's going to be on this here soon, so we're keeping an eye on him. And then we also have Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler, who has a drone currently looking at the storm over off to his west, and that's west here of Poplar Bluff, that is producing a lot of rotation in a very rural area right now. This is, again, a zoomed out view of all of our warnings. We got 10 tornado warnings, now 9, and we also have 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. Hey, Wazzies, for the $50 super chat. Get some dinner. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate that. Also, Grown G for the $50 super chat. Got you dinner, get you a drink, bro. I appreciate that. That will not be happening tonight. There is absolutely no way. There's a tiny CC drop here on this Illinois storm near Zenith. I don't think that's a tornado, but I'm waiting for velocities update here. This is a very strong area of rotation. If we do get a tornado, it will likely be on the strong side of things. We're just kind of waiting to see if that is the case here. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, take a look at that severe thunderstorm in Mississippi that just got tornado warned. This storm is rapidly organizing. It's severe warned over the last 50 minutes or so. This should produce a tornado threat sometime in the next half hour to 60 minutes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, so we do have an area of rotation that is rapidly developing right now. This is located back over near Potts Camp. And so this storm is rapidly organizing, and this could produce the risk of a tornado. Stream Deck, now's not the time. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you got to be taking shelter, and you got to be really on alert if you're over near Ripley in Mississippi, because this storm's probably going to try to produce a tornado here soon. This is the concern that we've been talking about all day, is that the discrete supercells that are developing right now, that are trying to develop at least along the Mississippi River Valley, are going to try to produce a more significant threat of tornadoes. And then, so that's basically what we're witnessing right now, is that there is a legit risk right now of strong tornadoes if storms get going. We have not had many develop in Tennessee. We've not really had many develop in most of these places, but the second one develops, that's when things are going to be really significant. And so this storm is trying to do that right now to the northwest of New Albany. We've had some attempts over in Tennessee of convection. Those have not happened, but I do want to remind you, even if you're not seeing these storms right now in Western Tennessee or Kentucky, that line of thunderstorms that's coming out of the west right now, that's going to produce basically widespread damaging winds and tornadoes no matter what. So keep in mind, the risk of significant severe weather is still coming for a lot of you guys. Ooh, geez. I don't know if that's contaminated or not. Let me see. We have storm chasers on this. Storm chaser, I'm going to go 3 cam view on our storm chasers. There's a strong area of rotation developing right now here near Greenville. This could be somewhat contaminated. We are in a radar hole. That latest scan is showing a very strong area of rotation right now. That is not what you want to see. It's going right towards U.S. Highway 67 right now. Storm Chaser Rob McBay, bottom middle of your screen, is looking in the direction of that. And it's hard to tell if that is actually tornadic or not. But either way, that is pretty significant, what we're looking at on radar right now. Let's see if there's another radar view of this. The Paducah radar site can't even see it. Just too far away. Latest scan's a little bit broader. Rob McBay is looking at it right now. It is nighttime, so it makes it really hard for chasers to see anything. So he's looking directly towards where that area of interest would be. A lot of lightning. Can't see anything from his perspective right now. We're going to keep eyes on that. And also this storm near Donovan. This one's ramping up again. There was a broadening of rotation for a few minutes. It looks like it's strengthening again. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is currently en route for that area of rotation. If you guys live in Poplar Bluff, we need to be really staying weather aware right now, because that rotation is going to go directly towards you. And this is a discrete supercell. And the discrete supercells, the ones that are individualized, the ones that are away from everything else, are going to have a much higher potential of producing significant severe weather. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Benton, just off to the north of Carbondale. That is producing right now 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. There is a tornado possible tag on that. Going back to our tornado warning here near Olney, we have two areas of rotation. We got one that's trying to develop right now going towards Olney, Illinois, and then another one that is going to be going into northern Wayne County, Illinois, towards West Salem. So you need to take shelter if you're in these warnings. None of these are currently on the ground, but that could change at any moment. Terre Haute also starting to get hit with damaging winds right now. Don't see a whole lot of rotation there. There is some rotation directly southwest of Terre Haute. That's going to go into Prairie Creek. So we might get a new tornado warning here soon, just south of Terre Haute. Back over in Indiana, we do have still a tornado warning right now in effect for Thorntown and Frankfort. If you live in Thorntown, you're okay now. East of Thorntown, over near 421, there is a broad area of rotation that is heading towards 31 and also Tipton. So we might get a new tornado warning on that. Mostly looking at damaging winds near Kokomo. They just issued a new tornado possible severe warning for the northern side of this. So Logansport and Peru, we need to be staying on alert right now for damaging winds and possibly a tornado as that line of thunderstorms continues to push to the east. Over the next hour and a half, Indianapolis needs to be on a high alert, as we do have a very impactful line of thunderstorms that'll be approaching Indianapolis, Fishers, and Noblesville. This is producing widespread damaging winds, and it could also produce the risk of a tornado or two. So if you guys are tuning in right now from the Indianapolis area, now's your time to be staying weather aware. Anywhere around Indianapolis, doesn't matter where you are. And if you guys have friends or family that are in the path of these severe storms, share the stream, get the word out there. We are live with commercial-free coverage all night long. We are obviously on a new stream, so your link that you might have sent an hour ago might not be applicable. Thank you, ACP, for the $20 super chat. Greatly appreciate you here. Without the good local reporting, I'm glad I can help. Thank you, Robert, for the super chat. Contaminated radar returns happen quite often because we're too far away from a radar site. So the velocities, there might be like range folding like this right here. You can't really fully see. Let me go to the one cam view. You can't really basically fully see the storm itself because of range folding. There's sometimes just velocities are contaminated because of hail. I'm definitely concerned, though, that this storm here near Donovan could be producing a tornado. Every single radar site right now is lining up with a very significant area of rotation here near Missouri 21. Latest scan is still showing that strong area of rotation. There could be a tornado here, guys. That is a really strong area of rotation. We have storm chasers again en route where why I'm saying we need storm chasers for this is that it's nighttime, one, but two, there's no way to see it on radar. It's so far away. But if we have a tornado, it is going to be significant here. It would be near Tucker and Bennett right now, so fairly rural areas of southern Missouri. But Poplar Bluff is very populated. We've covered Poplar Bluff a lot in the past. They got the Poplar Bluff Regional Medical Center. Got a lot of other stuff here too. And like that's going right that direction. The other rotation too, going towards Pocahontas, it's doing the same thing. It's going to go right towards Pocahontas, and it looks pretty strong from at least some of these radar sites. If we were to see a debris signature on this, it would be a significant tornado. There's no doubt about that. So yeah, we got two really concerning storms here, right along the Arkansas-Missouri border. The one near Greenville has gotten broader again, so I'm not as concerned about that storm right now. Back over to Illinois, we got 3 tornado warnings right now. Rotation is strengthening again off to the east of Louisville. That's going towards Olney, Bridgeport, and Lawrenceville. So we are keeping an eye on that. The one that is south of Flora is also rotating, going to be crossing over Highway 45 here in a moment. That'll be going towards West Salem. We got a new radar scan coming in, so we'll see if anything's stronger here. Thank you, ACP, for the super chat. Also, Kentucky for the super chat. When can we expect it in Bowling Green, Kentucky? Unfortunately, some of the severe weather that's happening, like for Kentucky, for example, might not arrive until like 2 in the morning. So it is a good idea to make sure you have Max Alert, which is where I give you a phone call if you're included in a severe warning or even a tornado warning tonight. If you want to go to bed peacefully and get a phone call from me, you can get Max Alert. It's maxalert.net. The QR code's also on the top left of your screen. This is the latest radar scan. Rotation's not as strong, but that's the area of rotation that we're looking at. It's going to go into Olney here shortly. There's an area of rotation, too, just south of Flora that we are looking at. That's the one that produced a strong tornado earlier. Does not look like it's on the ground right now. It's in northern Wayne County, and it'll be approaching West Salem here soon. I think the Terre Haute area might get a tornado warning here soon. Rotation on this tornado warning south of Martinville is going to be moving to Sullivan and Jasonville here in a second. So southwestern Indiana, or kind of western Indiana here, could get a tornado warning in a moment. And if they issue a new one, it's going to go directly towards Clay City and Jasonville. What is that camera view? Oh, it's broken. Never mind. Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler, he is on the bottom right side of your screen. He's using a drone right now, and he is looking in the direction of this tornado warning near Harville or near Poplar Bluff, which again could potentially drop a significant tornado. The velocities are absolutely insane on this thing. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is also getting closer to this. Very dangerous situation here. If this does drop a tornado again, it could be significant. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I would still radar indicated PDS this storm that's headed towards Poplar Bluff. If you're in Poplar Bluff, honestly, start taking shelter now. It doesn't look like this storm is going to, or I guess this storm isn't going to enter better radar coverage anytime soon. And unfortunately, this is one of the storms that it could be dropping a significant tornado, and we have no way to show you that on radar. Judging by what we see in the upper levels of the storm, it's definitely possible. So if I'm in Poplar Bluff, I'm taking that action now, and I would not disagree with the radar indicated PDS warning on this.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, this is a very concerning situation in southeastern Missouri. This is a discrete supercell. This is kind of the concern that we've had today, is that, you know, discrete supercells could produce large, intense, maybe violent tornadoes. And I'm not saying this is producing that right now, but it's possible. We don't know, though. There's nobody here. Like literally, like we have chasers, like we have Tornado Page here. We got CJ. We can't verify via radar, though, unless we had a super high debris signature. Like it would have to go literally over 10,000 feet into the atmosphere. And so if there is a tornado, it's going into Grandin and Pleasant Grove right now. Tornado Page is going to go into this, I think. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to go north or going to go further east, but like they're almost going towards this thing. And they're barely outside of the tornado warning polygon right now. But I mean, that rotation is very rapid. And on the velocity scale, we put this about an 8 or 9 out of 10, which is very, very rapid rotation, and could easily be producing a tornado. CJ has his drone up in the air. He's located here looking towards this supercell. He's actually been using infrared to try to see if we can see it too, which is pretty cool. He has an infrared drone. So he's trying to see if we can see it with his infrared right now from about 20 miles away from where he's located. But Poplar Bluff, if you guys have friends or family there, you should be sharing the stream with them. Make sure that they're aware of the situation. We're going to give you the latest details on this because, in my opinion, this has the highest concern level from me in terms of the rotation. And it sucks that this is a radar hole because there's just no way to verify, what's happening in real time. It's quite literally almost impossible, other than what our chasers are looking at and stuff like that. Paducah radar site is super contaminated too. Like there's just no way to see it. The radar site near Little Rock is showing a really tight couplet, like showing basically a tornado right now. So almost every single radar site is showing a probable tornado near Pleasant Grove. It's just impossible to tell if it's actually on the ground or not. Tornado Pagey, they are going north. All right, so we're going to have a view of this in a second, probably. They're going directly north towards this thing, which I don't know if that's safe or not, but they're doing it. They're professional storm chasers. They're going to do what they want. They are going northbound on Missouri 21. They're about to enter inside of this tornado warning, where we likely have a tornado in progress near Grandin. This is going to get very interesting in a second. I'm going to go back to the north to make sure I'm not missing anything right now in terms of the tornado threat. Everything across the board is producing damaging winds right now. Like, we got widespread damaging winds literally everywhere from Indiana back into Arkansas, but we're mainly looking to see if there's any tornado threat. Back over on the north side of Indianapolis, we just got a new severe warning for a little discrete cell that's producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The tornado warning for the Frankfurt area was canceled as well, so we're back down to 6 tornado warnings. All right, let's see. I am pretty concerned about this storm right now. Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey, they're driving literally up into this thing. This is going to be quite the interesting situation over the next few minutes. They are currently, just for those that are wondering right now, they are only about 5 miles to the south of the rotation. I'm guessing these people that are on the roadway right now probably live here. They're probably like, you know, they might, I don't know if they know about the situation. Again, this is a giant radar hole, which is unfortunate. They're driving right now up into this thing right now. They just entered the tornado warning. The rotation right now is crossing over Missouri 21. They're going to be looking directly at said tornado, if there is one, in about probably 3 minutes. I'm going to go back to them in a second. They are entering into the warning. CJ's over here positioned out in front of it. We got Ryan Scholl also located near US Highway 60. We really got to hope this thing does not produce a tornado, but like, this is going towards a very populated area in southeast Missouri right now. We're going to keep an eye on them. Let's go back to them. There are no other chasers, from my knowledge, that have gone into the storm. So, like, we don't have any knowledge if this is even on the ground. The only knowledge we would have, literally, would be somebody calling the National Weather Service that lives here, somehow send them proof that there's a tornado or there's some visibility here from a chaser. But we'd have no chasers that have had a visible sight of this yet.
Lots of lightning on this for sure.
Hey, Zach and Jake for the super chats. Will Dayton, Ohio have to stay up until 3 a.m.? I don't think so. I would have ways to receive alerts, though. Latest scan, that rotation's now just off to the west of 21. They're only about 5 miles, a little less than 5 miles away from the couplet. I'm going to go back to radar for now. And we're in a very large radar hole, so it is very hard to tell what this storm's actually doing in real time. We do have a tornado warning still here in northern Arkansas. Let me see if we can get a better radar view on this. I don't think there's many radar sites for this one either. If there is a tornado, it's going to be coming up towards Maynard and Reno here soon. So if you live in this tornado warning, got to take shelter just west of Corning. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. The storms that are over here in eastern Illinois, these have also been rotating. We got a hook echo on this one just north of Fairfield. The velocities aren't as strong, but if we do get a tornado with this, it'll definitely be on the stronger side of things. So if you live near West Salem, we need to be taking shelter or getting ready to take shelter. Albion and Mount Carmel, we should also be getting ready to take shelter right now. We got a large line of thunderstorms stretching all across Indiana and Illinois right now. We got some new wind damage of trees and power lines coming down in Adamsboro, Indiana. If you guys live in these areas, I really recommend making sure you protect your vehicle. If you live near trees, you do not want to be near the edge of your home. You want to be in an interior room of your home or building. We've had 3 injuries reported back over east of St. Louis from a tree falling on a house about 2 hours ago over in Belleville. You do not want to be that person that's next to the window looking outside of the storm, and all of a sudden a big tree falls on your house and you get injured. That's the last thing you want to be doing. I would expect a new tornado warning very soon for Poplar Bluff in Missouri. If you guys live in Poplar Bluff, definitely get ready to take shelter. The rotation's going to be coming towards you guys here soon. Tornado Pagey, they're maniacs. They're going literally into this thing. I would not be, with all the trees around. Also, Mezzo Hunter's getting hit by a bunch of tiny hail over in Patterson, Missouri. Little hail show over there. All right, here's Tornado Pagey. They are slowly driving down the highway here because they know there could be a tornado literally crossing in front of them here soon on Missouri 21.
The Little Black Conservation Area.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Big lightning.
Like after this little area of trees, there's
This is a very dangerous situation for any storm chaser because they're driving between a lot of trees. And if there were to be a tornado, even if there was just a strong rear flank downdraft surge from the storm, go and knock down all those trees.
Okay.
They're slowing down a lot right now because there could be a tornado in front of them.
Uh-huh.
There's nobody behind them, obviously. Or maybe there is, I don't know.
Oh, a petroleum pipeline.
What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, I can't see too much here, Max, but I'm going to tell you, I can hear the wind in front of us. We're facing west, and it sounds very loud. It might move here in just a second. I'm not sure.
Thanks for the update. Keep me posted. So he says it's not surprising he can't hear anything or see anything, but said the wind's really loud, which could be an indication there is a tornado or is maybe remnants of a tornado.
I've seen out there.
Impossible to tell. I mean, they're looking directly towards where it'd be located, and it'd be crossing over Missouri 21 right now near the Little Black Conservation Area near Pleasant Grove. And again, it's going to be hard to see anything here.
Thanks for the update. Keep me posted.
Tornado
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Tornado. Paige is saying it doesn't sound good either.
Okay.
They're leaving, probably.
Yeah.
These cows running over here.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, there might
Out, though.
be a tornado. That's some of the RFD that's coming in now.
Ooh. Oh shoot.
They're speeding up
Oh,
now.
this is sketch.
Oh, they got debris flying. There might be a tornado, guys.
Uh-oh.
Near Missouri 21, again, just west of Poplar Bluff.
There's like tree debris everywhere, guys.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get blocked in on this.
No.
Yeah, so guys, this is definitely a dangerous supercell. I'm surprised they even drove up this far into the
I
storm.
smell trees.
I do too.
You smell trees. But there could legitimately be a tornado buried back in here. But there's no radar coverage. I mean, it's terrible, so we don't really know for sure.
I'm watching behind us with power.
Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to point out one very important thing that Tornado Pagey and Bryce just said. They said that they smell the trees. Smell is 100% one of your senses that you can use to detect a tornado. If you've been around a tornado, you can smell the debris of a tornado. So I would trust their instincts. If they're smelling trees, there's most likely a tree-eating tornado out there. So most likely a tornado on the ground with that storm.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So they're sniffing the tornado out, I guess, over here in just south of Grandin in Missouri. So likely a tornado. They're now turning back around, I think.
Okay. Hey, Lujo, thank you for the super chat. Deb, thank you for the super chat.
We appreciate that.
Hey, Matthew for the super chat. What about northern Indiana? Mostly a damaging wind threat. We'll go back to them in a second.
A new tornado warning has been
I've just gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Bolinger and Wayne counties in Missouri. That's going to be the storm just south of Marble Hill. If you live over near Zalma, just south of Marble Hill, you need to be taking shelter right now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This is yet again another tornado warning. We have 6 right now. 3 of them are in Missouri. We got 1 in Arkansas and 2 in Illinois. Going back to our tornado warning here, northwest of Mount Carmel in Illinois, we are still watching a mainly damaging wind threat. Definitely going to be monitoring a QLCS tornado threat, which means tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. So we'll be watching that closely. What is Paige looking at here?
20 still has it across the road.
So they're looking directly towards where the tornado will be located. This is on that tornado warning in southern Missouri near Poplar Bluff. Rotation does not look as tight on radar right now, but that could obviously cycle. It could get stronger, sort of thing. Like anything could happen here.
Missouri in this tornado warning north of Jonathan.
Blue Kitty with the $15 super chat says, your streams are my main way of staying weather aware. Appreciate all you do. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat.
It's kind of calmed down now, but I kind of think there probably was a brief spin up.
It sounded like it.
Yeah, you could smell it too.
Yeah. It smelled like trees and the cows were running and
Got a very interesting descriptions here. So it does sound like there was probably a tornado to some extent. I bet there was one. All right, we do have a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That one's gonna be back over in Indiana. That'll be for Marion. We are watching a broad area of rotation right along this Boeing segment that's going towards Marion, Gas City, Fairmount, and Lancaster, south of Wabash. So if you're in this severe warning, got to be taking shelter. Putting as many walls between you from the outside. Do not be on the highest floor. Should be going to the lowest floor possible. We've had trees falling on homes, and you do not want to be one of those people that gets hit by a tree. There's another report coming out of Purdue University that multiple trees are uprooted and snapped with power lines down across the town. We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Olney, Robinson, Palestine, as well as Bridgeport and Lawrenceville. That will be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's a little bit of rotation right now near Mount Erie that we got to watch for. There's a little hook that's going to go towards Albion and Mount Carmel. So if you live here, we need to be staying weather aware right now. This will be moving down to the east-southeast here over the next several minutes. Everywhere in between, it's mostly damaging winds right now. There's a camera over here in Perryville that's getting hit pretty hard right now. That's 65 degrees. The temperature's dropped a lot in the last few minutes. So got a pretty significant line of thunderstorms dropping down to the south right now. Back over near Greenville, this is that new tornado warning. This rotation is a little bit of a radar hole. I'm trying to get the northern radar site to pick up here. So a little bit of a radar hole, but if we have a tornado, it's going to be approaching Zalma here in a few minutes. Got a little hook that is located about 10 miles west of Zalma. That'll be going towards Scott City. And if you live over in Cape Girardeau, this is the supercell that we got to watch.
Has been issued.
That'll also be going towards Benton here soon. There is a new tornado warning in Illinois. This will be south of Olney, going towards West Salem. If you are in this tornado warning in Edwards, Wabash, and Wayne counties, you need to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and getting away from windows.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is a pretty prominent hook echo right now, going directly towards Mount Erie. There is another tornado warning. This one is for Poplar Bluff. We've been warning you guys for a while. This one, we do believe, has produced a tornado already. And there's another tornado warning for Poplar Bluff near US Highway 60, north of Naylor. We have a lot of storm chasers on this storm right now. And there is, again, high confidence that this could be producing a tornado. It has at least produced maybe a significant tornado at some point. So if you live right now in Poplar Bluff, or if you are just there on a vacation or whatever it might be, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. There are quite a few people that are included in this tornado warning. We've got about 40,000 people in this tornado warning here. It definitely will probably cycle here. Tornado Pagey is like in the middle of the circulation. That circulation is going to go right towards Poplar Bluff. There are also live cameras. You can watch these cameras live inside of the Radar Omega app. We'll be able to see the storm from these cameras as well. You can download the app with the top link in the description below. There's also storm chasers that are on this that we're keeping an eye on. This is one of those cameras. You got a little bit of lightning that is starting to spark up. It's about 78 degrees. The dew point's 71, which is not a good thing. When the dew point's that high, there's a lot of buoyancy. And that's going to easily create a lower cloud base, and that could lead to a tornado much faster. So that's one of the concerns we have right now with this supercell. Shout out to Sco with a $25 super chat. Grandma is over in Perryville, Missouri. Hopefully nothing there. Hopefully there's nothing. Behold, the super chat says, your streams help me get work done while we stay informed. Thanks for Milwaukee. Glad I could help from Milwaukee. We are still monitoring a tornado warning in northern Arkansas. This is off to the north of Pocahontas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're right back to 9 tornado warnings. We have a new tornado warning in Illinois. This one's going to be just southeast of Olney. If you are in this tornado warning, you got to take shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. The outside world. You don't want to be looking at the outside world. You got to be in the inside world. Take shelter. This one's going to be for Lawrence and Richland counties in Illinois. We've had several tornado warnings embedded in this line of thunderstorms. There's actually a very definitive hook echo right now over Mount Erie. Rotation has not been super tight, but this has already produced a few tornadoes in the past, and it might try to do so again here soon. West Salem and Bone Gap, you guys are in the path of this, so take shelter again if you're in either of these 2 tornado warnings right now. Indianapolis is under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We have a significant damaging wind threat that's going to be heading directly into Indianapolis here soon. If you guys live in Indianapolis, you got to get ready for at least 60-mile-per-hour winds, probably pushing 70 right now. So Indianapolis, Fishers, Noblesville, about to get really hard by damaging winds. We also got a bit of a rotation right now heading towards Marion and Gas City and Fairmount. Not seeing a crazy amount of rotation there, but we're keeping an eye on it. There's also a little bit of rotation north of Noblesville. If any of the convection out in front of it can clear out, that could produce a tornado threat down the line heading towards Alexandria, Indiana. We are going to be monitoring a tornado risk here near Indianapolis. Right now, it's mainly a damaging wind threat. That could change. You can see this like little bowing out area here. Sometimes we do get spin ups embedded in this line, and that's going right towards Indianapolis. So we're definitely going to be keeping eyes on that. What about Bloomington, Indiana? It's the same thing as Indianapolis. We're going to have a significant lot of thunderstorms coming. We've had a lot of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts measured over in Terre Haute recently. So this line of thunderstorms is definitely significant. I wouldn't rule out even a possibility for tornadoes with this line, especially over near Jasonville and Sullivan. There's a lot of storms converging in one place, and that can sometimes lead to a more elevated, QLCS tornado threat. We at least have a few areas of rotation there directly southeast of Terre Haute. So we'll have to watch those as they continue to track down to the south and east. They did not continue a tornado warning into Indiana, but I definitely would not rule out a tornado with this bowing out here. We got a couple inflow notches into this thing. That could become a little bit concerning here. We have 2 new damage reports coming out of the areas west of Olney. There is a report over in Louisville, Illinois, of a tree on apartments. There is unknown injuries at this point, so there might be more injuries regarding that. There's also a tree on the road in Xenia, Illinois. So we're starting to get more damage reports over there. Going back over to Poplar Bluff, we are really monitoring the supercell closely. It's moving to Poplar Bluff. It looks like it's become more organized. The storm might be pretty concerning here soon. Velocities are starting to intensify again off to the west of Poplar Bluff. We do have a hook echo and an inflow going to the storm. And there's a chance this could drop a tornado here soon. Storm chaser CJ Ziegler, he has a drone up in the sky right now. It's very peaceful. You can literally hear the crickets chirping here. But he's located over there near Angus.
There we go. That phone, I got it.
So he's in the tornado warning. You can see the storm structure out there. Looking to see if we can see a wall cloud, a lowering, or a tornado. There's that supercell's huge. Do you guys see that? You barely see it. That thing's huge. Like, look at the that large. That's the base right there on the bottom. You can see the base. You can see the large tower that's going up.
Cell we're on is becoming more and more organized and more structured.
Structure's wild.
I can definitely confirm that on here.
Hey, Matthew, hello from Branson, Matthew and Jen Bales. We appreciate you. Even your hair has a hook echo on it. Bro, what? Here does not have a hook echo on it. The structure's crazy. This supercell is getting more organized too. We are starting to see more of a hook developing on radar. It's been kind of flatlined. Now it's starting to get kind of pushed along by the storm behind it. And that's going to go right into Poplar Bluff here soon. US Highway 67 will be in the path of it. Got to take shelter if you're over in Poplar Bluff. This is definitely a dangerous supercell. Was that a power flash or am I tripping? Was that just lightning? Or might have just been lightning? Did you just put his drone down for a second? You can still see the structure from where he's at. We're going to keep an eye on him. The tornado warning in Arkansas is also getting more organized. That hook echo is starting to get more organized. There's an inflow going into the storm near Maynard. It's going to go right into Corning here soon. This isn't a radar hole, but we might get another tornado warning in about maybe 10, 15 minutes for those that live in Corning, Arkansas. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Back over near Albany, or New Albany here in far northern portions of Mississippi. This is a supercell that we've been watching really closely because if it does try to produce, it could produce a tornado over here near Potts Camp. There's still a little bit of rotation. It's kind of on the northwestern side of the storm. If you live near Ripley, we definitely got to be ready for this. Same thing with Dumas. It'll eventually go towards the Boonville area. Boonville will be in the path of that. Not seeing anything on the ground again as of right now. We got a large line of thunderstorms producing widespread damaging winds. There will be plenty of damaging winds in this line. I would say really the one big thing, if there's one thing you can prepare for right now and you're out in front of these storms, it is the damaging wind threat, because they are going to, all these storms are producing damaging winds to some extent between 60 to 80 miles per hour. It's going to knock down trees. It's going to knock down power lines. And when you get issued into a severe warning, you need to make sure you're staying away from windows, sort of thing. This is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms that's still ongoing. The big report that we've seen so far today is trees have been knocked down. And so there's been a lot of trees knocked down. And along with all those trees being knocked down, we've had injuries as well. That's something that's kind of concerning here. Poplar Bluff storm seems to be taking a pretty sharp turn right now to the right. Turn right now to the right.
A new tornado warning has been
We just got a new
issued.
tornado warning in Arkansas. This is going to replace, I don't know why they issued a new one, but this one didn't expire for 10 minutes. But they did issue a new tornado warning here for Maynard, Reno, north of Pocahontas. Yeah, take shelter if you're in this warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. That'll be going towards Corning, eventually going towards Marmaduke, Rector, and Piggott. You gotta be taking shelter if you're in this warning. Hey, Cole, for the sewer chat, how's Muncie? Are we at risk of tornadoes tonight, or can I go to bed? What Muncie are we talking about? New severe thunderstorm warning for Bloomfield, Washington, and Vincent's. That's going to be for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There's a tornado possible tag on that. We have 2 tornado warnings right now in effect, one for West Salem, one southwest of Lawrenceville, so we're keeping an eye on that. This is the latest on our location map. A lot of you guys have been sharing your location here throughout the stream. We got about 9,200 of you that have shared your location. And if you want to share your location, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com and click the location report button. This is a look at all of the people that are tuning in right now. 9,200 people. Most people are back over in St. Louis. We have quite the amount of people over here near Poplar Bluff that are tuning in probably right now. Got a few dozen people, even some people near Doniphan. I feel bad for you guys. That radar hole sucks. Dexter too. A lot of people tuning in from Indianapolis right now. Indianapolis has got to get ready for a significant damaging wind threat. That is really one of the biggest concerns right now is the damaging winds. They are coming in hot, feisty. There could even be a low tornado risk. There actually might be a little area of rotation developing west of Indianapolis. Let's see. Hey guys, we have a little bit of rotation attempting to develop right now west of Indianapolis. There's a little hook that's trying to form here. So we got to watch this really closely. They do have a no tornado possible on this, but 70 mile per hour winds. Moving to the east. I'll watch that closely. Hey, Luke, for the sewer chat. Appreciate everything you do. Central Kentucky tonight, mainly a damaging wind threat. This is where our SPC outlook is, corresponding to where all the severe weather is. So right now we have a moderate risk of severe weather still. Our storms are about halfway through the remaining moderate risk of severe weather. So Paducah, Southern Illinois, very far southeastern Missouri, we still got a moderate risk of severe weather there. We have an enhanced risk from Indianapolis back into Little Rock, Memphis, and west of Nashville. Slight risk still from Indianapolis into Tyler, Texas. And then marginal threat is a big banana. Almost looks like a dolphin upside down. From Milwaukee and central Wisconsin back into Texas. Tornadoes are still elevated. We still got quite the tornado threat that's in place right now. And so where the supercells are right now near Poplar Bluff, they are in a 15% hatched tornado risk, and it's also a SIG 2 tornado threat. So let's say one of these storms does produce a tornado in southeastern Missouri. It could produce an intense, possibly violent tornado still. And it's worse because it's nighttime. A lot of people are either trying to go to bed or are going to bed. And so this does make it a lot more concerning down here. Metropolis, and as well as Paducah near Mayfield. You guys are also in that. The SIG 2 tornado threat, which is where EF3 plus tornadoes are possible, basically goes from Jonesboro all the way back into Evansville. You definitely got to be ready for this. Again, we got a large 2% tornado risk too. Goes all the way from Indianapolis and Fort Wayne and Milwaukee back into Tyler, Texas. So we still have a lot of severe weather ahead. If you're in central Kentucky and Tennessee, though, I'm afraid your severe weather might not happen until like after 1 in the morning, which would be terrible. But that might be what it comes down to there. Over in Wisconsin, for those that are tuning in from Wisconsin, not a whole lot going on here, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Alto, west of Waupun. That is for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible tag on this. Actually got a little bit of rotation going towards Fond du Lac. So we'll be watching that closely. We have another damage report here in Indiana from this line of thunderstorms. 18 to 20-inch healthy tree limb is down near US Highway 52. That ain't good. All right. Well, while we have a second, we do have a lot of photos and videos. Oh, my goodness. I'm really behind. Give me 1 second, guys. We have a lot of photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. I didn't realize how behind I was. So these are some of the latest photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. This is from Lincoln, Illinois. I'm holding perfectly still to this photo. Those are my modest clouds. That is pretty crazy. This is also from Derek over in Bloomington, Illinois. Got a lot of modest clouds. I think a lot of these are going to be modest clouds. Those are those Dippin' Dots. Sangamon County, same thing. Beautiful, beautiful video. Instead of a tornado outbreak in St. Louis, we had a modest cloud outbreak tonight. This is like literally a field of modest clouds. That is just incredible.
A new tornado warning.
It's not incredible. It's getting another tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning in Missouri. That's me for Clay County, Arkansas, and Dunklin County in Missouri. It's going to be right near the border, near Piggott. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This is a discrete supercell. And with it having a hook echo, there is concern that this could become a more significant tornado producer. Rotation on radar has not been overly strong, but we are in a very, very large radar hole. So we're not entirely sure if this is going to produce a tornado or not. We do have storm chaser Carmen Parmela right now near Corning, so we're keeping an eye on him. Storm near Poplar Bluff is still rotating. It's hard to tell what's going on in there. Storm chaser CJ Ziegler is still looking at that, so we're keeping an eye on him. And we have a tornado warning still just south and west there of Marble Hill. Rotation's been pretty broad on this storm, but if there's a tornado, it's going to be going to Zalma, Advance, and eventually towards Benton and as well as Scott City. So take shelter if you're in that warning. Back over near Murfreesboro and Carbondale, we are starting to see a little bit of convergence trying to come together here. So we'll be monitoring a tornado risk as that goes towards Marion. I know we have some people tuning in from Marion right now, and I think it's pretty important to stay tuned because this possible tornado risk will be going towards you guys here soon. We got a little area of convergence right now developing just off to your west. So we may get a tornado threat down the line. Marion and Harrisburg will be in the path of that. Also, for those that are asking, yes, I'm getting food. I'm getting a strawberry banana smoothie, a barbecue chicken and cheese quesadilla, and some garlic aioli mac and cheese from Wawa. W. I need food. Thank you, Ashley, for the super chat. How sure worried should I be in Richmond, Indiana? There's no reason to be worried. Just make sure you stand away from windows when these severe storms come by. If you're under a tornado warning, you got to take more precautions than that. There is a pretty legit risk right now. Very significant damaging winds for Indiana. Indianapolis specifically. We got a really big surge of wind going into Indianapolis. There's actually rotation developing southwest of Indianapolis right now. Yeah, there's rotation developing again right along I-70 southwest of Indianapolis. So we got to watch this. If you live near Beech Grove or Greenwood or Mooresville, we got to be taking shelter. Damaging winds are going to be very significant. There is also a possibility that this could produce a tornado. See if we have any traffic cams here. Hey, Wild for the super chat. Much love from Annapolis, Maryland. Get yourself some dinner. Appreciate that. I'm getting it right now. Let's see. This is near Mooresville. There is a possible tornado developing here near Mooresville, just off to the west of Mooresville. Is North Carolina good? Yeah, you're definitely chilling. All right, cameras are not working right now, but there's a strong area of rotation right now near the Monrovia area. Monrovia. We're watching this. We're watching a possible tornado risk here. I'm going to put a camera on the bottom right side of your screen. It may or may not load, but that would be near that area of rotation there, directly south of I-70. If you live over at Greenwood or Southport, we got to be watching that. Going directly towards you guys. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. I don't know where the New Madrid area is. If there, I'm honestly just going to put it out there, though, guys. If you live anywhere in these watches, there's going to be damaging winds. The tornado risk across the board, in my opinion, is pretty equal. I don't think there's like a corridor of higher tornado potential. I'd say the one area that has higher tornado potential out of anywhere else is this right here. With that said, there's a pretty equalistic chance of seeing tornadoes everywhere else. They're mostly going to be embedded in our line of thunderstorms. The discrete supercells are not very prevalent up here in Indiana, for example. So I'm not expecting as much of a discrete supercellular tornado risk. But, we could still see tornadoes in this line. That's kind of what we're watching right now. And that's what I'm looking at near Indianapolis. We are at 14 severe warnings. They just issued a new one for Martinsville, Franklin, and Bloomington and Bloomfield. 60-mile-per-hour winds are the big concern right now. This is trying to bow out and almost try to hook out right now southwest of Indianapolis, and that could lead to a possible tornado threat. So we got to keep an eye on this. Good shot to Clifton with a $50 super chat. Thank you for your dedication once again, buddy. I appreciate that. That was in the chat there for Clifton. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a member.
A new tornado warning has been
We have a new tornado warning now for Lawrence County, Illinois. This is going to be near the Vincennes area. If you guys live in Vincennes, you're not in this tornado warning, but I'd be ready to take shelter if you live over in Vincennes. And we just got a massive tornado watch. That is a lot of places. We just got a massive tornado watch. So Vincennes, Indiana, you might get included in a tornado warning soon, so get ready for that. We have a new tornado watch here. This is going to be right along the Mississippi River Valley. It goes until 5 a.m. Central Time. There's a few tornadoes likely. Scattered hail to the size of ping pong balls, and then scattered damaging or widespread damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is likely. So we got a little over 4 4 million people that are included in this tornado watch. So if you live in Jackson, Tennessee, if you live in Madisonville, Paducah, Carbondale, Evansville, near Clarksville, Jonesboro, Poplar Bluff, Tupelo, you need to be ready for this. I really recommend, guys, if you live in this area and you want to go to bed at a decent time tonight, I recommend getting Max Alert. It's basically where I'll give you a phone call if you are included in a tornado warning or a significant severe thunderstorm warning. So if you live out in this Mississippi River Valley area, we got to be staying alert tonight. But if you want to check out Max Alert, it is maxalert.net. Let's go back to Poplar Bluff. Still have a tornado warning right now for Poplar Bluff. It looks like that rotation might be getting stronger again. I can't really tell. It's radar site coverage. I just wish it was better here. Yeah, we got rotation starting to intensify again near Poplar Bluff. We got a lot of storm chasers that are near this. I'm trying to see if we got any decent radar view of this at all. This is the best one we got. It's gotten maybe a little bit stronger over the last few minutes. It is very rain wrapped. Tornado Pagey is currently located on the south of this. CJ Ziegler is looking at the storm right now from the ground level. And you can see actually the base. Look at the base there, guys. You can see it just a little bit.
Oh.
The structure is pretty gnarly. If we had a tornado be west of Poplar Bluff. Hey, take 5 for the super chat. How are we looking weather for Dallas Fort Worth tomorrow? Probably a lot of hail and wind, especially around and east of it. I do think we'll be live again tomorrow, too. We got severe weather coverage nonstop this last 7 days, pretty much. Thank you, Michael, for the $20 super chat. You think the storms will calm down or escalate by the time they reach Jefferson County, Indiana, and Switzerland County, Indiana? They're going to stay around the same intensity. They might intensify a little bit. Hey, Mike from Kona VIP Velocity member. We're going to keep an eye there on CJ. Tornado Pagey is also located just south of that area, closer to where the hook would be, going into Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is actually coming up on this discrete cell here near Corning. Not sure if we're going to see anything, but we're going to keep an eye on it. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for those that are west of Cape Girardeau. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. That's going to go right towards Benton, Oran, and Scott City. So get ready for that if you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. This line of storms is still very intense right now here near Mount Carmel and Fairfield. Not seeing much rotation right now with this line. I'm surprised we still have tornado warnings in this area. I'm not going to lie. There isn't really a whole lot of rotation despite us having a couple of hook features. Indianapolis, south side of Indianapolis. We got to be really staying alert right now. There is rotation near Moorville right now. I think. Oh, actually, we might have just had like a brief tornado right here. There's a little area of convergence near Bunker Hill that might have just dropped a tornado. Look at that. That is from a bunch of storms converging. I think that might have led to a brief tornado there. That's pretty wild. See that on the terminal radar site there. Good shout to Mark with the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. And Isabella for the $20 super chat, and Jana for becoming a member. There's rotation there near Mooresville. Definitely got to watch that for a possible tornado risk right now. I'm south side of Indianapolis. If you're on the south side of Indianapolis, I'd be taking shelter right now. Absolutely taking shelter. The threat of a tornado is, I would say, super high, but there's definitely a risk here of a tornado. CJ has an incredible view of this structure here near Neelyville, Missouri. This is on that tornado warning right now near Poplar Bluff. If there's a tornado, we're probably going to see it here. It's going to come right into Poplar Bluff here in a few minutes. Look for lightning here. Once we get a lightning strike, you're going to see it. See the edge there.
A new tornado warning has been
Got the
issued.
edge right here of this storm, and then a large
it's also
lowering.
It's also the rotation's going due east into Poplar now.
We have a new tornado warning in Indiana. I think it's the storm we were just talking about. It is. So south side of Indianapolis, we're now under a tornado warning. Whoa, that's strong rotation. All right, guys, we got strong rotation. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there's a TDS on that storm.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, we got a tornado on the ground in Indiana. Now, this is a tornado on the ground here. You need to be taking shelter here, just south of Indianapolis. This has dropped quickly directly to the southeast of Mooresville. We need to be taking shelter. That is a really strong area of rotation. This has kind of come out of almost nowhere, but those storms we were just talking about, they have now converged, and there's now we believe a tornado in progress near Mooresville. So you need to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. And getting away from windows. We got a new scan coming in right now. Here's that latest scan. So tornado will be located right down near Young. tornado action plan ready to go. Damaging winds is one of the biggest concerns here, but there is a possibility that this could also produce the risk of a tornado. Hey, Werewolf for the $20 super chat. It's my birthday. How do I send fan mail to Max Velocity? There is a fan mail address in the description. Happy birthday, by the way. I have a few people asking about Michigan. Michigan's kind of chilling. There's some storms coming in, but nothing too concerning. Got some rain moving through, got a little bit of lightning, but nothing really tornadic over here or anything like that tonight. I'm getting a report over here on this storm near Piggott that is discrete in Arkansas. Apparently, this is rapidly intensifying. We have a storm chaser on it. Ryan Scholl, also Carmen Parmello. They're both on this right now. Not sure if they have a view of anything right now, but they just said that this storm is rapidly intensifying and may have a tornado trying to drop here soon. So we're going to keep an eye on this. That is a discrete supercell heading towards Piggott and Rector right now. So if you live in those areas, definitely stay in your safe place. There's a lot more cloud to ground lightning is what I'm hearing. So that's one of the reasons why it's intensifying, is because there's a lot more cloud to ground lightning, a lot lightning in general. And a lot of the time when we see a lot of lightning on a supercell, anytime, it does indicate that our tornado threat is increasing, especially with supercells, not the linear convection, with supercells. And so that's what we're seeing right now near Rector, north of Marmaduke. We still got to be watching this tornado warning here in just south of Indianapolis. That rotation is still pretty strong. There is a possible tornado right now near Greenwood that's trying to develop again. We got a hook echo developing. That convection is going to clear out in front of it. That should open the door for a tornado as this approaches Sugar Creek. So if you live in Sugar Creek, we really need to be staying away from windows right now and on the lowest floor possible. It's a pretty dangerous storm here. Hey, Sanitary for the super chat. Southwest Ohio is getting pretty rough between Dayton and Cincinnati. What we're looking at tonight, mainly a wind threat. Low tornado threat. Sykeston, Missouri, all hazards. Anywhere in southeast Missouri, we're looking at all hazards. Damaging winds, some large hail still possible, and there's a risk of an isolated, strong, or intense tornado. This is right now the most concerning, imminent, at least in the very short term, this is the most concerning storm. That one in Mountain View, Arkansas, did look concerning too. I'm surprised there's no tornado warning or at least tornado possible tag on that. Thank you, Graham, for the $25 Venmo donation. South side of Indianapolis here in Greenwood. Appreciate you looking out for us. Well, appreciate you tuning in. We're going to keep you safe. It is now 10 o'clock. We have officially gone past some people's bedtimes. Here across the Ohio Valley and back into the Southern Plains. We are in the midst here still of a significant severe weather outbreak. Again, there are several tornadoes that'll probably still happen overnight tonight. We're going to be live, hopefully, for all of them. It's going to be a very busy next few hours. We got 5 to 6 hours left, I'd say, of significant severe weather before things start to quiet down. And then tomorrow also looks significant, which, tomorrow could be another outbreak. I was looking at the models for tomorrow. Tomorrow could actually be a legit outbreak in Texas and in Arkansas. Looks like a very significant tornado threat could set up there down in Texas and a few other states. So, tomorrow has to be watched really closely. We'll talk more about that at some point, though. Latest scan, we might have a tornado right now near Greenwood. We have a tightening now over the downtown area of Greenwood, Indiana. There could be a tornado in progress here. We have to be in our safe place right now if we're in Greenwood for a possible tornado. That's going to cross right over I-65 here in a moment. Riley's about 50-50 on this being a tornado debris signature. So there's about 50-50 chance right now that this is on the ground over Greenwood. It's going to be actually going right into the Greenwood Municipal Airport on the south side of Minneapolis. And then it will be going towards Sugar Creek. So possible tornado right now near Greenwood. It's just produced one. It's going to try to produce another. Thank you, Kyle, for the Venmo donation. Tornado updates for Indianapolis. Indianapolis, I think, will be okay. The south side, though, is getting hammered right now with wind and also a possible tornado. Big town, a lot of people in Greenwood. There is a lot of people in Greenwood. And I do think there's probably a tornado here near Green Valley and McCarty. Hey, Dave, for the $20 super chat. What about Morristown, Tennessee? Tennessee is going to be the late night, probably after midnight for significant severe weather. We'll have another radar scan here at any second. All right, here goes the next radar scan. Radar beams coming around. Greenwood is huge, all homes. It does look like a lot of homes here. Latest scan. It depends on whatever is here. That would be the couplet. I don't know. That might be a tornado. It's in the hook. If there's a tornado, it's going basically through the heart of Greenwood. The CC kind of lines up with something. It's just not super definitive. If there's a tornado, it might just be a weak one. But they just issued a new severe warning just out in front of this for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible tag for Greenfield, Newcastle, Shelbyville, and Greensburg. You take shelter if you're in that warning. It's a very dangerous line of thunderstorms. It's been producing very high winds this entire time and is actively producing the risk of tornadoes. Which, again, that might be a tornado near Greenwood. I'm just not confident to say it is. But I would definitely be treating this as if there is a tornado in progress in Greenwood in case there actually is one. That way you're not caught off guard. So it's just south here of Southport right now.
A new tornado warning has
We have
been
a new
issued.
tornado warning in Arkansas. I do agree with, well, that's actually a different storm. Near Ash Flat and Cherokee Village. You need to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning, just west of Pocahontas. This is for Fulton, Izard, Lawrence, and Sharp counties. Got a large hook echo developing over Ash Flat. The velocities are starting to strengthen. This is in a bit of a radar hole. But we're going to keep an eye on that one. Take shelter if you're in that warning. I still think we need a tornado warning for this storm near Mountain View. I'm a little surprised we don't at least have a tornado possible tag on this. So Mountain View, Arkansas, we need to be staying alert right now for a possible tornado threat. So a widespread view of all of our warnings right now. The majority of our tornado warnings are still in the Ozarks, but we have one tornado warning in Indianapolis, which has already produced a tornado in the last few minutes. And might try to do so again here in a minute or two. Hey, Crown Crystal for the super chat. Spotter here in Louisville, Kentucky. Wind was pretty intense at some points, was looking at 40 miles per hour at most points as the storm rolled through at 7. Wild. That's pretty crazy. Hey, Teresa, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Here's the latest radar scan. And our strongest area of rotation is now past over Greenwood. It's on the east side of the city. It's going to go right towards Rock Lane, Red's Corner, London, Brookfield, Sugar Creek, Acton, and Pleasant View. So that's the main area of rotation. It's going to be moving outside of the tornado warning polygon here soon. And I would expect a new tornado warning. We still got a hook echo and a strong inflow coming out of the east, and that could lead to another significant tornado threat. Can your chatters calm down? There's 70,000 people watching. I don't know what to tell you. Hey, Michael, for becoming a member. I can put on members only mode, but that won't make many people happy. That's the only way to really slow it down.
A new tornado warning.
They have
has
issued
been
a new tornado warning for this for Hancock, Johnson, Marion, and Shelby counties in Indiana. Mainly going to be for those in Sugar Creek and Morristown. If you are in this tornado warning, take shelter. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This has already produced at least one, maybe two tornadoes over the last few minutes. And it might try to produce another tornado as it goes towards Morristown and Marion. Sugar Creek is also in the path of this, so take shelter now if you're in this tornado warning. We got a new radar scan coming in now. There's a Marion? I don't know what it is. Hey, Sarah, for becoming a member. Thank you, Maggie, for the 5 gifted memberships. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And for velocities to come in. Still got a big bulge right here, which is where we're looking for a tornado threat. Inflow coming in out of the east. Large hook echo going right towards Fairland. Hey, Natalie from becoming a member. And Clayton.
A new tornado warning.
We have
has been
another
issued.
tornado warning in Arkansas. It's for Izzard and Stone counties. The rotation's still pretty strong. We're going to go back to that in a second. We have a new tornado warning north of Heber Springs. This is the one we were talking about earlier. They have issued a tornado warning for it. That's going to be for those in Mountain View, just south of 56, west of Guyon. If you're in this tornado warning, you got to take shelter, put yourself away from windows, and get to the lowest floor possible. Hey, Philip for the super chat. By the way, if you want Max Alert, the QR code is just on your screen. It's also maxalert.net. I know a lot of people are asking about it. If you need like an extra way to receive weather alerts with a phone call with my voice on it, you can go to maxalert.net. It is also one of the links down in the description. We have currently 4 tornado warnings. Again, it's going to, I want to remind you guys, I know there's only 4, but like I say only 4. I do think there is going to be a lot of severe weather over the next several hours. I think it's going to continue well into the overnight hours. So if you plan on going to bed in Tennessee, in Kentucky, in Arkansas, wherever you might be located, you need to have ways to receive alerts. Like, it just has to happen, because the second you're under a warning tonight, you need to make sure you wake up. There's a lot of places out there in Tennessee and Arkansas that you might not wake up if you're under a warning, if your phone doesn't go off or your tornado sirens don't go off. That's why I'm saying, if you need an extra way, you'll get a phone call with my voice if you sign up for Max Alert. The QR code's at the very top left side of your screen. I'll enlarge it for a second. You can also go to maxalert.net. That's an extra way in case you're in these areas and you want to go to bed now. It'll at least give you a little bit of extra peace of mind when it comes to the severe weather event tonight. Our latest scan on this tornado warning, the rotation's gotten a little bit broader. We're still looking at a very big surge of wind, though, that could lead to the potential for a tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is
has been issued.
I'll go back to that in a second. We have a new tornado warning in Indiana. This one's going to be back down near Bloomington. This is actually a very populated area. Bloomington, Indiana, you guys are now included in a tornado warning. So if you live in Bloomington, Elliotsville, New Unionville, even the Steinsville area, Newark, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Our area of rotation right now is going to be moving into town over the next several minutes. We have a hook echo located over New Hope, State Route 43, and then it'll be going into Bloomington in about 10 minutes or so. So if you live in Bloomington, we need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. All right, Riley now has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, what I was about to say is we got another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is another 140 to 170 mesoscale discussion. So once again, that is talking about up to EF4 tornadoes in terms of intensity. They're highlighting this area in northern Arkansas or northeastern Arkansas ahead of the line of severe storms that we had, and as well as the Boot Hill of Missouri. This is basically the same area that we have all of those severe warning cells right now. I do agree with this. I think that we're going to expect to see them continue, and the environment out ahead of these storms is still very, very good. If we take a look at our STP values in front of the storm to the south, STP is a value on a scale of 1 to 10, and this max out at a 10. 10 out of 10 is about as high as you can get on a scale of 1 to 10. So basically a maxed out tornado environment here. And this is headed right towards places like Jonesboro, Arkansas, and places in Tennessee and the Boot Hill as well. Union City, Tennessee, I know that's one place that just recently got impacted by a pretty strong tornado. Unfortunately, they're going to be under the gun yet again as we continue to see this area storms move off to the east. Back up to the north in Illinois and Indiana, we're going to continue to see embedded supercells like that one near Bloomington, Indiana, and the one south of Indianapolis as well. However, the tornado threat here is definitely still there. It's just not going to be for those significant tornadoes that we're talking about in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri, eventually moving into western Kentucky and western Tennessee.
Riley, you're going to have to keep going. I just spilled my smoothie all over the ground.
W. All right, well, I'll just flip over to radar and talk about these storms. So the one that I'm the most interested in currently is this one near Mountain View. This is basically a discrete supercell not competing with anything around it. And also the one to its southwest is also eventually probably going to latch onto the boundary. There is a boundary here. And when these storms do manage to ingest that boundary, there's going to be a pretty significant tornado threat, especially if they can take advantage of some of the vorticity that the boundary brings in with them. All these storms at one point in time will probably try to latch onto the boundary. And that's one of the reasons that we're going to be talking about so many significant tornadoes in places across eastern Arkansas and eastern Missouri, is because they're going to have all of that vorticity there. Places like Nashville, honestly, I'd go ahead and start preparing now. You just got another new tornado watch for a reason. And even places like Memphis and Nashville, yeah, both new tornado warning for Arkansas, or continuation of a tornado warning in Arkansas now. That is going to be the storm here, the southern tornado warning here. They're going to allow that to continue for another half hour here, radar indicated. That is the one near Mountain View. This is honestly something that we're talking about, once again, being around that radar indicated PDS criteria. It is a little contaminated and in a radar hole. However, if you're in Mountain View, I would not disagree with that tornado warning, because this could produce a very significant tornado as it continues to move off to the west. Same situation with the one off to the north. It's just a little bit less significant. So I would not support an upgrade to that tornado warning there, but it's definitely something that should be tornado warned still. This one near Poplar Bluff, honestly, it kind of lost all the tornado potential for some reason. I think it may have fallen behind the boundary, so it's no longer going to pose a tornado threat unless it can catch back up to the boundary and once again ingest it. Same sort of situation where we have the linear storms in southern Illinois. Those are also probably behind the boundary, and that's why we're seeing them take on that linear look. That's because once they get caught up to the boundary, they don't going to be a supercell anymore. I'd also keep your eye on these storms that are in western Kentucky. We're starting to see these pop up soon. These were actually modeled to occur on ARRR, like, I don't know, 4 hours ago. That didn't happen, but they are starting to happen now, and there is still a tornado environment here. We did just get a continuation to our tornado warning in Hancock and Shelby counties, Indiana, as well. That'll be allowed to continue for the next 28 minutes.
I can take over for 2 seconds, but you're going to have to come back in a minute. Try to log into the Omega on there, because this is bad. I got a smoothie. And of course, it flips off my desk, and it literally landed on my big jacker unit. So, like, I'm glad I didn't get some sort of electrocution happening, but goodness gracious. I'll put it in the other channel. My apologies, guys. I have one job. It is to keep this smoothie not falling onto the ground and making an absolute mess. Oh, goodness. And it doesn't help that this is carpet, too, which is even worse. All right, let me know when you can take over, Riley. Or Roche. This is our latest scan on our tornado warning near Bloomington. Guys, we're probably going to have a tornado drop in near Bloomington here in a few minutes. That looks like pretty classic tornado genesis that's trying to happen right now in Bloomington. That looks like it's going to try to drop a significant tornado here shortly. If you live in Bloomington, we definitely got to be taking shelter. There's a really strong area of rotation right there. You ready, Riley? I'm not on the right chat. Let me know when you're ready. Hey, Mark, for the super chat. You only had one job? Literally. Dude, I'm really lucky. Like, they landed literally. So I have this large jacker unit that powers my entire setup, literally. And it landed by the wire, and it landed by a lot of other stuff. But luckily, I'm glad we have Jackery as a sponsor, because, like, literally this thing is, like, so big that it's luckily didn't hit any of the actual wires that plug in and stuff. It landed on a cord, really. It didn't actually get to, like, an outlet. So thank goodness. The stream would have been chalked for probably a week. I don't know about a week, but it would have chalked at the minimum. Yeah, guys, if you live in Bloomington, we got to be taking shelter. I am looking at Bloomington right now. Yeah, Bloomington, we're looking at Bloomington, Indiana right now. We're probably going to have a pretty significant tornado drop in here in a few minutes, guys. If you live in Bloomington, we really got to be taking shelter. This is a very dangerous supercell, and it is going to be capable of producing, we think, a possibly strong tornado. Riley has an... Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, I'll talk about this storm near Bloomington while you clean that up. I'm going to go over on GR2 because it seems to be working better than Omega, but there's definitely a very tight couplet on this, and we're just looking to see if it's going to produce that CC drop as it moves towards Bloomington, Indiana. I don't know if you guys really see this very frequently because I'm basically the only person here who uses the 4 panel, but we're looking at everything at the same time. Keep your eye on that red square in the middle. That makes sure that we're looking at the same spot on all different panels here. So the top one's your normal reflectivity. Then we also have velocity, correlation coefficient. This one down here on the bottom right, this is the one that I talk about the most frequently that Max doesn't really get a chance to show. That is your ZDR or differential reflectivity. It works kind of like correlation coefficient, however, it is slightly different. So basically, we're looking to see in terms of a tornado on this style of radar is if we see a CC drop as well as a ZDR drop, that's when we're talking about a tornado on the ground. I am getting pretty concerned about Bloomington, Indiana. If you're in Bloomington, Indiana, you should be taking shelter now. There's almost an embedded supercell here. If we zoom out, you can see the shape of that right here. Here's your inflow notch, and here's the supercell structure itself. It's definitely not really a QLCS tornado. It's more of a hybrid tornado. So that does mean it's going to have the potential to be a little bit more significant too as it moves off towards Bloomington, Indiana. And honestly, the other issue with these embedded tornadoes like this is they do have the opportunity to very quickly occlude north as well, just because the storms themselves are a little bit more dynamic. So that's why this warning is stretched so far off to the north, is because we're going to be talking about the potential for that tornado to rapidly change its course. In terms of the storm over here in the other part of Indiana, just to the southeast of Indianapolis, I think this one is posing a little bit lower of a tornado threat than it used to because it's taking on mergers from storms that are just firing into its inflow notch. A lot of times that we see new convection go up into a QLCS like this, we're going to have to see this mini supercell that gets bumped by the QLCS produce a tornado, because the QLCS itself normally will lose all of its rotation when that does happen. It looks like some of these mini supercells down here are starting to rotate a little bit, so there is the potential for that to happen, that sort of nudging action from the QLCS, but the QLCS itself will not be taking on positive mergers from those storms. Back down to what we're talking about in Arkansas, all of these tornado warnings are still being allowed to continue. We're basically going into the radar hole of all time. The Boot Hill region of Missouri and the northeastern corner of Arkansas are one of the hardest spots when it comes to actually being able to see if there's a tornado on the ground on radar. Mountain View, this storm near you guys is still very significant, and it's definitely posing a significant tornado threat, especially with some of this convection that's starting to go up off to its southwest. It's going to go right into that sort of rear notch, and that is going to make it start producing a little bit more rotation. It'll have a little bit stronger RFD, and it could cause that to quickly spin up. If we take a look at the radar beam height, it is around 6,000 feet, all the way up to 8,000 feet in this area. So it's really hard to see if there's a proper CC drop when there's a situation like this, just because it's a little bit harder to know what's going on in terms of correlation coefficient, because it's got to throw the debris all the way up to that storm. Over in our other tornado warning in Arkansas near Ash Flat, this is also a good tornado warning. There's still very good rotation on the storm just to the south of Cherokee Village. And it's going to continue to pose a tornado potential as it goes towards Imboden.
Thank you for the update. Can you DoorDash me some carpet cleaner? I don't even know if I have carpet cleaner. Tucker, do you know if I have carpet cleaner? I'm guessing you're watching. Did it have milk? Yes, it had milk, I think. Whatever this smoothie is. All right, back over to Bloomington. I got at least cleaned up until I have carpet cleaner. I don't know if I have carpet cleaner. Might be shocked. I have paper towels at least. For laundry detergent all over it. I have cleaner. Where is it? Do you know where it is? Hey, Caleb, for the super chat. I heard that Greenwood High School got major damage. Greenwood High School? I just realized they're smoothing my leg. What the heck? Riley will never lose his job to AI. No, it sucks as I was going to drink the smoothie, but like, that's all that's left. That's how much fell onto the ground, by the way. Yeah, on a carpet. Baking soda? Able to go ahead, Riley. I know where cleaner is. I gotta go get it. All right, that's fine. I'm putting you on. Go ahead.
All right. I am getting increasingly concerned about this storm near Mountain View. So this is probably the one that we're just going to keep an eye on here because it is going to try and wrap up with a significant tornado. We were just talking about those mergers that it was taking on in its RFD area. That's going to continue to be an issue here. And unfortunately, it could basically put a tornado that's pretty strong right into the Mountain View area as it moves off to the side. In slot 1, I don't believe that slot's on right now. Is it? Okay, that is the one on stream. That is a camera in Mountain View, so we can see if we have any power flashes on that. We go to one panel here. This is what it looks like on reflectivity, and this is what it looks like on our velocity. So this is going to be the storm to watch in terms of our EF4 tornado potential that was highlighted by the FC or the SPC with a tornado potential up to 170 miles per hour. It's just going to continue to move off to the east. It's not moving that quickly, so if we're in Mountain View, we do still have time to take shelter from the storm. Not currently a tornado on the ground with it at all. So just keep an eye out on that one. Back off to the north, it does seem like our storm in Indiana is starting to weaken a little bit. It's taking on a little bit of a merger in its inflow region, at least that southern tornado warning is. So that's hopefully going to limit the tornado potential for areas like Bloomington, Indiana. We also saw the area of rotation go north of the city. Well, it's going to go north of the city. It's still off to the west, but it is weaker as well. So hopefully that'll miss Bloomington proper if it does manage to produce a spin up tornado. The other area that I have my eye on is basically any of this area where we see the very high velocity values in our QLCS. Those could potentially spin up, especially as we see localized areas manage to surge out as we go further into eastern Indiana over the next few hours. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is very interesting because the SBC did decide to not issue a significant wind risk today anywhere in the United States, even though it is a relatively high risk. They decided to use those new intensity levels to not issue a upper level wind risk. Over here back in Western Kentucky, there is less of a tornado threat for now, just because the storms are managing to die off a little bit. If we do see additional convection in this area that does manage to move off to the east, it will pose somewhat of a tornado threat. For now, for places like Mound City or Hickman, and even Paducah, you guys could be saved from any sort of severe potential or tornado threat just because everything is sort of falling apart here. The area to watch is still going to be Western Tennessee, where we're starting to see some of these new storms bubble up, as well as those storms off in central Arkansas, moving into the area where we do still have a very favorable tornado environment. Back up in Indiana, they did just issue a continuation to one of our tornado warnings that's still going to be in effect for another 17 minutes. This is for Hancock County, Indiana, and Shelby, Indiana. Those will be allowed to continue for another 17 minutes. They did downgrade the hail threat on that to 0.75 inch sized hail, so nothing too significant there, but still stay in shelter till that tornado warning is allowed to expire. Taking a look at CC on all of our storms right now, it looks like we don't have much of a tornado threat, or at least any tornadoes on the ground with them right now. So that's still going to be expected to continue across our QLCS tornadoes. I am growing increasingly concerned about this storm back here off to the west of our Mountain View cell, just because it's going to be in that same sort of environment that the Mountain View storm's in, but it's not going to be competing with convection to its south. There's a little bit of convection bubbling up here, but that would most likely merge with this storm that's to its northeast and manage to pull it back towards the boundary if it is behind it. So that would pose somewhat of a significant tornado threat. I want to take this time.
I can go back for a minute. All right. Bro, I'm never putting a studio in a carpet room ever again. This is the biggest pain in the butt ever. All right. He's got something going for now. That way it doesn't smell like strawberry smoothie when I go live tomorrow, too. God. Apologies for anybody that heard my explicative word when I dropped it. I don't know if that was on audio or not. Oh, man. All right. Dinner was a PDS. I haven't even had dinner. I dropped my smoothie. That's it. At least the smoothie tastes good. At least it tastes all right. All right, let's go back over to what's happened. I don't know what's been happening for the last few minutes. Well, we have a tornado warning east of Indianapolis, south of Greenfield. Thank you, Sailing, for the $50 super chat. Rip out the carpets, get a solid surface floor fund. I might have to. Honestly, I chose a carpet specifically because I didn't want echo. And like, we've kind of taken precautions for that, but it's not, it's just, this is not worth using carpet for when this stuff happens. I don't know where my trash bag went. It's gone. At least it smells better. I put baking soda and some like cleaner on it, so we'll see how that goes. All right, tornado warning south of Greenfield. That one might continue. There is still rotation right now coming up on Homer and Rushville, so we'll see if they issue a new tornado warning on this. Right now, it's tracking towards Rushville area. Apparently, the Mountain View needs a radar indicated PDS. What's that? Oh my goodness! Whoa, that's bad. That is a significant area of rotation right now near Mountain View. Jeez, that could be a significant tornado. That is like bad. The camera that's in the bottom right is about to go right, get hit by this tornado. Hopefully they move that camera so we can see the storm. That is really bad, though. That rotation is really strong. This could easily produce a tense tornado, or even stronger than that with this type of rotation that we're seeing on radar. This is a really concerning supercell, guys. This could be a radar indicated PDS tornado warning is what Riley's telling me. But this could already be on the ground right now. It's just south of Mountain View in Arkansas, going right into Hanover and eventually going towards Arkansas 14. There's no debris signature yet, but that is really, really strong rotation. Like every single radar site is showing it too. I would be shocked if this tornado was not on the ground right now. That has gotten really intense. Anybody currently tuning in from Mountain View, Arkansas right now? Anybody submit their location from here? I'm actually really concerned about this area. We didn't have a single person submit their location out of the 10,000 people that submit their location in Arkansas. So hopefully we're reaching people here, but this looks like a really significant tornado. Still waiting for a new radar scan here. Hey, Darcy, for the $20 super chat for the smoothie fund. Guys, I don't know if I can get another smoothie after what just happened. Honestly, I might have to buy another smoothie, though, because I can't eat like normal food right now. This is too much. I'm going to have to literally get another DoorDash smoothie. They're going to be like, why is this guy ordering another smoothie? Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, Mountain View cell, that has a TDS on it, and this is a very significant TDS because our radar beam is scanning 6,000 feet in the air. So to see this on CC, see this on ZDR, that guarantees that we have debris being lofted 6,000 feet in the air by this tornado.
Okay, thank you, Riley, for the update.
A new tornado warning.
There definitely needs to be a PDS tornado warning for this. This is a very significant tornado right now.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We now have a PDS tornado warning. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado in Arkansas. Once again, a very damaging tornado is happening right now just south of Mountain View, going towards the Cheryl Beach Springs, going towards St. James and Pleasant Grove. You need to take shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to get away from windows. This is a very dangerous and life-threatening tornado that is happening right now south of Mountain View. This is going to go right towards Arkansas 14 and Arkansas 5 here soon. This is a very, very dangerous rain-wrapped large tornado, and it is going to produce significant damage. If you guys have any friends or family that live here, you need to please call them. It's almost 11 o'clock now. People are going to be sleeping at this point. They need to be aware that there is a large and very dangerous tornado that is tracking directly towards them currently. It's about to go right over Arkansas 5, Arkansas 14, and then down the line, this will head towards Batesville. And oh my, yeah, that debris signature is bad. This is a bad tornado, guys. We got a serious tornado in progress. As Riley was just talking about, what we're looking at on radar is that this is a debris ball and all that debris is being lofted over 6,000 feet into the atmosphere. So this is a serious tornado that is happening right now, and it is going to be producing significant damage. It is right now approaching the Hanover community. So that's where some of that largest hail is located right now. We got giant hail falling right now on the north side of Hanover. And then after that, it's going to go through some even more communities here. A lot of homes here near Dickens Lane, Gisby Road, Mountain View Road. That's all in the path of it. This is a serious tornado, though, that's happening right now. The debris ball is only getting larger. We'll have another scan in a minute. This will eventually go towards Batesville. That camera, by the way, bottom right, is directly in the path of this. This is a photo of where that camera is, that little blue dot. So that camera on bottom right of your screen, that is where this the tornado is actually, not far from that camera. I wish that camera would move. I don't know if they can move it, though.
A new tornado warning.
We have another tornado warning in Arkansas. That one's going to be for those in Pocahontas near Walnut Ridge. You take shelter if you're in this tornado warning. That is another strong area of rotation. That's going to go right towards Pocahontas. Hey, Matthew, for the super chat, I'm going to figure out the smoothie thing after. Jeffrey with the Venmo donation says, starting carpet cleaning fund, watching from Clarksville. Yeah, I honestly need a carpet cleaner on standby. Well, I'm glad it didn't happen like 5 or 10 minutes after that, because I don't know if I would have been here for this tornado. Oh my goodness. That latest scan's even worse. This velocity signature is really intense. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we are past tornado emergency criteria, especially with that last TDS. So this is definitely a violent tornado, probably talking about EF3, EF4 plus.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we are now sitting at a potentially violent tornado that is in progress right now here in Arkansas. This is producing significant damage. It is now past tornado emergency criteria. It is urgent that you get to your safe place right now. You need to be putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. It just hit a bunch of homes here right along Hanover Road. There are homes here that were just hit by this very large tornado. And it's going to be tracking directly towards the Cheryl Beach Springs area south of Mountain View. I would not be surprised if we got a tornado emergency. The velocities are insane. Very fortunate that this is not hitting the downtown area of Mountain View right now, but even then, it is hitting a lot of people on the south side of the town. We'll see if they upgrade this to a tornado emergency, but it definitely already meets that criteria. And this is a serious tornado. I mean, this is going to be violent. I'm going to see how many homes are here on the map. I would expect a tornado emergency. There are quite a few homes there. There's a lot of trees, but there are a lot of homes down here. This tornado actually might be hitting the Dodd Mountain Fire Department, which is just south of Mountain View. It'd be like on this road here. Riley has another urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, using Emerson's method, which is a way to use radar to determine the intensity of a tornado. This is an EF4 plus tornado.
All right. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this could easily be an EF4 plus tornado. This is a serious tornado right now that's happening. Here near Hanover, south of the Mountain View area. You got to be taking shelter if you're in this warning. This is a violent tornado that is in progress. It is producing major damage as well. And there is a very high likelihood that this is going to be upgraded, I would say, to a tornado emergency. I don't know if they will, but we'll see. This is a violent tornado, though, in progress right now here in Arkansas. I'd be shocked if they didn't upgrade it. I mean, this is likely EF4+. That is a giant debris signature. It's over Luber Road now. So this tornado is near Luber Road, which Luber Road has there's it looks like a couple farms there. Got a lot of homes. And these homes are going to be, again, absolutely destroyed by this thing. There are so many trees, too, but there are so many homes, too. This is a serious tornado. Latest scan still showing a violent tornado here moving right towards Arkansas 5. Once this gets closer to Arkansas 5, there are about maybe 3 or 4 dozen homes right along that roadway. Got some farms out there, maybe some chicken farms, something along those lines. That camera, again, on the bottom right side of your screen is inside of this tornado warning. It's the only camera inside of the tornado warning. It's over here, but it's in the direct path of a giant tornado. I wish they could move that camera because we would be able to see it. That latest scan still showing a giant debris signature. This just hit several homes along Luber Road, south of Mountain View. And it's now approaching, let me see what these streets are here. It's approaching Gitsby, Mackey, and Dickens Lanes, right on the main roadway being Jimmy Mitchell Road. There are about, I don't know what these homes are. It looks like these are manufactured homes that are here. I think manufactured homes. I can't tell for sure. It looks like there's manufactured homes, though, that are here that are about to be hit by this tornado. They don't have a Google Street View map of it. I'm looking at it like a map. From above, and it looks like these are manufactured homes that are about to be hit by this tornado, which is not good. If you're just tuning in, we have a violent tornado right now here in Arkansas. This is producing major damage south of Mountain View. This does meet tornado emergency criteria. This is a very serious situation. Cushman and Batesville will be in the path of this down the line. It is a rain-wrapped, probably wedge tornado that is on the ground. Our CC values are down to about 0.747. I mean, this is literally almost, I don't know, 100 miles, almost 100 miles away from a radar site. Like, this is, we're looking 6,000 feet into the air right now at this storm. I can't believe they have not issued a tornado emergency for this, but either way, this is a violent tornado. This is in northern Arkansas, if you're just tuning in, south of Mountain View. One of the more damaging tornadoes that you will see happening in real time. And a lot of lives are about to be changed by this thing. Let me see how fast this is going. I'm going to try to track this thing out. Got another scan coming in right now. It's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So if we use that logic and time this thing out, going eastbound, this is basically the general direction of when the tornado will arrive to Batesville and Southside and Mooresfield, which, guys, it could be on the ground by then. If you live over there in Arkansas in Batesville or Southside, you got to be ready for this thing. You got to have that tornado action plan ready to go. I would not be going to bed right now. I'd be staying awake. This is a serious tornado currently that is producing a lot of damage near Mountain View. Oh my goodness. This is ripping up so much debris. That latest scan, it just keeps getting bigger. This is hitting a bunch of manufactured homes right along that there's some Jimmy roadway. It's near Dickens Lane, Jimmy Mitchell Road, just south of Missenheimer Road, I think it is. There are about 3 or 4 dozen homes that are being hit by this tornado right now, just south of Mountain View. This is so incredibly bad. This is what we were talking about earlier, is that, like, we can have violent tornadoes even after sunset. And that's one of the reasons why we are, we start a new stream. We're probably gonna be live for a long time. This is why, because like this could happen in other states too, not just Arkansas. Hopefully it doesn't, but it could. Unfortunately, this is a very dangerous storm right now near Mountain View, and it's producing major damage, guys. I mean, this is no joke. It's a very, very serious situation that we're looking at. This tornado is huge. It already meets PDS tornado criteria. The live shot in the bottom right side of your screen, that is live on the east side of this tornado warning. Waiting for another radar scan here. That's met tornado emergency criteria as of about 7 minutes ago. They have not issued a tornado emergency for this storm, but down the line, this is going to go towards Batesville, south side, just southwest of Cave City. This is ripping up a lot of trees, but there's a lot of homes that are here too. That, from what I could see on Google Maps, there's a lot of homes. There's like 3 or 4 dozen. So there could be lives impacted by this. Hopefully not lost, but there could be a lot of lives impacted by this. It's approaching the 167 Flat Rock Road, which is some sort of
this is an emergency
business
alert.
location.
A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They've issued a new PDS tornado warning for the storm just southeast of Mountain View. This is again a possibly violent tornado right now that is making its way towards Batesville, just south of Cushman. You need to be putting as many walls between you from the outside. You're not going to survive if you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home. If you get hit by this tornado, you're just not going to. You need to get to a sturdy structure if you live in this tornado warning. There's no other option. You got to take shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous storm right now that is going to be tracking directly towards Batesville, Arkansas. This is a particularly dangerous situation for those in Cleburne, Independence, and Stone counties in Arkansas right now. It is also a rain-wrapped tornado. Likely a large cone, if not maybe even a wedge right now, that's hitting a lot of neighborhoods. Right along Missenheimer Road, near Flat Rock Road. Those homes were just hit by this tornado. This is hitting a bunch of farms. There's a lot of trees out here. Looks like there's like actual, like, I don't know, some sort of tree, maybe harvesting area. Like that's what's being hit by this right now. And after that, it's going to go towards Haynes Hollow and Cave Hollow. And there are a lot of roads along, or a lot of homes along Arkansas 5 here that are about to be hit by this tornado too. This is not going to be too far from the Hummingbird Ridge RV repair shop. There's a lot of RVs that are there too. I don't think they're like residential RVs, but there are RVs there. The latest scan now showing our significant tornado going right over Mountain View Road. So this is now hitting Mountain View Road as we speak. It is quickly approaching Pleasant Grove. That camera bottom right somehow just came back. This is about to be hit by the tornado. Camera saw was that one. This camera was, this camera I think just went out. The tornado is about to hit this camera. So I think this camera just went out. Yeah, so the camera just went out. The tornado would have just. Hit it or been hitting it in the last few minutes. So that camera's gone. It's a major tornado. Here's the latest radar scan. Still a significant tornado debris signature right now, right along Arkansas 5. It's heading towards St. James and Pleasant Grove. Marcella is also in the path. This O'Neill, north of Shallow Beach Springs, just southeast of Mountain View. It's a very dangerous tornado right now. It is still going. I do want to update us real quickly on the tornado warnings over in Indiana. We still have 2 tornado warnings, one near Rushville and one now south of Newcastle. They'll probably not issue a new warning for the Newcastle one for now. Could see a tornado drop going towards Connorsville in far eastern Indiana, so we're keeping an eye on that. Large line of thunderstorms continuing to produce significant damaging winds in a very large area. There's also a risk still for tornadoes, so we're keeping an eye on all this activity. The main concern right now, though, is this literally the only supercell that's even doing this right now or anywhere near it here in northern Arkansas. And there could be more down the line. And this storm over here near Rector kind of looks like it might try to do something later on. That's going directly towards Gosnell, Blytheville, and Dyersburg. But this one, again, has already met PD or tornado emergency criteria. It is a violent tornado, we think, that is in progress right now near Arkansas 5 southeast of Mountain View. And then after that, it is going to go towards the Bethesda area and then Batesville, which is a lot more populated. We got to hope this thing does not impact Batesville because there's a lot of people that live there. We got 12,500 people could be in the crosshairs of a violent tornado. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, the Storm Prediction Center just highlighted this storm in a mesogamma discussion. They're noting that the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes with this storm is 140 to 170 miles an hour. That is EF3 or EF4 tornadoes, as well as hail up to 3.5 inches in diameter. This storm is extremely dangerous. There's nothing around it to interact with it negatively. It is probably going to produce a tornado of some strength for the next hour or two, and we're probably going to be talking about this for a very long time.
Riley for the update. So if you guys live over here near Batesville or any surrounding area just southwest of Jonesboro, we need to be staying really on high alert right now. This is a very dangerous storm that is producing a significant tornado threat, and we could easily see an intense to violent tornado as it continues to move east. The latest scan is showing the tornado now making its way a little see an intense to violent tornado as it continues to move east. The latest scan is showing the tornado now making its way a little bit more north now. It's hitting even more homes near Cedar Mountain. So Cedar Mountain is being hit by this now. Just south of Arkansas 14. It's taken a little bit of a turn off to the north, which means it's going to probably occlude to the north, but that does not mean it's over, because after this, it's probably going to go directly, it's probably going to recycle and then make another tornado down near the Celebrate Beach Springs area. So this tornado is occluding off to the north. We're probably going to see a new one here soon go right towards Batesville. So this is still a very dangerous situation right now. The super cell just produced a very intense violent tornado and is probably going to produce another one. It is still on the ground. Don't get me wrong. It's still on the ground. We got debris, but it's probably going to cycle and produce another big one here soon. Thank you, Casey, for the $50 super chat, and also Brett for the $20 super chat. What's the difference between a cone and a wedge? Cone? Wedge. Cone is a lot more, it's a lot skinnier. It's usually less than like a half a mile wide. Wedges are usually half mile to 2 miles. Me too. By the way, I signed up for your warning calls. Just to hear your voice, call me. I'm here in Kansas City. If you visit. All right. Thank you for that super chat. I mean, if you just want to hear me call you, get Max Alert. Get a phone call if you're under a warning. Camera's back? Wait, the camera came back. The heck? No shot. This camera came back. It's literally next to the tornado. How in the world did this thing come back? This is live inside of the tornado warning. Like literally next to the tornado. How the flippity flop did this thing come back? See the camera. Starting to shake now. The tornado will be off to its north. And I think the camera's gone again. Goodbye, camera. Somehow it came back and now it's gone again. I don't know how in the world that thing came back. Camera lived on at least for a few seconds. I might get demolished by this tornado. It's still going. It's like the camera literally is right next to this thing. The camera is right here. So the tornado is it's on the ground, it's literally hitting it, or it's at least in the RFD or something like that. Yes. Yes, that camera's gone again. We'll keep an eye on it. I can only imagine how powerful this tornado has been. Very significant. I can only imagine how powerful this tornado has been. Very significant tornado, and I mean, it's almost 11 o'clock. It's just crazy. I mean, like, again, this might happen over in Tennessee or Kentucky later, too. Over in Tennessee or Kentucky later, too. Very concerned about this evolution of storms. If you live in this tornado warning, again, I still stand by it. Like, if you live in a mobile home, you live in a trailer park, if you live in, it doesn't matter what you live in, like, you need to be taking shelter. You got to find sturdy structure too if you're in this tornado warning. Like, you do not want to be caught outside in this. You just don't. If you're west here of Batesville, you need to find that sturdy structure now. Like, you do not want to risk it, because if we do have a tornado that hits you like this, if we do have a tornado that hits you like this, it's going to literally destroy your mobile home and you're not going to be alive.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado. Warning, that one's going to be back over in Indiana for Columbus. Columbus. Indiana, you got to take shelter, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and get away from windows. This is going to be just east of Nashville. Going into Columbus and south of Hope. Still 46 to the path of this. So you need to take shelter. This is the same one that was tornado near Bloomington. They tried to produce a tornado there. wasn't able to. Now it's going to try to produce a tornado in Columbus. Live in Bartho. Lemieux and as well as Brown counties. You got to take shelter. All these storms are eventually going to move towards Cincinnati and Dayton. So if you guys are tuning in from those areas, we got significant damaging winds coming, possibly even some tornadoes as well. You definitely need to have ways to receive warnings and stay weather aware. Stay tuned to our stream. If you have friends or family in the path of severe weather, feel free to share our stream as well. The tornado cutoff line is technically before Cincinnati and Dayton, but I do think there is an isolated risk of a tornado, even over in that area. Where This tornado happened, by the way, is not in our SIG 2 tornado threat. It's actually just outside. Of it. So, I mean, even though we're probably having an intense or violent tornado, it is not there. The latest scan. Oh man, it's still going, guys. I think it failed. I think